Chapter 1. The little junior sister of the nine-tailed fox. On the winding path of Qingyun's sect, a young boy clad in a dark blue robe was slowly ascending the mountain, hand in hand with a little girl. Ouyang's senior brother. How much farther do we have to go? The little girl gasped, her delicate doll-like face already beaded with perspiration, her cheeks puffed up like a small squirrel. The boy, addressed as Ouyang's senior brother, halted and glanced at the sun above. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Do not worry at our current pace. We shall surely reach the foot of the mountain by tomorrow's dusk." Tomorrow dusk? The little girl's face turned pale, and in a fit of stubbornness, she plopped down on the ground, refusing to take another step. The path ahead meandered endlessly, seemingly without end. Seeing the girl sprawled out on the bluestone slab, Ouyang also sat down slowly, curiously observing his new little junior sister. In Ouyang's eyes, a panel appeared beside the girl that only he could see. Name: Hututu, young form of the nine-tailed fox. Cultivation level: 5-fold golden core. Root: Bone 10. Charm: 7 minor. Luck 8. Musical talent: 10. Exclusive skill: Enchantment of the Masses locked. Evaluation: a rare, juvenile beast-eared maiden. Ouyang felt a surge of joy. Unlike the rebellious disciples on the mountain, he finally had an ordinary beast-eared sister. The girl, named Hututu, had just arrived at Qingyun's sect today. His master, who he hadn't seen in nearly a year, had only briefed Ouyang before rushing off, exhaling as if relieved to shed some burden. Thus unfolded the scene of the two climbing the mountain. On one hand, Ouyang was curious to uncover what his master was up to. On the other, he was eager to see when this new junior sister would reveal her foxtail. Indeed, from the moment he laid eyes on her, Ouyang knew she was no ordinary human, but a spirit fox endowed with an innate Taoist body. After all, the golden attribute panel was impossible to miss. Yet, how could his master, the lord of a peak in Qingyun's sect, take a fox demon as a disciple? If this news were spread, it would undoubtedly become a sensational topic in the realm of cultivation. "Senior brother, what are you staring at?" Hututu glared at Ouyang irritably. Although he was quite handsome, he lacked any grace. Even without flying on a sword, he could have at least used some wind magic to expedite their journey. Clearly, she was just a little girl, yet he had dragged her along this mountainous path for 2 whole hours. He showed no consideration for her delicate nature. Moreover, his gaze seemed increasingly fervent. Could he possibly be one of those who had an unsettling fondness for children? Was it due to her innate beauty? Even at the tender age of 5, she was already a stunning little princess of the Fox clan, destined to grow into a breathtaking beauty. Could it be that this senior brother had already become infatuated with the youthful version of herself? Though she was indeed a striking creature, Hututu had no interest in romance at this age. She loathed the idea of having a senior brother. Upon this realization, Hututu's gaze shifted to one of vigilance, her hands clenched at her chest like a protective hamster. She once again inquired with caution, "Brother, what are you looking at?" Hearing Hututu's repeated question, Ouyang, momentarily lost in thought, recognized his lapse in composure. He coughed awkwardly and redirected his gaze. Yet within Ouyang's heart, a tempest of emotions surged, as if he had uncovered significant news. Goodness, Master's surname is Hu, and so is this little junior sister's. Could it be that she is Master's illegitimate daughter? However, this junior sister is a naturally gifted fox demon. Could it be? Gasp. That master has actually captured a fox? How sensational. Truly, my master is remarkable. But if that is the case, what becomes of my various master's wives? Even as a traveler, I find myself awed and humbled in the presence of my master, who bears the title of a notorious scoundrel in the realm of cultivation. My master truly is a source of trouble at times. I find myself cleaning up after him. Now that there's a child involved, should those wives discover this, it would be difficult for them to refrain from knocking some sense into Master's thick skull. While Ouyang worried about the potential chaos in his master's household, a thrill of excitement bubbled within him. With such a significant piece of leverage in his hands, what outrageous demand should he make? Ouyang's expression remained unchanged, yet his heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. A new junior sister, and a deadly secret about the old man. How splendid. Master, you surely would not wish for this matter to reach the ears of your wives, would you? Contemplating this, he turned his gaze back to his junior sister. adopting a warm smile as he said, "Junior sister, as you have just arrived at Qingyun's sect and are unfamiliar with the surroundings, I shall guide you in getting acquainted with the paths of Qingyun's sect, so you won't get lost while attending lectures at various peaks." Observing Ouyang's newfound enthusiasm, Hututu shook her head and spoke with clarity. "Master has already informed me on the way that Qingyun's sect is one of the 9 major cultivation sects of our time. It boasts over 1,000 inner disciples and 100,000 outer disciples. It encompasses the blessed grounds of Qingyun's sacred land, with 72 peaks sprawling over 100,000 kilometers. The spiritual energy is abundant, and treasures of heaven and earth are plentiful. Without great opportunities, immense blessings, or remarkable talent, joining the outer sect is akin to climbing to the heavens." Hututu recounted everything about Qingyun's sect with the familiarity of a seasoned scholar, leaving Ouyang momentarily speechless. "Is Qingyun's sect truly that exceptional? I had assumed even a dog could enter." Ouyang pondered quietly. Questioning the situation, he recalled his own arrival in this world, when Master had descended from the heavens, pleading tearfully to take him as a disciple, leading Ouyang to believe he was merely a charlatan from the martial world. Initially intending to inform Hututu about which peaks were hot spots for foolishness, where one could scrounge food and drink, and which paths to avoid, Ouyang prudently chose to remain silent. Once Hututu concluded her discourse, Ouyang cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. "Indeed, those are precisely the points I wish to convey. Since you're already aware, I shall refrain from detailing them further. The most important thing I need to share concerns our mountain, not merely some details about our small peak." Upon noticing Ouyang's serious demeanor, Hututu began to listen intently. After all, this was to be her future home, and Hututu naturally took it to heart. Ouyang solemnly raised a finger and declared, "On our mountain, aside from the old man, I am the chief." "What? Is that all?" Hututu gazed at Ouyang, who wore an earnest expression, doubting that she had misheard. Ouyang continued, observing Hututu's bewilderment, "From now on, you will follow me. My rules are the law. As for the other few unruly disciples on the mountain, steer clear of them. They are troubled." At this point, Ouyang expressed his deep frustration, lamenting that his failure to establish authority among those unruly disciples upon their arrival had led to his current lack of experience as the senior brother. It seems that the senior brother harbors quite a prejudice against us. As soon as Ouyang finished speaking, a gentle voice emerged from behind, soft yet chilling in tone. Ouyang stiffened, awkwardly turning around to find a young man clad in a Taoist robe standing behind him. He forced a smile and said, "Ah, isn't this Xiao Bai? You've come to climb the mountain as well. What a coincidence." Chapter 2. The Reincarnation of the Ancient Sword Immortal's young junior brother. Standing opposite Ouyang was a young man, and Ouyang could perceive an attribute panel before him. Name: Bai Feiyu, Reincarnation of the Ancient Sword Immortal Cultivation. Foundation Establishment Level 5 Root Bone. 9 Charisma. 101 Luck. 1 Swordsmanship Aptitude. 101. Exclusive Skill. All Things Are My Sword Evaluation. A youthful prodigy with the demeanor of an unparalleled sword immortal. Every time Ouyang glimpsed Bai Feiyu's attribute panel, he couldn't help but marvel. His junior brother was indeed of remarkable lineage. It was evident that he was the destined protagonist. However, that luck rating of 1 clearly indicated he was not favored by fortune. The appearance of Bai Feiyu equally captivated Hututu, who stood beside Ouyang. The young man possessed an exceptionally handsome visage, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a smile gracing his lips that felt as refreshing as a gentle breeze. Clad in white robes and donning cloud-like boots, a 3-foot azure sword hung at his waist. He stood tall and resolute as a green pine, and as the mountain breeze caressed his flowing garments, he seemed to descend from the heavens radiant and ethereal, as if standing in a beam of light, warm as jade. "He's so handsome." Hututu's eyes widened in awe as she gazed at the newcomer, feeling her young heart begin to race. He was truly extraordinary, far surpassing the senior brother beside her. This was the figure she envisioned as her ideal mentor. Stars sparkled in her eyes, her chubby cheeks flushed slightly, and a hint of drool escaped her lips. Yet, the young man did not glance in her direction, instead smiling warmly at Ouyang. Though he wore a smile, Ouyang felt as if countless daggers were being shot from those eyes. aiming to pin him in place. Ahem, Xiao Bai, allow me to introduce you. This is our master's newly brought back junior sister, Hu Tu. Junior sister, this is your fourth senior brother, Bai Fei Yu. Ouyang introduced the two to each other. Master. Senior brother? Is it truly you? I adore you, senior brother. Hu Tu was astonished by this sudden revelation, standing frozen in disbelief as she stammered. The mere thought of spending her days with such a handsome husband, no, senior brother, filled her with a warmth akin to being enveloped in countless cotton clouds. Hee. Imagining her future days alongside Feiyu senior brother, a smile reminiscent of a 30-year-old aunt blossomed on the 5-year-old Hu Tu's face. Upon hearing Ouyang's introduction, Bai Feiyu likewise turned his gaze towards Hu Tu. His eyes narrowed, and his attractive brows knitted in discontent. Before him, Hu Tu had nowhere to hide, and with a hint of dissatisfaction, Bai Feiyu remarked, "What is the master thinking, taking in a fox?" Woo-woo. Ouyang swiftly intervened, covering Bai Feiyu's mouth. Bai Feiyu was about to conjure a sword technique to unleash his flying sword upon the audacious intruder. Ouyang pressed firmly on the hilt of Bai Feiyu's sword, leaning closer. To whisper in his ear, the master instructed us not to mention her identity in front of her. Also, her name is Hu Tu, and the master is called Ouyang. Bai Feiyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Ouyang. They share the same surname? Could this fox be the master's illegitimate daughter? The master has actually captured a fox demon to aid in his cultivation? Are cultivators nowadays truly so daring? Or am I simply growing old? Bai Feiyu swatted Ouyang's hand away, gazing at Hu Tu with a complex expression, and said flatly, "Since you have entered the mountain gate, focus on your cultivation. Keep your distance from the senior brother. He is not in his right mind." His tone was reminiscent of a relic from the past, a spiritual fox. Hu Tu was acutely aware of Bai Feiyu's emotional shifts. It seemed he had not taken a liking to her from the moment he laid eyes on her. Why would such a beautiful girl be unappealing? Amidst her disappointment, she felt perplexed. Was this senior brother akin to the uncles from Qingqiu Mountain, who always frolicked in pairs, ignoring the beautiful aunties around them? Do handsome men only favor other handsome men? Hey, she's just a child, why be so serious? Ouyang teased, pinching Bai Feiyu's cheek in an attempt to coax a smile from his junior brother. In an instant, Bai Feiyu grasped Ouyang's wrist, flipping him onto the stone wall. Ouch! You ungrateful wretch! I am your senior brother. Ouyang yelped in pain, exasperated. As Hu Tu observed the playful scuffle between the two senior brothers, a flicker of understanding dawned upon her. And oh wonder he was so cold towards her, perhaps he feared that her natural beauty would overshadow him. The inhabitants of this mountain gate were indeed peculiar. After some time of playful banter, Bai Feiyu finally released Ouyang's shoulder amidst his pleas for mercy. Rubbing his shoulder, Ouyang grimaced and said, "Why aren't you cultivating on mountain? Did you come down specifically to fetch us?" Bai Feiyu shook his head in response. "Today marks the day of the master's lecture, and I must attend. The master has expressed his dissatisfaction with our attendance at the Little Mountain Peak, stating that our absence during his teachings is a sign of disrespect. He warned that if we refuse to participate in the upcoming set competition next month, he would expel us along with our master. His call for attendance this time is serious. Failing to show up will truly enrage him. That old fool, swaying his head and spouting nonsense, even puts himself to sleep during his own lectures. What purpose does it serve? Expulsion? Let him try. Last time, he was secretly thrown out of the Jade Maiden Peak, and someone recorded the entire event with a celestial recording stone and sent it to me. I tell you, the imprint of a shoe on his face was crystal clear." Ouyang replied nonchalantly. Bai Feiyu nodded, aware that his senior brother seemed to possess a certain charisma that attracted friends from all corners of the Qingyun sect's 72 peaks. Since they had leverage over the master, there was little to fear. He had reached a pivotal moment in refining his sword heart and did not wish to squander time on trivial matters, especially after so many years since his reincarnation. He had been diligently honing a perfect sword heart that he had never achieved in his previous life, and now was the critical moment. His thoughts, however, drifted far beyond the frustrated figure of his senior brother. Deep within Bai Feiyu lay a secret that no one knew. He had once been an ancient sword immortal in his past life. Awakened memories of his former self compelled Bai Feiyu to immerse himself in the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 great sects of this era. For cultivators, aside from innate talent and techniques, the most vital element for advancement is access to cultivation resources. Joining a large sect would allow him to expedite his progress before he became strong enough on his own. Since joining the Qingyun sect 5 years prior, he often felt led astray by his senior brother. His once tranquil mind had been constantly stirred by this individual's antics. Yet, as a former sword immortal who had devoted himself to cultivation, Bai Feiyu found joy in re-experiencing the beauty of youth in this life. Returning to the present, Bai Feiyu's expression regained its calmness as he said, "I shall take my leave now." "Wait." Ouyang, who had been in a state of agitation, suddenly transformed his demeanor, calling out to Bai Feiyu as he prepared to depart. Will you have something to say?" Bai Feiyu inquired. Ouyang, attempting to ingratiate himself, said, "I've heard that your swordsmanship has recently advanced to new heights. Why not let your brother witness it?" Bai Feiyu, with a faint smile, replied, "Witness? Is it not that you wish for me to take you along?" "Oh, I almost forgot. You are still in the Qi refinement stage and cannot wield a sword yet." Ouyang's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "I simply do not wish to level up. Can't fellow disciples ask for assistance?" After speaking, Ouyang shook his head and muttered, "Can I assist?" "If possible, then." In an instant, Bai Feiyu's 3-foot azure sword transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Ouyang. As Ouyang was caught up in his own words, he looked up and was immediately taken aback. The ungrateful wretch dares to plot fratricide. Ouyang hastily leaped aside, narrowly evading the oncoming white feather. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu seized Hu Tutu's hand, and the flying sword soared high into the air, eliciting a piercing scream from Hu Tutu. Beneath their feet, the azure sword transformed into a vibrant arc of blue, as Bai Feiyu carried Hu Tutu away towards the distant peaks, leaving behind the echo of his voice in the valley. "If my elder brother does not return before dusk, there shall be no supper left." Chapter 3. My cheat is idling. How infuriating. To restore the dignity of my master, it is our unyielding duty. As Ouyang ascended the rugged mountain path, he pondered to himself, "Ding! The host's idling earnings have been credited with a gain of 1,000 vital energy." Reluctantly, Ouyang accepted the notification that echoed in his mind. A gentle warmth flowed from his lower abdomen to his limbs, only to vanish without a trace. Ouyang directed his thoughts to access his attribute panel. Name: Ouyang, Transmigrator, Cultivation Level, Qi Refinement 9th Layer Bone Structure, 1 Charm, 6 Luck, 1 Special Qualities, Vital Energy Value 906962543. Exclusive Skills, Not Activated Evaluation. You are the worst host I have ever guided. The most formidable idling system in history. This is the benefit of being a transmigrator. As long as one lies still, they automatically enter an idling state and can collect the vital energy cultivated during this time. However, the drawback is that one must remain utterly motionless and unable to engage in any activity. Since awakening this system upon transmigrating, Ouyang has scoffed at such a system that only facilitates idling. He aspired to rely on his extraordinary innate talent and surpass the limits of this world to ascend to its pinnacle. He would rather leap from a small peak to his demise than resort to this lackluster system. But now, he chuckled to himself, how delightful. After all, the energy gained through a day of relentless training pales in comparison to the rapid enhancements afforded by the system's idling for merely 10 minutes. Initially, Ouyang would reassure himself, "I am not reliant on this system. I merely enjoy lying idle." Now, Ouyang has come to terms with reality. I am indeed a master idler. However, as the hours of idling stretched on, he began to sense something amiss. A significant flaw in this system became apparent. It cannot facilitate upgrades. Blast it! While he could accumulate the vital energy from idling, he could not progress to higher levels. The cultivation hierarchy in this world mirrors the depicted in novels. And why does it align so closely? Because the author is too lazy to innovate. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, out-of-body, spirit separation, integration, great ascension, and tribulation transcendence. 9 major realms, each subdivided into 9 layers, embodying the principle of returning to unity. Beyond these levels lies the celestial realm that all cultivators yearn for. After receiving the vital energy from idling and reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement. He found himself unable to advance further. His cultivation would eternally remain at the qi refinement stage. Ouyang had an inkling that this was tied to his system. Even if he were slightly stronger than the average qi refinement cultivator, qi refinement is, after all, merely that qi refinement. He could not condense his vital energy into essence, let alone transform that essence into a golden core, or further into an infant soul. From a once promising young genius, he had devolved into a perpetual qi refinement failure. The psychological plunge from the heights to the depths was profound. Cultivation only truly begins upon entering the foundation establishment stage. Only by reaching this stage can one gain access to dazzling treasures and supreme techniques. Yet now he stood on the brink, separated from that final step by an insurmountable chasm, unable to advance. Although the realm may remain stagnant, the volume of my true energy has ascended to a terrifying figure with the assistance of the system. I am now utterly indifferent to the quantity of my true energy, for it is merely a number. Regardless of how substantial that number may be, will it enable me to transcend into the foundation establishment stage? The art of sword flight can only be comprehended by those who have reached this pivotal stage. My dreams of soaring through the skies on a celestial sword have been irrevocably shattered. The aspiration to glide through the air alongside ethereal maidens has lost its very essence. Whenever I reflect upon this matter, I find myself tossing and turning, unable to find solace in slumber. Another disadvantage of my inability to ascend in realm pertains to my lifespan. The qi refinement stage may preserve my youthful appearance at 18. Yet my longevity pales in comparison to that of higher realm cultivators. In contrast to the Mahayana stage practitioners, who may live for thousands of years, a qi refinement cultivator can expect to live a maximum of 200 years, truly the uppermost limit. Thus, if I remain incapable of breaking through, I shall be forced to delete my account and start anew within a mere 2 centuries. For a cultivator, 200 years is but a fleeting moment, yet for me, it may represent an entire lifetime. With a shake of my head, I dispelled these troubling thoughts. I retrieved a yellow talisman from my pocket, a gift from my third junior brother, Chun Changsheng. By tearing this talisman and infusing it with true energy, I can activate the formation inscribed upon it, enhancing my speed twofold. Setting aside my worries for the moment, I resolved to return home for a meal. That rebellious child declared that if I did not return before dusk, no food would be left for me. In this vast world, nothing surpasses the importance of a meal. Wind, I murmured softly. Suddenly, a gentle mountain breeze swept along the path, urging me forward from the foot of the mountain. As I infused the yellow talisman with my true energy, it transformed into a flash of fire and vanished from sight, followed by a radiant golden light enveloping me. With renewed vigor, I soared swiftly towards a small peak. Chapter 4. The reborn third disciple as the sun began to set. Ouyang finally arrived at the summit of a small peak nestled in the furthest corner of Qingyun sect. Before him lay a quaint square courtyard, where he wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire, and cleared his throat as he pushed open the door. In the center of the courtyard stood a grand tree, and there, perched upon its branches, was Bai Fei Yu, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the setting sun. Dressed in flowing white robes, he resembled a celestial being. Beneath the tree, the newly arrived junior sister, who, Tutu, was curled up on a chair, hugging her knees and gazing dreamily at Bai Fei Yu. Standing on that tree, posing against the sun, only a monkey would spend all day in a tree, Ouyang thought bitterly. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of delicious food wafting from the kitchen. What perfect timing! Just in time for dinner. Ouyang approached the dining table beneath the tree, pulled out a chair, and plopped down next to Tutu, playfully flicking her on the head. Stop staring. No matter how handsome he is, he can't turn looks into food. Ouch! Big brother! Tutu exclaimed, cradling her fluffy head in protest. Just as she was about to launch herself at Ouyang in retaliation, a stout-looking young lad emerged, carrying a tray of food. The boy beamed at Ouyang and said, "Big brother, you're back." Just in time. The meal is freshly prepared. Ouyang rose and approached the boy with a grin, accepting the tray. "Changsheng, what did you make today?" Did you stew the three-eyed feathered chicken I brought from Spirit Beast Peak? Yes, yes. But isn't second brother currently at a critical juncture in his breakthrough? I wouldn't dare forget what you specifically instructed, the boy replied, his expression one of cautious reverence. Seeing the boy's demeanor of trepidation, Ouyang merely chuckled. His disciple was always like this, and no amount of admonishments seemed to change him. He turned to Hu Tutu and asked, "Have you been introduced to our new junior sister? Xiaobai?" "We've exchanged greetings. As always, Master has an impeccable eye," the boy remarked with admiration, his voice still filled with respect despite Master's absence. Had it not been for Ouyang's ability to see his disciple's attribute panel, he might have mistaken him for a simple, honest fellow. Name: Chun Changsheng, reborn, cultivation, 3rd layer of golden core root bone, 8 charm, 9 luck, 7 formation aptitude, 10-1 exclusive skill, living puppet technique evaluation, a heavily paranoid, old schemer, more so than a reborn individual. Indeed, this disciple before him had returned from the future. Initially, Ouyang thought that by Feiyu, the reincarnation of an Ancient Sword Immortal, was astonishing, but the concept of rebirth was even more unfathomable. Perhaps the tragic circumstances of his past life had rendered him exceptionally cautious upon his rebirth. Suddenly, Ouyang reached out and pinched Chun Changsheng's cheek, teasingly inquiring, "Disciple, are you sure that the person standing here now isn't a puppet? Before me, this junior brother, with his extraordinary aptitude for formation at 11 points, has crafted a puppet so convincing that even the system would be deceived." Chun Changsheng's body stiffened momentarily, and he took a subtle step back, forcing a smile as he said, "How could that be possible, senior brother? In my own family's dojo, why would I resort to using a puppet?" Upon hearing Chun Changsheng's words, Ouyang instantly deduced that the figure before him was undoubtedly a puppet forged by his junior brother. This rebellious child, as paranoia, has escalated further. Once the tableware was arranged, Chun Changsheng excused himself and departed the small courtyard, returning to his chamber. "Senior brother, there's something peculiar about him. He lacks the vitality of a living person. Furthermore, I distinctly remember his appearance, yet now I cannot recall what he looks like." Hutu muttered quietly to Ouyang, "Ah, do not concern yourself with that. Your senior brother may be a bit odd, but he possesses a splendid character. However, let me advise you, on our small mountain peak, you may provoke anyone, but do not irritate our 3rd senior brother," Ouyang earnestly cautioned Hutu. Hutu nodded in partial understanding. Observing Hutu's nonchalant demeanor, Ouyang added, "Otherwise, you might not even comprehend how you met your demise." Hutu's hair stood on end, sensing that the earlier senior brother's smile was rather insincere. Although he was a cultivator at the same stage of nascent soul, Hutu acutely felt that in a confrontation, he would meet a dire fate. He could indeed achieve invincibility among his peers through his bloodline power. This 3rd senior brother undoubtedly harbored significant issues. Hutu clutched his bowl, silently categorizing Chun Changsheng as the most perilous individual on the small mountain peak. At that moment, Bai Feiyu leaped down from a tree, casting a glance at Ouyang and Hutu, puzzled. Is second senior brother still in seclusion? Perhaps. Ching Song mentioned that he has gained new insights into the sword path and has been in seclusion for 3 days, Ouyang replied, absent-mindedly placing a chicken leg into Hutu's bowl without lifting his head. Bai Feiyu responded with an "oh," yet his gaze remained fixed on second senior brother's room. As an ancient sword immortal, he felt an unprecedented sense of pressure emanating from this young man barely in his teens, stemming from his second senior brother. If the former self was a genius born for the sword path, then this second senior brother seemed to embody the sword path itself. Even having witnessed countless sword path prodigies in his previous life, he had never encountered such a breathtaking talent as that of his second senior brother. Just as the three were enjoying their meal, a sudden, piercing beam of sword light erupted from the roof of second senior brother's room, soaring into the heavens. The sharp sword light, like a pillar of illumination, rekindled the dimming sky. This is sword intent. Bai Feiyu's chopsticks slipped from his grasp, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed towards second senior brother's chamber. Even as he himself was still honing his sword heart, yet to grasp sword intent. This second senior brother had already comprehended a unique sword intent at such a young age solely based on his innate talent. However, it is only the sword cultivators who have reached the out-of-body stage that might comprehend such sword intent. In that instant, as the radiant sword light burst forth, Hu Tutu shrank into a ball, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Ouyang took a sip of the chicken soup in his bowl, smacking his lips. The broth of the three-eyed feathered chicken was indeed delightful. No wonder the fellows from the Spirit Beast Peak guarded it so closely. Ouyang gazed at the flying tiles and debris with a sigh, then shouted towards his senior brother's room. Lung Qingsong, you rascal, make sure to repair the roof by tomorrow. This month, you've already blown off the roof 3 times. Chapter 5. The Son of the Dimension as Ouyang's furious roar echoed. A youth clad in black attire emerged from the room, sword in hand. The boy, enveloped in an aura of chilling sword intent, exuded an intimidating presence that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers with merely a glance. He held a 3-foot-long sword tightly against his chest. Though his breath was slightly erratic, it began to stabilize. The youth exhaled deeply, slowly opened his eyes, and nodded towards Ouyang, uttering a single word with difficulty. Good. Ouyang, slightly exasperated, gazed at the youth who had just torn off his rooftop. This boy was none other than his second junior brother, Lung Qingsong, the source of Ouyang's frequent headaches on the entire mountain. Name, Lung Qingsong, Son of the Dimension, Cultivation, 7th Stage of Foundation Establishment Bone Structure, 10-1 Charisma, 10 Luck, 10 Swordsmanship Talent, 10-1 Exclusive Skill. I am the Sword. Evaluation, a somewhat socially anxious son of the Dimension, destined to be the protagonist. Every time Ouyang glimpsed Lung Qingsong's attribute panel, he couldn't help but curse aloud. Damn it. Being born well is truly advantageous. Some are born in Rome, while others are destined to be mere cattle. It's truly infuriating how comparisons can evoke such feelings of inadequacy. Yet, this was the child he had nurtured with his own hands. The vivid memories of those days still lingered in Ouyang's mind. After acquiring the system, he encountered the orphaned Lung Qingsong, and upon seeing the boy's attribute panel, Ouyang decisively chose to adopt him. Establishing a good relationship with the son of the dimension early on was essential for survival. At the age of 5, he wandered with 3-year-old Lung Qingsong, until they crossed paths with their master, Ouyang, who took pity on them and earnestly requested to take them both as disciples. Recalling how his master had pleaded with him, in a field, 5-year-old Ouyang and 3-year-old Lung Qingsong were voraciously devouring sweet potatoes they had pilfered from the earth. Suddenly, a celestial figure descended before them. Young friends, we are fated to meet. Would you consider becoming my disciples? The Taoist was none other than their current master, Ouyang. Upon witnessing Ouyang's descent, Ouyang instinctively chose to decline the offer. After all, he had awakened his system, and the child he was caring for was the son of the dimension. Why would he need to accept a master of any sort? Ouyang, taken aback by Ouyang's outright refusal, watched as Lung Qingsong instinctively hid behind Ouyang, eyeing Ouyang warily. Please, allow your brother to become my disciple, Ouyang implored sincerely. What about me, master? 5-year-old Ouyang asked with hopeful eyes. I can ensure you become a wealthy man, Ouyang assured, thumping his chest. I wish to cultivate immortality. Ouyang immediately retorted. Compared to your brother, it would be better for you to become a wealthy man, Ouyang said, somewhat reluctantly. If you do not accept my brother, then I shall not go either. Lung Qingsong spoke for the first time, forming such a lengthy sentence. It was early autumn, a time of ripening, when both Ouyang and Lung Qingsong became Ouyang's disciples, officially embarking on their path to immortality. Since then, the two had been brought back to the Qingyun sect by Ouyang, and thus their journey continued to the present day. When I, accompanied by Lung Qingsong, arrived at Qingyun sect, even the sect leader was stirred. Naturally, it was my younger brother who drew the leader's attention, for he possessed extraordinary talent that even the sect leader found hard to resist, wishing to take Lung Qingsong as a disciple. However, Lung Qingsong declined the leader's offer. Resolute in his loyalty, when my brother goes, I shall follow. He hid behind Ouyang, expressing himself with a lengthy sentence for the second time. Truly, He was a precious gem of our family, demonstrating such affection. Ouyang felt a sense of comfort toward his socially anxious younger brother. Alas, the sect leader, rejected and disheartened, departed from the small peak, eliciting a hearty laugh from his master. As Ouyang regained his composure, he noticed that Lung Qingsong had taken a seat at the table, devouring food ravenously after 3 days of fasting. The sword intent around him had yet to dissipate, and the chilling aura resonated throughout the courtyard. On the opposite end of the table, the petite figure of Hu Tutu trembled uncontrollably. The pressure emanating from Lung Qingsong was overwhelming, compared to the earlier impression of his third senior brother, which had instilled a sense of impending doom. This individual seemed capable of effortlessly ending his life. Grandfather, is the world truly this perilous? I fear I may never return. Hu Tutu lamented inwardly. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu observed Lung Qingsong at the table with a serious expression. Despite being merely a teenager, he exuded an immense pressure. What extraordinary talent was this? It seemed he must intensify his training. Otherwise, his reincarnation as an Ancient Sword Immortal would be rather laughable. Unbeknownst to Lung Qingsong, who was oblivious to their thoughts, his gaze fell upon the three-eyed flower feather chicken on the dining table, and his eyes sparkled as he reached for it. Ouyang swiftly intervened, striking Lung Qingsong's hand with his chopsticks as he frowned. Have you washed your hands? Come to the table to eat. Reluctantly, Lung Qingsong withdrew his hand and obediently went to wash up. Upon his return, Ouyang, noticing Hu Tutu still trembling, gently reassured him. This is your second senior brother. Lung Qingsong, my brother as well. Do not be misled by his fierce demeanor. He possesses an unexpectedly gentle nature. Ouyang spoke candidly, for despite the cold and aloof impression given by his adopted brother, he understood after years of companionship that Lung Qingsong simply struggled with social interactions. Hu Tutu managed a forced smile, indicating his understanding. After hearing Ouyang's introduction, Lung Qingsong gazed at Hu Tutu in surprise, uttering a single word, "Fox, what are you babbling about? It's perfectly cooked, just eat." Ouyang interjected, shoving a chicken leg into Lung Qingsong's mouth to silence him. Once the meal concluded, each person retreated to their own room, harboring their own thoughts. All that remained was Ouyang's voice, exclaiming at Lung Qingsong, "Get out. Don't drag your bedding over here. Find your own place to sleep. Don't squeeze into my room." Meanwhile, Hu Tutu lay in his own bed, feeling a sense of relief. The event of the day had far exceeded his expectations. What kind of place have I stumbled into? He pondered. Hu Tutu recalled the earnest words of her grandfather before her departure. Child, as a being of innate Tao body, others will certainly be unable to perceive your true form. Therefore, you must never disclose your identity to anyone, for it may lead to grave peril. Even to her senior brothers, she must not reveal that she is a spirit fox. Hu Tutu's delicate visage contorted into a frown, for she had come to Qin Yun's sect with significant intentions. Yet, within just a day of her arrival, she already sensed the oppressive aura emanating from a human race. Merely a single small peak was teeming with exceptional talents, and it became abundantly clear that the Qin Yun sect, and indeed all of humanity, far surpassed the capabilities of the demon clans. Chapter 6. The senior brothers on the little peak in restless anticipation for the future of the demon clan. Hu Tutu rose early, having washed and groomed himself. As he pushed open the door, he beheld Bai Feiyu standing gracefully atop a tree, hands clasped behind his back. A series of faint violet lights danced around Bai Feiyu like serpentine shadows, adding an otherworldly charm to his already imposing presence. Senior brother Bai is as handsome as ever. Hu Tutu mused with admiration. Just as he was lost in thought, he noticed the imposing figure of Lung Qingsong approaching from the mountainside, bare-chested and bearing a large tree upon his shoulders. His chiseled features were complemented by a physique resembling that of a statue, glistening with dew and sweat. The second senior brother, who had nearly frightened him to the point of terror the previous day, now appeared quite perfect in this light. Hey, I truly adore my senior brothers, Hu Tutu thought whimsically, as Hu Tutu daydreamed about the bare-chested Lung Qingsong. The latter gently set the hefty tree down. With a swift motion, a melodious sword sound resonated as an ancient long sword from Lung Qingsong's abode. After taking a moment to steady his breath, Lung Qingsong focused intently, and the sword sliced through the air with the grace of a rainbow, piercing the sky. In a mere instant, the once massive tree was reduced to a pile of wooden planks. What an exquisite swordsmanship! Hututu exclaimed involuntarily. Lung Qingsong glanced at Hututu before lowering his gaze to begin tidying the scattered planks. "What are you doing, second senior brother?" Hututu boldly approached. Flashing a smile he believed to be charming. With a nail clenched between his teeth, one hand holding the planks and the other wielding a hammer, Lung Qingsong coldly replied, "Repairing the house." Upon hearing this, Hututu was taken aback, quickly recalling how the roof had been entirely lifted off during Lung Qingsong's breakthrough the day before. The eldest brother had insisted that the second brother restore the house today. Watching the once fearsome Sword Immortal now transformed into a humble roofer, Hututu marveled at how seamlessly he adapted to the task, leaping onto the roof to begin repairs. The transition from a peerless sword sage to a mere tiler was astonishingly smooth. It was incredible to witness a cultivator of such lethal prowess obediently following the mundane commands of the rather unremarkable eldest brother. Just as Hututu continued to be astounded, Chen Changsheng emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands with a cloth. Spotting Hututu standing there in a daze, he smiled and said, "Junior sister, good morning. The millet porridge will be ready shortly. Come help me serve it." "All right, third senior brother." Hututu nodded enthusiastically, making his way towards the kitchen. Although Chen Changsheng exuded a somewhat disingenuous charm, as her senior brother, he surely wouldn't harm her without reason. Entering the kitchen, Hututu observed Chen Changsheng diligently at work. Rolling up his sleeves, he approached and inquired, "Senior brother, how might I assist you?" Chen Changsheng turned to Hututu, an enigmatic light gleaming in his eyes as he softly instructed, "Please tidy the dishes and take them out." Hututu nodded enthusiastically, bouncing off to gather the utensils. As Chen Changsheng observed her retreating figure, the peculiar radiance in his gaze intensified. The future nine-tailed fox and empress of all beasts had now become his little junior sister? Could it be that everything had altered since his rebirth? Regardless, as long as he established a solid relationship early on, the tragic fate of his past life would no longer plague him. His mind raced with plans for the future. He harbored a monumental secret that no one else knew. He had been reborn from the future, after struggling for over a decade in the apocalypse. He ultimately met his demise. In this life, he was determined to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Everything he had lost, he would not allow to slip away again in this second chance. In this lifetime, he must survive. No recklessness. For now, he was surrounded by a remarkable group of individuals destined for greatness. "Senior brother, what is burning?" Hututu, having finished tidying up, sniffed the air curiously. "Oh no, the porridge is burnt." Chen Changsheng hurriedly seized a long spoon to stir the pot, the acrid smell wafting forth. Frowning, he lifted a finger and gently tapped the scorched millet porridge. A flash of dark azure light flickered over the concoction, and when he withdrew his finger, it was marred with charred remnants. It appeared that this puppet body required further updates. Contemplating his singed finger, Chen Changsheng swiftly executed a shocking maneuver. Without leaving a trace, he discreetly snapped off the charred digit and concealed it within his sleeve, promptly replacing it with a pristine new finger. Carrying breakfast, Chen Changsheng placed it on the table, while Hututu, cradling a large bun, glanced between Bai Feiyu, who stood casually against a tree, and Lung Qingsong, who had transformed into a repairman atop the roof. "Third senior brother, who do you think is more handsome, second senior brother or fourth senior brother?" Hututu asked, a hint of infatuation in her tone. Chen Changsheng paused with his chopsticks. With a charm rating of 9, he believed he had never been outshone in appearance, though he rarely revealed his true visage to outsiders. "They are all quite handsome, much like myself," he replied with a nonchalant smile. Hututu stole a glance at Chen Changsheng, whose appearance was unassuming and pedestrian, before bursting into giggles. "Indeed, third senior brother, you are handsome too." As he beheld Hututu's radiant smile, Chen Chongqing fell into a reverie. Recalling the moment he first entered the mountain gate, clad in a blue robe, sitting on a rock as he whimsically removed his mask. With a twinkle in his eye, he had remarked, "Oh, what a handsome young man. Why wear a mask every day?" The memory of that blue-robed figure standing in the sunlight seemed to envelop him in a golden halo, rendering him spellbound. Why does the third senior brother appear somewhat foolish? Often lost in thought, Hu-Tu-Tu, perplexed, nibbled on a bun, unable to comprehend. Chen Chongqing, regaining his focus, seemed to recall something amusing and chuckled, saying, "I wonder if the senior brother has risen yet. Junior sister, let me tell you, at our little mountain peak, it is best to avoid provoking the senior brother when he is grumpy upon waking." Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words, Hu-Tu-Tu set down her bun and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Third senior brother, I bear no ill will towards the senior brother. I merely wish to ask, do you truly regard him as the senior brother?" An ordinary individual at the 9th level of Qi training, while indeed commendable at his age compared to regular cultivators, appears somewhat mediocre among such a group of prodigies. And prodigies are inherently proud, whether it is Lung Qing Song by Fei Yu or the present Chen Chongqing. How could they willingly submit to someone who is merely an ordinary individual at the 9th level of Qi training? Chen Chongqing, discerning Hu-Tu-Tu's subtle inquiry, retracted his smile and, with a serious demeanor, addressed her earnestly. "Tu-Tu, although my words may come off as stern, I must convey this to you." Noticing Chen Chongqing's sudden seriousness, Hu-Tu-Tu immediately straightened herself, acknowledging that her previous remarks were indeed impolite, and attentively listened as Chen Chongqing imparted his wisdom. "Senior brother Ouyang is our only senior brother, and even if he wishes to become the leader of the Qinyan sect, the three of us have no objections," Chen Chongqing proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Observing Hu-Tu-Tu's expression of partial understanding, Chen Chongqing silently added in his heart, "Regardless of others' opinions, I, Chen Chongqing, would stake my life to protect senior brother Ouyang for eternity." Chapter 7. The profound master Chen Chongqing's voice had barely faded when an extraordinary purple light erupted from the peak of the small mountain. Countless rays of dawn surged upwards, enveloping the summit in a mesmerizing display. The ethereal energies of heaven and earth converged wildly, transforming into golden lotuses that gracefully descended upon the mountain. The harmonious resonance of the Tao echoed in the air. A celestial phenomenon had manifested. Purple Qi emerged from the east. Someone had attained enlightenment. Chen Chongqing's gaze sharpened, and he rose to his feet, a brilliant azure light radiating from him. Outside the mountain, countless formations were instantly activated. The once extraordinary peak reverted to an ordinary appearance in the eyes of outsiders. Bai Fei Yu, standing nonchalantly on a branch, slowly opened his eyes, the purple aura swirling within them. His sword energy was contained, yet it exuded the presence of a treasured blade sheathed. Hu-Tu-Tu could distinctly sense that everything around them seemed to transform into flying swords. Houses, flora, the green bricks of the ground, and even the air itself appeared as sharp blades. Bai Fei Yu softly declared, "All things are my sword." Instantly, a symphony of sword cries resonated throughout the mountain, countless unseen blades responding to Bai Fei Yu's proclamation. The previously clear sky was suddenly engulfed in swirling yellow and black energy, accompanied by the sounds of qin and drums, as if the very heavens were celebrating Bai Fei Yu's enlightenment. Ling Qingsong, perched atop a roof while repairing it, paused his hammering to gaze at Bai Fei Yu on the branch. A fierce battle spirit flashed in his eyes. The sword path Bai Fei Yu had comprehended was in stark contrast to his own. Ling Qingsong had once possessed the potential to tread this path, but had chosen otherwise. Compared to the notion that all things were his sword, he had greater faith in the blade in his hand and in himself. The sword beside Ling Qingsong seemed to resonate with its master's soaring battle intent, emitting soft chimes. Meanwhile, Bai Fei Yu found himself enveloped in a profound state of enlightenment. His realm surged, and his true essence gathered and spiraled at a visible speed. A resplendent golden core leaped forth from the tumultuous true essence. The core was formed. Bai Fei Yu let out a triumphant roar, leaping skyward. accompanied by the chorus of countless sword cries. At that moment, Ling Qingsong could no longer contain his battle fervor, transforming into a streak of black light that charged toward Bai Feiyu. In contrast to Bai Feiyu's belief that all things were swords, Ling Qingsong surged upward like a proud, solitary sword. Ha ha ha! Come fort! Bai Feiyu laughed heartily, transforming into a white streak of light as he dashed toward Ling Qingsong, now entering the core formation stage. His perfect sword heart had been realized. He craved an exhilarating battle to express the exuberance within his heart. The black and white streaks collided in the sky, exchanging hundreds of blows in an instant. Neither engaged their sword intent. They merely competed with their techniques. Had they unleashed their sword intent, the mountain would have been reduced to rubble under the residual force of their attacks. Even though both were in the core formation stage, they could effortlessly slay a nascent soul cultivator with a single strike. What would it mean to be a genius if one could not challenge those beyond their rank? Two warriors clashed fiercely, the heavens resonating with the symphony of countless swords crossing, akin to a torrential downpour. Below, Hututu gazed up at the two figures emanating a formidable aura, the mere exchange of sword techniques rendering him immobile, his body frozen in awe. The overwhelming sword energy was such that he dared not meet their gaze. Observing the perilous yet magnificent duel, Hututu internally acknowledged that if it were to face either of them, a single strike could sever his metaphorical foxtail. Was this the essence of the core formation? How could their oppressive presence be so much stronger than that of the great demons in his clan? They were, after all, in the same core formation stage as himself. Grandfather, this was nothing like my own core formation, Hututu shouted in his mind. Around Chun Changsheng, azure light surged as he struggled to maintain the great formation surrounding the small peak. The intangible sword intent of the two combatants struck him like a tidal wave against the defenses he had painstakingly erected. Yet, for the sake of caution, Chun Changsheng was determined to keep the events on the small peak from being observed by those on other peaks. Steady now. Don't let it get out of hand. You two rascals. Chun Changsheng cursed the two reckless disciples inwardly. These sword cultivators were always so impulsive. Just as Chun Changsheng felt he could no longer hold on, a sudden outburst of cursing erupted from within Ouyang's abode. Can't you let anyone sleep in the early morning? With Ouyang's voice, the unusual phenomena atop the small peak momentarily paused. A surge of true energy, akin to a tsunami, burst forth from Ouyang's room, dissipating the mysterious yellow aura above. Instantly, the sky cleared, and all the profound sounds of the Tao vanished in an instant. The fierce battle between Bai Feiyu and Ling Qingsong was abruptly interrupted, as they were swept away by the overwhelming true energy, crashing outside the small peak. Ouyang emerged from his dwelling, his eyes reddened and attire disheveled, angrily brandishing a paper fan. As Ling Qingsong and Bai Feiyu flew back to the summit of the small peak, invisible hands restrained them, rendering them unable to move. They exchanged knowing smiles, but were swiftly pulled down from the air. Ouyang, wielding the paper fan, struck their heads twice, lecturing them with pointed words. You both possess such prowess. First, you wrecked my home, and now you intend to dismantle mountain? With no home left, are you planning to sleep on streets? Having grown accustomed to being scolded by his elder brother, Ling Qingsong stood obediently as Ouyang unleashed a torrent of words upon him. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu, who had just entered the core formation stage and perfected his sword heart, wore a smile, allowing Ouyang's words to drift in one ear and out the other, hardly paying attention to the reprimands. Hututu observed the scene, recalling the overwhelming surge of true energy that had pressed upon him like a mountain, rendering him breathless. During the conflict between Senior Brother Bai and Senior Brother Long, he had been unable to move at all, and yet the Master Brother had effortlessly sent the two of them flying with his true energy. Such an immense quantity of true energy could truly be that of a mere ninth layer of chi refinement. The two who had just moments ago appeared as gods of war now seemed like fledglings being chastised by their elder brother. With an expression of disbelief, I stared at Ouyang. Is it truly the case that the senior brother has only reached the ninth level of chi refinement? Hututu recalled the words spoken earlier by Chun Changsheng. If the senior brother aspires to become the leader of the Qingyun sect, we three have no objections. Well, if you have no objections, then neither do I, Tutu. Chapter 8. The charm of a gentleman comes not from a mere gesture. Lessons are lessons, and meals are meals. After venting his morning irritability, Ouyang gazed at his two indifferent disciples and sighed inwardly before permitting them to dine. Once the meal concluded, Lung Qingsong continued to repair his roof. Bai Feiyu returned to the treetops to stabilize his realm, while Chun Changsheng set off to strengthen his formation at the foot of the mountain. Only Ouyang and Hututu remained. Since ascending the mountain yesterday, Hututu had been in a state of shock, and now she felt utterly numb. Whether it was the astonishing swordsmanship of Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu or the seemingly unassuming Chun Changsheng, they all seemed capable of effortlessly overpowering her. Even her elder brother, whom she had always believed to be merely a ninth-level Qi practitioner, had easily subdued her during his sparring with Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu. For a moment, the once revered beauty and genius of Qingqiu Mountain felt like a mere joke. With a forlorn expression, Hututu stood beside Ouyang, who was busy packing his belongings for departure, and meekly remarked, "Elder brother, am I foolish and useless?" Ouyang, placing a shovel into his backpack, turned to look at the dejected Hututu, gently ruffling her fluffy little head as he comforted her. "Silly child, how could you be foolish? Hee, elder brother is truly wonderful." Hututu giggled, embracing Ouyang and rubbing against his thigh. Upon first seeing her elder brother, she had thought him rather peculiar, but now he appeared genuinely kind. He emanated an inexplicable charm, accompanied by a delightful scent of bamboo, reminiscent of her bamboo bed back home in Qingqiu Mountain. "I adore you the most, elder brother." Lifting the tiny Hututu and placing her in his bamboo basket, Ouyang smiled and said, "Let us go. From today onward, you shall be a member of the Little Mountain Peak. Come, let us gather medicinal herbs." I excel at finding spiritual herbs," Hututu exclaimed energetically. With Hututu on his back, Ouyang made his way toward the rear mountain. The Qingyun sect occupied the sacred land of Qingyun, with 72 peaks. However, only the outer 12 peaks were accessible to the public, while the remaining 60 peaks lay within the inner sanctum of the Qingyun sacred ground. Centered around the main peak, Qingyun Peak, the other 11 peaks were arranged in a manner that tightly encircled the sacred land. The 11 peaks included Sword Peak, Jade Maiden Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, Miscellaneous Studies Peak, Five Elements Peak, Alchemy Peak, Artifact Peak, Punishment Peak, Martial Peak, Heavenly Transformation Peak, and Little Mountain Peak. Each peak represented a distinct method of cultivation. The remaining 60 peaks were generally off-limits, as they housed the revered elders who devoted themselves to arduous cultivation. In order to ensure the safety of the disciples and to avoid disturbing the elders' tranquil practices, entry for inner disciples was strictly prohibited. Should they be caught by the muscular men of Punishment Peak, they would undoubtedly face both physical and mental torment. Nevertheless, Little Mountain Peak held a unique position. Unlike the other 11 peaks, which were situated on the outskirts, the newly established Little Mountain Peak was relatively more central. Thus, it was inherently within the bounds of the forbidden area. But what concern was it of Little Mountain Peak regarding the sex prohibitions? Ouyang traversed the entire forbidden area with unbridled enthusiasm. While carrying Hututu on his back, he regaled Hututu with tales of the daily endeavors at the Little Mountain Peak. Unlike the specialized cultivation methods of the various peaks, the unique forte of the Little Mountain Peak lay in the art of healing. Indeed, this humble peak served as the clinic for the entire Qingyun sect. In the past, Ouyang's mentor, Yun, was renowned as a master of gynecology, a compassionate elder brother to many. However, all of Yun's disciples were inherently rebellious, with nearly all of them embodying the essence of defiance. Thus, no one wished to inherit Yun's proud medical legacy, which often left him in quiet melancholy, lamenting the absence of successors to his extensive knowledge. Although Ouyang was not particularly inclined to embrace his master's medical skills as the eldest disciple, he found himself persistently tethered to his mentor, absorbing the teachings through osmosis. All were cultivators, and ordinary ailments were seldom a concern. Even if one were to suffer from a cold or fever, the mere circulation of vital energy would swiftly remedy any affliction. In cases of poisoning or injury, the Dan Peak provided an array of miraculous elixirs, ensuring vitality with just a single dose. If the Dan Peak could not resolve the issue, then the situation was dire indeed. Thus, the medical practice at the Little Mountain Peak could be deemed rather superfluous. The knowledge acquired in a previous life seemed entirely ineffectual here. How could one possibly approach a nascent soul cultivator with sage advice, proclaiming that is not a nascent soul? It is a stone, best to have it removed. Or tell a Ouyang cultivator, what nascent soul? You are merely with child. What? You're male? Then it must be a teratoma. Surgery is required. Cultivation? What kind of cultivation is that? Trust in science? Surely, your minds must be deranged. All in need of psychiatric care. The medical practices of the Little Mountain Peak consisted primarily of pulse diagnosis, acupuncture, and herbal prescriptions more akin to psychological counseling. Otherwise, how could Ouyang's master have earned the title of gynecology's sacred hand? The elder sisters of cultivation required psychological support. Regrettably, Ouyang had not inherited his master's exceptional emotional intelligence. What? Do not complain. Embrace me. Proximity to virtue leads to sweetness. I am 9, you are 3. Apart from you, there is only you. Do you know what my flaw is? Is you being flawed? How can a person of several centuries utter such words with such audacity? Whenever he accompanied his master to Yinu Peak to attend to the elder sisters, Ouyang's master would return with a heavy sigh, lamenting, a decayed wood cannot be carved. Yet, the cheesy lines that flowed from his master's lips left Ouyang feeling nauseated, even scoffing at their absurdity. Was cultivation truly so dull? Were such corny remarks capable of ensnaring the hearts of elder sisters in cultivation? Ouyang merely found it tiresome to utter such lines. For him, they came effortlessly, refined through the lens of his previous life. When Ouyang began to regurgitate various cheesy lines from his past life, his master's expression transformed from disdain to astonishment, from astonishment to solemnity, and finally to earnest note-taking. In a single night, he proclaimed a new successor had emerged and, brimming with excitement, set forth with his newly acquired wisdom for distant travels. As Ouyang strolled along the mountain path, he casually plucked a sweet grass root, breaking off a piece for the bumbling Hutu behind him, while the remaining portion was nestled between his lips, a sly smile curving at the corners of his mouth. In this world, love is but a mere burden to be shared. Yet I, Ouyang, claim a bountiful 12 measures for myself, leaving the world indebted to me for 2. Ha ha ha! I am indeed the unparalleled master of romance in this age. Chapter 9. My junior brother and the secrets I unveil, master brother. Your smile is rather lewd. Hututu's voice chimed in at an inopportune moment. Ouyang suddenly remembered that a little shadow was trailing behind him. Clearing his throat, he said, Tutu, you are still too young. Do not speak carelessly. Oh, Hututu responded, then turned his gaze towards the distant forbidden area of the Qingyun sacred land. Truly, as one of the 9 great sacred lands, the Qingyun sect's landscape resembled a celestial realm. Mountains connected, rolling and undulating. The winding, perilous wooden pathway along the mountainside entwined itself like delicate ribbons amidst the verdant waters and peaks, creating a unique and resplendent view. In the depths of the canyon, a mystical mist billowed, forming a delicate veil that artistically painted a landscape akin to a traditional Chinese scroll. It was uncertain whether it was the people traversing the scenery or the scenery flowing alongside the people. How beautiful! Hututu whispered in awe. This place is even more stunning than Qingqiu Mountain. Reflecting on Qingqiu Mountain, Hututu recalled the purpose for which his grandfather had sent him here. Within the grand mountains of the Qingyun sect lies a treasured relic of the Fox clan, where the clan's once-in-a-millennium genius, the 8-tailed spirit fox, has secluded itself in the deep mountains. For millennia, the first prodigy to cultivate to the 8-tailed realm from Qingqiu Mountain resides somewhere within these vast mountains, hidden from sight. The purpose of Hututu's journey was to seek out this elder and inquire about the methods to fully awaken his own bloodline powers. However, this elder had sworn never to reconcile with Qingqiu Mountain in this lifetime, and had altered their appearance. It was only over a decade ago when this elder broke through to the seven-tailed spirit fox realm, causing a celestial phenomenon. The entire cultivation world then became aware of the existence of a formidable demon cultivator within the Qingyun sect. Yet, even the Qingyun sect remains oblivious to the exact whereabouts of this powerful demon, as long as they are strong enough to assist when called upon. It matters not whether they are human or demon. Hututu's quest was to seek guidance from this esteemed fox cultivator on how to unlock his own bloodline potential. Though he possessed the bloodline of a nine-tailed celestial fox, many foxes throughout history had held such lineage, yet in their lifetimes they could only reach the seven-tailed realm. This esteemed eight-tailed spirit fox had achieved the eight-tailed realm without the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline, comparable to a cultivator in the tribulation stage. The elders within Qingqiu Mountain, upon learning of this, were filled with regret, slapping their faces in despair during the night. The Fox clan had long been weakened, often subjected to bullying due to their appearance. Handsome men and beautiful women frequently captured to aid others in their cultivation. Just when a formidable figure comparable to a tribulation stage cultivator emerged, it ended in discord with Qingqiu Mountain. Hututu felt deeply ashamed before his ancestors. The elders of Qingqiu Mountain had visibly withered in the days that followed. Hututu's journey to the Qingyun sect was solely to find that esteemed eight-tailed spirit fox cultivator. He was willing to pay any price to acquire the cultivation methods. This was not just for himself, but for the entire Fox clan to attain true strength. I must persevere. Hututu silently encouraged himself. Lying within the bamboo basket, Hututu gathered her courage and asked, "Senior brother, you often wander through forbidden grounds. Have you ever encountered a remarkably handsome great cultivator? After all, the cultivators of the Fox clan are often strikingly beautiful, leaving an unforgettable impression. If you have crossed paths with such an individual, surely it would linger in your memory, wouldn't it?" Ouyang Weiwei paused momentarily, pondering the question, before shaking his head and responding, "No, I have yet to meet anyone more handsome than Beiji or Xiaobai. Moreover, the individuals here are all ancient beings who have lived for countless years. What beauty could possibly reside among them?" As Ouyang spoke, he suddenly halted, realizing that his little junior sister seemed to be fixated on superficialities, which was concerning. One day, you might be deceived by appearances while aiding others in their schemes. He admonished, such lessons must be instilled from a young age. Tutu, there is nothing wrong with appreciating beauty, but an obsessive pursuit of it can lead to a troubling mindset, you know? Hututu was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected lecture, struggling to process his words. Ouyang continued, "Some individuals may appear golden on the outside, yet are worthless within. Your second senior brother is quite handsome, yet he was still wetting the bed at 10. Second senior brother, still wetting the bed at 10? Hututu exclaimed in astonishment. "I stopped wetting the bed when I was 4. To her surprise, the usually cold and unapproachable Lung Qingsong had also been guilty of such childhood indiscretions. This revelation restored her sense of pride. Indeed, Xiaobai is also quite handsome, yet he used to cry at the slightest provocation." Ouyang whimsically continued, "It has been ages since I last cried." Hututu grew increasingly delighted as she recalled how upright and serene Brother Bai had once been, shedding tears so easily. Compared to them, I seem remarkably exceptional. The childish competitive spirit banished the earlier blows to her confidence, urging her senior brother to share more embarrassing tales about the two brothers. Ouyang, indulging his mischievous side, relished the opportunity to bolster Hututu's self-esteem while playfully tarnishing the reputations of the two wayward youths. He recounted tales of them neglecting to wipe after using the toilet, running around bare-bottomed, and crying out for their master while bathing due to the discomfort of scrubbing. He even spun a yarn about them urinating on each other in a contest to see who could go farther. The echoes of Hututu's laughter, as light and carefree as that of a young chick, filled the valley's paths. Meanwhile, on a nearby peak, Lung Qingsong, diligently working on the roof, was struck by a series of sneezes. In the trees, Bai Feiyu nearly lost his balance, almost tumbling down as he felt a sudden weakness in his legs. The two exchanged glances, each harboring a mutual thought. Could this child be cursing me in her heart without having ever sparred with me? How juvenile! They both simultaneously scoffed. Humph. Chapter 10. Foraging in the mountains, the deeper one ventures into the forbidden realm, the more breathtaking the scenery becomes. Majestic fish glide through the woods, and towering mushrooms reach for the heavens. White cranes dance amidst the mountains, while fierce tigers are ridden by humans. Ouyang and Hututu leisurely traverse the forest atop an enormous white-striped tiger. Hututu, sitting at the front and swinging her little feet, persistently inquires of Ouyang, senior brother, "What is your favorite small animal?" Feigning deep thought, Ouyang stroked his chin and replied playfully, "Well, I rather fancy little foxes." "Ah!" Hututu exclaimed in delight, quickly turning her head away to conceal her gleeful expression from Ouyang. "I like little foxes too, but little foxes might not necessarily like senior brother," she retorted, attempting to sound indifferent. Yet her heart brimmed with joy. How wonderful it was that her senior brother liked foxes. Did that not mean he liked her too? Observing Hututu's beaming, cherubic face, Ouyang couldn't help but reflect on the adage that daughters are their father's closest little treasures. How true it was! Who could resist such a charming little garment? Then, senior brother, are there foxes here? Hututu inquired, taking the opportunity to ask. Indeed, within Qingyun Valley, a myriad of beasts roam, including foxes. Ouyang answered, "Could you take me to see the foxes, senior brother?" Hututu gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Was it perhaps a longing for home, a desire to see her kin? Ouyang pondered her earnest request and, without hesitation, agreed. The two dismounted from the tiger, and Ouyang gently patted its flank, signaling for it to depart. The aura of the king of beasts lingered, deterring ordinary creatures from approaching. Once the tiger had ventured far enough away, Ouyang retrieved a length of rope from his pack and began to set up a trap on the ground. "What are you doing, senior brother?" Hututu asked, watching as he fiddled with the rope while simultaneously warming a chicken leg meant for their lunch. "I'm crafting a trap to catch a fox for you," Ouyang replied, not lifting his gaze. Upon seeing the rudimentary trap in Ouyang's hands, Hututu felt a twinge of indignation, thinking her kind's intelligence was being underestimated. "Senior brother, such a crude trap could never outsmart a clever fox." Ouyang inhaled the aroma of the warmed chicken leg, satisfied, and placed it within the rope's circle. He then took Hututu's hand and led her away from the trap, confidently stating, "It will surely work. I've even caught the sect leader using this method." Hututu gazed at Ouyang, her expression one of confusion, as if she had inadvertently stumbled upon a scandalous secret about the leader of Qingyun's sect. After Ouyang and Hututu departed, a long-hidden creature emerged from the shadows. Its gray fur, fluffy tail, and square face bore an expression of dullness. Had Ouyang seen it, he would have exclaimed, "Isn't that the 8th emoji for my WeChat expressions? The Tibetan fox?" The Tibetan fox circled the trap, a glimmer of mockery flashing in its eyes. A young cultivator in the Qi refining stage, accompanied by a member of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan, initially led me to believe he had some ulterior motive. However, it soon became apparent that his intention was merely to ensnare me. The gazelle-like eyes of the concealed fox were devoid of emotion, yet brimmed with wisdom. How unfortunate it is that someone as astute as I could so easily fall into such a rudimentary trap. Moreover, I am no ordinary creature. I am an 8-tailed spirit fox. The concealed fox let out a quiet, mocking chuckle, then cast its gaze toward the center of the shabby trap, where an aromatic chicken leg lay enticingly. As a fox, it was instinctively drawn to such a delectable morsel, unable to resist the allure of chicken. After all, chicken. "You are too beautiful." Unbeknownst to it, the fox extended its paw, reaching for the chicken leg. In the split second it grasped the leg, the noose unexpectedly tightened. Yet, against the might of an 8-tailed spirit fox nearing the tribulation stage, the trap was simply too slow. The concealed fox leisurely lifted the chicken leg to its mouth, savoring the exquisite flavor of the three-eyed feathered chicken. Just as it relished the taste, the previously inert rope suddenly ensnared its neck with the swiftness of lightning, leaving the fox no time to react. The seemingly ordinary rope constricted around it like a serpent. In a state of shock, The concealed fox attempted to unleash its immense demonic energy to sever the bindings, only to be horrified to find that its formidable power sank into the abyss, entirely beyond its control. At that moment, it recalled a phrase uttered by Ouyang. "I have captured the leader of the Qingyun sect using this method." Was the young man truly jesting? Just as the concealed fox prepared to utilize its innate divine ability to break free, a sudden numbness enveloped its body, causing it to collapse to the ground, consciousness fading into a haze. To its dismay, the rope was a magical artifact. It even employed poison. Feeling the rope binding it in a most humiliating manner, the concealed fox panicked. Could it be that a being of its caliber, a tribulation stage powerhouse, was destined to be disgracefully restrained here? As the bindings tightened, the fox's fading awareness screamed inwardly, "No, I'm a tribulation stage being." Meanwhile, another fox, who too sensed something amiss, suddenly raising its head and exclaiming, "Hey, senior brother, did you hear someone calling out?" Ouyang, meticulously excavating a spiritual herb, replied without turning his head, "Are you hungry? There's food in the backpack." Hutu was not hungry at all. Hutu busily adorned itself with a freshly woven floral crown, then scurried over to the backpack, retrieving a fragrant roasted chicken. After a satisfied bite, Hutu's face puffed up like a bun, radiating joy akin to a little hamster indulging in a feast. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and Hutu ceased chewing, gazing blankly upward, where a colossal three-headed monstrous bird loomed ominously. Its gaze sparkled with a predatory red glow, and an overwhelming pressure emanated from the creature. "Senior brother, there's a huge bird in the sky. It looks so fierce." Hutu stammered, calling out to Ouyang. Ouyang carefully cradled the spiritual herb he had unearthed, and, upon hearing Hutu's exclamation, turned to gaze at the sky. The three-headed monstrosity came into view, and upon noticing the crimson glow in its eyes, Ouyang's expression darkened. This creature had awakened its bloodline power and transformed into a ferocious beast. "Come here, Tutu, stay by my side," Ouyang called out to Hututu. Hututu swiftly darted into the backpack, peeking out nervously at the colossal bird above. The three-headed creature, measuring nearly 20 meters in length, fixed its menacing gaze upon the two below, seemingly intent on them as its prey. Just as the anxious Hututu was about to panic, Ouyang's voice broke through. "Tutu, after feasting on roast chicken for 2 days, would you care to sample the flavor of roasted bird?" Chapter 11. The Art of Magic. No need for applause. Though Hututu was oblivious to the true might of the senior brother before him, the fact that he had subdued both the formidable second and fourth brothers merely with the remnants of his morning irritability left no doubt about his extraordinary prowess. Consequently, fear was utterly absent from his demeanor. "You foul birds of the sky!" Hututu boldly shouted at the three-headed monster bird soaring above. Ouyang, with a furrowed brow, gazed at Hututu, who was hidden behind the backpack, fervently cheering him on. While he recognized that his little junior sister was encouraging him, her words sounded more like an insult, insinuating he was a mere novice in the realm of qi cultivation. Turning his gaze towards the three-headed monster bird, Ouyang observed its attributes. Name: three-headed monster bird, failed bloodline awakening, cultivation level, 6th stage of Yuaning bone quality. For charm, 1 luck, 1 special qualities, none exclusive skills, none evaluation. Ants are not worth evaluating. Upon seeing the attributes of the creature before him, Ouyang felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was merely an insignificant pest. However, it seemed the monster bird had sensed Ouyang's disdainful gaze. The three heads began to thrash wildly, suddenly lifting upward and opening their beaks. One head unleashed a torrent of flames, another expelled a tempestuous wind, while the middle head spewed forth a nauseating acidic liquid. The flames met the acid, causing an immediate and explosive surge of fire, further intensified by the violent winds from another head. In an instant, the sky transformed into a blazing inferno. So it possesses a rudimentary understanding of physics, does it? Ouyang remarked in astonishment at the monster bird's composite attack. Yet he remained unfazed. Nonchalantly, he retrieved a tome, studying its contents intently, and soon his understanding crystallized. After noting the flow of his true energy, he casually tossed the book aside and clapped his hands together. Bellowing, water dragon, the true energy within him, akin to a vast ocean, surged forth, and vapor began to swirl around Ouyang. A colossal water dragon erupted from the ground, soaring skyward with unstoppable momentum, charging directly at the monster bird, while the enveloping mist rushed towards the blazing sea of flames. Instantaneously, the inferno seemed to cower before its nemesis, doused by the encroaching vapor. The massive water dragon reared its head, claws raised, and forcefully pinned the three-headed monster bird, sinking its jaws into its prey. The creature did not even emit a cry of despair. It was simply swallowed whole by the dragon. The dragon, having consumed the monster bird, began to undulate joyfully in the sky, as if relishing its newfound vitality. The vapor that had formed its eyes gradually sparkled with life, and a faint aura of draconic majesty began to emanate from the water dragon. This dragon was on the verge of awakening. Ouyang frowned as he watched the swaying water dragon above, feeling the true energy within him ebbing away. Although the loss was insignificant compared to his vast reservoir of over 900 million units of true energy, it was clear that the water dragon was no longer heeding his command. Such occurrences plagued him every time he employed his magical arts. Gradually, the spells he conjured would slip beyond his control. With a cold snort, Ouyang raised his hand and commanded, "Wretched beast, reveal your true form." Suddenly, Ouyang severed the connection between himself and the water dragon's essence. However, at the very moment the link was broken, the water dragon let out a mournful cry, instantly transforming into a cascade of mist that enveloped the sky. Accompanying this spectacle was the lifeless body of the three-headed monster bird, hiding within the backpack. Hututu gazed at her seemingly divine senior brother, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had always known her senior brother was formidable, but she never anticipated just how astonishing he truly was. His mastery of water-based techniques was nothing short of remarkable. For a fleeting moment, she felt the overwhelming pressure of a real dragon, nearly causing her to lose control of herself. How incredible her senior brother was. Hututu clapped her hands enthusiastically, fervently lauding Ouyang like an infatuated fan. Upon hearing the adoration in his little junior sister's voice, Ouyang proudly placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. "Ha!" Hututu scrambled out of the backpack, darting towards the manual that Ouyang had carelessly discarded moments earlier. Surely, the manual her senior brother had been examining was a supreme technique. With a shrewdness that defined her character, Hututu picked up the manual and eagerly opened the book, which shimmered with a golden aura of legend in her eyes. Scrawled in crooked characters across the cover were the words, "Fundamentals of the 5 Elements Escape Techniques." What is this title? Hututu felt a pang of disappointment as she flipped through the pages, discovering that the spells contained within were merely basic techniques for the chi refinement stage. Such spells were so commonplace that they could be found in any ordinary human realm. They were hardly worthy of being called a manual. But wait, could it be that the true secrets were concealed within this seemingly ordinary introductory spellbook? A spark of brilliance illuminated Hututu's mind, and she couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. Truly, she was astute. Holding the manual aloft as if it were a treasure, she scampered toward Ouyang, her little legs moving swiftly, exclaiming proudly, "Senior brother, your supreme technique manual." Ouyang, still basking in the thrill of his earlier display, was taken aback when he saw Hututu waving the very book he had carelessly tossed aside. The fundamentals of the 5 elements escape techniques right in front of him. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he accepted the book from Hututu's eager gaze, tucking it away. After all, it was best that his junior sister remained oblivious to the fact that he could only learn chi refinement stage techniques. Even though the power he wielded seemed anything but ordinary, it was fundamentally still a genuine chi refinement technique. When faced with advanced spells, his limited cultivation rendered him as lost as a child reading an ancient tome, completely unable to comprehend it. Such chi refinement techniques, after being employed once, would swiftly evaporate from his memory, leaving him incapable of reproducing them without revisiting the text. He had once inquired with his master about this, only to receive the cryptic response: the teachings should not be shared with the unworthy. Those old geezers enjoyed cloaking their wisdom in mystery, making themselves appear far more impressive than they truly were. Ouyang could only lament that the root of the problem lay in his own lack of talent for the arcane arts. Thus, when this book remains unopened, my sole means of offense is reduced to unleashing the most unadulterated essence of my inner energy for an assault, which I shall refer to as fury. I am not an extraterrestrial primate, and such an approach seems to lack sophistication. Eldest senior brother, are you employing the secretive water evasion technique of the Qingyun sect? Hututu gazed at Ouyang with eyes filled with admiration. Ouyang coughed gently and replied in a hushed tone, "Indeed, I am. Your senior brother is, after all, a legendary prodigy of the arcane arts." "Wow, oh!" Hututu exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Satisfied with having garnered the admiration of his junior sister, Ouyang took hold of his burdensome companion and said, "Let us proceed and see if the trap has ensnared a fox." Chapter 12. Raising a Pet in the Tribulation Stage. The Tibetan Fox, ensnared in ropes like a tortoise shell, dangled forlornly from a tree. I dared not utter a sound, should the ancient masters in seclusion here catch sight of my predicament. My identity as a fox would be irrevocably lost, along with the dignity befitting a powerful being in the tribulation stage. I remained silent, for I had willingly allowed myself to be bound, merely finding the situation amusing. The Tibetan fox silently hypnotized itself, paralyzed with fear. Any movement would tighten the ropes further, causing the bells to jangle painfully. Tears welled in its heart, yet its expression remained blank and dazed. Thankfully, its foolishly square face concealed the tempest raging within, betraying no hint of its inner turmoil. "Master brother, may I learn such profound techniques in the future?" Hututu's voice echoed from afar. In a moment of desperation, the Tibetan fox chose to feign death. "Ah, Tutu has indeed caught a fox. Goodness, a square-faced Tibetan fox. What is such a creature doing in the forest?" Ouyang gazed in astonishment at the feigning Tibetan fox, but as he approached, his steps faltered. "Name: Huyen, eight-tailed spirit fox. Cultivation: first layer of the tribulation stage root bone. 8 charm. 0. 5 luck. 1. 5 talent. Would attribute bonus exclusive skill. Eight-tailed spirit fox form evaluation. Appearance may not signify everything, yet it accounts for a considerable portion." Ouyang raised an eyebrow at the attributes displayed before him. A spirit fox in the tribulation stage? He glanced at Hututu, wondering if it was assigned to secretly protect the little junior sister. Had the demon clan become so affluent as to employ a tribulation stage powerhouse for the protection of a mere girl? Yet, Hututu appeared utterly bewildered, showing no signs of recognition toward the Tibetan fox. "Master brother, is this truly a fox? It looks quite hideous." Hututu pointed at the Tibetan fox, speaking up. Ouyang nodded in response. "It is indeed a type of fox. Though its appearance is somewhat unattractive, it is unquestionably a genuine fox." The Tibetan fox, listening to their conversation, ground its teeth in frustration. Were it not for its current immobility, it would have surely sought to exact 1,000 tortures upon these audacious youngsters who dared to comment on its appearance. Nothing irked it more than others discussing its looks. Fearing that the Tibetan fox might lash out violently upon being freed, Ouyang, while unafraid himself, was concerned for Hututu behind him. "Tutu, stay here. I shall lower it," Ouyang instructed. Upon receiving Tutu's obedient acknowledgement, Ouyang approached the Tibetan fox and began to untie the ropes. This very rope had been gifted by his master, known as the binding lock of immortals. It was said that with sustained infusion of true energy, even celestial beings could be ensnared. Most importantly, it required no level restrictions, making it accessible even to mortals, a perfect fit for one like him, who could not wield magical artifacts until reaching the chi refining stage. As Ouyang loosened the final knot, the bound Tibetan fox suddenly opened its eyes. Time seemed to freeze within the realm, and the overwhelming pressure unique to a tribulation stage powerhouse descended upon the scene. "Child, you dare to." Ouch, ouch, ouch. As the Tibetan fox was about to threaten Ouyang, he was swiftly subdued, his throat gripped tightly and pressed to the ground. causing him to cry out in pain. Lower your voice. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your identity, Ouyang. If you dare to act recklessly, I shall fashion you into a fox fur coat. Ouyang threatened with a chilling demeanor. Stunned, Ouyang found himself pinned down, bewildered that this young man had uttered his true name. As a formidable cultivator in the tribulation stage, he was rendered completely immobile beneath the grasp of this mere human. He initially intended to summon his true essence, only to discover that his internal energy was firmly suppressed within his dantian by the young man's chi, leaving him utterly helpless. How could he, a grand practitioner of the tribulation stage, the mightiest existence in this world, be so utterly powerless before this youth? Was this young man perhaps an ancient immortal, come to play among mortals? Goodness! Having always feigned ignorance, he had never anticipated encountering someone even more adept at deception. Ouyang was convinced that the youth before him was a concealed, ancient demon. Otherwise, a tribulation stage cultivator like himself could never be so utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. Could it be that this old monster had reached that legendary realm? Internally shaken, Ouyang quickly adopted a submissive tone, saying, "Senior, I understand now. I beseech you to show mercy." Senior? Ouyang was momentarily confused by Ouyang's words, yet he replied, "I shall not make things difficult for you. As a tribulation stage cultivator, you must surely serve as an elder in the Qingyun sect. Amuse the little fox behind me, and I shall set you free. Otherwise, I will ensure your soul is extinguished." Though Ouyang was merely at the Qi training stage and had no comprehension of what a soul truly entailed, he resolved that if the Tibetan fox dared to resist again, he would not hesitate to scatter its ashes. Was the tribulation stage truly so formidable? He had bested countless elders in seclusion. What was there to fear? The pinned Tibetan fox nodded repeatedly, and Ouyang, with a smile, hoisted the fox and approached Hututu. Tutu, look, this is the fox from the Qingyun sect. Ouyang waved the Tibetan fox in front of Hututu. To prove the fox's authenticity, Ouyang even revealed the bell adorning its neck for Hututu to inspect. This action was akin to presenting an adult image to a young girl, causing Hututu to squeal in embarrassment. Coughing, Ouyang suddenly remembered that Hututu too was a fox and realized his previous gesture had indeed been somewhat inappropriate. The light in Ouyang's eyes had faded. He felt utterly humiliated before his kin, especially as one of direct descent possessing the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox. With vacant eyes, Ouyang gazed at the sun, his heart devoid of emotion as he thought, "Ah, today's sunlight is truly blinding. Senior brother, he is so ugly. Hee, but in a cute, quirky way. Quite adorable." Hututu cautiously reached out to poke the fur on Ouyang's body, grinning as she spoke. This kind of fox was unprecedented in her experience on Qingqiu Mountain, and encountering one for the first time was indeed a novelty. Upon hearing Hututu's words, Ouyang's ears twitched, and his lifeless eyes gazed at the clan members before him. For the first time in a millennium, a clansman had praised his cuteness. When he noticed the Tibetan fox looking at him, his oddly charming square face struck a peculiar chord with the little fox's unique sense of aesthetics. Hututu extended her hand towards Ouyang, exclaiming, senior brother, let me hold him." After giving Ouyang a warning glance, Ouyang reluctantly handed Ouyang over to Hututu. With great effort, Hututu lifted Ouyang, who was nearly her height, and caressed his smooth fur, a surge of kinship filling her with joy. Initially unappealing, he gradually appeared more endearing to her. Hututu cherished him as though he were a new toy. Ouyang regarded his little junior sister with bewilderment, utterly perplexed by her taste. However, Hututu's subsequent plea left Ouyang in a quandary. With pleading eyes, Hututu implored, "Senior brother, let's take him back to our small peak and raise him." Chapter 13. The trials of the Transcendence phase. Fox Ouyang found himself at a loss. Gazing into the pleading eyes of his little junior sister, he could not bring himself to refuse. However, cradled in his arms was a magnificent eight-tailed spirit fox, currently undergoing the trials of the Transcendence phase. Although Ouyang did not regard the Transcendence phase as particularly formidable, any practitioner of that level even when visiting the 9 great sacred lands, will be treated with the utmost respect and reverence. Who would dare to keep a transcendence phase expert as a mere pet? Was he prepared to disregard the dignity of such a being? I am willing. Yin suddenly conveyed telepathically to Ouyang. Ouyang turned, astonished, to behold the lifeless gaze of Yin nestled within Tutu's embrace. She is my kin. I wish to understand why a member of my clan has come to Qingyun's sect, and furthermore, she is the first among my kind in centuries to genuinely praise my appearance. Yin stated matter-of-factly. Was this reasoning not a touch contrived? Ouyang scrutinized Yin, perplexed about the true nature of the fox before him. Being merely a chi refinement practitioner, he had no means to engage in such advanced telepathy and could only inquire with his eyes. Yin harbored her own thoughts. Although she bore a deep-seated animosity towards Qing Qiu Mountain, this resentment had been cultivated from childhood ridicule regarding her appearance. Now, unexpectedly, a fellow clan member had acknowledged her beauty, offering sincere compliments that sparked a sense of belonging within her. Humans and demons differ greatly. The demon race still retains certain animalistic habits, and for fox demons, the emphasis on appearance is nearly as vital as life itself. Amidst the sea of handsome men and beautiful women in the Fox clan, she had long been an outcast, subjected to mockery and derision. The sudden recognition from a kindred spirit thawed the ice encasing Yan's heart. Moreover, there was Ouyang, standing at the pinnacle of this world. The transcendence phase represented the ultimate goal. With time, she could undoubtedly ascend to the 9th level of transcendence. But what lay beyond that? There had been no immortals since ancient times. Yet here stood one before her. Yin keenly sensed that her fortune was intertwined with Ouyang's Tutu and became even more resolute in her decision to remain by his side. This girl had expressed her desire to care for her, which was precisely what she had longed for. As for the dignity of a transcendence phase expert, what did it matter? The bell had already been freely observed by others. Did such notions still hold any weight? Under Tutu's heartfelt pleas, Yin offered no objections. Ouyang found himself devoid of any valid reasons to refuse. The only conceivable downside was the possibility that this fox sought to seize his little junior sister's 9-tailed celestial fox body. If that were the case, it would be far better to keep the fox close, rather than allowing a potentially nefarious presence to lurk in the shadows. It was wiser to keep it in plain sight. If this fox intended to usurp his junior sister's soul, there were powerful beings on the mountain who could handle such matters. Resolved, Ouyang made up his mind, as did the fox, and Tutu welcomed her new companion. All 3 parties were pleased, and they joyously proceeded towards the little mountain peak. The early autumn breeze has lost its sweltering heat, instead carrying a refreshing chill. Ouyang waved his hand, using his vital energy to pluck 2 spirit fruits from the forest, and he and Tutu hurried toward the small peak while munching on the fruits. Their backpack contained the heart and demon pill of a 3-headed monster bird, alongside the spirit herbs gathered that day. Tutu hummed an unknown nursery rhyme, the melody echoing along the path. Everything seemed so tranquil and idyllic. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the sky, descending before Ouyang. It was a paper crane. Ouyang extended his hand, and the crane gracefully landed in his palm, unfurling into a sheet of paper. Upon seeing the signature, Ouyang recalled that the formalities for his junior sister's admission to the Qingyun sect had yet to be completed. The signature on the yellow paper indicated Qingyun Peak, the main peak of the sect. Whenever new inner disciples were accepted, they had to ascend to Qingyun Peak to light their life lamps. These lamps were not a means of control, but rather a safeguard for the disciples. As long as the lamp remained lit, it indicated that its owner was alive. If the flame dimmed, it would signify that the owner had been harmed. The guards atop Qingyun Peak would employ secret methods to locate the owner and provide assistance. This was the assurance granted to inner disciples by the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 great holy lands, reflecting the care the grand sect had for its disciples. Only upon lighting their life lamp, receiving their waste token, and being recorded in the sect's genealogy would the Qingyun sect acknowledge an individual as a disciple. This paper crane served as a reminder for Ouyang to accompany his junior sister to complete the necessary procedures. He recalled that the last time he had done so was 5 or 6 years ago, when Xiaobai was admitted. Without this paper crane, he might have nearly forgotten the matter. Ouyang used his finger as a pen, infusing his vital energy as ink, and scrawled 3 words on the yellow paper. Got it. He then poured his vital energy into the paper, which promptly transformed back into a paper crane, joyfully circling around him before reluctantly flying towards Qingyun Peak. After being infused with Ouyang's energy, the crane appeared far more lively than when it had first arrived. Ouyang, accompanied by Hututu and Huyin, returned to the small peak just in time for dinner. Hututu solemnly introduced her new pet, Handsome Guy, to her senior brothers. In the eyes of Lung Qingsong, Bai Feiyu, and Chun Chongsheng, this concealed fox merely resembled an oddly shaped ordinary fox. They believed it was simply a manifestation of their junior sister's homesickness, an unspoken understanding among them that their junior sister was, in fact, a fox. However, Huyin, being a formidable figure in the tribulation stage, found it simple to suppress his aura before the three, despite their immense talent, as they had yet to reach full maturity. After dinner, they each returned to their quarters to rest. Hututu cradled Huyin in her arms, curling up on the bed, and softly whispered, Handsome Guy, I am actually a fox too. Once I discover the perfect method to awaken my bloodline, I will take you back to the Qingqiu Mountains, where all of us foxes reside. Hutu, a 5-year-old girl, babbled endlessly, clearly missing her home in the days following her departure. Encountering a kindred spirit, even if it was merely a young fox yet to awaken its intellect, she poured out her heart. As the conversation flowed, Hutu's head tilted, and she drifted off to sleep on the bed. Yin observed Hutu's slumbering form, his expression shifting to one of understanding. So, she had come here for the sake of her cultivation secrets? How fitting of those old geezer style. Yin felt a hint of disdain, but just as he was about to leap off the bed, he noticed Hutu curling up in the cold. With a kind heart, he extended his paw to cover her with the blanket. Yet, Hutu grasped his paw tightly, and as Yin attempted to withdraw, she softly murmured in her sleep, Mommy, I miss you so much. Chapter 14. The disciples of the sect master turn out to be the holy son of the demon clan. A sudden knock on the door stirred Hututu from his dream, where he was indulging in candied hawthorn. Blinking sleepily, he rubbed his eyes and sat up, still disoriented about his surroundings. Ouyang, clad in a green robe, entered the room. Senior brother, have you eaten? Hututu inquired, still in a daze. It's too early for that, and today we won't be dining at the small peak. We're heading to Qingyun Peak for a meal. Hurry and get up. We must fetch your everlasting lamp today, Ouyang cheerfully replied. He then glanced at Huyin, who was still nestled at the head of the bed, showing no signs of getting up. Hututu, still groggy, managed to dress himself and followed Ouyang out of the room. Upon raising his head, he noticed Bai Feiyu standing on a branch, hand behind his back. Brother Bai is practicing so early, truly diligent. Showing off so early in the morning, not knowing for whom he is doing it. Come on, come on. If we delay any longer, we shall miss the midday meal at Qingyun's sect, Ouyang remarked, casting a glance at Bai Feiyu before urging Hututu onward. Senior brother, we aren't walking there, are we? Hututu asked, looking at his senior, puzzled about why Ouyang, despite being only at the 9th level of Qi refinement, could not fly with a sword. Were they destined to ascend the seemingly endless mountain path again? Ouyang shook his head, smiling as he said, We will not be hiking today. Someone from Qingyun Peak will come fetch us. No sooner had Ouyang spoken than a melodious bird call resonated through the air. Hututu looked up to see a majestic white crane circling above the small peak. A youthful voice, amplified by true essence, echoed across the entire mountain. By the decree of the sect master, let the newly admitted inner disciple Hututu proceed to Qingyun Peak to light his everlasting lamp. Hututu, step forward to receive the decree. All other persons retreat. Retreat? Ouyang squinted at the audacious white crane still soaring overhead, wondering how it dared to act so brazenly within their territory. Who does it think it is? A newcomer, perhaps? But that crane does appear rather plump. Xiaobai, shoot that flying creature down for me. We shall have an extra meal at noon. Ouyang called to Bai Feiyu, who was still standing with his hands behind his back. Bai Feiyu, displeased, opened his eyes. He was in the midst of stabilizing his realm when someone dared to disturb his focus with a sound amplified by true essence. Were they tired of living? The 3-foot green sword at his waist seemed to sense his emotional shift and unsheathed itself, darting toward the crane. Brother Bai, spare the bird. A golden streak approached rapidly, colliding with the circling white crane and sending it flying far away. The golden light halted, revealing a young man clad in a white Taoist robe, handsome in appearance, standing on a flying sword. Brother Bai, the Ancestor-S disciple has only recently entered the inner sect. If there has been any offense, I hope you will forgive me. Upon seeing the newcomer, Bai Feiyu closed his eyes once more. The sword that had missed its target swiftly returned to its sheath. Ouyang observed the attributes of a newcomer and instantly recognized who he was. Name: Ling Feng, Chief Disciple, Cultivation, 3rd stage of Yuan Ing Root Bone. 8 Charm, 8 Fortune, 8 Swordsmanship Talent, 8 Exclusive Skill, Dual Sword Blossom / Evaluation, an unremarkable chief disciple of the dual sword style. Ouyang expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Old Ling, what are you doing? Why would you send such a motley crew to the small peak? Ling Feng, with an apologetic smile, replied, I just delivered a letter to Master at the Jade Maiden Peak, which is why I asked my junior brother to come here. I have reminded him to exercise caution. Perhaps the youth is a bit overconfident. I hope you can forgive him, Brother Ouyang. His words were courteous, and his smile exuded a gentle warmth akin to a spring breeze. Brother, they even dared to attack the Master S-Mount. A voice filled with indignation came from the white crane as a young boy leaned forward to report to Ling Feng. Ouyang glanced at the boy's face, his expression subtly shifting, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Name: Zhu Yuan, son of the Demon Clan, Cultivation, 1st stage of Foundation Establishment Rootbone, 10 Charm, 8 Fortune, 7 Blade Talent, 10 Exclusive Skill, Metamorphic Demon Idol Evaluation, a somewhat ostentatious major antagonist. A son of the Demon Clan? Ouyang was taken aback. The old man has actually taken a son of the Demon Clan as a disciple, and they even sent their own son here as an undercover agent? What a bold investment. Upon seeing Zhu Yuan's attributes, Ouyang was momentarily dazed, a flurry of question marks flashing in his mind. The eternal conflict between Tao and Demon has been a steadfast law since ancient times. This was something he had previously confirmed with Xiao Bai during a demon-slaying mission. After completing the task, Ouyang sighed, Xiao Bai, have there truly been countless wars between Tao and Demon? What could possibly be the reason? Bai Feiyu responded nonchalantly, it is merely a struggle for the supremacy of doctrines, as it has been since ancient times. Thus, it was evident that the conflict had persisted even in Xiao Bai's previous life, and Xiao Bai regarded it as a matter of course. Ouyang furrowed his brow as he observed the arrogant Zhu Yuan atop the white crane. His attributes were indeed remarkable, even surpassing those of the reincarnated Ancient Sword Immortal, Xiao Bai, though slightly inferior to his own younger brother. However, this was not what troubled Ouyang. Any genius who had not yet matured posed no real threat, as long as they were not afforded the time to develop. Ouyang's concern was whether the old Master-S acceptance of such a Demon Clan scion would jeopardize his reputation in later years. After all, as the head of the 9 great sacred lands, to have a direct disciple who was a demon scion was a profound disgrace for the Qingyun sect, which prided itself on being the vanguard of righteousness. As Ouyang pondered, Ling Feng remained standing calmly on his flying sword, unhurried and composed. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu, perched on a tree, opened his eyes in surprise. His elder brother had never been so unyielding, always embodying the role of a good-natured person. Today, however, he was unusually silent. Bai Feiyu turned his gaze towards the contemplative Ouyang, a thought crossing his mind. He gracefully descended beside Ouyang and inquired casually, what troubles you? Ouyang, snapping back to reality, looked at the perplexed Bai Feiyu and softly remarked, Xiao Bai, what are your thoughts on that boy riding the crane? Bai Feiyu's gaze sharpened as he turned to the youth atop the white crane, nodding slightly as he remarked, though he may not possess the excellence of second senior brother, he is undoubtedly gifted in his own right. It appears the sect leader has taken on a commendable disciple. Ouyang was somewhat taken aback. Could even the reincarnation of the Ancient Sword Immortal, Little Bai, fail to discern that the young man before him belonged to the demonic clan? Was it perhaps due to that unique skill? A faint smile played on Ouyang's lips. How intriguing. Chapter 15. Chun Changsheng's sudden strike before Ouyang could prepare to teach the demonic scion before him a lesson he would not soon forget. The great formation surrounding the small mountain peak was unexpectedly activated. Like an air shield, the array enveloped the entire summit in an instant. Ouyang's heart sank. How had this protective formation, which was always managed by the third disciple Chun Changsheng, activated on its own? With the Qingyun sect facing annihilation, the usually cautious Chun Changsheng would not act lightly. He typically preferred to retreat slightly behind the crowd when trouble arose. What had prompted the sudden activation of all the protective formations on the mountain? Not only Ouyang, but also the nearby Xiaobai, quickly summoned his sword intent, filling the air above the small mountain with countless invisible blades. A sound like the breaking of air rang out as Lung Qingsong wielded his sword, shattering the recently repaired rooftop, resembling a sharp sword himself, fixated on the figures of Lingfeng and Ziyuan above. Both of them were acutely aware of Chun Changsheng's disposition. He would not activate all the formations unless faced with a matter of life and death. The atmosphere on the small mountain transformed dramatically, as if the very heavens had been turned upside down under the influence of the formation. Winds, fire, thunder, and lightning clashed in the air, torrential rain poured down, only to morph into countless formless swords. At the center of it all, Lingfeng and Ziyuan's faces turned pale. The moment the formation activated, Lingfeng felt an immense pressure. The intricate, delicate light golden formation diagram faintly emerged above him. Even as a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, he felt a sense of despair. Not to mention, below stood two sword-wielding figures, Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong, who had locked onto him and were poised to strike. Though they were both merely at the core formation stage, Lingfeng was certain that he would not survive more than 3 moves against either of them. Monsters have emerged from the small mountain. This saying, which had quietly circulated within the Qingyun sect, Lingfeng had previously dismissed, treating those from the small mountain with a degree of leniency. But now he understood its meaning. He would certainly steer clear of them in the future. Senior brother, what do they intend to do? Slaughter their fellow disciples? Ziyuan, seated atop the white crane and only at the core formation stage, spoke with a tremor in his voice, glancing at Lingfeng for help, still unable to believe the situation. This was the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred lands. Ziyuan could hardly fathom that his fellow disciples would dare to turn against him. After all, he was a genius, a once-in-a-millennium talent. Though he had only recently joined the Qingyun sect, he could not believe they would allow such an unparalleled prodigy to perish in an internal conflict. Lingfeng, witnessing Ziyuan's plea for assistance, offered a wry smile. He positioned himself protectively in front of Ziyuan and addressed the equally bewildered Ouyang below. Brother Ouyang, if junior brother Ziyuan and I have offended the small mountain in any way, I, Lingfeng, now extend my apologies. I humbly ask you to show mercy. What do you mean by showing mercy? Ouyang gazed blankly at Bai Feiyu beside him. Xiaobai, what does this mean? He whispered. Brother Chun, it is time to take action. Bai Feiyu, equally perplexed by the unfolding events, observed as the usually cautious Chun Changsheng unleashed all his hidden cards in a sudden outburst, undoubtedly having uncovered something significant. Just as Ouyang was about to inquire further, a colossal golden array quietly materialized amidst the dark clouds. From this immense golden formation emerged hundreds of figures clad in purple robes, each one a Chun Changsheng. Every incarnation exuded an identical aura. Their cultivation at the core formation stage enhanced by the array, swiftly ascending to the realm of the pseudo-infant. Hundreds of Chun Changsheng encircled Zhu Yuan and Ling Feng, slowly drawing their long swords from their waists. The simultaneous unsheathing of countless blades resonated with a crisp, melodic clang. The murderous intent compelled the encircled Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan to instinctively grasp their own weapons. Hundreds of cultivators, each comparable to those of the infant stage. Where on earth did such a multitude of infant stage cultivators arise from? Ling Feng's gaze, icy and unwavering, scrutinized the hundreds of Chun Changsheng brimming with lethal intent, all bearing identical appearances. Yet Each was undeniably real. He could feel that every Qin Changsheng was a living, breathing individual. Hundreds of identical beings, all possessing the same cultivation level. What arcane technique could this possibly be? Even as the head disciple of the sect, this was his first encounter with such a miraculous method. As a practitioner of the third layer of the infant stage, he knew that under the siege of hundreds of these warriors, he would not survive a heartbeat, let alone safeguard Zhu Yuan position behind him. Ouyang, witnessing this for the first time, was taken aback by Qin Changsheng's ruthless decisiveness, having summoned all his puppets. Among these puppets, Qin Changsheng himself must be present. Narrowing his eyes, Ouyang focused on a figure slightly set apart among the hundreds of Qin Changsheng. The gathered Qin Changsheng quietly regarded Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan, then spoke in unison. "Brother Ling, please step aside." Qin Changsheng's target was undoubtedly Zhu Yuan behind Ling Feng. Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Ling Feng's expression remained impassive. He slowly extended his hand to his back, drawing forth an oddly shaped long sword. With dual blades in hand, Ling Feng calmly stated, "From the moment my junior brother set foot on the mountain and called me brother, I became his elder brother, and he became my junior." Brother Zhu Yuan gazed up with gratitude at the imposing figure shielding him, akin to a mountain. Ling Feng's response to Qin Changsheng also signified his stance. The hundreds of Qin Changsheng remained silent, observing Ling Feng, and softly declared, "Then you shall accompany him to death." In an instant, the clash of 100 swords echoed throughout the entire mountain peak. Chapter 16. The Oath of Heaven. What scene unfolds when hundreds of cultivators, comparable to those in the nascent soul stage, simultaneously take action? That is the current spectacle. Hundreds of nascent soul stage Qin Changsheng stand resolutely, their raging true essence surging above the small peak. Countless sword energies reverberate in the air, while Ling Feng retrieves a delicate copper bell, chanting incantations as the bell envelopes both himself and Ancestor Yuan. The relentless sword energies crash against the bell, creating a cacophony of rippling waves. Encircled at the center, Ling Feng and Ancestor Yuan endure immense pressure. Ling Feng, wielding dual swords and possessing extraordinary talent as the sect leader's disciple, is further equipped with a treasured artifact crafted by his master. At the third level of the nascent soul realm, he is confident in his ability to contend with two opponents of the same level, while easily dispatching those of inferior rank. However, facing hundreds of cultivators of comparable strength, he is acutely aware of the tremendous cost he may incur, even facing the prospect of demise. When numbers reach a certain threshold, a qualitative change is inevitable. Who knows what secret techniques this unfamiliar junior brother employs to summon such a multitude of avatars? What kind of monsters lurk on this small peak? In stark contrast to Ling Feng's strenuous efforts, Ancestor Yuan, perched upon a white crane, has become utterly petrified. He has never felt death so close. Were it not for his senior brother's resistance, a mere instant could spell his end. To this day, he cannot fathom the enmity he holds against this adversary. From birth, whether in the demon realm or upon entering the Qinyan sect, he has traversed life without a hitch, always in a position of superiority, destined to be one who gazes down upon all beings. Yet now, he feels as vulnerable as a banana leaf in a torrential downpour, like a mouse amidst a throng of cats, poised to be struck down at any moment. He has risked everything to infiltrate the Qinyan sect for the sake of the demon clan's grand cause. Is he truly to perish here within a month? As he gazes at the reigning sword energies, Ancestor Yuan feels a surge of resentment, casting a venomous glance at the Ling Feng standing before him. Were it not for you, I would not have come here. I was merely meant to deliver a message, yet it has turned into a matter of life and death. I cannot die. I am the holy son of the demon clan. I am the future demon emperor. How could I possibly perish in such a place? With his eyes beginning to redden, Ancestor Yuan's dignity as a prodigy ignites his latent potential in the face of life and death. Prodigies are called such not only for their outstanding talents, but also because they consider it a disgrace to hide beneath the protection of others. Ancestor Yuan, who had just recently broken through to the core formation stage, begins to experience a rapid surge in power. In an instant, he ascends to the third level of core formation. In the midst of battle, he breaks through. The potential of these children of destiny is often unreasonable. While some remain stuck at the ninth level of the Qi refining stage for years, others break through as easily as drinking water. Ancestor Yuan lets out a furious roar, his black, true essence coalescing into an obsidian long sword in his hand. With a light tap of his toes, he bursts forth from the protection of the copper bell, charging towards the densely packed Chun Changsheng before him. The fierce and menacing intent of the blades surged forth, embodying an unstoppable momentum, instantly dispatching 3 versions of Chun Changsheng. This strike, imbued with a tragic resolve, unleashed a remarkable aura that directly targeted its victims, leaving the 3 Chun Changshengs powerless to move, forced to watch helplessly as Ziyuan cleave them in two. Yet, in that very instant, Ziyuan himself was struck by a flurry of sword energies, spitting blood as he was sent hurtling backward. Ling Feng hurriedly emerged from the bronze bell, catching the already unconscious Ing, who was suddenly exposed to a torrential downpour of swords. Enough! Ouyang's calm voice resonated, as a pale golden hand of true energy materialized before Ling Feng, successfully shielding him from the onslaught of blades. Ling Feng cast a grateful glance towards the composed Ouyang, nodding appreciatively. Although Ouyang maintained a serene facade, he felt a twinge of frustration. He could only stand on the ground, unable to master the art of flight. Fortunately, he had thwarted Qin Changsheng's attack just before the latter could strike down Ling Feng and Ziyuan. Yet, Qin Changsheng remained undeterred. As hundreds of his doppelgangers began to move, intricately weaving a profound formation, Ouyang's expression tightened. This young man truly was relentless, determined to extinguish lives at every turn. Beiji Xiaobai restrained him. Ouyang commanded his 2 junior brothers, having no choice but to issue orders to them. Although the reason behind Ouyang shielding Ling Feng and Ziyuan from Chun Changsheng's assault remained unclear, Colqing Song, as the junior brother, did not hesitate to charge forward at Ouyang's behest. Bai Feiyu, slightly slower, cast a glance at Ouyang before following closely behind Colqing Song. As the two managed to evade Chun Changsheng's encirclement, they quickly identified the true form of Chun Changsheng among the multitude of doppelgangers. Colqing Song, transformed into a sharp blade, deftly knocked the long sword from one of Chun Changsheng's hands. The movement of the hundreds of doppelgangers came to a sudden halt. But Chun Changsheng, undeterred, reached into his sleeve. He would not act without several hidden cards. Once he retrieved the items concealed within, Ziyuan would surely perish. Regardless of his condition, Chun Changsheng's eyes burned with fury as he gazed upon Xin, a figure with whom he shared a deep-seated enmity from their past lives. Completely abandoning any semblance of caution. One of us must die here today. Suddenly, Bai Feiyu seized Chun Changsheng's hand as it reached into his sleeve. His voice low yet filled with compassion. Third senior brother, master brother commands you to cease. At these words, a flicker of clarity crossed Chun Changsheng's eyes as he turned in astonishment towards Ouyang below. Ouyang merely shook his head gently, signaling for Chun Changsheng to relent. Reluctantly, Chun Changsheng gazed at the fallen Ziyuan in Ling Feng's embrace, realizing he had never been so close to killing him, not even in a past life. Yet, with his mind regaining clarity, Chun Changsheng reluctantly lowered his hand, shouting in fury at Xing, "By the decree of heaven, within 10 years, I, Chun Changsheng, shall slay Ziyuan. If I fail, may all beings, gods, demons, and mortals, unite against me." The sudden declaration of the heavenly oath by Chun Changsheng left all present in a state of astonishment. For any practitioner, uttering such an oath is not a trivial matter. It is not spoken lightly unless one harbors profound enmity. This solemn vow is a request for the heavens and earth to witness the commitment made by the practitioner, should the vow remain unfulfilled. Even if the practitioner does not take their own life, the cosmos will orchestrate various unforeseen events to preserve their dignity. Once the heavenly oath is established, the individual who has sworn must see it through. This is an unwavering truth. Thus, in that moment, as Chen Changsheng roared forth his heavenly oath, everyone present understood that there existed an undeniable, deep-seated enmity between him and the ancestral source held by Ling Feng. Chapter 17. If the sect leader does not agree, I shall speak with him. Suddenly, the sky darkens with dense clouds, within which resound 9 ominous thunderclaps. The originally black clouds flicker with 9 flashes of lightning. This signifies that the celestial oath established by Chen Changsheng has been acknowledged by the heavens. As the celestial oath takes effect, the expressions of all present turn grim. Chen Changsheng performs a hand gesture, and hundreds of his avatars instantly return to his sleeves. Straining his spirit, he directs his long sword towards the golden formation in the sky, which slowly dissipates into the atmosphere. Although Chen Changsheng agrees to let Ling Feng and the others depart, a glance at the unconscious Zhu Yuan ignites his fury, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood and collapse into Bai Feiyu's embrace. The sky clears, yet an even more intense aura of slaughter permeates the air. Initially, Chen Changsheng harbored murderous intent solely towards the unconscious Zhu Yuan in Ling Feng's arms. Now, the gaze of everyone atop the small mountain is fixed upon Zhu Yuan. Lung Qingsong stands before Ling Feng, sword in hand, as Bai Feiyu descends from the sky, laying Chen Changsheng on a recliner before soaring upward again to block Ling Feng's escape. They position themselves strategically, forming an intricate offensive and defensive formation. Both warriors, possessing sword intent, reach a mutual understanding in an instant. If they were to strike, it must be a lethal blow. They are acutely aware that Chen Changsheng has sworn a celestial oath, and failure to fulfill it would lead to his demise. Zhu Yuan, now in Ling Feng's embrace, can be dispatched at Ouyang's command, allowing them to assist Chen Changsheng in fulfilling his celestial oath. 10 years. It wouldn't take that long. Within 10 breaths, they could reduce Zhu Yuan to mere fragments. Does one require a reason to kill? Their brotherhood necessitates his death, and that is sufficient. As Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu unsheathe their swords, an involuntary aura of sword intent emanates from them. Their sword intent, both aimed at offense when unleashed, exudes an even more chilling intent than Chen Changsheng's numerous avatars earlier. The overwhelming sword intent envelopes Ling Feng, who, with a bitter smile, silently places the unconscious Zhu Yuan on the back of the white crane. At the moment Chen Changsheng established his celestial oath, Ling Feng understood that there existed a profound enmity between Chen Changsheng and his junior disciple. This animosity had escalated to a point of no return. He was unaware of the grievous offense his junior disciple had committed against Chen Changsheng, but it was undoubtedly severe enough to warrant the destruction of Chen Changsheng's entire family. Yet, as an elder brother, Ling Feng could not stand idly by while his junior disciple faced an unjust demise. He was not only his senior, but also a disciple of the sect leader. He could not abandon his brother to save himself. Drawing his twin swords, Ling Feng inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening as he confronted the 2 formidable auras of sword intent, greater pressure than he had felt even against Chen Changsheng as hundreds of avatars. The sword intent was a realm only accessible to highly accomplished cultivators at the out-of-body stage. Even in the 3rd stage of the nascent soul realm, I have merely grazed the threshold of sword intent. How can it be that on this modest peak, 2 cultivators in the core formation stage are capable of comprehending sword intent? This is beyond monstrous. It is akin to encountering a specter. Ling Feng, wielding his sword, felt the embryonic sword intent within him quail at the prospect of manifesting. An unformed sword intent would be utterly annihilated in the presence of a complete one. Sword cultivators inherently forsake all forms of defense in pursuit of ultimate offense. During regular practice, one often faces dire consequences, let alone in a life-and-death confrontation. For a sword cultivator, possessing sword intent versus lacking it represents an entirely different realm of existence. Ling Feng, at the 3rd stage of the nascent soul, found merely grasping his sword to be an arduous endeavor before his 2 core formation junior brothers. Of course, relinquishing his sword would ease his burden significantly. Yet, such an act would signify a relinquishment of his sword path, a a forsaking of his very essence. Abandoning one's path is a cruelty far more severe than death for any practitioner. Thus, even under the oppressive weight of the sword intent from Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, Ling Feng remained unwilling to release his sword. Suddenly, Ouyang spoke from below. "Old Ling, your junior brother has coughed up blood, and so has my junior brother. Let us consider this matter settled." Ouyang's words were like a lifeline to Ling Feng, prompting him to respond hastily. Indeed, it was merely a childish bout of temper. "The contest has concluded. Allow them to depart." Ouyang approached Chen Changsheng, placing his hand upon Chen's pulse, speaking without looking back. "Senior brother, Bai Feiyu wished to add something." Believing Ouyang was unaware of the gravity of the heavenly oath Chen Changsheng had just established, and thus sought to caution him. "Let them go." Ouyang produced a white jade vial from his robe, dispensing a pill to Chen Changsheng as he spoke with a calm demeanor. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, unwilling yet resigned, descended from the air. Ling Feng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily clasping his fists in gratitude toward Ouyang, ready to depart on the white crane with his junior brother. Yet, Ouyang's voice rang out once more. "Senior Ling, regarding the matter of my junior sister lighting the eternal lamp tomorrow, I hope you will be understanding." Ling Feng forced a smile, replying, "Of course, Senior Ouyang. Please rest assured. I heard from a sect leader that there will be a grand sect competition in a month." Ouyang inquired. Ling Feng's heart sank with a foreboding sensation. Yet he steeled himself to respond. "Indeed, the sect competition is indeed scheduled for a month from now." Ouyang nodded, continuing, "Please convey to the sect leader that my modest peak will also participate in this competition, and I hope that junior brother Zhu Yuan, who lies there, will also take part." Ling Feng, feeling a pang of bitterness, replied, "Senior Ouyang, must it escalate to such a degree? Had I known that junior brother Zhu's visit would cause such a commotion, I would have braved any peril to attend personally." Ouyang regarded Ling Feng with an indifferent gaze, stating, "I am merely informing you and the sect leader, not seeking your counsel. If the sect leader is unwilling, I shall speak with him directly. Also, my surname is Ouyang, not O." Chapter 18. I am your senior brother in this matter. Ling Feng naturally dared not make a decision on his own. He could only assure that he would report to the sect leader. As Ling Feng rode his white crane, racing frantically into the distance until he vanished beyond the horizon, Ouyang let out a sigh, noticing that Lung Qingsong and the others were staring intently at him. "What are you staring at? There are no flowers blooming on my face." Ouyang said, somewhat irritated. "Senior brother, do you think that Ziyuan might flee before the sect competition?" Bai Feiyu inquired. "This world is remarkably vast. Even in his past life as a sword immortal, he had never grasped its entirety. If Ziyuan truly feared for his safety and chose to hide, locating him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After all, if he could just lay low for 10 years. Once Chen Changsheng perished due to failing his heavenly oath, Ziyuan could emerge anew without consequence. What else could be done? Should we go to Qingyun Peak and sever the boy's limbs?" "Hey, come back. I didn't summon you," Ouyang exclaimed in frustration. Unexpectedly, Lung Qingsong sprang to his feet, sword in hand, and strode toward the exit. This younger brother was far too earnest. He would genuinely take action. Ouyang hastily called out to stop Lung Qingsong from carrying out his reckless intentions, chastising him thoroughly. Hu Tu, clutching a type of fox, looked at Chen Changsheng, who was reclined on a chair, with a face full of concern. "Will third senior brother be all right? I just saw him spitting blood. It must hurt terribly." Ouyang, observing Hu Tu's tearful expression, quickly offered reassurance. "It's nothing to worry about. Changsheng merely exhausted his true essence, and the emotional strain caused by his anger triggered the blood. If he does not expel this clotted blood, it would only lead to greater harm." After calming Hu Tu, Ouyang instructed Bai Feiyu to keep a close watch on the battle-hungry Lung Qingsong before finally carrying Chen Changsheng to his room. Chen Changsheng entered into an extended dream, returning to his past life. In that sunless world, he was drenched in blood, relentlessly slaying the demons that charged at him. Blood obscured his vision, rendering everything hazy. His meridians were severed, and he could muster no trace of true essence, relying solely on primal instincts to fight. Yet, even in that state, He clung tightly to his sword. Suddenly, the scenery before him shifted, and a face he had never forgotten reappeared. A man, strikingly beautiful, yet eerily so, donned a blood-red robe, with a vertical pupil between his brows exuding malevolence, horns protruding from his head, and black wings sprouting from his back. He was ensnared by countless vengeful spirits, resembling a malevolent specter from the underworld. That face belonged to Xuan, the demon sovereign, one of the chief architects of this apocalyptic calamity. Now, Xuan wielded a blood-red long knife, holding a severed head aloft as he laughed maniacally towards the heavens. At this moment, he had become the most formidable demon in the world, having slain all of Qin Changxing's acquaintances and thrown the entire realm into chaos. Upon seeing the head in Ziyuan's grasp, Qin Changxing's eyes welled with blood tears as he screamed in anguish. The head belonged to Ouyang. In the apocalyptic world, Ouyang always stood resolutely in front of Qin Changxing, shielding him from the most perilous and terrifying threats. Even when Ouyang met his tragic demise before Qin's eyes, he urged Qin to flee with unwavering determination. Consumed by thoughts of vengeance, Qin Changxing toiled day and night, teetering on the brink of madness. Yet, confronted by the now ascended Xuan, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Suddenly, Ouyang's severed head in Ziyuan's grasp opened its tightly shut eyes and cried out, "Run away." Startled, Qin Changxing jolted awake, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Had he been plagued by a nightmare? A voice, familiar to the core, echoed beside him. Upon hearing it, tears streamed down Qin's face, and he hastily wiped his eyes with his sleeve, mumbling, "Sweat got in my eyes." Ouyang, observing Qin's flustered demeanor, chuckled softly and settled onto a chair by the bedside, his gaze calm as he inquired, "Is it wrong for your senior brother to prevent you from killing Ziyuan?" Qin shook his head, a hint of regret welling within him. Since his rebirth, he had exercised utmost caution, yet when faced with his foe, he was still overwhelmed by rage. Not only had he failed to slay Ziyuan, but he had also inadvertently alerted him. "I understand your concerns, senior brother," Qin said gloomily. "If I were to kill him, I would have no place to stand within Qinyan sect or even the entire cultivation world. Within the sect, internal strife was strictly forbidden. If their conflict were to be revealed, the consequences could range from the loss of cultivation and expulsion to outright execution. If Qin were to slay Ziyuan, it would equate to a self-destructive act. Naturally, Ouyang would not endorse such a course of action. Thus, when he allowed Ling Feng to depart, he compelled Ling Feng to declare that Qin's actions were merely a sparring match among peers. As long as all parties involved acknowledged it as such, Qin would not bear the burden of responsibility. Ouyang sighed, contemplating his younger disciple. The reborn Qin Changxing should be aware of Ziyuan's true identity. Ouyang was cognizant that Xuan was the holy son of the demon clan. However, would anyone believe such a claim if uttered so brazenly? Even the reincarnated Ancient Sword Immortal could not discern Ziyuan's true nature. How could they expect the older, decrepit figures to see through it? However, Qin had made a heavenly oath before his unconsciousness. With that vow as a foundation, it was likely that everyone would grow wary of Ziyuan's identity. By not stating it outright, and instead allowing doubt to fester, the suspicion surrounding Ziyuan could be amplified. As Qin sensed Ouyang's sigh, his heart tightened, and he quickly reassured, "Senior brother, rest assured, I will not take action against him in the near future." Though he would refrain now, he knew that eventually he would. Ouyang shook his head, stepping closer to Qin and lowering his voice to ask, "Have you marked him?" Qin nodded. When Ziyuan had emerged to sever his 3 avatars, Qin had left a soul imprint on him. Such a mark would ensure that no matter where Ziyuan ventured, Qin would be able to find him. Ouyang nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that his junior disciple approached tasks with caution and meticulousness. Indeed, he was far superior to a certain fool who recklessly charged forward with his sword. "You should rest for now. The situation has unfolded, and we shall take it one step at a time," Ouyang reassured him. Qin Changxing obediently reclined back onto his bed, staring blankly at Ouyang as he posed a question. "Brother, if, and I emphasize if, killing Ziyuan could avert a calamity, would you believe it?" Ouyang was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head after a moment's contemplation. "You have misunderstood. The occurrence of calamities is not contingent upon a single individual. Even if you were to slay Xuan, another would inevitably arise. The emergence of calamity is not a matter of chance, but one of inevitability. Chen Chongqing nodded solemnly and muttered, "Calamities will claim many lives. We must devise a means to prevent them." Ouyang playfully slapped Chen Chongqing's forehead, chiding him. The Qingyun sect boasts countless formidable experts concerning calamities. This is not a burden for a mere core formation novice like you to fret over. Just sleep well. After imparting this lecture, Ouyang exited Chen Chongqing's chamber. Just as he crossed the threshold, Chen Chongqing's voice resonated behind him. "Brother, if a calamity truly occurs, I will ensure everyone's safety." Ouyang felt a stir in his heart, but did not turn around. With a nonchalant tone, he replied, "If calamity does arise, as long as I remain alive, the sky will not fall. After all, I am your eldest brother." Chapter 19. Cleaning up the mess, I am your elder brother. The sky will not fall. The plain yet commanding declaration radiated an aura of authority, and Ouyang couldn't help but silently applaud himself as he exited Chen Chongqing's room. The thrill of putting on a show before his esteemed peers was exhilarating, akin to sipping on an exquisite vintage cola. As Ouyang closed the door behind him, his gaze shifted to the courtyard. Beneath the lush foliage of a grand tree sat a square-faced fox, elegantly cradling a cup of tea while gazing at the moon. Such a leisurely pursuit. Are you not afraid my fellow disciples will discover your true nature? Ouyang approached the fox and poured himself a cup of tea, remarking. Huyin took a delicate sip of tea, his relaxed hind leg casually crossing over, cleverly concealing his bell, before he languidly replied, "I have masked my aura. Although these youngsters possess remarkable talents, they are still no match for me. By the way, the elder brother is truly commendable. Do refrain from calling me elder. I am hardly that significant," Ouyang stated while draining his cup, savoring the fragrant tea, with a hint of primordial energy lingering on his palate. "What an exquisite brew." His eyes sparkled as he reached for another pot. Huyin, quick-witted, snatched the teapot from Ouyang's grasp, a touch of concern in his voice. "This tea comes from a millennia-old spirit tea tree. Is this how one ought to drink tea?" Ouyang pouted, finding the fox both unattractive and miserly, retorting, "How long do you intend to stay here?" He was skeptical that a powerful demon in the tribulation stage would willingly remain by Hutu's side as a mere pet. Huyin carefully stowed away the teapot and resumed his reverie, gazing at the moon. "Initially, I was merely curious about the intentions of this kin with nine-tailed bloodline in the Qingyun sect. Now, I am more intrigued to see if she can truly ascend to become a nine-tailed celestial fox. Is it truly that dull?" Ouyang inquired, his skepticism evident. "Otherwise, what would you have me do? The lifespan of a cultivator post-tribulation is exceedingly lengthy, and with no further ascension possible, one must find amusement in such an interminable existence." Huyin shrugged. "I don't perceive much greatness in the tribulation stage. It's not as if I Haven Tea bested it before," Ouyang mused, observing Huyin's pretentious demeanor with a quiet internal critique. With keen eyes, Huyin scrutinized Ouyang, as if discerning his thoughts, and chuckled softly, "So that is how it is. You genuinely believe the tribulation stage is merely a matter of higher realms? Young one, I concede your vital energy is indeed formidable, to the point that even I find it daunting, yet should I choose to end you, I could effortlessly do so." Ouyang, instead of feeling angered, nodded earnestly. He understood that such matters were often playful in nature among the elders in the sect, even amusing. Those ancient beings, having lived for millennia and reached the pinnacle of this world, surely possessed their own prowess. Ouyang was not naive enough to believe that Huyin could be easily subdued by a mere binding rope. "Are you planning to stay by Tutu's side until she breaks through to the nine-tailed fox realm?" Ouyang inquired curiously. Huyin shook his head and replied, "It is already a rare occurrence for the Qingqiu Fox clan to advance from 7 tails to 8. Breaking through to 9 tails is an even more arduous endeavor. Each fox possesses its own unique path, and my journey may not be suitable for her. However, I can protect her until she attains a level of self-sufficiency before departing." Huyin spoke, but then smiled, adding, "Though I claim to be your guardian, with you and your fellow disciples around, I believe she could navigate this world quite well on her own. Perhaps I merely wish to remain by her side. Ouyang found himself somewhat perplexed by Yan's erratic speech. Yan leapt down from his seat, the moonlight cascading over his brown fur, and he inhaled the ethereal essence of the moonlight. I am quite pleased with the name she has given me for now. I shall be known as Handsome. Yan chuckled and transformed into a gentle breeze, soaring back to Tutu's chamber. One eccentric fox, Ouyang mused, gazing up at the moon. In this world, the moon appeared exceptionally large, as if one could reach out and touch it. Perhaps the absence of light pollution contributed to its pristine, unspoiled beauty. Suddenly, Ouyang's gaze sharpened as a wooden boat descended from the moon, gliding through the air without the aid of wind. Two young figures stood aboard the vessel. One was rowing with a paddle, while the other held a brush and paper at the bow. As the boat approached, Ouyang noticed a character engraved upon it, instantly recognizing the visitors. Disciples from the Execution Peak of the Qingyun sect. The practitioners from Execution Peak oversaw the sect's laws and possessed the authority to investigate any violation, even scrutinizing the sect leader without hesitation. These practitioners typically started at the core formation stage, perpetually wearing stern expressions, their eyes filled with a scrutinizing gaze. Consequently, they were often referred to with disdain as the sect dogs by those from other peaks. As the wooden boat drew near, the young man with the brush and paper clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Ouyang, are you still awake?" Ouyang returned the gesture, feigning ignorance as he asked, "What brings you two here at this hour?" "I've been having trouble sleeping these past few days." The two figures before him, one clad in black and the other in white, possessed rather peculiar names. One was called by Wu Chang, and the other, He Wu Chang. They were also dubbed the Death Inspectors of Execution Peak. Ouyang surmised that the commotion caused by Chun Chongqing earlier that morning had caught the attention of Execution Peak, prompting them to send representatives. By Wu Chang smiled and said, "This afternoon, the peak master mentioned that someone had sworn an oath of heaven on the small mountain peak. So he dispatched us to inquire about the matter." With that, the wooden boat prepared to land in the courtyard of the small mountain peak. A gentle wave of true qi intercepted the boat, and Ouyang, beaming with a smile, declared today, out of sheer boredom, "I swore an oath of heaven. If I do not break through to the foundation establishment stage within 10 years, I shall not take on human form." "Brother, the reasoning you present is rather difficult for me to convey to the peak master," Bai Wu Chang replied, his expression filled with disbelief. "Even in jest, one should not fabricate such absurdity. Who would idly swear an oath to the heavens, cursing themselves in the process?" Ouyang shook his head and said, "Junior brother Bai, you are mistaken. This matter is known not only to our entire small peak, but also to the sect leader." "The sect leader knows?" Bai Wu Chang turned to exchange a glance with He Wu Chang, regarding Ouyang with skepticism. Could it be that Ouyang truly made such a ridiculous oath to the heavens? Since when did the heavens recognize something so trivial? Just as Bai Wu Chang was about to inquire further, Ouyang raised his hand and tossed a book, saying, "I cannot allow my two brothers to leave empty-handed. This is a new interrogation technique I have been researching, and I present it to you both." Bai Wu Chang received the book, which bore a crooked inscription, "The 10 Most Heinous Tortures of Qingyun Sect." Upon flipping through the pages, a chill of sweat cascaded down his back, yet he was instantly elated. With this book in hand, I wonder how those fellows will maintain their bravado. Bai Wu Chang treasured the book as if it were a priceless gem and bowed to Ouyang, saying, "Since the sect leader is aware of this matter, we shall report it truthfully. Ouyang, you must visit the punishment peak more often. The peak master has proclaimed you to be a once-in-a-millennium interrogation expert." Ouyang smiled and returned the gesture, saying, "Certainly, certainly. One of these days, I will visit the punishment peak and improve your tools." The two exchanged pleasantries with Ouyang before boarding their wooden boat, vanishing once more into the moonlight. Only Ouyang remained, standing in the hazy moonlight with a furrowed brow. He recalled Chun Chongqing's words and couldn't help but sigh deeply, murmuring, "A great calamity, is it?" Chapter 20. The small peaks are infested with monsters, and my Qingyun Peak also does not harbor waste. Upon returning to Qingyun Peak, Ling Feng knelt obediently on the ground, while beside him lay his unconscious junior brother, Zun. On a mat, in a modest courtyard, an elderly man clad in a long gown, holding a folding fan, sat with furrowed brows, intently observing Zun. This disheveled old man was none other than the current leader of the Qingyun sect, Dong Shuzi. Rumors in the outside world claimed that the present master of Qingyun sect possessed unfathomable strength, having even brushed against the threshold of immortality. Did that rascal Ouyang truly assert such a thing? Dong Shuzi inquired, somewhat exasperated. Having recounted the entire sequence of events, Ling Feng nodded and then bowed deeply, confessing, "My cultivation is still shallow, and I failed to protect my junior brother adequately. I implore Master to mete out punishment." Dong Shuzi gazed at Ling Feng, who remained prostrate and unwilling to raise his head, and let out a deep sigh. "If what you say is true, the mere fact that you managed to bring your junior brother back surprises me greatly. You have done remarkably well. There is not a single sane person atop that mountain. The oath of heaven, even if a cultivator were to vow in earnest, seeking the attention of the heavenly Tao and obtaining its approval, an ordinary practitioner would find it impossible. Do you think the heavenly Tao is as commonplace as dirt, where any Tom, Dick, or Harry can invoke its witness? Only a wielder of great fortune can invoke the heavenly Tao's attention through a solemn oath sworn against another wielder of great fortune. This, in turn, implies that both Changsheng and Ziyuan are recognized by the heavenly Tao as bearers of great fortune." Dong Shuzi did not blame Ling Feng for failing to protect Ziyuan. Having spent years in seclusion at Qingyun Peak, Ling Feng seldom ventured beyond its gates. Apart from matters of cultivation, he remained blissfully unaware of the aberrations residing on the smaller peaks. Despite Dong Shuzi's reassurances, Ling Feng remained steadfast, refusing to lift his gaze. With a tone of resignation, Dong Shuzi declared, "Since you insist on accepting punishment, return and transcribe the Huangting scripture 500 times. Your will shall be obeyed, Master." Ling Feng responded, bowing deeply. Dong Shuzi observed Ling Feng, somewhat exasperated. His disciple was commendable in many respects, with adequate talent, yet his unwavering adherence to righteousness bordered on stubbornness, even to the point of being somewhat narrow-minded. From a young age, Ling Feng had not stepped beyond Qingyun Peak, his perspective on matters always starkly dichotomous, like a pristine white lotus. Dong Shuzi summoned a medicinal pill from his sleeve, releasing its efficacy through his true essence and sprinkling it over Ziyuan. The expression of anguish that had marred Ziyuan's face gradually faded, his breath stabilizing significantly. With a wave of his hand, Ziyuan vanished from the Grand Hall, leaving only Dong Shuzi and Ling Feng in solitude. "Do you comprehend the implications of the oath of heaven?" Dong Shuzi inquired. "Unyielding and eternal," Ling Feng answered earnestly. "Then do you not harbor any doubts regarding your junior brother?" Dong Shuzi probed. Ling Feng shook his head resolutely. "He was entrusted to me by Master himself. I cannot believe there is any fault in him. There must be some misunderstanding." Dong Shuzi was left speechless by Ling Feng's remarks, and after a moment's pause, he asked, "What will you do if your junior brother truly has issues?" Ling Feng replied gravely, "As the elder brother, it is my duty to guide him back to the right path." Dong Shuzi gazed at Ling Feng in astonishment, sensing an aura of enlightenment emanating from him. It was a pity that such potential was wasted in the realm of cultivation. He should have taken the path of a monk. If the Qingyun sect were to fall into this young man's hands, it would likely face annihilation within 3 decades. What kind of disciples have I taken under my wing? Feeling disheartened, Dong Shuzi gestured for Ling Feng to leave. Ling Feng bowed respectfully and exited his master's chamber, making his way directly to Ziyuan's room. The heavenly Tao's oath? I am certain my calculations were correct. What deep-seated enmity does Ouyang's junior brother harbor against Ziyuan? Dong Shuzi muttered to himself, stroking his beard in confusion. Upon entering Ziyuan's room, he found Zin already awake, sitting cross-legged on the bed in meditation. Ling Feng quietly observed him, maintaining his silence. After a considerable time, Ziyuan slowly opened his eyes. He had forcibly elevated his cultivation and, in a moment, slain 3 opponents on par with the nascent soul stage. Such a leap and challenge had inflicted severe damage upon his meridians. "How do you feel, junior brother Ziyuan?" Ling Feng's voice drifted from across the room, where he sat watching Zhu Yuan with a concerned and gentle gaze. A flicker of resentment crossed Zhu Yuan's eyes. Had it not been for his well-meaning yet naive elder brother sending him to deliver a message, he would not have sustained injuries. Even if it wasn't intentional, his brother bore some responsibility for this predicament. Once he acquired the legendary treasure of the Qingyun sect, he would ensure its obliteration. Junior brother Zhu Yuan, are you all right? Ling Feng approached Zuin with genuine concern, reaching out to touch his forehead. Zuin evaded Ling Feng's hand and forced a smile, replying, "Thank you for your concern, elder brother. I'm fine now. I am eternally grateful for your timely rescue today." Is that so? Eternally grateful, you say? That is good to hear. Ling Feng's tone suddenly shifted, turning as frigid as a biting wind. As soon as Ling Feng finished speaking, Zhu Yuan felt the temperature around him plummet. Just as he attempted to look up at Ling Feng, a rough hand seized his neck and lifted him off the ground. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile playing on his lips, devoid of his usual warmth, replaced instead by an icy demeanor. "Since you are eternally grateful, shall I assist you in removing each and every one of your teeth one by one?" Each word struck Zhu Yuan's heart like a hammer, his face betraying a smile, yet enveloped in an aura of chill. "Elder brother Ling Feng." Zhu Yuan struggled to articulate, attempting to pry Ling Feng's hand from his throat, but that grip was as unyielding as iron. Ling Feng leaned closer to Zhu Yuan's ear and spoke softly, "From now on, refrain from causing me unnecessary trouble. If you enjoy seeking trouble, you must resolve it yourself. This is your only warning. Should there be a next time, I shall personally rend you to pieces." Zhu Yuan nodded with great difficulty, signifying his understanding. Seeing Zhu Yuan nod, Ling Feng tossed Zhu Yuan onto the bed and with a smile, said to him, "Remember this well. The small peaks are filled with monsters, and my Qingyun peak does not harbor idleness either. Recite the Huangting classic 300 times and present it to me by tomorrow." Chapter 21. Su Linger. The autumn sky was high and clear, with not a cloud in sight. Ouyang and Hu Tutu strolled once more along the mountain path. Compared to their initial awkwardness, their camaraderie had blossomed, filled with laughter and chatter. Hu Tutu walked ahead while Ouyang followed behind. If it weren't for Ouyang's youthful appearance, they could easily be mistaken for a father and daughter enjoying a day out together. Ouyang intended to take Hu Tutu to light her lifelong lamp, for only by igniting this lamp could she officially join the Qingyun sect. Typically, disciples from Qingyun Peak would ride white cranes to escort new entrants to the sect. However, after the recent events, Ouyang sensed that the peak would likely refrain from sending any cranes, so he decided to escort Hu Tutu down the mountain himself. The distance between Qingyun Peak and a nearby hill was several hundred kilometers. Walking would take an indeterminate length of time. The roof that Beiji had just repaired had collapsed again yesterday. Shidi Shah was recuperating from injuries, and Bai Feiyu was still consolidating his realm. Thus, it fell to Ouyang to take Hu Tutu to light her lamp. Fortunately, having spent over a decade at Qingyun sect, Ouyang had cultivated a wide network of friends. This morning, he reached out to a close companion via communication talisman, allowing him to give Hu Tutu a ride. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Ouyang settled lazily on the stone steps at the gate, pulling out a jug of his homemade spirit fruit wine and sipping it leisurely. Meanwhile, Hu Tutu could not remain idle, flitting about to gather flowers and chase butterflies, thoroughly engrossed in her play. Before long, a golden light ascended from the distance, approaching the small mountain peak. Even before the light arrived, a melodious voice floated through the air. "Brother Ouyang, I'm here." Hearing the voice, Ouyang quickly stood, straightening his clothes as he gazed at the approaching light. As the light drew near, amidst a halo, a girl standing on clouds smiled radiantly at him. Each time Ouyang beheld her beauty, he silently marveled. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, simply tied with a red ribbon. Her phoenix-like brows framed, enchanting eyes brimming with affection, complemented by a delicate nose, rosy cheeks, and lips that exhaled the fragrance of orchids, all set upon an oval face of striking beauty. Her skin was as delicate as frost and snow, her figure slender, reminiscent of the goddess of the river. With every smile and frown, An air of nobility naturally emanated from her, captivating all who beheld her ethereal radiance. Clad in a flowing white dress, she appeared almost celestial. Most importantly, this girl possessed a generous heart and a pair of flawless, long, and slender legs. Purity and allure were embodied in her every facet. Name: Su Ling'er, chief disciple of Yunnu Peak. Cultivation level: first stage of the Ouyang bone structure. 7 charm, 9 luck, 6 musical talent, 8 exclusive skill, not activated evaluation, an exquisite furnace adept at playing the flute. Previously, driven by the system's assessment, Ouyang had conducted playful experiments in romantic expressions directed at Su Ling'er. From the beginnings of a rogue to now being her senior brother, Ouyang had truly exerted considerable effort. The effects were indeed quite pronounced. The young girl before him clearly exhibited less resistance towards him now. When he sent her a message, although she hesitated momentarily, she ultimately acquiesced. Previously, she would have dismissed him outright. "Sister Su Ling'er, it's been a while." Ouyang greeted the girl with a polite nod. Upon hearing his somewhat formal tone, the girl pouted in dissatisfaction. Although she had intended to play coy upon receiving Ouyang's letter, she could not help but rush over. To her surprise, Ouyang seemed distant. Last time, he had affectionately called her Linga. Is he just pretending to be aloof? Such a pretentious man. Su Ling'er leapt down from the clouds and embraced Ouyang, her face blooming with a radiant smile as she said, "Brother, you haven't contacted me in ages. I thought you had forgotten all about Ling." Feeling the girl's playful reproach and the warmth of her embrace, Ouyang found himself somewhat disoriented. However, with his younger sister beside him, he felt compelled to maintain a facade of seriousness. He cleared his throat and casually fabricated an excuse. "I've been busy helping junior brother by stabilize his breakthrough. Just now, I finally found the time and thought to take my little sister to Ancient Peak to light the eternal lantern, and you immediately came to mind." Upon hearing that she was the first to come to his thoughts, Su Ling'er's smile widened even further. "Oh, brother, you have a hair on your shoulder." Pretending to be nonchalant, she leaned against him, inhaling his familiar scent. "Hee, brother, your scent is as delightful as ever." She chuckled inwardly while savoring the moment. Suddenly, a small face appeared before Su Ling'er, as Tutu blinked curiously at her. Startled, Su Ling'er quickly jumped away from Ouyang. "Brother, is this sister the ordinary friend who is taking us to Ancient Peak?" Tutu asked, emphasizing the words ordinary friend. Realizing Tutu was perched on Ouyang's other shoulder, Su Ling'er assessed the girl with her discerning gaze. Instantly, she recognized that this little girl would grow up to be a breathtaking beauty. Alarm bells rang in Su Ling'er's mind. After all her efforts to keep the girls on Yunnu Peak in check, another potential beauty had appeared alongside her brother. Was her brother's exceptional nature the reason why such girls flocked to him? With a friendly smile, Su Ling'er addressed Tutu. "So, brother, is this the new disciple of Master Ouyang?" She placed emphasis on new, subtly implying that Tutu was still just a child. Although young, Tutu, being a girl herself, could discern the underlying implications in the tone. She regarded Su Ling'er warily, eyeing the woman who appeared so intimately close to her brother. Even she had to admit that, while beautiful, this woman was merely slightly less so than herself. However, the woman's figure is incomparable to her current self, a mere washboard. Tutu, with her sharp canines, pretended to be innocent as she retorted, "Indeed, senior sister, my name is Tutu. From now on, I will be spending every day with senior brother and the others at the small peak." This phrase, spending every day together, instantly struck a nerve with Su Ling'er. Though she shared a deep connection with senior brother Ouyang, the inability to be together daily had always been her greatest sorrow. Meanwhile, Ouyang, caught in an invisible haze of tension, gazed bewilderedly at the two girls before him, one tall and the other small. Despite their polite and courteous exchanges, an unmistakable tension lingered in the air. Su Ling'er and Tutu locked eyes, and it seemed as if sparks ignited between them. In unison, they turned away with a scoff. What a troublesome woman. Chapter 22. Ancient Peak. The warfare among women is often silent and subtle. Although the two girls, one large and one small, appear to be inseparable on the surface, Their words were laced with daggers that ruthlessly pierced one another. The little junior sister was truly exquisite. I spend every day with my senior brother. You should come to Yinu Peak more. Children ought to play with children. I spend every day with my senior brother. Ouyang hastily interrupted their inexplicable skirmish, turning to Su Ling'er with a smile. Junior sister, it's getting late. We should be on our way. Su Ling'er produced a jade flute. Gazing at Ouyang with spring-like warmth, and softly proposed, Senior brother, may I play the flute for you? Cough, cough, cough. Let us attend to our pressing matters first. We can discuss this further in my room once we're done, Ouyang replied, clearing his throat. Who could withstand such a temptation? Although he knew that Su Ling'er's intentions were not as they seemed. The sight of such a charming and innocent beauty testing his resolve was enough to rattle anyone's composure. He pondered, I wonder if I can withstand it? What did you say, senior brother? Su Ling'er inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. Nothing, nothing. Hututu glared at the flirtatious duo, a surge of frustration rising within her. Senior brother is such a rogue. How can he flirt around when he already has an adorable little junior sister like me? Where did that vixen even come from? In terms of vixens, could any compare to her authenticity? Hututu nearly ground her little tiger teeth to dust. Yet being a child, she felt utterly powerless. After all, who would take an interest in someone with the body of a child? With a graceful wave of her jade hand, Su Ling'er summoned a mist that enveloped the three of them. The mist coalesced into a white cloud, lifting them into the air, heading towards the direction of Qingyun Peak. Covering a distance of several hundred kilometers, they arrived at the foot of Qingyun Peak in less than half an hour. Compared to the smaller hills, Qingyun Peak towered majestically, its grandeur striking against the landscape. The massive mountain rose abruptly from the earth, shrouded in celestial clouds and soaring white cranes at its midsection. Countless white jade steps, resembling a heavenly ladder, ascended directly to the summit, stretching into the horizon. As one of the 9 sacred sites of the cultivation world, Qingyun Valley took great care in adorning its main peak. Atop Qingyun Peak flowed waterfalls and rivers, with exotic flowers and rare beasts interspersed among uniquely arranged dwellings, creating a scene of both solemnity and elegance befitting a celestial mountain. Ouyang led the way, with Su Ling'er and Hututu flanking him slightly behind. Upon reaching the mountain gate, they beheld 2 stone lions dozing atop the vermilion-painted columns. As if sensing their presence, the stone lions awoke from their slumber, shaking off the stone dust before leaping down, eyes closed in haughty defiance as they addressed Ouyang. Who approaches? State the command at the mountain gate. Ouyang gazed at the lethargic stone lions, irritation bubbling within him, and retorted with a cold smirk, Come, bow your heads, and I shall tell you the command. 2 stone lions, with ears perked and heads bowed, were momentarily taken aback by Ouyang's cold smirk. However, Ouyang showed no leniency towards the stone lions before him. He approached and delivered a resounding slap to one of them, exclaiming in exasperation, You were crafted by my own hands, yet you dare to demand a password from me? Listen closely. The password is that I, your father, have never needed any password to be here. The slap jolted the stone lions awake, who quickly moved aside, kneeling obediently on the ground, resembling 2 well-trained lion dogs, even wagging their tails at Ouyang. These 2 stone lions were creations from his early days of cultivation, molded during his practice of earth-based techniques. Having forgotten to retract his true energy, they gained a semblance of spirit over time, ultimately awakening their intelligence through Ouyang's energy. Eventually, they were conscripted by the sect leader to guard the entrance. Such sentient stone beings are exceedingly rare, as once a stone awakens its intelligence, it tends to conceal itself deep within the mountains, making encounters with such spirits virtually impossible in the realm of cultivation. Employing these 2 stone spirits as gatekeepers was indeed a display of grandeur. To Ouyang's surprise, the 2 spirits took pride in their position at Qingyun Peak, not even deigning to glance at him. Ouyang, accompanied by 2 women, ascended the stone steps, only to retreat after a few paces. At Qingyun Peak, flying and the use of magical techniques were strictly prohibited. One could only reach the summit by their own feet. He was reluctant to traverse such a lengthy staircase on foot. The 2 stone lions, having relaxed momentarily, immediately straightened up as Ouyang returned. He pointed to one of the lions and commanded, "You, carry us up." "Master, it is a rule that one must walk up the mountain at Qingyan Peak," the lion, designated by Ouyang, explained with a servile grin. Ouyang, unimpressed, cleared his ears and replied, "I did not catch that. Could you repeat it?" The stone lion felt its body stiffen as a thread of Ouyang's true energy began to withdraw from it. In a panic, it lowered its body and said, "I meant to say, the master's rules are absolute. Gulme, please raise your legs slowly. Would you like me to crouch lower?" With a disdainful snort, Ouyang mounted the stone lion along with the two women, and with a few leaps, they vanished upon the white jade staircase. The lion that remained unaddressed sighed in relief, only to notice a young man attempting to follow Ouyang towards the mountain gate. The stone lion, shaking off its previous demeanor, intoned with authority, "Who goes there? State the password." The young man hesitated, recalling Ouyang's earlier display of anger, and attempted, "The password is your father eye." Before he could finish, the stone lion's form surged, its height escalating from 5 or 6 meters to over 20 meters in an instant. Raising a massive paw, it aimed a heavy strike at the youth. Alarmed, the young man hastily formed a hand sign and burrowed into the ground to escape. "Trying to play tricks here? Truly courting death." The stone lion scoffed, fully aware of its innate affinity for earth-based magic as a stone spirit. The stone lion raised its paw and struck the ground with great force, causing the youth, who had attempted to escape underground, to let out a cry of anguish as he clutched his head and crawled out from the earth. Just as he emerged halfway, the soil surrounding him swiftly ensnared his body. Incorrect command: stand in punishment for 10 hours. The stone lion yawned, returning to its perch upon the lacquered pillar. The youth gazed at the stone lion with tears of frustration, lamenting his misfortune. After all, it was his senior brother Lingfeng who had summoned him to transcribe the Huangting Sutra. Yet here, he found himself trapped in this predicament. Chapter 23. The stone lion, bearing Ouyang and his companions, broke through a cloud and leaped to the end of the white jade staircase. The three of them dismounted, and the stone lion cautiously gazed at Ouyang, its eyes inquiring whether it could depart, behaving as obediently as a lion dog. Ouyang extended his hand and gently patted the lion's head, channeling a surge of qi into its body. The stone lion, feeling the flow of qi within, was instantly overjoyed, playfully lolling its tongue and barking twice before dashing down the mountain. As Ouyang turned around, he beheld a vast square, entirely constructed of jade stones, which emitted faint wisps of spiritual energy. The rising aura rendered the entire square ethereal, akin to a celestial realm. Such opulence! Outside, wandering cultivators would fight over a low-grade spirit stone. Yet at Qingyan sect, these spirit stones were used to pave the square. At this moment, the square was bustling with activity, abuzz with excitement. The sect competition was set to commence in a month, attracting not only elders from various peaks, but also inviting esteemed sects to witness the event. The Qingyan sect held its sect competition every 5 years, which represented an opportunity for outer disciples to ascend to the inner sanctum and a chance for inner disciples to compete against one another. It was also a moment for Qingyan sect to showcase its strength to other sections. In this competition, outer disciples could catch the eye of the peak masters, while inner disciples could earn rewards of advanced techniques and cultivation resources. It served as a calling card for Qingyan sect to the outside world. Thus, every sect competition was conducted with great grandeur. None of the individuals from a small peak had ever participated in such a competition. Lung Qingsong found it uninteresting. Bai Feiyu looked down upon participation, and Chun Changsheng preferred to avoid the spotlight. As the eldest disciple, Ouyang did not meet the registration requirements. The primary condition for participation was to have reached the foundation establishment stage. Wasn't this a direct affront to him? He thought indignantly, feeling no desire to partake. Consequently, the inhabitants of the small peak were disinclined to attend the sect competition. This was Ouyang's first encounter with such an elaborately adorned square. "Senior brother, this place is stunning," Hututu exclaimed, marveling at the splendor. Compared to the caves and hollows of Qingqiu Mountain, Human cultivators truly knew how to indulge in luxury. Sulinger glanced at the awestruck Hututu and chuckled lightly. Senior brother, I've heard that this sect competition will also elect the Holy Son of Qingyun's sacred land. With your talents, if you were to participate, the title of Holy Son would undoubtedly belong to you. Ouyang's face flushed with embarrassment. He understood that Sulinger meant no harm, but he had no qualification to compete. How could they even mention the title of Holy Son? Clearing his throat, he replied, I have no interest in such trivial pursuits, junior sister. As cultivators, we should regard these ephemeral titles as mere clouds. Senior brother, you truly possess noble integrity. Souligne appréciait honesty à l'ypsilon. Hearing Ouyang's words, those nearby turned to look at him, but upon noticing that he was merely at the qi refinement stage, they quickly averted their gazes. What pretense does a mere novice in the qi refinement stage think he is maintaining? Ouyang naturally noticed the scornful glances directed at him. Despite his thick skin, he felt a tinge of embarrassment and hurriedly pulled Sulinger and Hututu towards the main hall. Upon entering, they found that, unlike in his past life, the hall was not adorned with a myriad of deities. Instead, at its center stood a simple wooden plaque inscribed with two characters, heaven and earth. In this realm, there were no myriad of spirits to worship. Instead, reverence was directed solely towards heaven and earth. 3 towering yellow pine incense sticks were placed in a massive square incense burner, with tendrils of fragrant smoke wafting upwards, invigorating the spirit. Ouyang and Sulinger each took an incense stick, while Hututu mimicked them, respectfully bowing towards the wooden plaque before placing his incense in the burner. As she inserted her incense, Sulinger's cheeks flushed. Honoring heaven and earth alongside her senior brother felt akin to a pair of Tao companions pledging their vows to the heavenly path. After their homage, Sulinger remained in the front hall, for entry into the rear hall was restricted for disciples unless there was pressing business. Thus, Ouyang guided Hututu around the central hall, making their way to the rear hall. The rear hall also featured a vast altar, upon which countless lit perpetual lamps flickered. This was the sanctuary for the perpetual lamps of all inner disciples. However, upon entering, Ouyang discovered the rear hall to be utterly deserted. What does this mean? Has Old Ling stood me up? That is not characteristic of him. Ouyang looked around in confusion. Suddenly, a cough echoed, and an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe appeared before Ouyang, and Tuesday, holding a whisk, he emanated an ethereal aura. With a youthful face and long white hair, his eyebrows cascading down to his chest. He regarded Ouyang and Hututu with a kind smile, embodying a figure of benevolence. This elder was none other than Dong Shuzi, who had admonished Ling Feng the previous night. He appeared vastly different from the disheveled old man wearing a long gown and fanning himself the day before. Now, Dong Shuzi radiated an enigmatic Taoist energy, with a halo of colorful light shimmering behind him, resembling a true immortal. Recognizing Dong Shuzi, Ouyang respectfully bowed, saying, "Disciple Ouyang pays his respects to the master." Hututu hurriedly followed suit, exclaiming, "Disciple Hututu pays her respects to the master." Dong Shuzi glanced at Hututu and recognized her as a spiritual fox of innate Tao physique. He couldn't help but lament the fortune of his junior brother Huyun, pondering whether this old fellow had spent his entire life gathering disciples. Although displeased internally, Dong Shuzi maintained a genial smile, saying, Good. Are you here to light some perpetual lamps today?" Ouyang replied, "At the behest of my esteemed master, I have come to ignite a perpetual lamp for my newly initiated disciple, Hututu, at our humble peak." "I seek your permission, master." Dong Shuzi chuckled, stroking his beard, and nodded. "Very well, I do not grant permission." Ouyang, taken aback, raised his head in confusion, while Hututu's face turned pale, fearing she had inadvertently offended the master. "Did you not hear? Young man, I said I do not grant permission." Dong Shuzi stroked his beard and chuckled. Ouyang raised an eyebrow, and amidst Hutu's astonished gaze, stepped forward, seizing Dong Shuzi's beard with one hand and pulling the elder closer, speaking with feigned irritation. "Old fellow, I was being polite, so don't test my patience." Despite Ouyang's grip on his beard, Dong Shuzi remained unfazed. a glimmer of amusement in his eyes as he replied, "Oh, were you so brash when you were attacking my disciple?" Chapter 24. Ouyang's everlasting lamp. This old fellow, with his dimming eyesight, has taken in a progeny of the demon clan and still shows favoritism? Setting aside that matter, it is indeed Chun Chongsheng who initiated the conflict. Ouyang murmured, "Your disciple lacks decorum. What is amiss with my junior brother admonishing him?" Dong Shuzi retorted softly, "Is it proper to inflict severe injury for such a breach of etiquette? Does your little mountain's code of conduct surpass that of my Qingyan Peak? Which individual from your little mountain is not a problem child? My junior sister is present. Do grant me some dignity. Are you still grasping my beard? As a sect leader, do I not deserve face? What is it that you desire? Speak plainly." Ouyang replied, his impatience evident. "Advise your junior brother to let this matter rest, and we shall consider it settled," Dong Shuzi suggested after a moment's contemplation. Ouyang, in exasperation, responded, "I too wish for it to be resolved, but since the heavenly oath has been established, how can we dismiss it? Does that mean it cannot be resolved? Then I, too, am unable to act." Dong Shuzi, resorting to cunning, stated, "If that is the case, then we might as well part ways. Next month is the Grand Sect competition. I require a dragon and a phoenix, two auspicious beasts to grace the occasion." At last, Dong Shuzi revealed his true intent. "That is out of the question. You know full well that such entities would surely invoke heavenly retribution." Ouyang shook his head in refusal once more. Dong Shuzi, now visibly irate, raised his voice. "This is unacceptable. Shall my disciple endure a beating for naught? Light your everlasting lamp. Send it to the ghosts. If you have the ability, then light it." Observing the old man prepare to persist in his stubbornness, Ouyang resignedly said, "Very well. For next month's sect competition, I shall procure a dragon and a phoenix for you." After sealing their agreement, Dong Shuzi tugged at his beard, regaining his ethereal demeanor, and benevolently looked at Hututu. "Child, your talent is commendable. It appears Ouyang has indeed taken on another worthy disciple. Come, follow me." Hututu gazed at Dong Shuzi before glancing at Ouyang, who nodded in affirmation. Casting doubt on her own perception, was that truly the sect leader of Qingyun, one of the 9 sacred lands? The esteemed leader of Qingyun, a titan in the realm of cultivation, was being pulled by her senior brother and scolded in such a manner. Not only did the sect leader remain unfazed, but he even reciprocated the banter with her brother, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Hututu wondered if she had been hallucinating. Yet, seeing her senior brother nodding at her, she obediently followed Dong Shuzi to the altar, glancing back at Ouyang, who discreetly exited the grand hall, carefully closing the door behind him before settling on the stone steps outside. Dong Shuzi, while serving as sect leader, could also be considered a mentor of sorts to Ouyang. "In the earlier years, my somewhat disheveled master roamed far and wide, returning infrequently. When I, along with Lung Qingsong, first arrived at the modest mountain peak, it was still a barren expanse. The establishment of this mountain peak, from its initial carving to its eventual formation, was orchestrated by the headmaster bustling about tirelessly. Consequently, Ouyang and Dong Shuzi became quite familiar with one another. They were so close that even the 2 stone lions stationed at the mountain gate were spirited away by Dong Shuzi. The dragon and phoenix that I had just promised to Dong Shuzi were, in truth, akin to the stone lions, merely manifestations conjured from my own vital energy. However, the dragon and phoenix, being celestial beasts imbued with innate Taoist essence, risk attracting heavenly retribution if summoned carelessly. In the past, my curiosity led me to attempt such a summoning, nearly resulting in my demise amidst the thunderous tribulations. I sensed, almost instinctively, that invoking such divine creatures brought only harm, devoid of any benefit. Why then did Dong Shuzi suddenly seek such beings? Even if summoned, these celestial beasts possessed an exceedingly proud disposition, preferring death over submission to a cultivator's command, and I would have no sway over them. Summoning such entities served little purpose beyond merely glimpsing their majestic forms. With a sigh, I retrieved my copy of the Comprehensive Guide to the Fundamentals of the 5 Elements Escape Technique from my pocket. In the rear hall, Dong Shuzi observed the anxious Hututu and chuckled. "Fear not, young one. It is merely the lighting of a lamp." Hututu obediently replied, I understand, master. The childlike address of master provoked hearty laughter from Dong Shuzi, who felt that his junior, Ouyang, had finally taken on a truly earnest disciple, far preferable to the little rascal at the gate who frequently tugged at his beard. Dong Shuzi waved his dust whisk, causing an oil lamp to soar from the altar, landing before Hututu's. With a serious expression, Dong Shuzi proclaimed, Hututu, do you wish to join my Qingyan sect and uphold its rules and laws? I do. Hututu, do you wish to champion justice, vanquish evil, and preserve the purity of the world? I do. Hututu, do you wish to pursue the Tao wholeheartedly, eschewing the temptations of worldly power and wealth? I do. Excellent. These 3 inquiries shall safeguard your true intentions. Should any doubts arise, your cultivation will be revoked, and you shall be expelled from the mountain. Understand. Listening to Dong Shuzi's 3 inquiries, Hututu initially anticipated that a prominent sect would impose numerous taboos and laws, but was pleasantly surprised by the clarity and simplicity of the questions. These precepts bore no resemblance to the concepts of the demon cultivators among humanity, and thus, he had no reservations in agreeing. With another flourish of his dust whisk, a strand of hair from Hututu drifted down, landing in the oil lamp before him. The lamp suddenly ignited with a vibrant blue flame, which transformed into a small fox that leaped gracefully in the air before settling back into the lamp as an ordinary flicker. Hututu's heart raced at the sight of the conjured fox, fearing that his identity as a fox demon might be exposed. Yet, it seemed Dong Shuzi remained oblivious, smiling gently at Hututu as he said, Very well, you may return now. Hututu let out a long sigh of relief in her heart, secretly rejoicing that the Grandmaster had not discovered her identity as a fox demon. With her worries alleviated, Hututu's courage grew bolder as she fluttered her large eyes and asked Dong Shuzi, Grandmaster, are all the eternal lamps of our Qingyan sect here? Dong Shuzi nodded, affirming, indeed, all the eternal lamps of everyone in the Qingyan sect are present. Curiously glancing around, Hututu inquired, What does the eternal lamp of senior brother look like? Dong Shuzi's expression shifted uncomfortably as he replied, What is there to admire about that brat's eternal lamp? Persistently, Hututu pouted and pleaded, Grandmaster, please let me have a look just this once. I'm begging you. Unable to resist her charm, Dong Shuzi extended a hand, and from the altar, a small oil lamp soared into the air. This lamp, compared to any on the altar, flickered with a feeble flame, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Hututu gazed in astonishment at the oil lamp in Dong Shuzi's hand and exclaimed, Why is it like this? Chapter 25. I can manually upgrade magic artifacts. Seated upon the stone steps, Ouyang perused the tome in his hands. The water-based spell of the water dragon and the fire-based spell of the fire phoenix perfectly aligned with the old man's requirements. The primordial energies of heaven and earth could transmute into the myriad forms of the 5 elements. In this realm, these energies were nearly omnipotent. The techniques employed by practitioners draw upon the true qi and true essence within their bodies, utilizing a specific methodology along with commands, talismans, and formations. By connecting their own primordial energies to those of heaven and earth, practitioners could manifest attacks or defenses through tangible forms such as wind, fire, earth, water, thunder, wood, metal, and gold. The more profound the technique, the greater the practitioner's reservoir of true qi and their comprehension of the 5 elemental paths must be. Correspondingly, the potency of the spell would also intensify. Highly skilled sorcerers could manipulate terrains and landscapes, alter weather patterns, transform day into night, and cease torrential downpours. The reversal of heaven and earth was indeed a terrifying feat, however. Techniques were merely methods for practitioners to wield the primordial energies of the cosmos. With myriad paths to pursue, each individual sought a unique way, and the transformations of the primordial energies were as inscrutable as the divine. Such profound concepts eluded Ouyang entirely. His understanding of magic was rather simplistic, clap his hands and invoke whatever he desired. Yet, his memory was fleeting, for once forgotten, he would have to revisit the text anew. For instance, the water dragon he had recently employed was now a distant memory. As he glanced through the book again for the operational sequence of the water dragon spell, he had barely closed the tome before the details slipped away into obscurity. Suddenly, the door of the rear hall swung open, and Dong Shuzi along with Hu Tutu emerged. Ouyang returned the book to his pocket and was about to inquire about Hu Tutu's progress when he noticed Hu Tutu's eyes were as red as a rabbit's. Clearly having just wept, presenting a woeful visage. Ouyang stepped forward, grasping Dong Shuzi's beard and scowling. "Old man, I've already agreed to your terms, yet you waver again? Ow. Could you not act without clarifying the matter? What does this have to do with me?" Dong Shuzi protested while wrestling Ouyang's grip. "Brother, it has nothing to do with master. It is entirely my fault." Hu Tutu sniffled, interjecting. After speaking, Hu Tutu reached out with a small hand, grabbing Ouyang's sleeve. Gazing up at him with pleading eyes, "Brother, can we return to the little mountain peak? I wish to go back now." Ouyang looked at Hu Tutu and then released Dong Shuzi's beard, lifting Hu Tutu into his arms. "Fear not, Tutu, your brother's here for you. I will stand by you. No one dares to bully you." As he spoke, Ouyang cast a sidelong glance at Dong Shuzi, who, in a fit of annoyance, remarked, "You are just shy of naming me outright, aren't you?" Ouyang was about to retort when Hu Tutu placed a small hand over his mouth. Observing the understanding nature of Hu Tutu, Dong Shuzi felt a sense of relief and suddenly recalled something. He withdrew a paper crane from his robe and handed it to Hu Tutu, saying, "By lineage, I am your granduncle. Since this is our first meeting, accept this paper crane as a gift." Hu Tutu gently received the paper crane, whispering a soft thank you, "Master Zhang." Ouyang curled his lips and remarked, "You truly are miserly. For a first meeting gift, you present a mere scrap of paper? Shoo. The sight of you ages me. Hurry and leave." Dong Shuzi impatiently waved his hand at Ouyang, and with a flick of his dust brush, he vanished before their eyes. Miserly and stingy, truly befitting of a brother in arms. Ouyang thought of his own master and could not help but mutter a curse. Turning his gaze to the paper crane in Hu Tutu's hands, he allowed a soft gasp. He took the crane from Hu Tutu, distinctly feeling his own vital energy emanating from it. Was this the same crane that had delivered him a message yesterday? This old fellow is indeed penny-pinching. He even sends out used items. Yet, the paper crane in Ouyang's grasp suddenly flapped its wings and took flight, seemingly recognizing him as it circled and danced around him. Hu Tutu watched the fluttering crane with curiosity, gently raising his hand, and the crane obediently settled in his palm. Suddenly, the crane emitted a burst of white light and vanished from Hu Tutu's grasp. He lifted his hand in astonishment, discovering a paper crane design had appeared on his fingernail. "Brother, this paper crane is actually a magical treasure," Hu Tutu exclaimed in delight. "A magical treasure?" Ouyang pondered, realizing that after the crane had returned yesterday, the old man must have reforged it. Magical treasures are essential for practitioners, whether for offense or defense. A high-quality treasure can drive all cultivators to madness. The classification of magical treasures is intricately linked to their quality, generally divided into 5 grades: artifact, magical treasure, spiritual treasure, Taoist instrument, and Taoist treasure. A Taoist treasure is exceedingly rare. There are hardly a few in the entire cultivation realm. Even the Qingyun sect among the 9 sacred lands would find it impossible to resist the allure of a Taoist treasure upon hearing of its existence. Each Taoist treasure embodies the pinnacle of a particular path, containing profound principles capable of elevating a practitioner from an ordinary individual to the legendary realm of immortality. Immortality, that is the coveted state for every cultivator. Ouyang had, of course, encountered various magical treasures and artifacts. However, he had only seen one spiritual treasure, a long sword his master had brought back for Beiji from outside. It was said to be an exceptionally rare spiritual treasure, and ever since Beiji obtained that sword, he clutched it even in sleep. Yet, Ouyang could only envy, for he possessed nothing but a single rope, which barely qualified as an artifact. And magical treasures could only be wielded by practitioners at the foundation establishment stage or above. As a mere qi refinement practitioner for millennia, Ouyang could only manipulate a rope, and he was even unable to use the artifacts available to those at the qi refinement stage. After contemplating for a moment, Ouyang addressed Hu-Tu-Tu-Tu-Tu, summon it forth. Hu-Tu-Tu nodded, gently closed his eyes, and the white light reappeared in his hand, manifesting the paper crane once more. Ouyang took the crane and began to channel his vital energy into it continuously. The paper crane, upon encountering Ouyang's vital energy, rejoiced as if fish had met water, exuberantly absorbing his essence. However, its diminutive form proved to be a limitation, and after a brief period of fervent consumption, it came to a halt. Ouyang retracted his vital energy, realizing that the paper crane had absorbed a total of 1,000 points of his energy. Should he choose not to reclaim it, that energy would be irretrievably lost. Nevertheless, for Ouyang, who could effortlessly accumulate at least 1,000 points of vital energy during a mere idle moment, this loss was inconsequential. Reflecting on the situation, he noted that it had been 2 days since he last witnessed any response from the crane, indicating a rather prolonged period of inactivity. After completing its absorption of vital energy, the paper crane was enveloped in a radiant white aura. Suddenly, it tilted its head back, and a melodious crane call resonated from its beak. Thus, the paper crane underwent a transformation from a magical artifact to a spiritual treasure, awakening its intelligence in full. Chapter 26. Senior Brother, I will not allow you to perish. The ability to enhance treasures with mere bare hands. Should the outside world become aware of Ouyang's extraordinary methods, it is likely that the remaining 8 sacred lands would unite to assault Qingyun's sect, intent on capturing Ouyang for dissection and study. Ouyang understood that his capacity to elevate a treasure to the level of a spiritual artifact was due to Dong Shuzi having meticulously reforged this paper crane, utilizing materials of exceptional quality. He merely catalyzed the inherent properties within this artifact, awakening its latent intelligence. It was not as simple as just presenting a piece of paper to transmute it into a spiritual treasure. Had it been so, he would have amassed great wealth across the entire realm of cultivation long ago. However, merely activating the materials within a spiritual treasure to evoke sentience was already a feat that would astound the world if publicized. Magical tools, treasures, spiritual artifacts, Dao instruments, and Dao treasures. These 5 tiers are established the moment a treasure is forged. Each treasure's creation demands a myriad of precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures, a requirement that poses a formidable challenge to over 80% of cultivators. Such materials are often serendipitous in their availability. Even if one were to acquire a piece, it may not necessarily align with the needs of their intended spiritual artifact. Furthermore, one must possess profound knowledge of formations and the craftsmanship of a skilled forger, as even the slightest error during the forging process could result in failure, leading to the destruction of hard-earned heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Once the shaping of a treasure is complete, intricate formations must be inscribed upon it, a requisite for crafting an artifact-level treasure. If the creation of an artifact-grade treasure is already so intricate, one can only imagine the rarity of true treasures and spiritual artifacts. Ascending to Dao instruments and Dao treasures transcends mere material concerns. Only when a sentient spiritual artifact can autonomously grasp the essence of the Tao can it aspire to evolve into an artifact. However, this process could span millennia, if not tens of thousands of years. Therefore, spiritual artifacts represent the pinnacle of treasures accessible to ordinary cultivators and even sect members. It is conceivable that a common cultivator may only possess a single treasure throughout their lifetime. Hence, the scarcity of spiritual artifacts is evident. Even among the esteemed Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred lands, some venerable elders still lack a suitable spiritual artifact. The ability to elevate a treasure to a spiritual artifact through such miraculous means is utterly unprecedented in this world. Hu-Tu-Tu gazed at the paper crane before him with delight, marveling that his first treasure was indeed a spiritual artifact. He summoned the demon essence within him to animate the paper crane. Originally no larger than a palm, the crane expanded in size, transforming into an imposing 3-meter tall and 5-meter long creature. Senior Brother, the little paper crane says it can carry us away. Let us board and return home. Hututu exclaimed joyfully, leaping onto the paper crane and addressing Ouyang. Wait, what about Sister Suling? Ouyang inquired, momentarily taken aback as he recalled the recently utilized tool. Su Linger, do not concern yourself with Sister Su. She can ride the clouds and may have already departed. Hututu quickly replied, his thoughts racing. Humph, I would never wish to return home with that cow-like figure. Despite Hututu's remarks, Ouyang nonetheless sent a message to Su Linger. However, Su Linger replied that the sect leader required her to remain at Qinyun Peak to discuss matters related to next month's sect competition, preventing her from returning with Ouyang and the others. Senior brother, Master insists I stay here to liaise with the people of Qinyun Peak regarding the upcoming competition. It's truly exasperating, and I have yet to play the flute for you. Su Linger's melodious and pure voice resonated through the communication stone, stirring Ouyang's heart. No worries, junior sister. Whenever you have the time, you may play for me. I will be your audience. Ouyang remarked with a mischievous grin. Does senior brother also play the flute? Su Linger asked, her surprise evident. She had not anticipated that her senior brother was also musically inclined, feeling a profound connection with him. Imagining themselves as partners in the future, she playing the flute and he strumming the zither, the thought filled her with delight. Hee. Su Linger beamed at the communication stone, her expression one of infatuation. Meanwhile, her younger disciple, who had been entranced by Su Linger's beauty, suddenly snapped back to reality upon witnessing her love-struck demeanor, feeling quite deceived. When he learned that Su Linger would not accompany him back to the small mountain peak, Hututu cheered and urged Ouyang to board his paper crane. The crane wobbled as it took flight, heading toward the small peak. During their journey, a transparent barrier illuminated around the crane, shielding them from the gusty winds. Hututu squealed with delight atop the paper crane, resembling a child who had just acquired a new toy. However, when she looked at Ouyang with joy, she suddenly recalled the foreboding words of Dong Shuzi, and her expression fell once more. Leaning closer to Ouyang, she nestled against him and whispered, Senior brother, I do not wish for you to perish. Ouyang, bewildered while seated on the paper crane, was taken aback. Had that old fellow Dong Shuzi cursed him to die? Pay no heed to that old man's nonsensical ramblings. I am perfectly well, Ouyang retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Tutu remained silent, merely nuzzling against him like a kitten. In the back hall, Dong Shuzi had already shared numerous tales about Senior Brother Chaming's lantern. The size of the lantern's flame indicated one's vitality. As cultivators, their lifespans were long, thus their lanterns burned brightly. However, he noted that Ouyang's vitality was quite feeble. Although stronger than an ordinary person, it was exceedingly weak compared to that of cultivators. Only those who cultivate can ignite the lantern, and when Ouyang first lit his, it was exceedingly laborious, suggesting that his cultivation path would not extend far. It could even be said that I have never encountered someone with such poor aptitude attempting to pursue immortality. A typical cultivator, regardless of poor talent, should manage to reach the golden core stage. Once a golden core is formed, one can extend their lifespan by 500 years. Yet, Ouyang's lantern burns dimly. It is likely he will never form a golden core. Hututu could not accept this, and even in the face of the sect leader, she rebutted. But senior brother is very strong. Dong Shuzi replied with a knowing look, but is strength truly useful? The pinnacle of glory inevitably leads to decline. Even if one can surpass the momentary, such brilliance fades within a century, rendering it incomparable to the true immortality of a genuine practitioner. You are formidable indeed, but your existence is confined to a mere 100 years. After that, you shall return to dust, leaving behind naught but a memory. In contrast to the protracted life of a tribulation-transcending practitioner, yours is but a fleeting spectacle of beauty. The realm of cultivation has never been devoid of prodigious talents. When Ouyang beheld the attribute panel of Dong Shuzi, he too marveled at the child of destiny. Name, Dong Shuzi Cultivation. 9th level of Tribulation Transcendence Root Bone. 10 Charisma. 10 Luck. 10 Sword Dao Aptitude. 10 Exclusive Skill. Immortal Presence Evaluation. A prodigious master of the Qingyun sect. Excelling in all 10 attributes. Dong Shuzi, capable of becoming the leader of the 9 sacred lands in his era, truly stood out as the most resplendent genius. Senior brother, I swear I will not let you perish. Hututu leaned against Ouyang, squinting at the sun, silently vowing in his heart. Chapter 27. 3 crucial considerations at the small mountain peak. The paper crane soared swiftly, outpacing Su Linger by more than double the speed of her cloud riding. In no time, the small mountain peak reappeared within the duo's sight. Just as the paper crane was about to descend, 2 beams of sword light shot into the sky, and 2 formidable sword intents clashed above the small mountain peak. Ouyang, covering his face, could easily deduce that Beiji and Xiaobai were once again embroiled in a brawl. These rebellious disciples could not find peace unless they stirred up trouble. The paper crane wobbled slightly before gracefully landing in the courtyard of the small mountain peak. Hututu, animatedly shouting, exclaimed, "Second senior brother, third senior brother, fourth senior brother, come quickly. The master has bestowed upon me a spiritual treasure." However, Hututu's exuberant announcement failed to capture the attention of those in the courtyard. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu stood in a tense standoff, the 2 powerful sword intents emanating from their very beings. Nearby, Chun Changsheng could only offer a wry smile and shake his head, feeling utterly helpless. Disappointed that he could not showcase his newly acquired spiritual treasure, Hututu's spirits lifted when he spotted a passing. With a gleam in his eyes, he lifted before the paper crane and declared, "Handsome fellow, look, this is the spiritual treasure bestowed upon me by the master." Huyen stared blankly at the paper crane, perplexed by the notion of a spiritual treasure. Indeed, the Qingyan sect was quite extravagant. Yet, as a powerful demon cultivator at the tribulation stage, he had long since lost interest in spiritual treasures. If it were a Tao artifact, he might have shown some interest. However, for a cultivator at his level, a mere spiritual treasure held little significance. Ouyang approached Chun Changsheng, visibly irked, and inquired, "What is going on? What kind of mischief are those 2 up to now?" Upon seeing Ouyang, Chun Changsheng quickly responded, "Senior brother, you've returned. Just yesterday, after I made my vow to the heavenly Tao, 4th junior brother remarked that my swordsmanship was utterly lacking and insisted on teaching me." Before Chun Changsheng could finish, Ouyang grasped the situation. Bai Feiyu intended to guide Chun Changsheng in his swordsmanship. As an ancient sword immortal, Bai Feiyu had witnessed countless sword techniques and could undoubtedly offer valuable insights. However, the presence of Lung Qingsong, who followed a path entirely opposite to Bai Feiyu's, complicated matters. Bai Feiyu's sword philosophy was, with a sword in the heart, all things become my sword. This was the supreme sword path, wherein all under heaven became a sword, allowing one to stand invincible, effortlessly suppressing opponents. To those of the same level, it was as simple as slicing through melons and vegetables. In contrast, Lung Qingsong's sword philosophy was, "I am the sword, and the sword is me." This could no longer be considered the supreme sword path, but rather an aspiration to embody the sword path itself. From this explanation, it is evident that Lung Qingsong's sword path was primarily focused on lethal execution, striking with deadly intent effortlessly, as simple as drinking water. The 2 philosophies clashed like points of a needle. Therefore, when Bai Feiyu advised Chun Changsheng with myriad sword techniques, one must take strengths from others to refine the sword heart to achieve the perfect and unassailable, he was abruptly interrupted by Lung Qingsong, who interjected each word emphatically. "I am the sword indeed." Bai Feiyu raised an eyebrow, expressing his dissatisfaction as he remarked, "Your swordsmanship is excessively perilous, akin to traversing a tightrope. It is all too easy to descend into madness. The path of the sword must harmonize with the state of one's heart. Possessing a flawless sword heart is the true path." Lung Qingsong scoffed in response, declaring, "Mediocre." Bai Feiyu, incensed, slammed his palm on the table and retorted, "Heretical." Lung Qingsong shot back, "Fool." The 2, each brimming with confidence in their own swordsmanship, were like fire and water, and after a few exchanges of words, they drew their swords against one another, transforming their dispute into the current tumult. They had entirely forgotten that their initial intention was to instruct Chun Changsheng, who, in truth, was not overly enamored with swordsmanship. Whether it be sword, saber, or spear, he merely sought to harness the aspects most beneficial to himself. Only by utilizing the myriad paths for his own advantage could he catch the enemy off guard. As for swordsmanship, being able to release sword energy was sufficient for him. After Chen Changsheng recounted the events that had just transpired, Ouyang had grown accustomed to such antics. It was only when these unruly youths failed to stir trouble that he felt truly out of sorts. With his internal chi surging, Ouyang raised his hand and bellowed, "Get out of my sight." A powerful wave of true chi violently swept the two combatants away, abruptly halting their sword intents. They were unceremoniously flung from the mountaintop to the foot of the hill. Upon reaching the base, as they regained their footing and caught sight of one another, the long swords in their hands emitted a restless, melodious hum. In an instant, Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong unsheathed their swords and charged at each other. At the foot of the small peak, sword intent raged and sword energy surged forth, with the clashing of countless blades resonating in the air. Ouyang regarded these wayward disciples with an expression of exasperation, spotting Chen Changsheng preparing to slip away. He pulled Chen Changsheng back, a hint of concern in his voice. "Do you possess confidence for the sect competition a month from now? After all, he is the holy son of the demon clan. One cannot dismiss the possibility of an explosive surge in power. Protagonists experiencing such transformations is all too common. Just when they seem to be on the brink of defeat, a few utterances of love or friendship can restore them to full strength, effortlessly vanquishing the final boss. If such a farcical plot were to befall Zun, I would not be the least bit surprised. His attributes indicate he is also a child of destiny." Upon hearing Ouyang's earnest inquiry, Chen Changsheng, feeling somewhat uncertain, replied, "The odds are not particularly favorable, perhaps around 40%. 40%? So high?" Ouyang gazed at Chen Changsheng in astonishment. While 40% may not sound substantial, in Chen Changsheng's case, it was exceedingly high. Ouyang clearly understood just how resourceful Chen Changsheng truly was. His question pertained to confidence, which differed significantly from Chen Changsheng's interpretation. Ouyang was merely concerned about Ziyuan potentially unleashing a surge of power to turn the tide, and simply wished to ascertain whether Chen Changsheng believed he could triumph over Ziyuan in the sect competition. Conversely, Chen Changsheng was contemplating whether he could still successfully defeat Ziyuan after enduring 4 or 5 such surges, all while under the watchful eyes of the elders from Qingyun Peak and with the sect leader intervening. Ouyang was exceedingly familiar with the temperaments of these few unruly offspring. Chen Changsheng shook his head and solemnly remarked, "I merely offered an optimistic estimate. After all, I have yet to witness the sect master in action. Should the sect master truly intervene, the odds of success would likely diminish even further. Look at that. I knew this child must be thinking along those lines." He continued, "For this child's thought process had always been rather unconventional. Due to a severe case of paranoia, the small peak had been completely hollowed out by this child, not to mention the countless hidden trump cards he had been quietly preparing. On the small peak, there were 3 cardinal rules. First, do not be astonished by the frequency with which Lung Qingsong comprehends the essence of sword intent. Second, do not underestimate the swiftness with which Bai Feiyu breaks through barriers. Third, do not envision Chen Changsheng retrieving anything from his sleeve." Chapter 28. Xiao Feng, the grand competition of the Qingyun sect, held once every 5 years, is not merely a significant event for the sect itself, but a monumental occasion for the entire realm of cultivation. Not only will the leaders of hundreds of sects surrounding Qingyun sect participate, but representatives from the other 8 sacred lands will also come to witness the spectacle. It is a moment of unparalleled glory and renown. Additionally, it serves as a remarkable opportunity for countless prodigies aspiring to join this ancient sect, which has flourished for millennia, to showcase their talents. Although a month remains until the competition, the struggle among the outer disciples has already commenced. The outer disciples of Qingyun sect number in the tens of thousands, all of whom have journeyed from distant lands, driven by their fervent desire to seek enlightenment. Disciples are required to be no older than 18 years. Those exceeding this age will be sent back home. Thus, before reaching 18, One must either join the Qingyan sect or return home to marry. However, after making such a long journey, few would willingly return home, especially those who have already proven themselves worthy of entering the outer sect. Consequently, every outer disciple is exerting themselves to the utmost, fearing that their fellow brothers and sisters may surpass them. The outer sect of Qingyun is indeed the most fiercely competitive arena. On a hillside within the outer sect, a young man with bare arms and bronze skin is seen shouldering a massive log, climbing steadily towards the summit. The youth's expression is resolute, his features strikingly handsome, exuding an air of stubborn determination. Most strikingly, a large scar resembling a centipede undulates across his chest, moving in tandem with his muscular frame, glistening with sweat. Yet, his gaze remains fixed solely on the last step awaiting him at the summit. With every step, the youth leaves a faint imprint on the blue stone, the log on his shoulder seeming to weigh a ton. At last, he reaches the peak, but instead of resting, he turns and begins his descent once more, still carrying the log. Before he can proceed, a figure blocks his path. Xiao Shidi, with only a month remaining until the sect competition. This method of physical training is ultimately futile. You have yet to even master the technique of channeling qi into your body. Without that, you will achieve nothing. It would be more prudent to return and practice while there is still time. A young man clad in a gray robe kindly advises. This young man is named Xiao Feng, who has made it his daily routine to transport a log weighing over 100,000 pounds along the mountainous path, becoming a striking figure within the outer sect. Initially, his endeavor to climb the mountain with such a heavy log garnered much attention. Some speculated that he was merely seeking to draw attention, while others dismissed him as a failure, incapable of even reaching the qi refinement stage. There were whispers that he simply wished to pass his days idly. Yet, after 5 years of shouldering this immense weight, he has transformed from a faltering novice into a swift and capable climber. All doubts have vanished, leaving only admiration in their wake. Regardless of whether his actions are theatrical or his innate talent lacking, the sheer tenacity he demonstrates, undaunted by storms, never resting a single day, commands respect and leaves many in awe of his unwavering perseverance. Yet the young man remained deaf to the world, resolutely ascending his mountain each day, burdened with the weight of iron and wood. Xiao Feng, the registration for the outer sect competition has commenced. Come down the mountain with me, urged the youth beside him, observing Xiao Feng's unwavering determination to continue his climb. Xiao Feng paused momentarily, responding in a hushed tone, "Brother Zhao, you go ahead, I shall follow shortly." Sighing, the young man addressed as Brother Zhao turned and hurried down the mountain. The top 10 contenders in the outer sect competition would gain entry into the grand tournament of the Qingyun sect, and to win the favor of a peak master would secure their place in the inner sect, with iron and wood resting on his shoulders. Xiao Feng's eyes glimmered with resolve. His bones had been stripped, his dantian rendered useless, his parents slain, his brothers turned against him. And he had endured the humiliation from his childhood betrothed, as well as ridicule from his family. Yet he vowed that one day he, Xiao Feng, would reclaim all that was rightfully his. Ouyang, stifling yawn, stood atop a clock tower at the entrance of the outer sect competition, accompanied by a middle-aged man, slightly hunched and adorned with a perpetual smile. As Ouyang gazed down at the bustling disciples of the outer sect, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Each time the outer sect competition occurred, a peak was designated to oversee the proceedings. And this time it was the turn of the small mountain peak. The 3 unruly disciples atop the mountain showed little interest in the trivial skirmishes of the outer sect, though Hututu had expressed a desire to accompany him. However, given the significance of the inner sect disciples' reputation, Ouyang chose to come alone as a mere mascot. The beaming middle-aged man beside him was the overseer of the outer sect. Despite his affable demeanor towards Ouyang, he was known among the outer disciples as the Iron-Faced Tiger, a notorious figure. He was responsible for the monthly distribution of resources to the outer disciples, which was contingent upon their contributions to the sect. Without resources, the pace of cultivation would be exceedingly slow. Thus, possessing authority over the distribution of these resources granted him immense power over the lives of the outer disciples. Old son, fret not. I am merely here to observe and will not interfere in your matters. The outer set competition will still depend heavily on you, Ouyang remarked lazily, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Not at all. Brother Ouyang, your understanding is greatly appreciated. The middle-aged man replied respectfully, his face alight with smiles. After exchanging a few insincere pleasantries with old son, Ouyang's gaze returned to the throng of outer sect disciples below. Countless faces blurred together, overwhelming him. Yet after a prolonged observation, he found no promising candidates. The few who stood out were still significantly inferior to the seasoned disciples of the Qingyan sect. Just as Ouyang contemplated finding a place to take a nap, his attention was suddenly captured by an enormous piece of wood. A bare-chested youth was striding towards the registration area, shouldering the immense timber. Before Ouyang, a panel illuminated. Name, Xiao Feng, the majesty of the emperor, cultivation, comparable to foundation establishment root bone. 0 charm. 8 luck, 8 body refinement aptitude, 11 exclusive skill, indomitable will evaluation, the tragic male protagonist of a classic waste material stream. A root bone of 0? How is this possible? Even someone as inadequate as myself possesses a root bone of 1. Ouyang gazed at the system's evaluation, feeling increasingly intrigued by the youth before him. Why is he labeled as the protagonist of a waste material stream? Is it merely because his surname is Xiao? Is this portrayal of the majesty of an emperor somewhat farcical? Furthermore, this body refinement aptitude has astonishingly surpassed 10, while pondering whether this was yet another child of destiny. A sudden roar erupted from the youth. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Ouyang narrowed his eyes, and in his heart, he was certain. Anyone who could utter such words was undoubtedly a child of destiny. Chapter 29. My fate is determined by myself, not by heaven. The furious roar of the young man stirred commotion. Ouyang, intrigued, remarked, "Come, old son, let's go and take a look." Manager Sun wore a smile, yet a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, feeling that he had lost face before Ouyang, as if he had failed to properly discipline the outer disciples. As Ouyang and Manager Sun approached, they beheld Xiao Feng, bare-chested, pointing angrily at a young man seated at a table, leisurely sipping tea. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves. Ouyang seized a visibly anxious outer disciple nearby and inquired, "Senior brother, what has transpired? Did you not see? Just now, when Xiao Feng came to register, that tea-drinking senior not only refused him, but also mocked him," replied the outer disciple, glancing back while continuing to observe the unfolding drama. It is human nature to indulge in gossip, and Ouyang excelled in this regard. Ouyang hastily pressed on. "What is the matter? Does Xiao Feng have a grudge against that senior brother?" "Oh, what grudge? It's merely that Xiao Shidi has spent 5 years tirelessly climbing mountains to gain attention and enter the inner sect. But 5 years of perseverance? I can accept that, for I could never achieve such feats," lamented the outer disciple. "Oh, that indeed demonstrates great determination." Ouyang regarded the youth with growing admiration. "Indeed, but what does determination amount to? His innate potential has been extinguished, and his dantian rendered useless, making it impossible for him to cultivate. Such a once promising talent has fallen to this fate. What a pity!" The outer disciple interjected. At this moment, Ouyang finally comprehended how the system categorized a protagonist of the waste type. The template sounded all too familiar. Was it not akin to the protagonists of the novels of his past life that had been written to death? Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. Xiao Feng's eyes blazed red as he glared at the nonchalant tea-drinking senior brother, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Little did he expect that after enduring 5 years of hardship at Qingyan sect, waiting for this singular opportunity, he would instead be met with humiliation, unwillingness, disgrace, fury. Every emotion surged within him. Xiao Feng roared, delivering a punch against the ironwood behind him. The ironwood, weighing several thousand pounds, emitted a resounding crack before splitting in two. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. That was ironwood, sturdier than steel. How could anyone break it with a mere punch? Goodness, is this child truly so formidable? Surely he must have prepped it in advance, putting on a show for us. The tea-drinking senior, however, merely glanced over with a hint of indifference. Was breaking an ironwood with a punch impressive? His hand was bleeding, and he could easily dispatch Xiao Feng with a simple gust of wind. What sort of skill was this? Yet, faced with the murmurs around him, he stood, coughed lightly, and addressed Xiao Feng, junior brother Xiao. It is not that I refuse your registration, but there are indeed cultivation restrictions. You have yet to reach the qi refining stage. How can you compete in the outer sect contest? What the senior said was indeed correct. This was a prerequisite for the outer sect competition, established even to protect those foolish enough to venture forth without having reached the qi refining stage. The contests held among the outer sects are far more brutal and savage than those within the inner sections. Instances of injury and even fatalities are commonplace during these external competitions. With his tiger-like eyes blazing crimson, Xiao Feng silently turned away, preparing to carry the iron wood and depart. If the Qingyun sect could not accommodate him, he would certainly not linger here. The world is vast, and there must be a place suited for him. Wait! Ouyang felt it was finally his moment to step forward and called out loudly. His voice instantly captured the attention of everyone present, and Xiao Feng turned back, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Ouyang. With a smile, Ouyang remarked, "We have all witnessed the strength of this junior brother. I believe he deserves a chance." The individual who had just managed to sway the crowd became displeased, feeling challenged by the defiance of another. Noticing Ouyang's cultivation level at only the 9th layer of qi refinement, significantly inferior to his own status as a third-tier foundation establishment cultivator, he instinctively opened his mouth to reprimand Ouyang. However, he noticed the presence of Manager Sun behind Ouyang. Suddenly, a bystander stood up and respectfully addressed Manager Sun. "Senior brother Sun, I did not see you arrive earlier. Please forgive my oversight." Manager Sun nodded in acknowledgement. According to the regulations, the bystander had not erred in his actions, but since Ouyang had spoken up, it would be improper to disregard his request. Even a waste who cannot achieve qi refinement. What difference does it make if he registers? Manager Sun began. "Our Qingyun sect is inclusive. I have also observed the strength of this junior brother, and it is sufficient for him to register for the outer sect contest. Please proceed with his registration." Upon hearing Manager Sun's words, the bystander quickly nodded in agreement. Xiao Feng, supporting the two sections of ironwood, looked at Ouyang with a grateful smile, deeply nodding as he clasped his fists in thanks. "Thank you, senior brother. It is no trouble. I merely facilitated your registration. Ultimately, your entry into the top 10 of the outer sect will depend on your own abilities," Ouyang replied with a smile. "Rest assured, if I fail to make it into the outer sect's top 10, it will be due to my own inadequacy, and I shall not blame others," Xiao Feng declared. Ouyang nodded as he watched Xiao Feng gradually depart with the ironwood on his back. It seems senior brother Ouyang is quite attentive to this young man, Manager Sun remarked, his tone somewhat displeased. Just moments ago, he had claimed he was merely passing through, and now, less than 2 minutes later, he had intervened directly. Such duplicity was hard to ignore. Ouyang chuckled, discreetly placing a high-grade spirit stone into Manager Sun's hand, expressing a hint of apology. "I may have been a bit abrupt earlier. I hope you did not take offense, old son." Manager Sun, feeling the richness of the spirit stone in his hand, beamed with joy, subtly stowing it away as he replied, "Senior brother Ouyang is simply eager to nurture talent. It is of no consequence." After exchanging flattery for a while, Manager Sun took Ouyang to dine. At the dining hall, they fortuitously encountered Xiao Feng, who was quietly eating. Manager Sun, having noticed Xiao Feng's presence, curiously remarked, "Senior brother Ouyang seems particularly invested in this junior brother." Ouyang shook his head and said, "Shall we make a wager, old son?" Curious, Sun, the steward, inquired, "What shall we bet on?" With a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile, Ouyang turned to Sun and proposed, "Let us wager on whether he will utter a single word. The stakes, 2 high-grade spirit stones." Sun, caught between amusement and exasperation, regarded Ouyang, realizing he had been waiting for him all along. Nevertheless, he acquiesced to the bet. Sun then asked, "What do you believe he will say, brother Ouyang?" A well-worn glitch from novels flickered through Ouyang's mind, and with a profound air, he declared, "My fate is determined by myself, not by heaven." Chapter 30. Like a god of war the following day, the external sect competition commenced with great fervor. For the duration of these 2 days, Ouyang would reside here, attentively observing the contests among the external disciples. This arrangement was implemented by the sect to ensure the fairness of the external competitions. Standing atop the bell tower, Ouyang surveyed the scene below, where the external disciples exerted themselves passionately on the arena. Most of these disciples were merely at the chi refinement stage, with only a few exceptionally gifted individuals having reached the foundation establishment stage. Such low-level competitions were, in truth, rather tedious. Their skills were limited to basic techniques, casting fireballs, summoning water arrows, or wielding their swords with rudimentary swordplay. Despite the simplicity of these battles, they still garnered enthusiastic cheers from the onlookers. Compared to his own wayward disciples, these contenders seemed to be playing house, nearly lulling Ouyang to sleep. However, when Xiaofeng donned his yellow training attire and took to the stage, Ouyang's interest was momentarily piqued. Yet, he soon felt a twinge of disappointment, for although Xiaofeng spoke with the bravado of a protagonist, he evidently lacked practical combat experience. Facing a youth at the 5th level of chi refinement, Xiaofeng found himself in a desperate retreat, frequently knocked down by the boy's fireballs and water arrows. It appeared that the individual Ouyang had hoped to admire was lacking in remarkable talents. Beside him, Steward's son sipped his tea and remarked, initially believing that the person Ouyang esteemed would possess great skills. However, witnessing Xiaofeng's struggle against a mere chi refinement practitioner, he concluded that Xiaofeng's defeat was merely a matter of time. Ouyang shook his head, responding, "The universe is still in flux, Steward's son. Your conclusions are somewhat premature." In the arena, Xiaofeng's training attire had been singed and tattered by the boy's fireballs, and the smell of burnt hair wafted through the air. The opposing youth, now emboldened, boasted, "Junior brother Xiao, concede. Otherwise, I shall hold nothing back." Xiaofeng evaded a fireball, steadied himself, and smiled slightly at the youth, saying, "Is that so? Then I shall also refrain from holding back." The youth's expression shifted in surprise. He had not anticipated such defiance from Xiaofeng. Growing indignant, he retorted, arrogant. With a flurry of hand signs, a water dragon surged forth from behind him, lunging toward Xiaofeng with ferocity. As the water dragon approached, Xiaofeng chose not to evade, but instead met it head-on. Before the eyes of the gathered crowd, the 5-meter-long water dragon opened its enormous maw and twisted its body, preparing to strike Xiaofeng. He raised his arm, and the water dragon clamped down upon it with a forceful bite. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the spectators, for the water dragon technique was typically mastered only by those in the late stages of chi refinement. It was astonishing that a mere 5th-level practitioner could wield such power. As the water dragon's jaws clamped onto Xiaofeng's arm, some onlookers shut their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending spectacle of bloodshed. However, the water dragon was unable to sever Xiaofeng's arm, nor did it even break the skin. Instead, it found itself pinned down by Xiaofeng's grip, forcefully slammed against the ground. The youth, attempting to regain control over the water dragon, struggled in vain, for even the water dragon, at the late stage of chi cultivation, could not break free from Xiaofeng's unreasonable might. On the arena, clad in his training attire, Xiaofeng resembled a dragon tamer, firmly restraining the writhing water dragon as he raised his fist. With a single strike, the once fiercely struggling water dragon was instantly transformed into vapor, vanishing into thin air. Rising to his feet without a hint of fatigue, Xiaofeng gazed at the youth across from him and declared, "Brother, concede. Otherwise, I will not hold back." The youth was immediately thrown into a panic, frantically reaching into his robe to retrieve his trump cards, several talismans he had crafted himself. Yet, Xiaofeng offered no opportunity for hesitation. He dashed forward with remarkable speed, landing a punch squarely on the youth's abdomen. The youth felt his innards churn violently, his mouth agape, unable to emit even a cry, as he collapsed to the ground. One punch, merely one punch, was sufficient to defeat a 5th-level chi cultivator. Standing atop the arena, Xiaofeng surveyed the crowd, a sense of exhilaration washing over him. He had possessed the capability to eliminate his opponent from the outset, But having not engaged in combat with cultivators for 5 years, he merely wished to observe the nature of their battles. Hence, he had chosen to evade rather than strike. As he looked down at the audience, now rendered speechless, they had yet to recover from the shock of witnessing Xiao Feng dispatch a 5th-level Qi cultivator with a single blow. 5 years. Do you comprehend how I have endured these 5 years? All the hardships of those years had finally borne fruit today. In the subsequent battles, Xiao Feng swiftly vanquished his opponents under the astonished gazes of all, often defeating them before they could even prepare their techniques. With unparalleled speed, he would close the distance and resolve the combat with a single, unembellished punch. No frills, just the simplicity of a straightforward strike. To all adversaries, one punch was all it took. On the arena, Xiao Feng embodied the essence of a war god. His ranking ascended rapidly, soaring from outside the 1,000 to the top 20. Achieving a position within the top 10 was sufficient to qualify for the sect's grand competition. Yet, Xiao Feng's ambition was never merely to enter the top 10. Having participated in this contest, his aspiration was always to claim the top spot. When the most distinguished disciples of the outer sect stood before him, Xiao Feng finally encountered a formidable challenge. The renowned Ma Xingye, a 7th-level foundation establishment cultivator, celebrated as the foremost disciple of the outer sect. It was said that he was merely 16 years old, serving as the young master of a vassal sect of the Qingyun sect. His mastery of earth escape techniques was nothing short of extraordinary. The power of foundation establishment techniques surpassed that of Qi cultivation techniques by several tiers. As Xiao Feng charged forward once more, his fist crashing against Ma Xingye's protective barrier of true essence. The barrier rippled but remained unbroken. Instead, Xiao Feng was sent flying by a sudden earthen spike. Standing within the protective barrier, Ma Xingye wielded his sword, unleashing waves of sword qi that surged forth. Launched into the air, Xiao Feng could only shield his face with his hands, bracing himself to endure the onslaught of a dozen sword qi strikes. In an instant, blood gushed from Xiao Feng's body, as his once resilient skin could not fully withstand the sword qi of the foundation establishment stage. Before he could touch the ground, a colossal stone hand descended upon him with great force. The formidable stone hand seized Xiao Feng, rendering him immobile. The outcome was evident. Ma Xingye, observing Xiao Feng's desperate struggle, tightened his grip on the stone hand with a smirk, declaring, ultimately, body refinement is a minor path. Without entering the foundation establishment, one remains as insignificant as an ant. Clearly, Ma Xingye recognized the godlike presence of Xiao Feng, thus engaging with utmost seriousness. It seemed he had been overly cautious. The once mighty Xiao Feng appeared utterly defenseless before Ma Xingye, who had already attained the foundation establishment stage. Trapped by the stone hand, Xiao Feng's blood surged, veins bulging on his forehead as he exerted all his strength to break free. Yet the stone hand held firm. Was defeat imminent? How could he possibly concede? Xiao Feng roared. Having come this far, how could I accept defeat? My fate is mine to determine, not dictated by heaven. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cacophony of cracking bones resonated from within him, as a powerful wave of energy surged forth, shattering the once impenetrable stone hand with sheer brute force. Ma Xingye, caught off guard, stumbled back awkwardly as his tightly clenched fist faltered. From a bell tower, Ouyang erupted in laughter, applauding with fervor. It appeared he reveled not only in the prospect of winning 2 spirit stones, but also in his admiration for Xiao Feng's indomitable spirit. Chapter 31. A narrow defeat. This was indeed a technique of the late foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly break free? Ma Xingye felt a surge of terror, quickly followed by a sense of shame. As a practitioner of the 7th layer of foundation establishment, he had been staggered by a youth devoid of any cultivation. Furthermore, he was the young master of the Lanfeng sect, having been distinguished since childhood. Regaining his balance, Ma Xingye pointed his long sword at Xiao Feng, unleashing his true essence without restraint. 2 colossal stone hands rose beside him, and a towering stone puppet, nearly 10 meters tall, emerged from the ground. Standing atop the puppet, Ma Xingye felt the depletion of his true essence and glared at Xiao Feng, his eyes ablaze with fury. As he swiftly executed a series of gestures, He directed a spell towards Xiao Feng, bellowing, "Stone General, he my command, strike." The stone puppet, under his command, raised its hands high, a long-handled stone axe appearing in its grasp, and swung it down ferociously towards Xiao Feng, who had just freed himself from the stone hands. Breakthrough. Having just escaped the restraints, Xiao Feng rose once more, his muscles engaging in an irregular dance, the surging vitality coursing through him, igniting a boundless reservoir of strength. As the colossal axe descended, he roared and raised his fist to meet it. The two forces collided violently, sending tremors through the earth. Dust and debris swirled around the arena, obscuring the scene. When the dust settled, Xiao Feng stood quietly, his body covered in blood, every acupoint oozing crimson, resembling a blood-soaked gourd. The massive stone puppet was nowhere to be seen, reduced to mere rubble and sand. Ma Xingye collapsed on the ground, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at Xiao Feng. Who exactly was this individual? The stone puppet he had summoned boasted the strength of the core formation stage, his strongest trump card. Yet, it had been shattered by this seemingly unremarkable youth with a single punch. Participants in the competition were permitted to utilize talismans and magical artifacts, as financial resources and external items were considered part of one's power. While it may seem unfair, it mirrored the ways of the secular world. The fact that the young master of the Lanfeng sect had personally entered the fray was already a considerable advantage. A monster. He is a monster. In the midst of Ma Xingye's fearful contemplation, Xiao Feng began to move, his steps heavy and deliberate, advancing towards him with the weight of a mountain. Though he moved slowly, it seemed each step required immense effort. Yet to Ma Xingye, the blood-soaked figure of Xiao Feng resembled a malevolent spirit rising from the underworld, methodically approaching to claim his life. "Don't come any closer." Ma Xingye frantically channeled the dwindling true essence in his dantian, wildly brandishing his longsword. Several streaks of sword energy struck Xiao Feng, causing him to sway slightly and sustain a few wounds, yet they did not deter his relentless advance. Everyone held their breath, watching Xiao Feng in the arena, their sentiments shifting from initial disdain to growing astonishment and ultimately to deep admiration. They witnessed a youth, lacking in cultivation, even at the cost of his own life, was determined to conquer his adversary in this arena. No one would deride such stubbornness, a fierce defense of one's existence. Xiao Feng's body began to sway, his steps faltering, his vision blurring. He relied solely on the strength of his indomitable will to remain standing. Opposite him, Ma Xingye sat on the ground, utterly exhausted, devoid of the strength to even raise his hand. The effort to summon a stone golem at the core formation stage had already placed an immense burden on him, and, in his panic, he had recklessly unleashed sword energy towards Xiao Feng, depleting all of his true energy. Once the true energy in a practitioner's dantian is exhausted, they become rigid and immobile. Thus, as Xiao Feng approached Ma Xingye, a single punch would lead to the defeat of this outer sect's top genius at his hands. Finally, Xiao Feng stood before Ma Xingye, slowly raising his fist, its softness yet accompanied by a rush of wind as it descended towards Ma Xingye's fairly handsome visage. "I'm truly going to lose," Ma Xingye thought, casting a hopeful glance towards the drum tower as the approaching fist loomed closer. Suddenly, an imperceptible wave of air shot from the drum tower towards Xiao Feng at an astonishing speed, leaving all the outer sect disciples bewildered. Just as Xiao Feng, already at his limits, was unexpectedly struck and flung away, he succumbed to complete unconsciousness. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated such a twist of fate. The expression on Ma Xingye's face relaxed as he collapsed onto the ground. His efforts in daily reverence were not in vain, nor was the grand gift he had presented a few days prior. Regardless of the process, he had emerged victorious. At that moment, the voice of Manager's son echoed from the bell tower. "The victor is Ma Xingye." The speed of that airwave was so swift that it eluded the eyes of the outer sect disciples. Onlookers outside the arena only witnessed Xiao Feng, whose fist had almost reached Ma Xingye, suddenly veering to one side, never to rise again. The outcome was clear. Xiao Feng had narrowly lost. What a pity. Truly a pity. He was so close to victory. Indeed, it seems that he could not surpass the formidable Ma Shixiang of the 7th layer of Foundation establishment. That towering mountain, this Xiao Shidi, certainly possesses the strength of a top 10 contender. Yet fate led him to defeat at the hands of Ma Shixiang. His luck was simply too unfortunate. Sometimes, luck is indeed a facet of strength. I can see at a glance that this Xiao Shidi's future is boundless. Were you not the one who claimed he was an insignificant insect, overestimating his worth just yesterday? I did not. Do not speak falsely. It was not me. The surrounding clamor resonated with mixed sentiments, regret, awe, and admiration. Although the victor was Ma Xingye, all attention was drawn to the once silent Xiao Feng, who had now made a remarkable impression. Meanwhile, atop the drum tower, Ouyang gazed down at the unconscious Xiao Feng, his expression inscrutable. Ouyang Shixiang, you have won this wager. What a splendid match it was. Thanks to you, the pearl has not been cast into darkness. Allow me to express my gratitude with these 4 high-grade spirit stones. With a beaming smile, Manager Sun produced a small cloth pouch and approached Ouyang, chuckling as he spoke. The recent fluctuation in the air was indeed a manifestation of Manager Sun's wind-based techniques striking Xiao Feng. Ouyang, glancing down at Xiao Feng, raised his hand without turning around. Slap! A resounding slap echoed against Manager Sun's face. Ouyang, feigning surprise, turned around and exclaimed, "Oh dear, Manager Sun. I was so engrossed in the scene that I didn't realize you were beside me." Manager Sun, momentarily bewildered by the unexpected blow, retracted his smile and replied lightly, "It's quite all right. It's my fault for being so abrupt." However, his tone suddenly shifted to one of indifference as he cast a sardonic glance at Ouyang, saying, "There's no need for you to be upset, Brother Ouyang. Everyone has their own place. For instance, when I was in the Qi refinement stage, I certainly could not have struck someone in the core formation stage." Manager Sun's subtle mockery implied that Ouyang, being merely in the Qi refinement stage, was only able to act so arrogantly due to his status as an inner disciple. Thus, he questioned how Ouyang differed from Ma Xingye. Ouyang, with a sincere expression, responded, "What you say is true, Manager Sunday. Perhaps it is precisely because you are so adept in this field that, even at over 300 years old, you still find yourself wandering among the outer disciples." Chapter 32. Would you like to become my disciple? Alas, I have lost once again. If I cannot even win this, with so many grievances, how shall I seek my revenge? Xiao Feng abruptly sat up, every muscle in his body screaming in excruciating pain. With a muffled groan, he collapsed back onto the bed. "Oh, you awakened so swiftly? Truly resilient," Ouyang remarked, astonished by Xiao Feng's seemingly undead resurgence before collapsing once more. "Who are you?" Xiao Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he inquired. "My name is Ouyang, and you're the one I rescued. You truly put your life on the line. Your meridians are completely severed, and your bones are shattered. Had it not been for me, it would have been exceedingly difficult for you to regain consciousness," Ouyang replied, a satisfied smirk adorning his face. "This kindness, I, Xiao Feng, shall repay. My apologies, but I wish to rest now." Xiao Feng closed his eyes, wearing an irritable expression. "Damn it, you're just like when Little Bai first ascended the mountain, acting as if the entire world owes you something," Ouyang thought, refusing to indulge the temper of this prodigious youth. After all, wasn't he Little Bai humbled by his own hand back then? Ouyang tossed aside the covers, seized Xiao Feng by the neck, and hoisted him upright, a cold smile upon his lips. "Let us settle the medical expenses, 10 high-grade spirit stones in total." Suddenly yanked from his moment of respite, Xiao Feng opened his eyes to see Ouyang's fierce countenance. His mind still reeling, he stammered, "What medical fees?" "Do not feign ignorance. The blood revitalization pill, muscle relaxation pill, bone setting, golden moon salve. These medicines that restored you to life didn't just fall from the sky," Ouyang asserted, pulling Xiao Feng closer. Xiao Feng's throat tightened. Having endured rigorous training for 5 years, he had contributed nothing to the Qinyan sect, thus receiving no share of the resources distributed monthly. 10 high-grade spirit stones? He couldn't even produce a single low-grade spirit stone. "I will owe this debt for now. In the future, I shall repay you 100-fold. Xiao Feng frowned in discontent. Repay? With what? You nearly met Yama to try to deal with a foundation establishment waste like yourself? What did you possibly offer? Ouyang mocked. Xiao Feng closed his eyes again. He had heard such taunts countless times over the years, rendering them incapable of stirring any emotional response within him. Noticing Xiao Feng's stubborn demeanor, Ouyang shifted his approach, asking, Meridians taken, parents slain, brothers betrayed, fiancé called off? Which of these do you bear? Typically, those of Xiao Feng's caliber would have a tragic backstory. The question was which category he belonged to. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Xiao Feng's eyes snapped open, and he barked, Who are you? How do you know these things? Those matters? Goodness, you encompass all of them. Ouyang exclaimed, taken aback by Xiao Feng's fury. You are not the protagonist. I wouldn't believe it myself if I hadn't seen it. Such an abundance of misfortune. Understanding that Xiao Feng now presumed he was aware of his circumstances and had come to confront him, Ouyang merely observed the enraged youth. Ouyang casually tossed Xiao Feng back onto the bed and remarked, Does it truly matter who I am? What is significant is that it has taken you 5 years to reach this point. When will you finally avenge these grievances? Xiao Feng, his heart laid bare and wounded, could not absorb Ouyang's words. Like an enraged lion, he roared at Ouyang, You scoundrel, if you have the guts, just kill me. Don't stand there feigning compassion, attempting to exploit me. Under normal circumstances, I would crush you with a single punch. Observing the clearly disoriented Xiao Feng, Ouyang couldn't help but chuckle. He retrieved a white jade vial from his robes and poured out a medicinal pill. As the pill emerged, a rich aroma of medicine instantly permeated the entire room. Ouyang lifted Xiao Feng's chin and placed the pill in his mouth, ensuring he swallowed it. Just as Xiao Feng was about to curse Ouyang for what he had ingested, he suddenly felt a warm sensation coursing through his previously agonized limbs. To his astonishment, as the warmth dissipated, he realized that his body had recovered to a remarkable extent. The swift restoration of his physical condition could only be attributed to a medicinal herb of at least 7th rank. Medicinal pills are categorized into 9 ranks, starting with the lowest, the 9th rank Qi cultivation pill, and ascending in difficulty exponentially with each rank. The rapid recovery of his body indicated that it was at least a high-grade 6th or 7th rank pill. Xiao Feng found himself bewildered, unable to discern whether Ouyang was friend or foe. Nevertheless, the authenticity of the pill he had consumed was undeniable. Ouyang's alternating acts of salvation and mockery left Xiao Feng utterly perplexed. Yet, clarity soon dawned upon him as he sensed a tremendous aura emanating from Ouyang, one that felt as if it could crush him to pieces. The entire room grew thick, as if submerged in a viscous substance, making it difficult for Xiao Feng to even draw breath. In astonishment, he gazed at the seemingly indifferent Ouyang and declared, With your current state, you'll only be able to dominate the foundational realm in this lifetime. Who exactly is he? Why does his aura exude such terror? Well, he appears to be of a similar age to myself. What kind of monster is he? Xiao Feng stared in horror at Ouyang. Before such overwhelming energy, he felt like a mere leaf adrift in the vast ocean. The thought of resistance was futile, and merely sitting there was a significant struggle. Are you seeking a solution to your lack of a dantian and inability to cultivate? Ouyang whispered, akin to a demon. Do you possess a way to remedy my body? Xiao Feng's eyes glimmered with hope as he eagerly questioned Ouyang. Before Xiao Feng had lost consciousness, Ouyang had observed that despite the absence of dantian, Xiao Feng's body was still instinctively absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth to strengthen itself. What a remarkable prodigy he was. Even with his dantian destroyed and his meridians severed, he could still draw in the spiritual energy of the world. Truly, the comparison of humans can be maddening. However, the rate of absorption of this energy was minuscule. If not for Ouyang's expertise in medicine, he would not have detected this peculiar phenomenon. Suddenly, a bold idea emerged in Ouyang's mind. The primary challenge now was how to lead this obstinate mule up the mountain. Indeed, I possess a solution, but it will require a sacrifice on your part. Ouyang gazed at Xiao Feng, who appeared as if he had grasped a lifeline, and spoke. Xiao Feng resolutely replied, No matter the cost, I am willing to do anything to resolve the troubles plaguing my body. Ouyang cleared his throat and said, then, would you be willing to become a registered disciple under my tutelage? Your disciple? Who are you? Xiao Feng inquired, perplexed. As he looked at Ouyang, Ouyang retracted his internal energy, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and calmly introduced himself. I am Ouyang, the eldest disciple of the Little Mountain Peak, one of the 12 peaks of the Qingyun sect. Chapter 33. I cannot recall the title, all right, I agree. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Xiao Feng responded without a moment's hesitation. Such promptness? Ouyang gazed at Xiao Feng, perplexed. Xiao Feng, with a carefree smile, replied, had you mentioned your status as an inner-sect disciple of the Qingyun sect earlier, I would have acquiesced without delay. As one who never ranked within the top 10 of the outer sect, I had no chance to engage with the inner sect. Since someone has come to extend an invitation, why would I decline? Observing Xiao Feng's keen sense of opportunity, Ouyang could not help but inquire. Are you not afraid that I might be deceiving you? Xiao Feng laughed heartily. Brother, where are we? This is the outer sect of the Qingyun sect. Who would dare to flaunt its name to swindle here? Realizing he had overlooked this aspect, Ouyang turned to Xiao Feng and said, I lack the authority to accept you as a disciple. Such decisions must await Master S' return. You may reside on the small peak until Master decides whether to take you under his wing. Xiao Feng nodded respectfully, clasping his fists as he expressed, I am honored, brother. Yet, I remain puzzled as to why you would extend such assistance to me. After all, in this world, no help comes without reason. It is merely a matter of exchanging benefits. Ouyang regarded the perplexed Xiao Feng and spoke plainly, consider it a whim of mine, a desire to see how far you can go. Then, in that case, I thank you, brother, Xiao Feng said with a deep bow. As soon as Xiao Feng's words faded, a system notification echoed in Ouyang's mind. Causal bond detected between host and a destined child. Current task completion, 4-5. Reward granted. Chi value 10, 000,000. Current idle earnings, 20,000. Oh, such a substantial idle earning this time? Ouyang was taken aback. To accumulate 20,000 in just 3 or 4 days was indeed surprising. Had the system not interrupted, he might have forgotten its existence entirely. The presence of this idle system was exceedingly faint. Aside from the irregular notifications of earnings, it remained dormant. Moreover, the duration of idle time varied unpredictably, sometimes occurring 2 or 3 times a day, while at other times, it might span 10 days or even half a month without a single occurrence, with each idle earning differing in amount. However, given his current chi value exceeding 900 million, Ouyang had grown indifferent to the idle earnings. What truly captured Ouyang's attention was the indicated task progress. With a deep sigh of relief, he noted the sudden appearance of the task status. He had finally achieved a completion of 4-5. The system's criteria for identifying a destined child were exceptionally stringent. Even Hu-Tu-Tu, who bore the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox, had failed to activate the task progress. The remaining progress depended on the contributions of the 3 rebellious youths atop the mountain. Lung Qingsong had been raised by him since childhood. Chen Changsheng was a seeker of his own, and Bai Feiyu had been taken back during a visit to the human realm alongside his master. It was indeed peculiar. Were there truly so many destined children in this world? Were it not for the mortal enmity between Ziyuan and Chen Changsheng, Ouyang would have contemplated undermining Dong Shuzi. Was the holy son of the demon clan so formidable? Upon the mountain, which of the 3 unruly disciples is the most manageable? Once the task is in my hands, it is not difficult to grasp. At last, with only 1 spot remaining, I am on the verge of completing my inaugural task since triggering the system. Ouyang gazed at the progress bar with a sense of contemplation. Even among the revered 9 sacred lands, I have only encountered one individual worthy of being called the child of destiny. And, after all, the fact that the 3 unruly disciples could gain entry into the Qingyun sect is, to some extent, related to my own influence, thus illustrating the rarity of such fated individuals. Who knows when a last spot will become available? Xiao Feng observed Ouyang, who seemed lost in thought and refrained from speaking. His senior was indeed peculiar, drifting off mid-conversation. Yet, The formidable prowess displayed by Ouyang ignited a yearning within him. Should he ever reach such heights, his quest for vengeance would surely be fulfilled. Snapping back to reality, Ouyang offered an apologetic smile to Xiaofeng and said, "Now that you are a registered disciple of my humble peak, it is imperative that I inform you of certain rules." Instantly, Xiaofeng sat upright, paying full attention to Ouyang. With a serious expression, Ouyang continued, "Apart from you, there are 3 senior brothers and 1 junior sister here. Remember, at our humble peak, my rules are absolute. Most importantly, keep your distance from those 3 unruly ones. Do not emulate their ways." Xiaofeng, bewildered by Ouyang's fierce demeanor, nodded in agreement, albeit with some confusion. Once the necessary instructions were imparted, Ouyang prepared to lead Xiaofeng back to their peak. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaofeng spoke up, "Senior brother, may I borrow some items?" Ouyang, taken aback by Xiaofeng's request before he had even officially entered, wondered about his intentions. Was Xiaofeng already developing a rebellious spirit? Xiaofeng quickly clarified, "Having spent a few years in the outer sect, I have made some friends and received their kindness. I would like to borrow some spirit stones from you as a farewell gift." Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, Ouyang felt reassured. Given Xiaofeng's character, he would never wish to owe anyone a debt. He believed in repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. Thus, it was only natural for him to seek spirit stones to express his appreciation for his fellow disciples. Ouyang, slightly startled, realized it was merely that. He unfastened his storage bag and rummaged through it, finally producing a large chest. "Here are 100 high-grade spirit stones. Take them for your use." Xiaofeng opened the chest and was astonished by the sight of the spirit stones within. He had never encountered such a quantity of high-grade stones in his life, their quality nearly rivaling that of supreme spirit stones. "That is far too much, senior brother. 10 will suffice," he quickly protested. Ouyang, however, dismissed his concerns nonchalantly. "What does it matter? If you run out, I can take you to the plaza on Qinyan Peak to dig some more." Having spent 5 years in the outer sect, Xiaofeng was well acquainted with the Qinyan sect and swallowed hard, realizing he had just heard something remarkable from his senior brother. Xiaofeng inclined his head respectfully towards Ouyang, dragging his box as he departed the room. After all, he would soon be by Ouyang's side, and there would be ample opportunities to repay his kindness. Thus, he harbored no concerns about his ability to return the spirit stones. "Junior brother Xiao, are you leaving?" inquired the youth who had notified Xiaofeng of his registration, a hint of melancholy evident in his voice. "Brother Xiao, I am profoundly grateful for your care over the years. My senior brother from Little Mountain Peak has graciously permitted me to enter the inner sect for cultivation. Please consider these spirit stones merely a token of my appreciation." Xiaofeng replied, clasping his fists in homage. The young man felt as though he had been insulted. A mist filled his eyes as he exclaimed, "My concern for you is not driven by any expectation of receiving these gifts." Xiaofeng nodded and said, "Brother Zhao, I fully comprehend the bond of brotherhood that we share. Therefore, these are merely a small token of my heartfelt gratitude. I, Xiaofeng, solemnly vow that should you ever face difficulties in the future, I shall come to your aid without hesitation." The youth, angered, waved his hand dismissively at Xiaofeng. "You may leave. I do not wish to see you right now." Xiaofeng offered a wry smile, well aware of his senior brother's temperament, which often bore a hint of femininity. He knew the storm would soon pass. Casting a deep, lingering glance at the young man, he spoke solemnly. "The verdant mountains remain unchanged, Brother Zhao. I take my leave now. Take care of yourself." The youth, with his head held high, watched as Xiaofeng's figure gradually receded, tears streaming down his cheeks. Gazing at the box before him, his voice turned as melodious as a lark, softly murmuring, "Brother Xiao, you truly are a great rascal." Chapter 34. Who says humanity lacks great emperors? As Ouyang arrived at the foot of the small hill with Xiaofeng, a magnificent white paper crane gracefully floated down. "Master brother, you're back. Did you bring gifts for Tutu?" The melodious voice of Hu Tutu chimed from the paper crane. Ouyang beamed as he watched Hu Tutu leap from the crane, eagerly rummaging through him for presents like an exuberant puppy. "Look at this!" Ouyang exclaimed. performing a sleight of hand as he produced a candied hawthorn from his sleeve. It's a candied hawthorn. I haven't had one in ages. Thank you, Master Brother. Hu exclaimed with delight, gratefully accepting the treat, planting a sweet kiss on Ouyang's cheek and twirling around with joy while holding the candied hawthorn aloft. Suddenly, Hu noticed Xiao Feng trailing behind Ouyang. The once merry and playful child quickly hid behind Ouyang, clutching his robe while peering out cautiously, asking, Master Brother, who is this? Ouyang affectionately ruffled Hu-Tutu's hair and replied with a smile, This is a fine disciple I found from Master, a registered disciple of our small hill. Turning to Xiao Feng, Ouyang continued, Xiao Shidi, this is Hu-Tutu, our 5th disciple of the small hill. Though young, she is your senior sister. Within the sect, seniority is determined not by age, but by the time of entry. After all, for ancient cultivators who might live for millennia, age holds little significance. For instance, a 30-year-old ordinary man dating a 7-year-old girl would raise eyebrows. Yet a 400-year-old cultivator pairing with a 300-year-old counterpart seems hardly remarkable. Xiao Feng bowed slightly and clasped his hands. Greeting Hu-Tutu, Xiao Feng pays his respects to senior sister. With one hand clutching the candied hawthorn, Hu-Tutu gazed at Xiao Feng in wide-eyed astonishment, momentarily forgetting to chew her treat. Wait, I'm a senior sister now? Hu-Tutu wiped the drool from her chin, still in disbelief. Shouldn't I give a gift for our first meeting? In a flurry, she rummaged through her belongings, revealing a leftover sweet potato from yesterday, a cricket caught that morning, freshly picked flowers, and a half-eaten candied hawthorn in her hand. Reluctantly glancing at the treat she held, Hu-Tutu raised it with a tearful expression, asking, Junior brother, would you like to have it? Xiao Feng, observing the pouting Hu-Tutu with her tear-filled eyes, chuckled wryly and replied, No need, senior sister, I do not enjoy sweets. Oh, you don't like sweets? That's a relief. Hu-Tutu sighed in relief, puffing out her little chest as she stepped out from behind Ouyang. She circled around Xiao Feng, seemingly appraising her new junior brother. I'm a senior sister now. I'm practically a big kid. Junior brother, lean your head over here, Hu-Tutu called, waving her small hand at Xiao Feng. Baffled, Xiao Feng bent down, and a small white flower was deftly placed behind his ear by her tiny hand. Hu-Tutu softly remarked, This little white flower is the most exquisite blossom I have encountered today. I intended to present it to my senior brother, but now it is yours. Xiao Feng gently caressed the small white flower by his ear, a sincere smile blossoming on his face as he gazed at the innocent Hu-Tutu and replied, Thank you. Junior sister. Hu-Tutu clapped her hands, and a paper crane leisurely floated before the three of them. She raised her candied hawthorn skewers and called out to Ouyang and the others. Let us go. We're heading home. Today, 3rd senior brother is preparing fish. The paper crane carried the trio with a gentle breeze towards the summit. Upon reaching the peak, as the paper crane landed gracefully, Hu-Tutu eagerly shouted into the courtyard. Senior brother, the eldest senior brother has returned with a junior disciple. Xiao Feng looked up and instantly fell in love with the quaint little courtyard. With green bricks and tiles, a flourishing tree stood in the center. Beneath it, a white-clad youth was napping, a book shielding his face. A young boy was busy repairing the roof above, while in a corner kitchen, wisps of smoke curled upwards, signaling the preparation of a meal. It bore no resemblance to the imposing facade of a grand sect. Rather, it exuded the tranquil charm of pastoral life, which resonated deeply with Xiao Feng, who had come from the mundane world. The youth reclining on the chair, by Fei Yu, lowered his book and raised his head to glance at Xiao Feng, waving his hand in a gesture of greeting. The boy on the roof, Lung Qing-song, continued his work, oblivious to the newcomers. Only Chun Changsheng, hearing the commotion, emerged from the kitchen, his face alight with joy as he turned towards Xiao Feng. Yet, he was momentarily frozen in place. Xiao Feng's visage began to merge with the memory of an unparalleled being from his past life. Our human race must strive unceasingly. Who dares claim our race lacks a great emperor? Here stands Xiao Feng of the human race. Who would dare approach and meet their demise? A tempest of emotions surged within Chun Changsheng, realizing that his senior brother had returned with an extraordinary figure. The human emperor, Xiao Feng, who had single-handedly halted the demon race for a decade in his previous life, was now his junior disciple. Before Chun Changsheng could recover from his astonishment, Hu Tutu, with her curious nose twitching, inquired, "What is burning?" "My fish," Chun Changsheng exclaimed, turning swiftly back to the kitchen. What could be more important than the fish in his pot, even for a human emperor? At lunchtime, Ouyang introduced Xiao Feng to everyone. Second senior brother, Lung Qingsong. Third senior brother, Chun Changsheng. Fourth senior brother, Bai Feiyu. And our junior sister, Hu Tutu. Xiao Feng performed his salutations with utmost respect, appearing cautious. Lung Qingsong nodded at Xiao Feng and returned to his meal. Bai Feiyu shook his head, thinking that this junior brother's innate talent was rather poor. Although he possessed vigorous vitality, he lacked the aptitude for swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Hu Tutu was frowning at a slightly burnt fish. Only Chun Changsheng fixed his unwavering gaze on Xiao Feng. This individual, the anchor of the human race in his past life, was now standing before him, bowing respectfully. Life is indeed marvelous. As Chun Changsheng continued to stare at Xiao Feng, a thought crossed Ouyang's mind, and he felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. As a reincarnate, Chun Changsheng undoubtedly comprehends the origins of Xiao Feng, which is why Ouyang is particularly attentive to Chun Changsheng's gaze. Indeed, under the template of the Son of Heaven, Xiao Feng has captivated Chun Changsheng's undivided attention since his entrance. The arrival of a new junior disciple at the little mountain peak created little stir. Everyone continued with their respective pursuits. However, just as Chun Changsheng was about to retreat to his chamber for cultivation, he was called by Ouyang. "Changsheng, please accompany junior disciple Xiao to my room," Ouyang instructed, gazing at Chun Changsheng. Chun Changsheng's body stiffened slightly, his heart racing with excitement. After all, the great emperor, Xiao, had been his idol in his previous life. Once Xiao Feng and Chun Changsheng followed Ouyang into the room. Ouyang furrowed his brow and scrutinized both of them, finally fixing his gaze on Chun Changsheng. "Changsheng, junior disciple Zhao's roots have been seized, and his dantian has been destroyed, rendering him unable to cultivate. I have conceived a method to aid his progression, but it requires your assistance." Chun Changsheng nodded and inquired, "What is required?" "Please, senior brother, feel free to command." Upon hearing Chun Changsheng's response, Ouyang felt a wave of relief. Chun Changsheng's willingness to assist indicated that Xiao Feng's identity posed no issues. Ouyang then smiled and remarked, "I have heard that your artistic skills in painting are quite remarkable, Changsheng." Chapter 35. The future emperor of humanity emerges from my hand. Chun Changsheng gazed at Ouyang with reluctance, expressing, "Senior brother, I am disinclined to create such vile artifacts any longer." "What utter nonsense! What could possibly compel me to have you create anything of that sort?" Ouyang retorted, his brow furrowed in exasperation. "We are speaking seriously here. It was merely a matter of illustrating a few educational booklets. Must you cling to this grudge?" With a serious demeanor, Ouyang continued, "I have devised a plan, and I wish to share it with you, so we may explore its feasibility." Though Xiao Shidi's roots had been stripped and his dantian destroyed, his inherent aptitude remained largely unaffected. Ouyang articulated, in comparison to the path of cultivation, Xiao Shidi could wholly embrace the route of physical refinement. Xiao Feng, wearing a wry smile, interjected, "Senior brother, I do not wish to pursue the path of physical refinement. Other avenues seem equally unviable. The techniques of physical cultivation have long been lost since antiquity. The methods I propose for physical cultivation are my own invention," Ouyang stated with a sense of pride. "Even in the absence of established techniques, we have an ancient sword immortal reborn among us. What knowledge could a sword immortal possibly lack? It is merely a matter of extracting a few unparalleled techniques from Bai Feiyu," he added confidently. Noticing the perplexed expressions on Xiao Feng and Chun Changsheng's faces, Ouyang continued, "I wish to enlist Changsheng Shidi to use Xiao Feng Shidi's body as a canvas, tattooing upon him several divine beasts that embody elemental attributes. I shall facilitate the awakening of their spiritual intelligence, allowing them to substitute for Xiao Feng Shidi's dantian, thereby absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to nourish his corporeal form." Xiao Feng and Chun Changsheng were taken aback. The notion of awakening spiritual intelligence, so casually uttered by Ouyang, seemed almost absurdly simplistic. Xiao Feng, still a novice, remained unaware of the formidable challenges inherent in awakening intelligence in inanimate entities. However, Chun Changsheng grasped the gravity of the situation. It was akin to an inanimate stone sprouting legs and commencing to run without any external influence. An extraordinary feat. Yet, having witnessed Ouyang accomplish such feats in the past, Chun Changsheng found it somewhat easier to accept. Nevertheless, he voiced his concerns. Senior brother, we have previously attempted to awaken spiritual intelligence in divine beasts, yet this invariably attracted heavenly retribution, leading to the immediate annihilation of the newly birthed beings. And we suffered considerable consequences as well. Is it truly feasible to awaken intelligence in the inanimate? Ouyang nodded thoughtfully. I am uncertain. Yet I drew inspiration from the paper cranes crafted by our master and the stone lions I inadvertently created. Awakening the spiritual intelligence of our drawn divine beasts may indeed be challenging. The beasts lack a corresponding corporeal form to withstand the heavenly tribulations. However, the divine beasts we create will be intrinsically linked to Xiao Shidi's body. If they possess a corporeal form, could they not successfully navigate the tribulations? Ouyang's idea was audacious, yet not devoid of rationale. However, its execution would be perilously fraught with danger. Should heavenly tribulations arise, only two outcomes awaited, either survival or obliteration. There was no third possibility. This was a gamble with their very lives, an exceedingly precarious endeavor. Chun Changsheng resolutely refused, stating, no, although theoretically there is no issue if it were to fail. Junior brother Xiao would face immediate death, leaving no room for redemption. I wish to give it a try. Xiao Feng interjected. From being an unparalleled genius to now a mere shadow of his former self, Xiao Feng had endured far too much injustice. Ever since he lost his dantian, he had ceased to experience the essence of the world. Although the heavenly energy would automatically nourish his body during his physical training, he lacked any capacity to perceive it. Now, hearing of a chance to once again feel the world's essence, Xiao Feng was determined to take the risk, even if it meant his demise. No, this is wagering your life. Chun Changsheng firmly rejected again, unwilling to bear the responsibility of the future human emperor's untimely death at his hands. The future leader who would guide humanity out of the abyss of despair should not perish so easily because of him. Chun Changsheng could not agree to such a matter. Even for the sake of humankind's future, Xiao Feng knelt down with a thud, gazing earnestly at Chun Changsheng. Third senior brother, a man kneels only beneath the heavens, parents, and teachers. Yet if you consent to this matter, it would be akin to granting me a second chance at life. Witnessing the future human emperor pleading before him, Chun Changsheng felt a pang of sympathy. Ouyang, remaining silent, understood that his own notion was far too fantastical, lacking any precedent, and he could not insist on sending Xiao Feng to his demise. The room fell into a contemplative silence, and Chun Changsheng found himself unable to make a definitive decision. At that moment, the doors suddenly swung open, and Bai Feiyu entered, smiling as he addressed the trio. I have indeed heard of methods from ancient body cultivators. Senior brother's idea is not without its references. How fortunate to have a reincarnated Ancient Sword Immortal at home. Ouyang, disregarding Bai Feiyu's eavesdropping, eagerly seized him. Xiao Bai, have you heard of the techniques of ancient body cultivation? Bai Feiyu nodded. During my time in the mortal realm, I encountered an old beggar who once told me that in ancient times, powerful body cultivators used the essence of fierce beasts as vessels to temper their physiques, which aligns perfectly with senior brother's earlier thoughts. Listening to Bai Feiyu's fanciful tale, Ouyang chose not to expose the absurdity, instead looking towards Chun Changsheng and suggesting, Third junior brother, why not truly give it a try? Chun Changsheng glanced at Bai Feiyu, who nodded in affirmation and reluctantly asked, What does senior brother want me to draw? Without hesitation, Ouyang replied, Of course, the divine beast corresponding to the 5 elements. The azure dragon to the left, the white tiger to the right, the vermilion bird above, the black tortoise below, and, not an ox, but the qilin in the center. My goodness, the 5 divine beasts are actually here. Chen Changsheng exclaimed in shock. In the future, after Xiao Feng ascends to the throne as the Emperor of Humanity, he will lead his people against the cataclysmic forces of the heavens, surrounded by the 5 divine beasts. It is through their aid that Xiao Feng will repeatedly turn the tide of battle, guiding humanity to victory time and again. Thus, the name of the 5 emperors and Xiao Feng shall resonate throughout the universe. To his astonishment, Chen Changsheng realizes that the 5 divine beasts, destined to serve the future emperor of humanity, were indeed conjured from his own hand. Staring in disbelief at the kneeling Xiao Feng, his mind struggles to comprehend the astonishing truth that the once unattainable emperor of the 5 directions in his past life emerged from his own creation. Chapter 36. A 15 or 16-year-old youth should engage in astonishing deeds at long last. Chen Changsheng agreed to use Xiao Feng's back as a canvas to inscribe the 5 divine beasts upon him. Meanwhile, Ouyang seized by Fei Yu, insisting that he should contemplate the fact that the old beggar had yet to sell him any extraordinary martial arts. Ouyang incessantly chattered, asserting that, according to the narrative, the beggar must be carrying hundreds of martial arts manuals, including methods to transcend to the foundation establishment stage. Bai Feiyu shook his head, reminding Ouyang that he had been rescued by him and that it was evident he had no money to spare, not even a morsel to eat for 3 days. Reluctantly, Ouyang conceded. However, inscribing the 5 divine beasts upon Xiao Feng was no trifling endeavor. The true difficulty lay in whether Ouyang could awaken the beast's intelligence, and whether Xiao Feng could withstand the ensuing thunder tribulation. The reason these beasts are deemed divine is that they embody the greatest variables within this realm. A snake requires 3,000 years to transform into a flood dragon, and a flood dragon another 3,000 to metamorphose into a true dragon. While many flood dragons exist in this world, the sight of a true dragon has long been absent. One can only imagine the fate of those flood dragons aspiring to become dragons, let alone Ouyang's hastily conceived divine beasts. Moreover, he intended to paint 5 of them. There was a genuine fear that as soon as Ouyang awakened their intelligence, Xiao Feng would be obliterated by the thunder tribulation in an instant. Bai Feiyu gazed intently at Xiao Feng, recognizing immediately the utter devastation of the youth's foundational energy. Any path to cultivation would necessitate a physical approach. Yet, even in ancient times, physical cultivation was notoriously arduous. The trials were excruciatingly grueling. Daily, one would temper their body, exhausting every ounce of potential, and then absorb the vital energies of heaven and earth to replenish oneself. By day, one would refine their sinews and bones, and by night, practice breathing techniques. The process was relentless, with little to no tangible progress in realms. Only those with immense willpower could endure such dual torment of spirit and flesh. Bai Feiyu had just eavesdropped outside the door, eager to discern Ouyang's method for aiding Xiao Feng's cultivation. To his astonishment, Ouyang's approach mirrored that of ancient physical cultivation masters, albeit even more audacious. In antiquity, physical cultivators dared only to utilize the essences of spirit beasts or ferocious creatures to assist their practice. Yet Ouyang sought to employ divine beasts, and not just any, but the paramount 5 divine beasts. Not even in ancient times had anyone dared to undertake such a venture. They were divine beings, favored by heaven and earth, endowed with immense fortune and blessings, truly the embodiment of the cosmos. Ouyang aspired to artificially create divine beasts, merging Xiao Feng with them. It was madness, audacity, an outright theft from the heavens. A group of barely adolescent youths dared to contemplate such celestial thievery. Bai Feiyu felt a rush of insanity and instinctively wished to intervene. Yet he heard Xiao Feng's resolute words as he knelt down. The very thought he had intended to thwart suddenly brought a smile to Bai Feiyu's face. Isn't it precisely at the age of 16 or 17 that one ought to engage in such grand acts of defiance? This is the age of rebellion and fearlessness, a time for extraordinary endeavors. How could such an undertaking be complete without the inclusion of a mere 15-year-old like himself? Thus, Bai Feiyu pushed open the door, eager to join their audacious undertaking. for young men sat in chairs, engaged in an animated discussion, meticulously formulating their plans. Qin Changxing sketched the 5 divine beasts for Xiao Feng, using the essence of top-tier spirit stones as pigment. If top-tier spirit stone essence was unavailable, they could borrow it from the stone pillars in the Grand Hall of Qingyun Peak, where resources were plentiful and the absence of such items was inconsequential. The task of borrowing fell to Ouyang. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu instructed Xiao Feng in the cultivation methods of ancient body refinement, which would aid him in his future endeavors. This was indeed a well-conceived plan, yet the greatest challenge lay ahead, the Thunder Tribulation. The emergence of the 5 divine beasts was no trivial matter. Even Xiao Feng's physique would struggle to withstand their combined presence. Bai Feiyu remarked while tapping on the table. Let us first activate 2 of them, the wood-spirited dragon and the fire-spirited phoenix, Ouyang suggested. However, Bai Feiyu cautioned, yet the wood draws forth fire creating wind. Qin Changsheng, an expert in formations, nodded in agreement. Bai Feiyu continued, once activated, the Thunder Tribulation under the enhancement of these 2 divine beasts will be exceedingly difficult to endure. We cannot assist Xiao Feng in withstanding it. He must face it alone. But how can one untrained in cultivation survive the Thunder Tribulation that accompanies the emergence of divine beasts? This is the greatest dilemma that troubles us. The Thunder Tribulation would arise due to Xiao Feng, and it was imperative that he faced it solo. Any interference from others would not only fail to assist him, but could potentially double the severity of the tribulation, endangering him further. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Yet Ouyang remained unperturbed. After all, how could one who struggled with even the most basic tasks be called a child of destiny? However, he could not voice this thought openly and feigned deep contemplation, appearing lost in thought alongside the others. At that moment, Lung Qingsong entered, observing the group with a measured tone, unity of thought. Did these unruly youths possess a penchant for eavesdropping? As Ouyang was about to retort, he suddenly halted, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Addressing the group, he remarked, Qingsong is right. It seems we have fallen into a misunderstanding. The young men turned their gaze toward Ouyang, who continued with a sense of pride. As Bai said, we sought to create divine beasts to assist Xiao Feng in his cultivation. But we are not fabricating them from thin air. They are rooted in Xiao Feng's very essence. Xiao Feng is the divine beast, and the divine beast is Xiao Feng. The brilliance of understanding illuminated the faces of the assembled geniuses as they grasped the implications of Ouyang's words. If the malicious creation of divine beasts would incur punishment, what if Xiao Feng himself were the divine beast? At the moment when the divine beast's spiritual awareness had just begun to awaken, Xiao Feng could seize the spiritual platform of the divine beast, thereby becoming its true essence. Divine beasts were the favored children of the heavens. They faced thunder tribulations before birth, yet once born, they were bestowed with great fortune. What they were doing was effectively accelerating the divine beast's emergence into existence. It was akin to a child having already been born into the world. Despite any grievances, could one truly extinguish its life? The birth of spiritual awareness and consciousness occurred almost simultaneously. To seize the spiritual platform instantaneously after the awakening of such awareness was nearly impossible, even for formidable cultivators in the tribulation stage. However, the solution to this conundrum rested in the fact that the divine beast was conjured by Ouyang's own hands. The timing of its spiritual awareness and consciousness could be orchestrated entirely at Ouyang's behest. Isn't it a simple matter to pull the switch? Xiao Feng, lacking in cultivation, cannot perceive the existence of the spirit soul. How could he control it to seize the divine beast's spiritual platform? To sense and manipulate one's own spirit soul requires at least the out-of-body stage. Ouyang glanced at Qin Changsheng, who was seated calmly. After all, this small mountain peak harbored a master of spirit manipulation, Qin Changsheng. The pinnacle of puppet arts is the ultimate control of the spirit soul. Ouyang turned his gaze toward Qin Changsheng, who, fearing that Ouyang might expose his hidden cards, hurriedly interjected. I will perform a technique to allow junior brother Zhao's spirit soul to exit his body, then tear it into several fragments, which will then occupy the divine beast's spiritual platform as a nest. Qin Changsheng's words, though delivered lightly, sent chills down the spines of those present. As they looked upon Chen Changsheng's relaxed demeanor, an unsettling thought arose. Could those hundreds of puppets, resembling themselves, be the result of his torn spirit souls? Chapter 37. Ink and Color. Senior Brother Ouyang, I implore you, please stop. If you continue, the protective formation of the sect will no longer function. A youth clad in a plain blue Taoist robe pleaded with Ouyang. Ouyang, wielding a pickaxe, was prying at the precious essence of spirit stones embedded in the earth. This exquisite essence exists only in the deepest veins of spirit stones, making it exceedingly rare. It is an indispensable material for both cultivation and the crafting of magical treasures. Only a top-tier sect like Qingyun sect would utilize it to construct a protective formation. What are you panicking about? If the sect master punishes us, to say it was my doing. Here, take this. If I have a meal, it won't diminish your share, Ouyang said grandly, tossing a scrap of material to the youth while carrying a sack full of treasures. The youth trembled as he accepted the precious essence of spirit stones, which was worth more than half a year's worth of his cultivation resources. Ouyang's sack was filled to the brim. He had thoroughly excavated the protective formation. If the enforcement team from Xingfeng saw this, a commoner would either face severe punishment or worse. To dare to pry at the protective formation, how could one not be seen as a traitor to the sect? Yet, while Ouyang was at work, the enforcement team happened to pass by, greeting him. What are you all up to? Senior Brother Ouyang, the Peak Master sent us to patrol the mountains. What are you doing? Oh, just addressing a shortage of spirit stones at home. I'm merely digging up a few to take back. One must be self-reliant. Need a hand, Senior Brother Ouyang? No need, I'll just dig a bit more before heading back. Lunch is about to be served. Thus, Ouyang continued to wield his pickaxe while engaging in conversation with the enforcement team. Were they blind? He was mining within the protective formation. Any ordinary inner sect disciple who glanced at the protective formation would be questioned as a potential traitor. Ouyang had been digging there for nearly an hour. However, it was said that he was the sect master's illegitimate son, so it would likely be overlooked. The youth, who had desperately pleaded for Ouyang to dig less, discreetly flipped his hand, causing the precious essence of spirit stones to vanish, and then pretended as if nothing had happened as he departed. Ouyang wiped the sweat from his forehead, shouldered half a bag of exquisite spirit stone essence, and made his way towards the small mountain peak. Just a few steps in, he was confronted by a middle-aged man shrouded in a black robe. The man stood before Ouyang, his tone icy as he proclaimed, "You are accused of deliberately damaging the protective array of our sect and stealing spirit stones. Do you understand your crimes?" Ouyang gazed at the newcomer, a playful smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Masterly, have you eaten yet? Unruly disciple, Ouyang has taken on a worthy apprentice. Yet you engage in such heinous deeds." The middle-aged man bellowed, his eyes filled with fierce intensity. Ouyang, weary of idle chatter, retrieved a book from his storage bag and hurled it towards the man. Within its pages, one could faintly discern the image of a stunningly beautiful woman clad in scant attire. "What a clever weapon!" the man exclaimed, swiftly unfurling his black robe. In an instant, darkness enveloped the surroundings, as if the very heavens and earth had been consumed by the robe. When the world before Ouyang returned to normal, the middle-aged man had vanished. Ouyang muttered to himself, "Every time I need a book, it feels as if the sect is on the brink of destruction, fearing the gaze of others. That old virgin has quite the temper." The man who had blocked Ouyang was none other than Li Yi, the master of the criminal peak, whose unfathomable cultivation was complemented by a profound passion for painting and calligraphy. Upon witnessing Ouyang's realistic portraits, he had been utterly astounded, praising the vivid storytelling and the tumultuous journey of the female protagonist. Thus, he would often borrow books from Ouyang under various pretexts. Upon returning to the small mountain peak, Ouyang found the courtyard bustling with activity. Xiao Feng, bare-chested, displayed a magnificent bronze physique that glimmered under the afternoon sun. Hu Tutu, cradling a Tibetan fox, was mesmerized, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng wielded a brush, sketching a preliminary design on Xiao Feng's back. The 5 divine beasts sprang to life, vividly appearing on Xiao Feng's skin. The over-shoulder dragon, the mountain-descending tiger, the proud Xuanwu, the bowing vermilion bird, and the meditating Qilin. With each breath Xiao Feng took, the 5 beasts seemed to come alive, gracefully moving about his back. Such artistry was indeed irresistible, even to the master of the criminal peak. Ouyang could not help but lavish praise upon Chun Chongqing's skill as he admired the artwork on Xiao Feng's back. Chun Chongqing's face flushed crimson as he protested that he had never drawn anything like this before, prompting a wave of laughter that filled the courtyard with joy. Ouyang emptied the bag onto the ground, and a cascade of colorful spirit stone essence spilled forth, the rich aura of the heavens and earth emanating from stones. To outsiders, the essence was almost unimaginable, yet to those present, aside from Xiao Feng's naive astonishment, the others regarded it with indifference, akin to viewing refuse. Brother, I told you when I left that the best quality lies in the innermost circle of the protective array. Why is it absent here? Chun Chongqing inquired, bending down to search. I intended to dig out the very center as well, but that old codger, the sect leader, imposed restrictions, making it impossible for me to approach. Ouyang sighed. Chun Chongqing had no genuine hope that Ouyang could retrieve the essence from the very heart of the protective array. That is the most crucial aspect of the entire formation. Even if the sect leader permits their antics, they must not go too far. This is sufficient. Let us proceed. Brother Xiao, I shall grind this essence of spirit stones and embed it in you. It will be quite painful, so bear with it. Chun Chongqing spoke to Xiao Feng while tidying up the spirit stone essence. Xiao Feng nodded. Compared to his ability to cultivate, a little pain was insignificant. However, he still underestimated the agony of the spirit stone essence entering his body. To ensure that the essence was firmly and completely embedded in Xiao Feng, each piece needed to penetrate at least 3/10 of an inch into the flesh. A total of 1,000 shards. Each infusion was akin to a piercing agony. Moreover, to enhance the efficacy of the spirit stone essence, Chun Chongqing would also stimulate the elemental energy within the stones. Thousands of spirit stone fragments, like a multitude of searing nails, were driven into Xiao Feng's body. Enduring such torment, Xiao Feng astonishingly remained silent throughout the ordeal. When the artwork was completed, Chun Chongqing wiped the sweat from his brow, admiring the 5 divine beast painting he had just created. This piece might be the pinnacle of his artistic career. The 5 divine beasts, enhanced by the essence of the finest spirit stones, appeared even more vivid, and one could almost hear the sounds of dragons roaring, phoenixes singing, and tigers howling. If Xiao Feng were to walk down the streets of his past life bare-chested, he would surely attract the attention of the authorities, who would question whether he was a notorious figure. Yet, the 5 divine beasts lacked their defining touch, appearing lifeless. The task of bestowing them with their essence would be entrusted to Ouyang. The final stroke would awaken their spiritual intelligence. This was indeed the most challenging step of this celestial endeavor, thus requiring utmost caution and deliberation. Chapter 38. The Will of Heaven Denied on the following morning. The sky was overcast, shrouded in low clouds that stretched for miles. A palpable tension enveloped the small mountain peak. Chun Chongqing stood solemnly behind Xiao Feng, issuing instructions. Senior brother, you will soon bestow the awakening on these divine beasts. Remember, only the azure dragon and the vermilion bird, and ensure that the timing is synchronized. Ouyang accepted the brush for the awakening from Chun Chongqing, nodding earnestly. Chun Chongqing then turned to address his 2nd senior brother and 4th junior brother. You are to guard him. If Xiao junior brother has not yet seized the consciousness of the divine beasts, you must act immediately to sever the entanglement between him and the divine consciousness with your sword intent. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu stood with their swords clasped, their expressions equally grave. Under the expecting gaze of Hu Tutoa, Chun Chongqing cleared his throat and instructed, Junior sister, go fetch a quilt from the room and wrap yourself in it. The thunder will be quite loud shortly. Hu Tutoa nodded seriously, retrieving a small quilt from her room and wrapping herself snugly within it. Once all was prepared, Chun Chongqing gazed skyward, now questioning whether the heavens would be willing to lend their power. He leaped onto the constructed platform, exhaling gently. With a hand gesture, A peachwood sword flew forth from his sleeve. Now, Chun Changsheng intoned, as two candles atop the platform ignited spontaneously. Wielding the peachwood sword, he waved his sleeve, unleashing a flurry of yellow talismans that stood before him. With this singular maneuver, Chun Changsheng could easily have passed for a national master in the mundane realm. As he performed the ritual on the altar, Chun Changsheng unveiled one of his trump cards. A yellow talisman, imbued with the essence of Tao, slowly rose. He bit his finger, applying a drop of blood onto the talisman, and shouted, "Formation, arise." The grand formation shrouding the small mountain peak was activated, cloaking all energies within its confines. The universe was boundless, yin and yang inverted. The spirit was about to emerge, awaiting the command. The spirit departs. With a flick of his sleeve, the talisman surged toward Xiao Feng, merging directly with his body. Xiao Feng felt a jolt throughout, as if he had been propelled from his own corporeal form. It was a wondrous sensation, indescribably mystical. At the very moment Chun Changsheng witnessed Xiao Feng's spirit extricating itself from his body, he called out to the ever-watchful Ouyang, "Elder brother, proceed." Without a moment's hesitation, Ouyang grasped the brush for the awakening with both hands and directed it towards the eyes of the azure dragon and the vermilion bird upon Xiao Feng's back. Two strokes fell simultaneously into the eyes of the divine beasts, as vital energy surged wildly into them from Ouyang. The previously overcast sky, now thick with ominous clouds, rumbled with thunder, as if seeking out the aberration that dared to defy the heavens. A flurry of yellow talismans surged forth from Chun Changsheng, racing towards the sky. They collided with the grand formation he had meticulously prepared to conceal the heavenly secrets. It was imperative that the Tao of heaven remained unaware of these events until Ouyang fully activated the consciousness of the divine beasts. Ouyang's vital energy poured vehemently into the azure dragon and the vermilion bird upon Xiao Feng's back. As Ouyang's energy infused them, the once inert divine beasts began to stir animatedly upon Xiao Feng's back. A resounding dragon's roar pierced the air, accompanied by a sharp bird's call. Two ethereal figures of divine beasts soared into the sky from behind Xiao Feng. The immense pressure unique to these divine creatures rendered the atmosphere around the small mountain peak almost palpable. It seemed as though the heavenly Tao had taken notice of someone attempting to create life without permission. The thunderclouds, once merely roiling in the sky, unleashed a furious tempest around the mountain. The terrifying might of the heavens left the surroundings in utter devastation. Yet beneath Chun Changsheng's formation, the thunderbolts could not locate the audacious transgressor. As the two divine beast phantoms began to coalesce, a spark of intelligence flickered in their eyes, heralding the awakening of consciousness. Chun Changsheng, observing the two divine beasts in the heavens, cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Feng, his eyes reflecting a moment of compassion. Before raising his peachwood sword and pointing it toward him, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, arise. In a state of spiritual disarray, Xiao Feng felt an immense force tearing at his soul, as if great hands were ripping away his left arm and head. The indescribable agony, which could not be articulated in mere words, drove Xiao Feng, who had endured countless tribulations in silence, into a frenzy of pain. Yet, amidst the madness, his mind remained lucid, and his silent screams, coupled with his contorted form, rendered him akin to a ruler of the underworld. The fragments of his severed soul were meticulously reshaped, gradually taking on the likeness of two miniature Xiao Fengs. Soul reconstruction. Hututu clutched her blanket tighter, shivering at the sight of Xiao Feng's torment, seeking solace in the fabric's embrace. Meanwhile, beside her, the fox spirit Hu Yin gazed at Chun Changsheng's almost supernatural technique of soul manipulation, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Such mastery over the soul was beyond even his capabilities at the tribulation stage. What manner of being was this youth? Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong observed the unfolding drama with serene expressions, fully aware that without this suffering, Xiao Feng would never achieve his transformation into a dragon. All agony would pale in comparison to the triumph that awaited. Once more, two soaring cries of dragon and phoenix echoed, infused with newfound vitality. Now, go! Qin Changsheng directed his peachwood sword toward the two divine beast phantoms. The two miniature souls of Xiao Feng were instantly thrust into the ethereal figures. The nascent divine beasts, still devoid of consciousness, instinctively struggled against this forced invasion. Fortunately, they were yet to fully materialize. Had they been fully formed, such an encroachment would have likely resulted in their immediate obliteration by the heavenly Tao. With his peachwood sword, Qin Changsheng restrained the divine beast resistance, simultaneously guiding the remaining fragments of Xiao Feng's soul back into his body. Ouyang stood ready at the side, prepared to sever the flow of vital energy at Qin Changsheng's command. Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong rested their hands upon their sword hilts, each awaiting the moment to assist Xiao Feng. As the divine beast phantoms in the air gradually quieted, Xiao Feng's soul smoothly occupied the divine beast spiritual realms. Yet, just as success seemed imminent, it appeared as though a profound awareness stirred within, sensing the impending demise of the child about to be born. The multitude of roiling thunderclouds in the sky began to converge, forming a fissure. An emotionless eye slowly opened. An overwhelming aura of pressure and lightning surged around this eye. And at that moment, the heavenly Tao finally discerned the true architect of these events. The great formation upon the small peak shattered in an instant, and an unrelenting torrent of lethal thunderbolts descended upon Xiao Feng atop the mountain. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment. The legendary Eye of Heavenly Punishment capable of annihilating all. The actions taken were unpermitted by the heavenly Tao. Chapter 39. When the way of heaven fails, let the great path arise. In a moment when the boundless pressure and the world-destroying Eye of Heavenly Punishment opened, it fixated upon the highest cultivator present, the cunning fox named Ouyang. Frozen in place, he dared not breathe, his head shaking frantically. It's not me, though I am in the tribulation stage. I truly lack the audacity to provoke the way of heaven. What madness possessed these young ones? How could such trivialities summon the Eye of Heavenly Punishment? Bai Feiyu maintained a calm demeanor while observing the eye above, slightly astonished that this Eye of Heavenly Punishment appeared far weaker than in ancient times. With deliberate grace, he unsheathed his sword, declaring, "The way of heaven is unkind. I shall act in its stead." The swift sound of the sword being drawn resonated, and the sword intent of Lung Qingsong surged, aimed directly at the heavens. "The way of heaven is unkind. I shall sever it." Qin Changsheng merely wished to sever the connection between Xiao Feng and the divine beast at a moment when the way of heaven denied them. Yet both drew their swords, confronting the heavens directly. In the eyes of geniuses, the most effective solution lay in addressing the root of the issue. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment sensed the two sword intents rushing towards it. Previously devoid of emotion, a hint of puzzlement flickered within the eye. Why did one of these sword intents feel so familiar? Peering down, it beheld Bai Feiyu clad in white, a faint smile gracing his otherwise expressionless face, as if greeting an old acquaintance. It is he. He has been reincarnated. A flash of dread coursed through the Eye of Heavenly Punishment, quickly followed by a cold resolve. While he remains unformed, I shall eliminate him now. Bai Feiyu's sword intense sword, yet did not target the eye directly. Instead, it transformed into a silhouette, a fleeting presence before the eye, leaving behind a subtle threat. "Do you wish to be blinded by me once more?" This utterance seemed to awaken long-buried memories within the Eye of Heavenly Punishment, causing the once overcast sky to clear. The eye turned its gaze towards Xiao Feng, who was gradually being consumed by the two divine beasts, a flicker of rage igniting within it. A slender, serpent-like purple lightning bolt surged forth, striking at Xiao Feng. Purple sky annihilation, divine lightning. In an instant, Bai Feiyu and Qin Changsheng recognized the origin of this lightning. Capable of erasing a person's existence from the annals of time, this divine lightning sought to obliterate all traces of its target, defying the constraints of space and time. An unstoppable assault. Arrogant, wretched beast. Bai Feiyu and Qin Changsheng seethed with indignation at the Eye of Heavenly Punishment's unprovoked aggression. Seeking death. Although Lung Qingsong was perplexed by the sudden outburst from the two, he surmised it was undoubtedly the Eye's fault. With resolve, he drew his sword and charged towards the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Witnessing Lung Qingsong's action, Bai Feiyu and Qin Changsheng simultaneously launched their attacks at the Eye. Their sword intents, combined with the activation of the small mountain formation, surged forth, piercing towards the Eye. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment was momentarily bewildered. How dared these ants challenge it? In days past, these insignificant beings had always pleaded with the way of heaven to strike gently. Yet now, before these three, they drew their swords and activated formations, due to Xiaofeng's cultivation being merely at the foundation establishment stage. The power of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment that he attracted was considerably diminished. Even the Heavenly Tao had never anticipated that a foundation establishment cultivator could invoke such a punishment. Consequently, the three individuals acted simultaneously. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment appeared somewhat flustered, expending 70% of its strength merely to summon a trace of the purple sky divine thunder. Could it be that it would be pierced this time? In its confusion, the Eye of Heavenly Punishment contemplated fleeing, a notion it had never entertained since its inception. Such humiliation was unbearable. With a resentful glare at the three who aimed to pierce it, it acknowledged that it had not brought its full strength this time. Just wait, for when you attempt to transcend your tribulation, I shall strike you down. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment bound the three, rendering them frozen in place, utterly unable to move. No matter how defiant the three at the core formation stage may be, inflicting harm upon the Eye of Heavenly Punishment remained an impossibility. The Eye glared fiercely at them, its gaze settling upon Xiaofeng, who had absorbed the purple sky divine thunder, preparing to dissipate slowly. Do you wish to leave? Did you consult me first? Ouyang's indifferent voice echoed. The primordial energies of the universe surged wildly towards the small mountain peak. A colossal hand of celestial energy grasped the departing Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Who dares to touch the Heavenly Tao? Rain of blood fell abruptly, corroding the ground beneath it into numerous small holes. Stop! A towering voice reverberated through the heavens, exuding an ancient sense of desolation. As the voice emerged, the seasons within the realm spun chaotically, and the sun and moon alternated like flashing lights. The world transformed into an indistinct chaos beyond articulation. Standing upon the small mountain peak, Ouyang maintained a calm demeanor, his true energy surging forth like a mighty river. The trio of Qingsong, Hu and the others were drawn into a room by Ouyang, leaving only the Eye of Heavenly Punishment and Xiaofeng. As the purple sky divine thunder coursed through Xiaofeng, his body began to disintegrate. The ethereal shadows of the azure dragon and vermilion bird desperately resisted this dissolution. Yet before the thunderous serpent, they could only watch in despair as it gradually consumed him. Ouyang cast a fleeting glance at the Eye of Heavenly Punishment he had seized, instantly recognizing the source of the voice. The voice of the Heavenly Tao. With a cold chuckle, Ouyang raised his hand abruptly, causing the Eye of Heavenly Punishment to be yanked down by the invisible hand. Umph! The once ancient and desolate voice emitted a muffled groan. Ouyang immediately felt a tremendous pressure from the heavens pressing down upon him, a profound sense of abandonment flooding his heart. Yet in an instant, this sensation melted away like ice and snow. An indescribably vast, true energy roiled around Ouyang, nearly condensing into vapor. A colossal visage resembling a human face began to materialize in the sky. However, Ouyang did not afford it the opportunity to fully form. The immense true energy surged skyward, shattering the cloud into disarray. To seek to disgust me, you are not yet worthy. Let the great Tao come forth, Ouyang calmly stated, drawing the colossal hand that held the Eye of Heavenly Punishment closer to the brink of collapse that Xiaofeng teetered upon. The once rampant purple sky divine thunder abruptly ceased its tumultuous movements. As the lightning serpent emerged, it felt a perplexing curiosity towards the suddenly manifested Eye of Heavenly Punishment. In that instant, Ouyang deftly directed a colossal hand to press the eye into the center of Xiaofeng's brow. Immediately, The purple sky divine thunder transformed into a lightning serpent, drawn into the eye of heavenly punishment. The ethereal images of the azure dragon and vermilion bird solidified in an instant. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, accompanied by the sharp cries of birds. The previously harsh environment transformed as golden lotuses surged forth, and an ethereal aura of black and yellow descended, illuminating the skies for 3,000 miles. With the heavenly punishment concluded, the emergence of divine beasts heralded the arrival of auspicious signs. Yet, seemingly dissatisfied with Ouyang, these omens flickered into existence only for a fleeting moment before the world returned to tranquility. How miserly! Ouyang scoffed as he gazed up at the heavens. Chapter 40. Success, although the heavenly Tao is somewhat miserly, it does not affect the outcome in the slightest. The annihilation that had begun within Xiaofeng has vanished, and he is rapidly recovering. The ethereal figures of the azure dragon and vermilion bird behind him gradually solidify, their divine pressure slowly manifesting. Yet, what is most astonishing is the vertical eye situated between Xiaofeng's brows, surrounded by tendrils of menacing lightning that evoke an innate sense of dread. The eye of divine retribution, the 5 divine beasts. It is utterly impossible for a mere mortal's body to endure such immense power. However, as the purple cloud divine thunder commenced to obliterate Xiaofeng's physique, remnants of this thunder had already embedded themselves within him. To escape the annihilation wrought by the purple cloud divine thunder, the nascent azure dragon and vermilion bird have also fused with Xiaofeng. Now, after the remolding of his body, Xiaofeng embodies the essence of both the purple cloud divine thunder and the divine natures of the azure dragon and vermilion bird. Slowly, he opens his eyes, within which the ethereal forms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird dance. A mere glance is sufficient to instill a sense of helplessness in those of lower cultivation. In Ouyang's view, a remarkable transformation has occurred in Xiaofeng's attribute panel. Name: Xiaofeng, Emperor of Humanity. Cultivation: comparable to golden core root bone. 0 luck, 8 charm, 8 physical training aptitude, 11 special skills, indomitable will. 5 divine beasts evaluation. Who says humanity lacks great emperors? In astonishment, Ouyang exclaims, "Wow, this is the first time I've seen a panel change." Indeed, as the son of the heavenly Tao, he has managed to alter the system's panel. Xiaofeng clenches his fist, acutely aware of the power surging within him. The elemental energy of the universe circulating through his body, nourishing him at every moment. Is this the power of the divine beasts? On his back, the azure dragon and vermilion bird from the 5 divine beasts appear vividly, as if they might burst forth at any moment. With an involuntary shout, Xiaofeng throws a punch, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that crashes forth from his arm. It overturns several stone slabs, creating a fist-sized crater half a meter deep in the ground. Xiaofeng gazes at his fist, grinning foolishly, realizing that if he were to encounter Ma Xingye again, he could easily defeat 7 or 8 opponents with a single blow. Before he can fully revel in his joy, a sharp slap lands on his head. Ouyang, exasperated, glares at Xiaofeng and scolds. One who can topple rooftops is already troublesome enough. You dare to dig into the ground as well. Receiving the blow, Xiaofeng merely chuckles foolishly, unconcerned about being reprimanded. He nods along to Ouyang's admonishments with a silly grin. As Ouyang steps out of the courtyard, he gazes at the scarred forest beyond the small peak, ravaged by the tribulations of lightning. He retrieves a copy of the comprehensive guide to basic techniques from his pocket, diligently jotting down the method for a technique before tucking the book back into his pocket. Raising his hands high, he intones rejuvenation, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Under Ouyang's commanding true energy transforms into a gentle spiritual rain, cascading gracefully upon the scarred forest. Beneath the baptism of ethereal rain, the trees struck by lightning sprouted new branches once more. From the shattered stones emerged vibrant blades of grass. In the aftermath of the tempest, the flora and fauna, once rendered barren by the storm, flourished anew, even more lush than before. Yet, the damaged pathway and the deceased creatures remained beyond remedy. The repairs of the broken walkway and the burial of the fallen animals rested upon you, as they were the consequence of your actions, Ouyang declared. As you command. Senior brother. Xiaofeng promptly responded. Ah, Ouyang exclaimed, snapping his fingers as he hurried back to his quarters. The trio of Lung Qingsong by Fei Yu and Hu Tutu remained ensnared in place, their sword intents trapped alongside them. Only the fox spirit Hu Yin sat, hands tucked in, waiting patiently for Ouyang's return. This profound technique is beyond my comprehension, Ouyang lamented, gazing at the immobilized group with a hint of exasperation. Senior brother, if you do not mind, may I attempt to resolve this? Xiaofeng ventured uncertainly from behind. You? Ouyang turned to look at Xiaofeng, his skepticism evident as he observed how he would untangle the situation. Xiaofeng stepped forward, his right hand forming a sword with 2 fingers. And with a delicate stroke between his brows, the eye of divine punishment materialized once again. A ripple of spatial energy emanated from the eye, and the 4 individuals regained their mobility. Has he already mastered the eye of divine punishment upon acquiring it? Such talent truly reflects the favor of the great Tao. Ouyang mused, watching as the 4 regained their freedom, though his expression soon darkened. The sword intents of Lung Qingsong and Bai Fei Yu, now unbound, soared through the air, tearing the roof of Ouyang's chamber asunder. He raised his hand to shield Hu Tutu, his face darkening as he addressed Lung Qingsong and Bai Fei Yu. Repair my room by tomorrow, or I shall flay your skins. For Lung Qingsong, the task of mending the roof was familiar territory, and he paid little heed to Ouyang's threats. Meanwhile, Chen Chongqing looked at Xiaofeng with excitement. Has it worked? Xiaofeng nodded affirmatively, prompting Chen Chongqing to breathe a sigh of relief, followed by an exuberant display of elation. The future emperor of the human race was to emerge from his own hands. This was the sole emperor of a human race. The mere thought sent waves of exhilaration coursing through Chen Chongqing. Ouyang regarded Chen Chongqing with curiosity, pondering whether his junior brother had a deeper connection with Xiaofeng, given his evident excitement. In contrast, Bai Fei Yu wore a knowing smile. Such a formidable physical cultivator would indeed greatly aid in refining his own path. Hu Tutu, with a curious gaze, scrutinized the tattoos adorning Xiaofeng's back, feeling a tinge of trepidation. My grandfather once said, those with tattoos are seldom virtuous foxes. With unease, Hu Tutu tugged at Ouyang's sleeve and asked, Senior brother, do you think Xiaofeng might turn bad? He has started tattooing. Ouyang reassured her, fear not, Tutu. This marks the beginning of Xiaofeng's transformation for the better. Hu Tutu nodded, but continued to regard Xiaofeng with lingering apprehension. In the room, a serene atmosphere enveloped the space, with the calm and introspective figure of the Tibetan fox, Hu Yin, observing the scene before him. Each individual present was a prodigious talent, a paragon of unparalleled brilliance, signifying the dawn of a new era. Yet, this very fact instilled a sense of trepidation within Hu Yin. The celestial principle dictates that abundance diminishes while scarcity is replenished. The emergence of such extraordinary talents, clustered together in this manner, heralds not only an epoch of grandeur, but also the onset of a catastrophic calamity. Whenever an era marked by the brilliance of countless stars emerges, it is invariably accompanied by the tragic remnants of ordinary lives, bones and tears alike. Even as one who has reached the tribulation stage, Hu Yin recognized his own ordinariness in this realm. Should calamity truly descend, he would not be able to safeguard himself. Gazing at the individuals before him, he let out a faint sigh, pondering, is a great tribulation approaching? Chapter 41. The arrival of the holy son of the Buddhist sect, the arrival of Xiaofeng, did not disrupt the daily activities of the small mountain peak. Lung Qingsong was busy repairing the roof, while Chen Chongqing was preoccupied with some unknown endeavor within his chamber. Bai Fei Yu continued to display his nonchalance while perched atop a tree branch, and Hu Tutu was still soaring about on his paper crane. The only notable addition to the scene was a youthful figure laboring on the plank road, carrying a slab of blue stone, Xiaofeng, diligently repairing the path. With everyone engaged in their respective tasks, it implied that I had nothing to occupy myself with. Ouyang reclined languidly in his chair, a book in hand, drifting into a slumber. The entire courtyard radiated tranquility, occasionally disturbed by the distant sound of cannon fire from Qingyun Peak, which shattered the serene ambience. As the time for the Grand Sect competition approached, invitations to witness the event were steadily arriving at Qingyun Sect. With each new arrival, the air was filled with the booming reverberations of celebratory cannon blasts, illuminating the azure sky with streaks of light, a spectacle magnified many times over. The entire Qingyun Sect appeared to be in a flurry of activity, almost as though the small mountain peak had been forgotten. Suddenly, a resounding and celestial sound echoed from Qingyun Peak, filling the air with a profound Buddhist chant. The once tranquil peak of the Xuanzong Taoist sect was now enveloped in a radiant light, as if the Buddha himself were imparting wisdom. Ouyang lowered the book from his face, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed toward Qingyun Peak, exclaiming, "What is happening? Has a great monk ascended the mountain?" Bai Feiyu, still perched on the branch, turned his gaze to the same direction and shook his head, responding, "It seems someone is delivering a discourse on Qingyun Peak. It appears that a remarkable reincarnation of the Buddha has emerged from the Buddhist sect." A reincarnated Buddha? The legendary holy son of the Buddhist sect? Ouyang's interest was piqued. He recalled hearing rumors from 2 years prior about an extraordinary holy son arising from the Buddhist sect, said to have received a name from the Buddha himself upon entering the fold. With a foundation established in a year, alchemy completed in 3, and the nascent soul achieved in 5, his rate of cultivation was astonishingly swift. At merely 18 years of age, he was already engaging in discourse at the esteemed Daling Temple, home to 18 abbot monks. Without losing ground, the emergence of such a figure heralded a great flourishing for the Buddhist sect. Initially, Ouyang dismissed the chatter of those outside as mere exaggeration, but it now seemed there was veracity to their claims. Just as he contemplated whether to indulge in the unfolding drama and witness who might be the unfortunate soul serving as a stepping stone, an unexpected sound of 7 resounding bronze bells echoed from Qingyun Peak. The sound was distant yet melodious, easily reaching the ears of all within Qingyun Sect. This was the call of the sect's summoning bell. The 7 chimes signified that all disciples from every peak were summoned to convene on Qingyun Peak, a call often referred to as the gathering bell, indicating that matters of significance were afoot requiring immediate attention. Ouyang sat upright in his chair, intrigued, and remarked, "Let's go and see." The last time the gathering bell rang, it was to determine which mountain peak Xiao Bai would join. Today promises intrigue. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu took to the skies on their swords, while Qin Changsheng followed closely behind with the non-flying Xiaofeng. Hu Tutu and Ouyang leisurely trailed on the paper crane. The entire small mountain peak was mobilized, leaving only a solitary to guard the home. After all, opportunities for such thrilling spectacles were rare in the otherwise mundane journey of cultivation. As the crowd gathered at the foot of Qingyun Peak, it was already a bustling scene, filled to the brim with people. The number of inner disciples exceeded 1,000, and aside from those in secluded cultivation, everyone who could attend was present. Upon arriving at Qingyun Peak, Ouyang immediately witnessed Ling Feng enduring a beating. Is there any justice in this? Every time trouble arises, it is always old Ling who bears the brunt, relying on his good temperament as a disciple of the sect leader. Whenever others come to kick up a fuss, it is Ling Feng who suffers first. Is this not an injustice against the honest? Unfortunately, prime spots had already been seized by others, leaving no good vantage point for watching the spectacle. Ouyang exchanged a knowing glance with Lung Qingsong, who, understanding the unspoken cue, grasped his sword and made his way towards the best position, on a high vantage point of a massive rock. Several disciples from the Wanjian Peak stood with their swords drawn, absorbed in the unfolding drama. After all, the sheer number of disciples at Wanjian Peak allowed them to claim such prime viewing spots. Who dares to act? Have you consulted my 10 swords? Just as they were engrossed in the spectacle, a figure clad in black, Lung Qingsong, leaped onto the rock and coldly commanded, "Get down." The disciples of Wanjian Peak, taken aback, were immediately incensed. This young man truly lacked insight and was about to draw his sword. However, one of his companions restrained him, whispering a few words. The would-be attacker hesitated, glancing warily at Lung Qingsong, and then, along with his fellow disciples, shamefully leaped down from the rock to the stone occupied by Tianyan Peak. Get down. Dare to resist. Have you consulted my 10 swords? The disciples of Tianyan Peak regarded the arrogant disciples of Wanjian Peak with seething anger, yet remained silent. The small peak had secured the finest viewing position, where Ouyang reclined on a large stone, lazily cradling his pet, observing the events unfold. Bai Feiyu stood to his left, Lung Qingsong to his right, while Xiao Feng lingered slightly behind. Chen Changsheng, witnessing the scene before him, furrowed his brow and retreated to the back of the onlookers. In the center of the gathering, a bald figure radiated a brilliant aura, seated cross-legged and expounding eloquently. The stone beneath him sprouted tender grass, and flowers bloomed beneath his meditation mat. Opposite him sat Ling Feng, frowning deeply, struggling to find a retort, yet under the oppressive aura of the bald youth. Even his true essence lay stifled within his dantian, unable to move. Dare I ask, senior brother, is the Tao inherently Buddhist? Is there any doubt? The bald youth clad in a yellow robe suddenly declared. With his heart shaken, Ling Feng coughed up blood, propping himself up with one hand, his countenance reflecting weakness as he gazed at the bald youth. His previously striking features now appeared sickly due to the damage to his Tao heart, eliciting cries of alarm from the surrounding crowd. Ling Feng, brother, it's time to concede. Brother Ling Feng, even in defeat, we shall always love you. Brother, come to my room tonight. I will tend to your wounds. With righteous composure, Ling Feng offered a slight bow to the bald youth and weakly replied, Wise brother Huiji, your insight is commendable. Ling Feng is but a fool, yet I shall persist. Buddhism is Buddhism, the Tao is the Tao, and my path is not solitary. With those words, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his resolute demeanor showed no sign of wavering. The disciple, momentarily ensnared by confusion, lowered his head in shame. Huiji, gazing at the resolute expression of Ling Feng, sighed softly and clasped his hands, saying, Your resolve is truly commendable, my Taoist brother. In my lifetime, I have encountered few with such steadfastness, and I hold you in high regard. The great monk indeed possessed an exceptional skill in human relations, providing the other party a graceful avenue of retreat, thereby garnering widespread admiration from those around. Though the discussion had momentarily shaken Ling Feng's Taoist heart, the onlookers found it easy to forgive the youth before them. Meanwhile, Ouyang, nibbling on an apple, observed the bald-headed youth profile with an expression of astonishment. Name: Huiji, pseudo-saint of the Buddhist sect, cultivation, 9th level of the nascent soul root bone, 9 charm, 9 luck, 9 Buddhist aptitude, 11 unique skill. Buddhism is my essence. The term pseudo that follows the title of saint of the Buddhist sect in parentheses is indeed thought-provoking. Chapter 42. You strike you. As the two individuals basked in the applause of the crowd, they exchanged glances filled with mutual admiration. Huiji extended his hand to lift Ling Feng, leaning in to whisper in his ear, What pretense do you maintain, my friend? Even with your heart in disarray, you cling to your path? A fleeting shadow crossed Ling Feng's face at Huiji's words, but he quickly responded with composure. Your mastery of the Buddha's teachings far surpasses my own. Dear Junior, I cannot claim even a fraction. Huiji regarded Ling Feng with astonishment, pondering whether this disciple of the Qingyan sect had lost his senses. Despite being provoked, he remained unperturbed. Suddenly, a discarded fruit pit struck Huiji's gleaming head, interrupting his contemplation and inciting a stir among the onlookers. A loss is a loss. How could the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 great sanctuaries, lack such dignity? To hurl fruit pits at the victor? The crowd began to search for the culprit among the ranks of the sect. Alas, my hand slipped, came a voice from Ouyang, who was sprawled languidly on a boulder, cradling a slothful Hutu who shyly covered his eyes upon the sudden attention. The youth, clad in a green robe, wore an air of carefree defiance. Though not as striking as the young man beside him, who stood poised with a sword, his audacious demeanor captured the audience's gaze. Ceasing his laughter, the youth turned to Huiji and nonchalantly remarked, What are you staring at? Have you never seen a slip of the hand? You're easy. Glancing at Ouyang, casually rubbed his bald head and said, Do you wish to engage in a discussion on Buddhist philosophy, dear brother? Ouyang scoffed dismissively and retorted, discuss? Not a chance. His crude utterance instantly chilled the atmosphere. Huiji, tilting his head, inquired earnestly, do you wish to spar with me, brother? Spow. Forget it, brother. Remember, calamities arise from careless words. Huiji's gaze turned icy as he addressed Ouyang. Calamity indeed. Ouyang's words were laced with profanities that left Huiji momentarily at a loss for a retort. The Qingyun sect, a prestigious sanctuary, stooped to insult those who came to partake in their grand competition, merely barking from a distance. Unwilling to confront me directly, Huiji called out to all those present from the Qingyun sect, his voice echoing with indignation. His outburst bred disdain for Ouyang among the spectators. Indeed, it was unacceptable to insult a guest in such a manner, tarnishing the reputation of the Qingyun sect, especially with numerous representatives from other sects in attendance. As Ouyang slowly stood amidst the scornful gazes, he smirked, addressing Huiji with a mocking tone. I curse you. Boom! A towering figure of the Buddha appeared behind Huiji, a manifestation of his nascent soul cultivation that left all present in awe. The bald youth, barely 18, had achieved a realm that many had labored for centuries to attain. The bald figure exuded an aura of terror. Could it be that the Buddhist sect truly deserved to flourish? With an icy gaze, Huiji directed his attention towards Ouyang and declared, I am Huiji from Daling Mountain Temple, seeking to learn from you, Taoist brother. Ouyang, witnessing Huiji's furious summoning of his formidable Vajra body, turned to Bai Feiyu, who feigned ignorance of him, and remarked, Hey, Xiao Bai, look, he is getting anxious. Bai Feiyu, ignoring Ouyang, felt that his previous remarks had been rather crude, leaving him embarrassed to be present. Is the nascent soul stage truly formidable? Ouyang mused with a smirk, observing Huiji, whose Vajra body radiated a brilliant golden light. Meanwhile, Lung Qingsong had unsheathed his sword and charged forth, transforming into a streak of light, moving with such speed that in the blink of an eye. He collided with Huiji's Vajra body, producing a resounding metallic clang. Surprised, Huiji noted that the youth before him, merely at the core formation stage, could actually shake his own Vajra body, which was at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Yet, core formation was ultimately just that, core formation, and could never contend with the nascent soul stage. Despite his astonishment, Huiji remained unperturbed. After all, Ouyang, who stood atop a boulder, had not intervened. His fellow disciples were all at the core formation stage, so Ouyang could not merely be an ordinary qi refining stage practitioner. Huiji, unable to see through Ouyang's true cultivation level, perceived him as merely a fledgling qi refining stage cultivator. Warily, he raised his hand, intending to strike Lung Qingsong away. The radiant light from his Vajra body surged forth, sending Lung Qingsong hurtling back. Suspended in midair, Lung Qingsong momentarily halted, then summoned his true essence, allowing a faint sword intent to envelop it as he launched another attack towards Huiji. This strike, imbued with sword intent, emanated a palpable sense of danger even to Huiji. What seemed like an unremarkable blow was fraught with lethal intent. This core formation practitioner was indeed problematic. Huiji's heart raced, yet his countenance remained neutral, as the Vajra body behind him gradually transformed into an indistinct Buddha figure. The Buddha raised its right hand, forming a swastika seal, which descended upon Lung Qingsong to suppress him. At the moment of collision between the sword and the Buddha's palm, the sword pierced through the palm, but being the Vajra body of the nascent soul stage, it only penetrated half an inch before Lung Qingsong was firmly grasped. Instantly, countless Buddha palms manifested around Lung Qingsong, converging upon him with alarming speed. Brother Bai, are you all right? Xiao Feng inquired with concern, for it was evident that Huiji surpassed Lung Qingsong significantly, and if this continued, defeat was inevitable for Lung Qingsong. However, Bai Feiyu waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, It's no trouble. I shall intervene. This understated statement carried an air of arrogance, leaving Xiao Feng with an image of an unparalleled master. Xiao Feng silently noted this phrase, deeming it a splendid line for future displays of bravado. Meanwhile, amidst the relentless onslaught of Buddha palms, Lung Qingsong transformed into a radiant swirl of sword light. The chilling aura of his killing intent compelled the onlookers to clear a wide space around him. As the sword intent flowed, countless Buddha palms were shattered by the sword. When Lung Qingsong returned to Ouyang's side, Huiji's right sleeve was torn to shreds by an invisible sword chi. The expression on Huiji's face was neither joyful nor sorrowful as he softly intoned, Amit Ba. He realized, regrettably, that he had let his guard down, unwittingly confronting the formidable sword intent concealed within the piercing sword energy of Lung Qingsong. It was unimaginable that even those in the nascent soul stage could not comprehend the profound Tao rhythm, yet a mere golden core cultivator could grasp it. Although he did not reveal his true capabilities, it was undeniable that he had lost this round. Had Lung Qingsong not chosen to hold back, the consequences would have been far graver than merely a torn sleeve. Esteemed Taoist, your swordsmanship is unparalleled. This humble monk feels unworthy, Huiji said with a sense of grace in accepting his defeat. Ouyang, with a crooked smile, retorted, can a nascent soul stage lose to a golden core stage? What nonsense is this? Chapter 43. The darkness accumulates over time victory. The holy son of the Buddhist sect has been vanquished by a mere youth from the Qingyan sect. Astonishingly, a practitioner at the nascent soul stage has been defeated by one at the core formation stage. The onlookers, unable to discern the depths of their cultivation, could only behold the myriad of Buddhist palms and countless beams of sword light. Subsequently, Lung Qingsong returned to Ouyang's side, while the once proud Huiji bowed his head in defeat, his sleeves reduced to tatters. Despite the victor's somewhat brash demeanor, the crowd could not help but marvel at the strength displayed by the triumphant side. The chasm separating the core formation from the nascent soul stages is vast, yet here was a case of one conquering the other. Clearly, the Qingyan sect, one of the 9 sacred lands, remains unfathomably profound. Having suffered defeat, Huiji had no desire to linger. Offering a slight bow to the assembly before making his way to the guest quarters at the mountain gate. With no more spectacle to behold, the audience dispersed eagerly, animatedly discussing how Lung Qingsong, merely at the core formation stage, had triumphed over Huiji. Ouyang approached the despondent Ling Feng, patting him on the shoulder. Old Ling, it's all right. That fellow merely bullies others due to his superior cultivation. Ling Feng managed a forced smile and clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, Thank you, brother Ouyang, for your assistance. I am deeply appreciative. Observing Ling Feng's still rigid demeanor, Ouyang shook his head inwardly. Ling Feng remained as pure as a white lotus. While there is nothing inherently wrong with a white lotus, maintaining such naivety towards adversaries can be perilous when danger arises. Brother Ouyang, a familiar voice called out as Su Linger approached, clutching a jade flute. As she ran towards him, Ouyang felt the earth tremble, and before he knew it, she had enveloped him in an embrace. The once melancholic expression on Ling Feng's face brightened momentarily at the sound of Su Ling, but upon witnessing her leap into Ouyang's arms, that spark of hope extinguished completely. Ling Feng turned away silently, retreating to nurse his wounds alone as a defeated soul. How does it feel? Just as I foretold? A voice whispered in Ling Feng's ear. Silence. He hissed softly. Silence? You, with your mediocre talents, trampled upon by foes, and now forsaken by all light, while the woman you cherish dances for another. How can you bear it? I commanded you to be silent. Ling Feng's eyes reddened as he spoke through gritted teeth. Do you finally believe me now? Only I can help you alter this fate. I am you, and you are me. How could I ever wish you harm? The voice dripped with seduction, causing Ling Feng's mind to waver as he glanced back at Su Ling, who was playfully clinging to Ouyang, before resolutely turning away. Ling Feng approached a pond, gazing into his reflection. A figure shrouded in dark mist, with crimson eyes, stared back at him with a mocking smile. Do you think I could one day slay Ouyang? Ling Feng asked uncertainly, addressing the visage in the water. Certainly, as long as you heed my words. That fellow who constantly steals our spotlight shall find his head severed at my earliest opportunity. The reflection in the water sneered coldly. Ling Feng's expression wavered slightly as he lowered his gaze to the reflection, inquiring, "Is what you say truly the case?" "Indeed, it is the reflection enticed. As long as we devise a meticulous plan, the entire world shall be ours, and all that you desire will be within your grasp." Listening to the beguiling whispers, Ling Feng reflected upon his life. From a young age, he had been accepted as a disciple by the sect leader, his innate talent shining brightly compared to many others, living amidst admiration and awe. However, everything changed upon the arrival of Ouyang and Lung Qingsong to the mountain. The once acknowledged genius found himself diminished to mediocrity. Everyone took his excellence for granted, viewing his efforts as merely expected. Those monsters atop the small peak had utterly transformed his status from a prodigy to an ordinary individual. Once regarded as the sect leader's successor, he too believed that one day he would inherit his master's legacy. Thus, he dared not err, nor could he afford to, donning a mask of perpetual smiles, emulating his master as a congenial figure. Yet, the more he conformed, the lower others' evaluations of him sank. Just a nice guy. That's all he can manage. The fade of a white lotus is truly nauseating. Such gossip bewildered him. As he sought to establish an image of a stern senior brother, he faced universal skepticism. What is this? Just because he is the sect leader's disciple, he thinks he is special? Does he truly believe he is a genius destined for Qinyan sect? Now, acting high and mighty, who would benefit once he actually became the sect leader? Wearing a mask for too long makes it hard to remove it, and Ling Feng felt just that. His prolonged stagnation at the nascent soul stage had allowed those less gifted than him to surpass him. When he sought counsel from his master, he merely received a shake of the head, indicating that his heart was burdened by demons. Raising his right hand, he observed an ancient ring adorning his finger, one that had appeared mysteriously one day. Initially perceived as a great fortune, it turned out to be a push towards the abyss. A self-proclaimed future version of himself spoke of things he had never dared to contemplate. He would commit many heretical acts and become a figure of scorn and fear. Fear? Perhaps I was not so bad. Ling Feng murmured softly. Senior brother, what are you doing here?" Zhu Yuan approached Ling Feng from behind, casting a puzzled glance at him standing by the pool. Zhu Yuan looked at Ling Feng with a venomous glare, realizing that this useless elder brother had indeed been defeated, merely bringing shame upon himself. How disgusting. Ling Feng turned his head, catching the fleeting resentment in Zhu Yuan's eyes, a detail that did not escape the astute Ling Feng. Was this junior brother in front of him the holy son of the demon clan? Originally, I intended to take the life of my junior brother by the hand of the small peak. Yet I found myself unable to bear the thought of his demise at the hands of a fellow disciple. It seems I am indeed too soft-hearted. Ling Feng sighed inwardly. Why did those monstrous beings on the small peak not simply thrust a sword through him? While lost in such thoughts, Ling Feng lowered his hand, concealing the ring behind him, and donned a disarmingly simple smile as he addressed Zhu Yuan. There is no need for concern. I'm merely daydreaming here. Junior brother, let us hasten to the grand hall at the summit. Indeed, elder brother, I have come in search of you. Let us proceed quickly. If we are late, Master will surely scold us. Zhu Yuan replied obediently. The two brothers, bound by deep affection, made their way up to the pinnacle of Qinyan Peak, one following closely behind the other. Chapter 44. The sect competition 10 days later upon the resplendent white marble steps of Qinyan Peak. The inner sect disciples stood in orderly lines, a display of the grandeur of the Qinyan sect. The lowest among them were at the foundation establishment stage, while the highest had reached the nascent soul stage, all arranged along the sides of the marble steps. The formidable power of the Qinyan sect was laid bare for all to see. In the Qinyan sect, when disciples reached the out-of-body stage, they were often encouraged to leave the mountain, either to establish their own sects or to venture into the world for training. The sect was known to have 3,000 vassal sects, all of which were founded by former disciples of Qinyan. The philosophy of not putting all eggs in one basket has long been upheld by the Qinyan sect, while disciples who ventured out may face hardships. Those who distanced themselves from the sect protection would rapidly mature into towering trees of strength, ultimately returning to nourish the sect with a wealth of fresh vitality. This cycle of growth and contribution was what sustained the enduring prosperity of the Qinyan sect. a principle shared by most major sections. After all, having a multitude of ascendant stage cultivators clustered in one place would be detrimental to all, hindering personal advancement and the sect's overall development. The immense resources required for cultivation at the ascendant stage were staggering. It would be far more beneficial to invest in nurturing new disciples. As disciples of the Qingyun sect, would they truly remain indifferent should their beloved sect face adversity? The world is vast, and even at the ascendant stage, one cannot hope to grasp its entirety. Boundless opportunities await in every corner. Aside from those who wish to hide away in the sect until death, imprisoned in forbidden grounds, the remaining disciples of Qingyun were scattered across the world like sesame seeds. The young disciples currently standing on the steps were destined to shape the future of the Qingyun sect. The small mountain peak, being the least prominent among the 12 peaks of Qingyun, found Ouyang and his companion stationed at the very bottom of the steps. Xiao Feng gazed up at the towering Qingyun peak, filled with ambition, and declared, "Senior brother, I will ensure that the small mountain peak stands at the forefront of the Qingyun peak steps in the future." Ouyang, lounging lazily on the steps, chuckled and replied, "You really can't, can you? Even your aspirations lack courage." Xiao Feng looked at Ouyang, puzzled. Ouyang gestured towards Bai Feiyu and remarked, "This senior brother Bai asked our master on the very first day of his arrival if he wanted to become the sect leader." Xiao Feng turned to Bai Feiyu, who wore an expression of calm indifference, and pondered if his senior brother was even more audacious than himself. "If you wish to become the sect leader, just be sure to curry favor with your second senior brother. Once his strength is sufficient, he might just sever the head of the current leader and place you in that position." Ouyang laughed heartily. Such rebellious words made Xiao Feng shake his head in disbelief. Ouyang then cast a glance at Chun Chongsheng, who was nestled among the crowd, inwardly critiquing if it were the third senior brother. He might just concoct a puppet leader and assume the role of the Qingyun sect's unseen master. Xiao Feng surveyed the various expressions of his senior brothers on the steps and suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy, realizing that perhaps he had not been striving hard enough. Even their thoughts surpassed his own in grandeur. Nonetheless, he now possessed the confidence that, once his strength was sufficient and his great vengeance fulfilled, he too would shine brightly. Ultimately, there will come a day when I shall no longer allow this day to obscure my vision, Xiao Feng thought with great fervor in his heart. Meanwhile, Hu Tu had begun to feel drowsy, leaning against Ouyang's arm as she drifted into slumber, clutching tightly to his clothing. That brazen pair of siblings had returned to entice her senior again. How she longed to grow up quickly and confine her senior within a cage, one that would belong solely to her. In the grand hall of Qingyun Peak, the sect's leaders and elders were arranged in a solemn line along either side. Below the platform, numerous representatives of various sects occupied the square. Although the grand competition of Qingyun sect was still less than a month away, many sects had already arrived in considerable numbers. After all, in such a super sect as Qingyun, opportunities abound, and ample time is required to uncover them. What if one were to stumble upon a cultivation technique left by an immortal from a millennium ago? The scripture hall of Qingyun sect housed an extensive collection of all the renowned techniques in the cultivation world. Amongst the myriad of supreme secrets, surely there must be one that suits her. During her time at Qingyun sect, she must make the most of her access to these texts. As Dong Su Zi observed the solitary bald figure seated at one of the 9 tables, his gaze shifted to the composed Ling Feng beside him, and he let out a faint sigh. He was acutely aware of the events that had transpired before the mountain gate. His disciple, while possessing commendable talent and comprehension, was overly meticulous and excessively straightforward in disposition. Although Ouyang had intervened, the recent incident had posed a significant challenge to his disciple's mindset. The more one is perplexed and stagnant, the more one must endure trials. Otherwise, in the pursuit of immortality, a heart lacking resilience can never reach its destination. This has been the reason for Dong Su Zi's hands-off approach with Ling Feng. Only by navigating through such tribulations can one shoulder greater responsibilities. This is also the duty of Ling Feng as the chief disciple. Currently, only the Great Ling Mountain Temple had sent representatives among the 9 sacred grounds, and they seemed to be looking for trouble. None of the 9 sacred grounds were known for their amiability. Zhongsu these Sopti. Yet Qingyun's sect was not to be underestimated. He then stepped forward and proclaimed in a clear voice, "The sect competition will be held in 10 days. All inner disciples and attending fellow disciples are welcome to participate. Qingyun's sect shall open its gates wide, inviting all celestial sections. The victor shall receive a Tao artifact from our Qingyun sect, along with a supreme heart method. Witness the Qingyun secret treasure." Dong Suzi's voice resonated softly to all present, instantly eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd in the square. A Tao artifact, a treasure imbued with the essence of the universe. It represents the pinnacle of artifacts in the hands of cultivators. Even a single spiritual treasure could compel the leaders of other sects to act with desperation. Qingyun's sect was casually offering a Tao artifact. This was akin to receiving a prime property in the heart of the capital in a past life. The Supreme Heart method was even more coveted by every cultivator. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, and countless practitioners yearn for a technique that could facilitate direct communion with the divine. Even if this world no longer produces immortals, the unparalleled methods offered by Qingyun's sect could at least allow one to reach the tribulation stage. Could they not? In this vast realm, countless cultivators exist, yet most of them find themselves lamenting their reliance on mundane techniques throughout their lives. To casually cast aside a method capable of nurturing those on the verge of transcending tribulations is indeed a testament to the formidable strength of the Qingyun sect among the 9 great sacred lands. Moreover, one cannot overlook the legendary treasures of the Qingyun sect, the very artifacts that have upheld its grandeur for millennia. Whispers tell of secrets to ascension hidden within. Should one decipher the intricacies contained therein, the gates to immortality may well swing open. Such a grand gesture. Truly, it is a remarkable display. All representatives from various sects in attendance are left in awe. Each item mentioned by Dong Shuzi stirs the hearts of all gathered. Even the holy son Huiji of the Daling Mountain Temple, one of the 9 great sacred lands, feels a flicker of intrigue. Huiji had not anticipated that the Qingyun sect would be so generous, although he harbors little interest in divine instruments or techniques. The legendary treasure that secures the sect's legacy is a prize he is determined to acquire. Chapter 45. The commencement of the grand tournament for ordinary individuals. 10 days pass in the blink of an eye. This is even more true for cultivators, who are often oblivious to the passage of time. Yet, these 10 days have been a whirlwind of activity, driving Ouyang to the brink of madness. Each morning, while still ensconced in the embrace of slumber, he is jolted awake by the thunderous sound of celebratory cannons, the boisterous laughter of revelers, and the grandiose speeches echoing through the air. This daily cacophony leaves Ouyang perpetually irritable and discontented. During this period, representatives from the major sacred lands seem to have coordinated their arrivals with precision. Today one comes, tomorrow another. As the prominent sects among the 9 great sacred lands, they consciously avoid arriving on the same day to prevent overshadowing one another. Whenever a super sect makes its appearance, the Qingyun sect spares no effort in offering a grand welcome, with the booming of cannons, the greeting of auspicious beasts, and at least one peak master present at the mountain gate to receive them. The exchange of energy-infused voices and ostentatiously familiar banter, punctuated by hearty laughter, is audible to nearly all. One wonders whom this grand display is intended to impress at the expansive entrance of the Qingyun sect. The 9 great sacred lands are as follows: Wanjian Mountain, Jian Sect, South Sea, Penglai Mountain, Western Region, Daling Temple, Snowy Region, Gaotian Origin, Talisman's Mountain, Wanfa Sect, Taishan, Shengxian Manor, Desert, Qiansha Valley, Spiritual Oasis, Piaomiao Pavilion, Qingyun Cave Heaven. Qingyun sect. These 9 sacred lands are distributed across the expanse of the heavens and seas, existing in mutual non-interference, yet forming a formidable network that constitutes the most vital aspect of the cultivation world. Their willingness to traverse great distances to attend the Qingyun sect's inner door competition suggests that their motives extend beyond mere observation. Although they have graced previous events, it is unprecedented for all to attend simultaneously, a spectacle even Ouyang has never witnessed before. How is Changxing preparing? Ouyang inquired of by Fei Yu, who was perched upon a tree, casting a glance toward Changxing's room. He claims to be thoroughly prepared. At least he hasn't indicated any oversights, Bai Feiyu replied. I see. Ouyang nodded. If Changxing is confident, then the demise of that demonic prince, Ziyuan, is surely a foregone conclusion. While the specifics of the enmity between Changxing and Ziyuan remain unclear, given Changxing's character, anyone caught in his machinations would hardly stand a chance of survival. Could Ziyuan be the first of the heavenly path's children to perish? Ouyang suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. The door to Changxing's room creaked open, and he emerged clad in a purple Taoist robe. To Ouyang's astonishment, Changxing revealed his true face to the world. His strikingly handsome visage, rarely seen by others, was adorned with a serene smile that added a touch of tranquility to his already impressive countenance. Dressed in a purple robe embroidered with the Qingyun sect's emblem, he exuded an extraordinary charm. However, the smile on Changxing's face carried an unsettling chill, sending shivers down one's spine. All right, enough smiling. It's unnerving. Ouyang gestured dismissively at Changxing. Senior brother Chun is so handsome. I've never seen such a dashing senior brother before. Hu Tu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ninth level of foundation establishment. Bai Feiyu also descended from the tree, intrigued as he regarded Changxing. Is this the true extent of my senior brother's strength? The hidden truths run deep, so much so that even I fail to perceive them. Changxing took a deep breath, having prepared for so long. He was resolute in his intention to eliminate the tyrant Zhu Yuan. The potential alterations to the timeline were no longer a concern for Changxing. The only one with whom he shared a blood feud was Zhu Yuan. From his sleeve, Changxing withdrew a silver-white mask, his gaze radiating cold, lethal intent. The chime of the summoning bell atop Qingyun Peak resonated once more, and as the sound echoed, Ouyang clapped his hands and declared, "Let us proceed and witness how Changxing will dispatch that villain." At this moment, Qingyun Peak was shrouded in ethereal clouds, the sounds of celestial music lingering in the air. The throng of bustling people rendered the previously serene Qingyun Peak quite lively. Disciples of the inner sect of Qingyun sect flanked both sides, standing upon the stone steps. All moved forward toward the summit of Qingyun Peak. Each peak had its designated position, and as the crowd from the small mountain peak arrived at the venue, they instantly captured the attention of everyone within the Qingyun sect. Tales had long circulated within the sect about the extraordinary beings emerging from the small mountain peak. The disciples from this peak were shrouded in mystery, rarely seen in daily life. Their sole prior appearance was 2 years ago when a disciple from the small mountain peak boldly ascended to the Sword Inquiry Peak. Hundreds of disciples at Sword Inquiry Peak were left utterly defeated by this singular disciple's swordsmanship. With just one person and one sword, he toppled the entire Sword Inquiry Peak, thereby establishing the small mountain peak's illustrious reputation. It was said that there were 3 more like him on the small mountain peak. How terrifying indeed. Compared to the sect leader's disciple Ling Feng, he was truly far superior. As Bai Feiyu made his entrance, he captivated the gaze of all the women present, dressed in white, exuding a warm and jade-like temperament. Along with his extraordinarily handsome visage, merely a glance could ensnare one's heart. Standing with a sword in hand, the dark-clad Lung Qingsong radiated an intense sword intent that deterred direct gazes. Clad in a purple Taoist robe, Changxing donned a mask, exuding an air of mystery, equally drawing attention. Hu Tu, adorned in a colorful skirt, exhibited a whimsical demeanor as she glanced around, endearing herself to all. Each individual was striking, each capable of becoming the focal point of admiration. In contrast, Ouyang, in his green robe, appeared somewhat ordinary, merely a practitioner of the Qi refinement stage. Yet, as he casually plopped down among these radiant figures, crossing his legs in a carefree manner, he seemed unusually harmonious within the crowd. Indeed, Qingyun sect was brimming with talent. The elders from various sects seated in the stands could not help but glance towards the small mountain peak, internally marveling at the spectacle. The small mountain peak brought great honor to Qingyun's sect, and Dong Shuzi's face was nearly blooming with joy. This was precisely why he had longed for the disciples from the small mountain peak to make an appearance. Ouyang's few apprentices were truly a source of pride. The auspicious moment had arrived. Dong Shuzi cleared his throat and stepped to the front of the stage, proclaiming in a clear voice, "The Qingyun sect grand competition officially begins. May heaven and earth bear witness, and may the sun and moon shine bright." A rumble of thunder echoed in the sky, and amidst the previously clear day, a round moon subtly emerged. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, accompanied by a simultaneous, soaring bird song. A magnificent azure dragon, stretching over 10 meters in length, coiled upwards, piercing the clouds, closely followed by a fiery phoenix. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment, as the true aura of divine beasts emanated from the dragon and phoenix. The presence of a true dragon and a phoenix within the Qingyun sect was nothing short of miraculous. The phoenix soared toward the sun, its head lifted in song. Although its divine power was still nascent, it compelled all beasts to bow in reverence. The azure dragon ascended towards the vaguely emerging full moon, casting the immense shadow of the dragon upon its surface. The previously indistinct moon became strikingly clear. Was Xiaofeng merely borrowed by Dong Zuzi for this magnificent display? Yet, it appeared to yield remarkable results. With his legs crossed, Ouyang gazed at the celestial phenomenon above, satisfied with what he saw. Sun and moon sharing the sky, dragon and phoenix harmonizing, the extraordinary manifestation of the heavens, coupled with the emergence of divine beasts, had rendered even the elders of other sacred sites speechless in awe. As the sect competition commenced, the atmosphere was elevated to an exhilarating climax. Chapter 46 that year, with my hands tucked into my pockets. The grand competition of the sect was divided into outer and inner sect contests. The outer sect trials resembled a mere performance. After intense competition, the 10 most outstanding outer sect disciples would engage in duels. If any peak masters were impressed by a disciple, they would be directly admitted into the mountain gate. Those not selected would receive the status of registered disciples in the inner sect, undertaking tasks within their capabilities at various peaks. Thus, the 10 exceptional outer disciples would ultimately find themselves in the inner sect, performing for the esteemed elders. Once the dazzling figures from the outer sect, they were now akin to chickens on display in a marketplace, awaiting selection. Those who entered the inner sect were all prodigies, for this world was brimming with talent. The outer sect trials were rather dull, with the most that could be expected being the foundational level youths pecking at each other on the Grand Hall's plaza. They exerted all their effort to showcase their unique skills, yet the audience watched with the same curiosity as one might observe monkeys in a circus jumping through hoops. After all, foundational level disciples were commonplace within the inner sect. Upon the conclusion of the performances, 5 were chosen by the elders of various peaks to be accepted as inner sect disciples. Among them was the unremarkable Ma Xingye, who caught the eye of the 5 Elements peak, specializing in the art of spells. At the moment he was selected, he trembled with excitement. The years of toil and the expectations of the sect were all vindicated in that instant. Like a scholar celebrating his graduation, Ma Xingye was exuberant, feeling as if he could gallop through the blossoms of Chang'an in a single day. He had not tarnished the name of genius, having successfully ascended to the Qingyun sect. Suddenly, he thought of Xiao Feng. Had Xiao Feng defeated him, he would not be standing here now. Apologies, junior brother Xiao. The path of cultivation is indeed cruel, and should we meet again, I shall make amends. Ma Xingye silently expressed his remorse, yet he quickly joined his fellow disciples in celebration. Meanwhile, atop the grand hall of the Qingyun sect, Xiao Feng wore a peculiar expression as he gazed at the plaza below, having been borrowed by his senior brother. He conjured the ethereal forms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird in the hall's loft. Not only had he encountered the sect leader, but the leader also treated him with remarkable warmth, repeatedly inquiring if he wished to switch peaks to become a personal disciple of the master. Facing a figure who existed only in his imagination, Xiao Feng felt a rush of excitement. Still, upon hearing the leader openly attempt to poach him, he nervously declined. Almost everything he possessed now had been bestowed by his senior brother, If he were to leave the small peak, how could he continue his cultivation with any dignity? Xiaofeng was also concerned that the leader might take offense at his refusal. To his surprise, the sect leader merely sighed, muttering indistinctly in frustration. Though the tones seemed harsh, the leader's treatment of him was unequivocally generous. Not only had he set up a spirit-gathering array to aid in Xiaofeng's cultivation, but there were also countless spiritual fruits and elixirs available for his use. This treatment starkly contrasted with that of Ma Xingya, who stood below in the plaza. A smile crept across Xiaofeng's face. Since arriving at the small peak, he had gradually become more open and cheerful. Apart from the resolute elder brother, there exists the second brother, a master of swordsmanship, the fourth brother, who comprehends all methods, and the third brother, an artist with an exquisite touch. Furthermore, Xiaofeng gently caressed a wilted flower nestled within his robe, a tender smile gracing his face. Following the conclusion of the outer disciples' performances, the true spectacle was set to commence. Within the grand hall, the venerable Dongguzi stood before 18 distinguished cultivators of the Mahayana stage, all of whom simultaneously took action. Above Qingyun Peak, a colossal anomalous space quietly materialized. This was the space of mustard seed. The inter-sect competition would unfold here, with participants required to possess at least the foundation of the Golden Core stage. Those wishing to register may now enter the space of mustard seed and await further instructions. Dong Zuzi's voice resonated once more, elucidating the rules of the contest. Participation was strictly prohibited for those below the Golden Core stage. Such a stringent regulation caused many disciples of Qingyun sect to feel a sense of awe and lamentation. After all, the gulf between each major realm was akin to an insurmountable chasm. This prohibition was largely instituted to safeguard the unwitting and inexperienced from being inadvertently crushed by formidable masters. On the viewing platform, a myriad of dazzling lights illuminated the sky as eager participants rushed toward the space of mustard seed. Being the pride of heaven, none wished to be left behind. Among them, the most striking was Huizhi, who manifested the true form of the Buddhist sect. Seated serenely, Huizhi, enveloped in a towering golden body, ascended toward the space of mustard seed. The pressure emanating from his nascent soul-stage prowess deterred all onlookers. Chen Changsheng fixed his gaze upon the grand hall. When he beheld Ancestor Yuan, clad in a black battle attire, soaring toward the space of mustard seed, he could no longer contain himself. As he prepared to rise and follow, Ouyang firmly grasped his shoulder, prompting Chen Changsheng to cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Ouyang, with a hearty laugh, patted Chen Changsheng's shoulder and said, "After being pent up for so long, it's time for a spirited bout. Winning or losing is of little consequence. Just be mindful of your safety." "Yes, senior brother," Chen Changsheng solemnly replied, mounting his sword and soaring toward the space of mustard seed above. "Senior brother, are you certain everything will be all right?" Hu Tu asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "I cannot say for sure, but given Changsheng's nature, he will undoubtedly persevere until the end." "Rest assured," Ouyang responded confidently. Once the number of participants in the space of mustard seed reached 400, the entrance was sealed. Those hesitant and just arriving at the entrance were barred from entry. In moments of indecision, with an unstable heart, retreat, spoke Xingfeng's leader calmly as he appeared at the entrance. Those disciples who had hoped for the leader's special leniency were immediately filled with shame and retreated along the path they had come. Meanwhile, within the space of mustard seed, the newly arrived individuals surveyed their surroundings with vigilance. Here, there were only adversaries, no allies. The only trust to be found was in oneself. The rules of this competition were essentially non-existent. The last one standing would be declared the victor. "Act boldly, and we shall rescue you at the first opportunity," proclaimed Xingfeng's leader with an unperturbed expression. As soon as his words fell, the once spacious space of mustard seed was engulfed in darkness. Hundreds of dark figures, nearing the nascent soul stage, materialized within the space, provoking a stir among the gathered participants. Xingfeng's leader too looked on in astonishment at the architect of this sudden turn of events. Clad in a robe of deep purple, Chen Changsheng stood resolutely at the center, surveying the rivals that surrounded him. In his previous life, he had not even been granted the opportunity to participate in this grand competition, relegated instead to a distant observer, watching these prodigies shine before the world. Yet, this time, he had arrived, and his senior brother Ouyang had assured him there would be no need to hold back. Engaging each adversary did not pique his interest. His singular objective remained unwavering. Thus, it was far more efficient to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. A glint of icy resolve flickered in the eyes of the masked Chen Changsheng as he stood poised, hands concealed within the sleeves of his robe. Hundreds of Yuan Ing stage puppets filled the sky, casting an imposing shadow over all present. One against 399, they formed an overwhelming sense of pressure. In that year, with my hands gathered within my sleeves, I knew not what it meant to have a rival. Chapter 47. Unfathomable adversaries. What does it signify to face hundreds of puppets, each nearly at the nascent soul stage? Among this assembly, only Zhu Yuan truly comprehended the gravity of the situation, his eyes reflecting both fear and resentment. Initially, he intended to withdraw from this sect competition, wishing to avoid such ill fortune. However, to his astonishment, the sect leader had personally commanded his participation. Even now, Zhu Yuan could not fathom how he had offended Chen Changsheng. Reflecting on his past actions, he mused that if he had taken lives, he had done so in abundance. He had begun killing at the tender age of 5. Who could say that he had not slain Chen Changsheng's family on some fateful day? What a luck! His once impeccable disguise had even garnered him the favor of the Qiyun sect's leader, who had taken him as a personal disciple. Yet here he was, meeting his downfall in the treacherous waters of Chen Changsheng. In a hushed tone, Zhu Yuan began to chant a spell, altering his appearance until he transformed entirely into another individual. This was the manifestation of his pride, the unparalleled magical art of the transformation technique. Not only could his form shift to that of any image in his mind, but his aura, techniques, and even demonic essence could be transmuted into true energy. Even a tribulation stage expert would be unable to detect him in his altered state. However, this transformation required him to regress a full realm. His original nascent soul had reverted to the golden core stage. Had he remained in the nascent soul stage, would he have regarded these hundreds of puppets with such trepidation? Zhu Yuan thought indignantly as he concealed himself within the throng. As long as he pretended to be outmatched, he could depart at any moment, thus participating in the contest in spirit, and evade this calamity for now. A true gentleman knows when to yield and when to strike back with tenfold vengeance. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng, with his hands tucked within the sleeves of his robe, surveyed the entire mustard seed space with a discerning gaze, failing to detect Zhu Yuan's presence. Chen Changsheng was well aware that this was Zhu Yuan's signature ability, a lesson learned after countless encounters with the cunning adversary. In his past life, the notorious demon realm Holy Emperor Zhu Yuan was renowned as the master of transformation. Nevertheless, this posed no challenge for Chen Changsheng. Unhurriedly, he retrieved a stack of paper from his bosom and addressed the gathering with a calm demeanor. Shortly, those whose names are called shall vacate this space of their own accord. Failure to comply will result in dire consequences. Moments earlier, Chen Changsheng had meticulously noted the identities of all who had entered the mustard seed space. Even those unknown to him had been recorded based on their characteristics and appearances. He resolved to employ a process of elimination to unearth Zhu Yuan concealed amongst the crowd, standing before 399 individuals. Chen Changsheng appeared as though he were selecting chicks at a poultry farm. Those permitted entry were either distinguished disciples of the inner sect or pillars of other sections. Who among them had endured such indignation? Suddenly, 3 individuals erupted with true energy, either forming incantations with their hands or charging at Chen Changsheng with swords drawn. Yet, as they prepared to resist, they were swiftly subdued by the nascent soul puppets and brought before Chen Changsheng. Wing Wu, Li Si, Cao Liu. Chen Changsheng matched the 3 individuals' appearances with the numbers he had devised, subsequently retrieving their likenesses. After comparing their features, he inclined his body in a respectful gesture and addressed them. Honorable brothers, I apologize for the inconvenience. As soon as the words fell, the 3 were cast out of the mustard seed space by the puppet of the nascent soul stage. Chun Changsheng gazed at the remaining 396 individuals and calmly remarked, "Well, the three senior brothers have just provided a demonstration. Now, which senior brother will step forward next?" The spectators in the stands stared in astonishment at Chun Changsheng within the mustard seed space. One person could single-handedly challenge 400? What was the origin of this individual? How had the Qingyun sect never mentioned such a figure? Which peak did he hail from to possess such formidable prowess? A mere small mountain peak? That was hardly concerning. Strange creatures might emerge from there. Observing the densely packed puppets within the mustard seed space, each possessed a cultivation level not inferior to that of the nascent soul stage. The crafting of a nascent soul puppet was even more challenging than attaining the nascent soul stage itself. Yet here was Chun Changsheng, effortlessly summoning hundreds. Setting aside the question of where such precious materials originated, the creation itself necessitated at least 3 grand cultivators of substantial realms. Was there a grand master of artifact refining hidden behind Chun Changsheng to compel 400 peers of equal standing, half of whom were even nascent soul cultivators? Was an act of unparalleled arrogance. Dong Shuzi mused, "This lad is a true anomaly, capable of controlling hundreds of nascent soul puppets at the foundation establishment stage. How potent must his spirit be?" The Qingyun sect truly deserved its reputation for harboring such extraordinary talent. One could only wonder if the bald little monk from Lingshan Temple could withstand this challenge. In the Grand Hall, the elders from the 9 great sacred lands regarded Chun Changsheng with newfound respect. A talent such as his was unheard of even among them. Dong Shuzi maintained an enigmatic demeanor, engaging the surrounding elders in polite conversation while inwardly questioning if this small mountain peak possessed unusually favorable feng shui. Perhaps it would be wise to send someone from Tianyin Peak to investigate. Meanwhile, the people of the small mountain peak stared at Chun Changsheng in awe. "Wow, our third senior brother is so impressive." Hututu gawked at the mustard seed space overhead. In his recollection, the third senior brother had always been one to retreat slightly behind the others with a frown. But today's display of confidence was a first. Ouyang, equally astonished, remarked to Bai Feiyu, "Little Bai, what good is it to stand in a tree every day? Look at how seamlessly our third senior brother performs." Bai Feiyu rolled his eyes, but internally he was equally amazed. Had he encountered Chun Changsheng unprepared, he might have perished on the spot. On the balcony, Xiao Feng frantically jotted down notes, realizing that the third senior brother, who he thought was merely a master of the brush, could also perform with such finesse. He needed to observe and learn diligently. Meanwhile, Lung Qingsong, clutching his sword, seemed detached from the surrounding events. Within the mustard seed space, over 390 contestants felt an overwhelming pressure. They understood all too well that they might become mere stepping stones for the young man in the purple robe before them. 1 against 399. Even in defeat, it would provide a lifetime of tales to tell. However, opportunities were not entirely absent. Over 300 individuals launched a simultaneous assault. Could he possibly withstand such an onslaught? The crowd exchanged glances, quickly reaching a consensus, and charged toward Chun Changsheng in unison. What they did not anticipate was that the hundreds of puppet-like beings in the Yuan Ing stage automatically formed a formation. Caught off guard, they plunged headlong into a deadly array. This formation was exceedingly peculiar. The countless puppets engaged in a dance of entanglement, refusing to fight to the death. Whenever one of them attempted to unleash their full power, the puppets would retreat stealthily, akin to striking a fist in a dough, a most vexing sensation. As the group found themselves ensnared in the lethal formation with no means of escape, Chun Changsheng's voice emerged, chilling and commanding. "Sun Qi, Lu Ba, Qianshi. No, no." With a rustle of paper, a series of anguished cries echoed as individuals were hurled from the fray. Each name he called out signified the elimination of one from the competition. In that moment, these prodigious talents resembled piglets in a pen, awaiting their selection. Chapter 48. The unveiling of the demon's foot. Chun Changsheng's voice resonated like a death knell, each utterance resulting in the elimination of yet another participant. The onlookers, bewildered and perplexed, were utterly at a loss regarding Chun Changsheng's intentions. Was it truly necessary to call out names for the eliminations? Such disdain for others seemed unfathomable. Among them were cultivators of the nascent soul stage, who, when exerting their full strength, could shatter the surrounding puppets into countless fragments. Yet astonishingly, these broken puppets would instantaneously restore themselves, revealing their unsettling ability for infinite regeneration. How could one possibly contend with such an opponent? Despair enveloped the assembly of cultivators. Neither spells nor sword energies bore any effect against the puppets before them. Only those cultivators above the out-of-body stage could discern the underlying truth. Within these hundreds of puppets lay the essence of spirit, a characteristic only accessible to those who had reached the out-of-body stage, allowing the spirit to separate from the body. As long as the spirit remained unharmed, these puppets could, in principle, revive indefinitely. The elders and venerables in the grand hall gazed in horror at Chen Changsheng within the mustard seed space. A mere cultivator at the core formation stage had grasped concepts that were comprehensible only to those above the out-of-body stage. Such a revelation would be met with disbelief if proclaimed aloud. None would accept it without witnessing the phenomenon for themselves. Even those who had reached the out-of-body stage were just beginning to explore the intricacies of the spirit. Yet this young man displayed an extraordinary comprehension of the spirit's nature. Moreover, from where did the spirits of these hundreds of puppets originate? Chen Changsheng had already etched himself into the memories of all the elders in the Grand Hall. A prodigy of such caliber was unparalleled, even among the 9 sacred lands, and certainly unprecedented in history. Meanwhile, within the mustard seed space, the number of individuals dwindled, and Chen Changsheng's pace quickened. As the hundreds of puppets dispersed once more, every surrounded cultivator was systematically eliminated by him. In the entirety of the mustard seed space, only the disguised Ziyuan and the Buddhist Saint Huiji remained. Chen Changsheng cast a sidelong glance at the disguising and remarked coolly, "Do you still wish to maintain your pretense?" Reluctantly, Ziyuan reverted to his true form, drawing his long sword and exclaiming, "What have I done to you? Why must you pursue my annihilation? Perhaps it is a debt from your past life that demands your demise," Chen Changsheng declared, igniting a stack of paper in his hand until it turned to ash. He then turned his gaze to Huiji, recognizing that this so-called Buddhist saint was not a paragon of virtue either. However, his singular focus was on eliminating Ziyuan, and he had no desire to entangle himself with the Buddhist sect. "Monk, you should leave. This matter does not concern you," Chen Changsheng instructed Huiji. "Amitabha, this humble monk merely wishes to observe the Qingyun secret treasure. I beseech you to grant me this opportunity," Huiji replied, joining his palms in reverence. "Do you think you are worthy of such a request? The Ling Mountain Temple must truly be blind." Chen Changsheng scoffed. In his previous life, the seemingly benevolent Huiji had committed heinous crimes that paralleled Ziyuan's misdeeds, donning a mask of compassion while embodying the essence of a malevolent demon. The expression on Huiji's face transformed into one of profound sorrow as he softly intoned the Buddhist chant, coldly remarking, "It appears that you, benefactor, do not wish for a peaceful resolution." Upon finishing his words, the radiance of his Buddhist aura surged forth, and his 8-foot golden form expanded rapidly, manifesting a colossal Buddha before Chen Changsheng in the blink of an eye. Although the visage of the Buddha was obscured, the resplendent light that enveloped him rendered it nearly impossible for anyone to open their eyes. The great Buddha slowly lifted one of his hands, pressing it down towards Chen Changsheng. In Chen Changsheng's eyes, the descending hand of Buddha loomed infinitely larger, seemingly eclipsing the heavens and earth, as though the entire world had been reduced to this singular hand. This was the Buddhist secret technique, the Great Compassion Palm. Unperturbed, Chen Changsheng tucked his hands into his sleeves and produced a wooden puppet resembling a monkey. He murmured incantations, "Spirit, come forth, deities arrive. The divine monkey descends to assist me in breaking the law. Go." With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the puppet into the air. Originally no larger than a hand, the puppet swiftly expanded to a height of over 10 meters. Upon spotting the approaching Buddha's hand, the monkey emitted a frenzied shriek and began to pound its chest in a display of wild rage, as though it bore a deep-seated grudge against the descending palm. The monkey howled, stomping its feet fiercely against the ground while raising its hands to collide with the descending Buddha's hand. The ground beneath it shattered instantly. Yet the Buddha's palm crushed down upon the elevated hands, landing squarely on the monkey's shoulder. However, the monkey's eyes blazed with fury, nostrils flaring with heated breath, stubbornly refusing to yield. Its substantial form, dwarfed by the immense palm, resembled a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, yet it remained steadfast. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate. Just as Zhu Yuan contemplated fleeing, hundreds of puppets at the Yuan infant stage swiftly surrounded him, leaving no avenue for escape. Qin Changxing's paramount objective this time was to prevent Zhu Yuan from eluding capture. The multitude of puppets merely confined Zhu Yuan without resorting to lethal force. After all, as a prince of the demonic clan, Qin Changxing was not convinced that he lacked an escape plan. He needed to be fully prepared to eliminate Zhu Yuan. Before that, however, he had to expel the troublesome monk. Qin Changxing retrieved 2 yellow talismans from his sleeves, reciting incantations as he flung them forth. The talismans transformed into beams of golden light, striking the monkey, which was valiantly resisting the Buddha's palm. The monkey, which had been fiercely holding its ground, now glimmered with defiance and rage. Once the talismans adhered to its form, the monkey morphed into a stone pillar, bracing against the Buddha's hand. In that instant of transformation, the palm was pierced through by the column that the monkey had become. Golden blood from the Buddha rained down like a golden shower throughout the mustard seed space. With a look of compassionate agony, Ouyang screamed, retracting his hand to behold the wound that had pierced through it, incredulously asking, "This is not a puppet. What in the world is that monkey?" Qin Changxing casually glanced at a shadow below and replied softly, "That is no mere puppet. That monkey has a name. He is called the Great Sage." This wooden monkey puppet was crafted from the essence of his elder brother, and though it was a lifeless creation, it had long since awakened its own intelligence. The Great Sage was a tale recounted to him by Ouyang in a past life, a story of a monkey attaining Buddhahood. Originally wild and unruly, the Great Sage, capable of piercing the heavens, ultimately found himself in the presence of the ancient lantern and the Buddha. In his previous life, whenever he indulged in complacency during his cultivation, Ouyang would invariably invoke that monkey to admonish him. The Great Sage and the victorious fighting Buddha are not merely one and the same. If you wish to avoid being ensnared by the golden hoop, you must diligently cultivate. Senior brother, what if the Great Sage truly punctures the heavens and goes unchecked? Wouldn't that make him no different from the demonic tribes? Are you arguing with me? I shall strike you down. Memories of the past unfolded before Qin Changxing, revealing the most joyful moments of his former existence. In this life I, Qin Changxing, shall protect all that is dear. Look, senior brother, the Great Sage ultimately pierced through the palm of the Buddha, escaping the weight of the mountain formed from that palm. Similarly, I too can rewrite my destiny. Qin Changxing raised his hand, clutching a tattered wooden puppet of a monkey, his resolve solidified. Was it that the third brother occasionally borrowed my true essence merely to create this? It indeed resembles a tale from Journey to the West. I have never recounted this story. Is it mere coincidence, or is the third brother not only reborn, but also traversed here from another realm? Ouyang gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding within the mustard seed space. Wounded, Ouyang glared at Qin Changxing with resentment. In such a short span, he had been defeated twice, having previously believed himself to be the chosen one destined for the flourishing of the Buddhist sect. Little did he know that he had merely been gazing at the sky from the confines of the Daling Mountain Temple. Within a mere 10 days of arriving at the Qingyan sect, he had succumbed to the hands of others twice. Moreover, his opponent was a whole realm beneath him. A disgrace. As the holy son of the Buddhist sect, he had consecutively fallen to an unknown disciple of the Qingyan sect. This humiliation shattered Ouyang's long-held pride. He had always been the one challenging others across realms, yet now he found himself defeated by a lesser foe. Beyond the heavens, there are heavens. Beyond humanity, there are humans. Had he truly been confined to a limited perspective at the Daling Mountain Temple all along? With a heavy sigh, Ouyang's surrounding Buddhist light dimmed as he slightly bowed to Qin Changsheng before departing the mustard seed space. When only Zhu Yuan remained before Qin Changsheng, he forced himself to speak. Here, there are over a dozen experts at the Great Ascension stage. They will not allow you to kill me. Zhu Yuan could only hope that the watching guardians would intervene the moment Qin Changsheng attempted to strike him down. It was indeed ironic. As the holy son of the demonic tribe, he found himself yearning for the help of the righteous cultivators of humanity. Qin Changsheng raised both hands, mimicking the act of drawing a bow, his gaze fiercely fixed on Zhu Yuan. Do you think the thoughts you conceive are beyond my grasp? As Zhu Yuan beheld the radiant bow and arrow materializing in Qin Changsheng's hands, a profound sense of dread enveloped him. He could distinctly sense the threat of death emanating from the weapon. Something felt amiss about this attack. Dong Shuzi observed the bow and arrow in Qin Changsheng's hands, confident he could save Zhu Yuan when the moment arose. Yet the arrow appeared to be nothing more than a standard fire spell. Zhu Yuan evaded frantically, only to despairingly realize that no matter how he dodged, the arrow's tip was eternally fixed upon him. With a furious roar, Zhu Yuan's entire being surged with demonic energy, and in the face of life and death, he could no longer conceal his identity. If he could merely restore his cultivation to the nascent soul stage, he would possess the means to swiftly escape this place. Even if his identity were to be exposed, what of it? At worst, this mission could be deemed a failure. He could not perish. A prodigy endowed by heaven could not meet his end here. He was the holy son of the demonic race, the very hope for their future. How could he so easily succumb to death in this place? He still possessed the treasured artifacts of the demonic clan, sufficient to ensure his survival. The overwhelming demonic aura emanating from Zhen rendered everyone present momentarily speechless, followed by an uproar. In such a grand event, at Qingyun sect, a member of the demonic race had infiltrated. Dong Shuzi, the head of the Qingyun sacred ground, was left dumbfounded. As the leader, he had failed to perceive that Zhu Yuan was of the demonic lineage. Moreover, he had even accepted him as a disciple. Below, Ouyang chuckled, looking at Zhu Yuan with a gleeful malice, saying, "At last, your true nature is revealed, little black one." Chapter 49. The Holy Son of Qingyun Sect. Qin Changsheng in that moment. Qin Changsheng found himself enveloped in an ethereal silence, the world around him rendered utterly tranquil. His focus narrowed solely to the ancestral abyss before him and the bow and arrow clasped firmly in his grasp. Vivid memories from his past life surged before his eyes, intensifying the radiance of the arrow he held. This was no ordinary projectile. It was not merely a metaphorical arrow from a poem. Instead, it was a manifestation of his very soul, aimed not only at the corporeal form of the ancestral abyss, but also at its very essence. Even if the surrounding guardians attempted to intercept the physical assault of the arrow, they would be powerless to thwart the assault on the spirit. Within the recesses of his mind, Qin Changsheng's recollections crystallized around the figure of Ouyang from his previous existence. As he softly recited the lines once spoken by Ouyang, "In the northwest, I shoot the celestial wolf." Whoosh! The arrow was released, darting towards the ancestral abyss, which was on the verge of tearing through the fabric of space to escape. The ancestral abyss gazed in disbelief at its right chest, where its heart resided, a secret never before divulged to anyone. How could Qin Changsheng know that its heart lay on the right side? The arrow pierced through the ancestral abyss's form, striking precisely into its right chest without leaving a single wound. This arrow targeted the very soul of the ancestral abyss. In that instant, the primordial infant within the ancestral abyss's dantian perished. As the primordial infant succumbed, a black lotus erupted forth, tearing through the space unnoticed, vanishing from sight. The body of the ancestral abyss slowly descended from the heavens, adorned with horns and marked by demonic patterns, unmistakably revealing its identity as a member of the demon race. The moment Qin Changsheng felled the ancestral abyss, the urgency that had gripped his heart dissipated entirely. He realized he had slain the fiend he had loathed deeply in his past life. The celestial oath he had sworn was to ensure he could indeed eradicate the ancestral abyss once and for all. The tenacious insect may die, yet it does not decay. Only under the witness of the celestial order could he be certain he had truly vanquished the future Demon Emperor. All his intricate schemes culminated in this moment of triumph. Chen Changsheng felt an unprecedented wave of fatigue wash over him, causing him to collapse within the confines of the mustard seed space. Meanwhile, outside the mustard seed space, a tempest of turmoil had already erupted. The demon race, absent for millennia, had unexpectedly reappeared at the grand assembly of the Qingyun sect. Was the conflict of the demonic path set to reignite? The cultivators who had endured the inhumane battles of millennia past wore expressions of sorrow. Meanwhile, Dong Shuzi, atop the grand hall, gazed vacantly at the mustard seed space, his suspicions regarding his newly accepted disciple rising as Chen Changsheng swore his celestial oath. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that his disciple bore the lineage of the demon race. As the headmaster of the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred grounds, to have a direct disciple who was a demon was unfathomable. In an instant, the figure of Dong Shuzi, who had reached the 9th layer of tribulation, appeared somewhat stooped, resembling an aged elder. Master. The peak masters cast worried glances at Dong Shuzi, sensing the shift in his aura. However, Dong Shuzi merely stooped for a moment before regaining his composure, the commanding aura of the sect leader re-emerging around him. After countless years of tempering, Dong Shuzi was not easily swayed in his resolve by such an incident. He calmly addressed the elders sent by the 9 sacred lands and the numerous representatives from various sects. The victor of today's sect competition is Chen Changsheng from the Little Mountain Peak. Chen Changsheng has accomplished great deeds in vanquishing demons and shall henceforth be regarded as the holy son of our Qingyun sect. To behold him is akin to seeing our sect leader. Such explosive news instantly left everyone present astounded. However, the elders from various peaks quickly grasped the implications. In the eyes of their fellow sects, the Qingyun sect now had a lineage connected to the demon clan, leading others to question how the esteemed Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred lands, would be perceived. Would they be seen as colluding with the demon clan or aiding their schemes? Such a stigma could prove fatal for a prestigious sect like Qingyun, especially in front of nearly all factions. Thus, Dong Shuzi promptly declared that Chen Changsheng, who had slain demons, would be the holy son of Qingyun sect, making it clear that the presence of a demon within their ranks was unrelated to the sect itself, attributing it to the cunning of the demon clan. Indeed, a masterstroke. No wonder he was a wily old fox who had lived for thousands of years, capable of making the most astute response in an instant. The elders from the 9 sacred lands reacted in kind, immediately congratulating Qingyun sect on the emergence of such a highly gifted holy son. After all, even though the 9 sacred lands often looked down upon each other, they were still interconnected, sharing both honor and disgrace. Thus, they genuinely raised Qingyun's banner high. Later, they would seek clarification from their own sect leader about the matter. But for now, the priority was to placate the multitude of smaller sects present. Third senior brother has become the holy son of Qingyun sect? Hututu inquired, gazing at Ouyang in bewilderment. The once hidden old schemer had unexpectedly found himself in the brightest spotlight before anyone else. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are astonishing. Ouyang lamented. This is troublesome. If it disrupts our tranquility, perhaps we should have third senior brother move out? After all, holy son of Qingyun sect sounds far more illustrious than just third disciple of Little Mountain Peak, right? Bai Feiyu remarked with a furrowed brow. Lung Qingsong was preoccupied with thoughts of whether his meals would become a problem in the future. It seemed unreasonable to expect the holy son to cook for him daily. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng, lying in the mustard seed space, chuckled bitterly. Although he was uncertain why he had inexplicably become the holy son of Qingyun sect in his previous life, this title had been held by Zhu Yuan. Had the world line begun to deviate? Just as Chen Changsheng pondered how to decline the title of Holy Son, Lin Feng, clad in a gray robe, appeared before him. Senior brother Lin Feng, I. Chen Changsheng began, but Lin Feng coldly interjected, Holy Son. Although Zhu Yuan belongs to the demon clan, we share a brotherhood. Might I request to bury him? Lin Feng's voice bore none of its customary warmth. replaced entirely by an unyielding indifference and rigidity. Chen Changsheng quickly replied, "Senior brother Lin Feng, you need not address me in such a manner. My enmity lies solely with Zhu Yuan. I have no desire to be called Holy Son." However, Ling Feng did not respond to Chen Changsheng. Instead, he lifted the lifeless body of Zhuan and soared out of the seed-like space, descending toward the mountain below. In the eyes of the onlookers, he appeared as a devoted elder brother, mourning his fallen disciple who had perished as a demon of the demonic clan. Even amidst the darkness of the demon race, a brother's duty compels him to inter his own kin with dignity. At that moment, Ling Feng was enveloped in an aura of profound sorrow, leaving the crowd with nothing but a melancholic silhouette. Yet, within Ling Feng's mind, a frenzied voice resonated with glee, incessantly urging him, "Hurry, move faster, accelerate. This marks the beginning of the transformation of our fates." Chapter 50. The destiny begins thus. The inter-sect competition of the Qingyun sect concluded rather hastily. Chen Changsheng emerged as the holy son of the Qingyun sacred land, yet no formal ceremony accompanied this announcement, only a brief declaration by the sect leader, followed by the abrupt conclusion of the contest. Apart from being regarded as a spectacle by the onlookers from a nearby hill, this event bore little significance for Chen Changsheng. What was once a grand affair for the Qingyun sect transformed into a farcical episode, ending with a whimper. Ling Feng, cradling the corpse of Ziyuan, soared towards the outskirts of the Qingyun sect, a nagging voice in his mind inducing a sense of vexation. Did you not proclaim that Ziyuan would ultimately become the holy son of the Qingyun sect? Why has this Chen Changsheng suddenly appeared? Ling Feng inquired with a hint of displeasure on his face. In my recollections, this individual is entirely absent. Perhaps my presence has altered the timeline of this world. The great Tao has 50 paths, and the celestial transformations number 49. Minor forces can be altered, and the emergence of an unforeseen variable will not affect the final outcome. The voice within his mind responded. Ling Feng, still holding Ziyuan's lifeless form, arrived at a secluded human village, situated over 1,000 kilometers from the Qingyun sect, providing ample concealment. However, this was still insufficient. The performance must be convincing, particularly since his master was a formidable cultivator in the tribulation stage. Ling Feng sought a picturesque location, and with a casual gesture, a grave pit 2 meters deep materialized in the earth. He placed Lin within the pit, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Yet he resolutely removed a ring from his finger. Have you not lamented your own lack of talent? This body possesses exceptional potential. Should you choose to embrace it, you could become one of the most extraordinary prodigies. The voice in his mind incessantly tempted Ling Feng, with lingering conflict etched upon his features. Memories of the past surged forth, his beloved enamored with another, the misunderstanding from his peers, and his stagnation in cultivation for several years. All of this stemmed from his existence as an ordinary individual. If he could inhabit Ziyuan's body, he would acquire unparalleled gifts. What did it matter whether he belonged to the demon or human race? With prodigious talent, standing at the pinnacle of this world, would anyone dare to utter a word against him, regardless of their lineage? Ling Feng inhaled deeply, retrieving a golden needle from his waist, whispering, "I know not what scheme you are plotting, but should you dare to use my body for nefarious purposes, I shall seek vengeance, even if it means aligning with the demon race." After uttering this seemingly non-threatening declaration, Ling Feng plunged the golden needle into his dantian, precisely striking the center of his nascent soul's brow. As the needle pierced the nascent soul, Ling Feng's complexion turned ashen, yet he gritted his teeth and extracted the needle, driving it into Ziyuan's dantian. The moment the needle penetrated, the once dormant dantian of the deceased ignited like a falling spark, gradually settling into the dantian. Ling Feng felt as though he had exhausted all his strength. His face lost its color, yet he persevered, sitting cross-legged, slowly bowing his head, devoid of vitality. In the very moment when Ling Feng's heartbeat ceased, it abruptly resumed. The pallor of his face gradually transformed into a healthy hue, and the previously naive countenance morphed into one imbued with an intriguing allure. "Ha ha! I have finally returned to my own body." Ling Feng erupted into laughter. shedding his usual gentleness for a voice that was now sharp and acerbic. His gaze fell upon his ancestor, Zhu Yuan, lying in the grave pit, a flicker of discontent flashing in his eyes. No wonder he had met his demise at Zhu Yuan's treachery in his past life. His indecisiveness and self-pity rendered him utterly useless. The Ling Feng before us was no longer the same individual. He had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say he had rediscovered a different version of himself. Within the rear hall of the Qingyun sect, the eternal lamp belonging to Ling Feng unexpectedly extinguished, only to flicker back to life. This was because the Ling Feng who stood there was not the original, but rather a vengeful spirit who had perished at the hands of Zhu Yuan and had been adrift in the boundless void for an indeterminate duration. Upon awakening, he found himself inhabiting a ring, returning to the days of his existence within the Qingyun sect. As he grasped the current passage of time, the Ling Feng who had drifted through the endless void for what felt like eons succumbed to madness. The pitiful version of himself that had once met a cowardly end now had a chance for rebirth. When the vengeful spirit, having taken possession of the ring, encountered this present incarnation of himself, who mirrored his past weakness, it was filled with rage. This timid and self-deprecating disposition was so infuriating that it made him want to strike himself. Eventually, after considerable effort, the spirit managed to seize control of the body of the deceased Zhu Yuan. At long last, the vengeful soul floating in the void regained dominion over its own corporeal form. Standing resolutely, Ling Feng's realm ascended rapidly, soaring from the third level of the nascent soul stage to the ninth in an instant. In the next moment, he broke through to the out-of-body stage, finally pausing his ascension. His innate talent had always been commendable. It was merely his mindset that had faltered. The accumulation of experiences and the ever-expanding soul amidst the infinite void had enabled Ling Feng to shatter his limitations in an instant. Clenching his fists and feeling the surge of his awakened soul, he could not help but feel exhilarated. Since fate had granted him a second chance, this time, he would ensure that all those so-called geniuses would be trampled beneath his feet. Ling Feng's gaze turned icy as he waved his hand, filling the grave pit with earth. From his waist, he retrieved a wooden board and, using his finger as a sword, inscribed, "The birthplace of Lin Feng." It had taken countless words of persuasion to convince this lifetime's self to usurp Zhu Yuan's body. This way, he could live openly in the sunlight, and even in the darkest corners, he would still possess his own existence. Henceforth, there would be two Ling Fengs in this world. One, the esteemed disciple of the Qingyun sect, and the other, a remnant of the demonic lineage, Lin Feng. With a resounding laugh, Ling Feng felt his sword vibrate at his back, leaping forth from its sheath. He executed a graceful flip onto the flying sword, soaring towards the Qingyun sect. As night fell and the surroundings grew desolate, a hand emerged from the grave Ling Feng had dug. From the depths of the grave, the once deceased ancestors had emerged, his eyes falling upon the inscription upon the gravestone. A sanguine smile crept across his face, marred by arcane markings. Lin Feng, was it? What a splendid name indeed. The demonic infant, previously extinguished within his dantian, now surged back to life, reveling in the boundless potential coursing through his veins. Is this the physique of a genius? That ancestor Yuan truly was a fool. Everything that exists now belongs to me, Lin Feng. At the foot of Qingyun Peak, the sorrowful Buddhist disciple, Huiji, sat beneath a tree, lost in tranquil meditation. Suddenly, a seed fell upon his head. With a gentle motion, Huiji extended his hand, and a mysterious black lotus seed, having traveled from an unknown origin, softly settled in the palm of his hand. Chapter 51. The system panel changes again. The recent competition of the Qingyun sect has captivated the entire cultivation world. At the forefront of this spectacle is the unexpected return of the Demon Clan, which had vanished for thousands of years. Millennia ago, during the conflict between Dao and Demon, the cultivation community paid an exorbitant price to banish the Demon Clan back to their realm. To everyone's astonishment, the Demon Clan has now discovered a method to break the seal and has re-emerged in this world. even becoming a direct disciple of the sect master of the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred lands. Moreover, the Qingyun sect has produced an unprecedented prodigy, who, during the grand competition, overcame hundreds of competitors to seize the title of champion, subsequently being appointed as the holy son of the Qingyun sacred land by the sect master himself. To meet the holy son is akin to meeting the sect master, as he stands as a figure of immense power, second only to one. However, this holy son remains remarkably low-key, to the extent that 90% of the inner disciples are unaware of his identity. It is said that he has spent years in seclusion on an obscure mountain peak within the sect. Were it not for the emergence of the demon clan during the competition, the holy son would have remained hidden, only revealing his prowess to protect the honor of his sect. With his cultivated skills at the core formation stage, he effortlessly defeated hundreds of cultivators, including the holy son of the Great Spirit Mountain Temple, Ouyang, one of the 9 sacred lands. He truly stands as the foremost talent among the youth of this era. Such an extraordinary figure has naturally garnered immense admiration from countless members of the Qingyun sect, prompting him to reside on Qingyun Peak, where he allows his fellow brothers to witness his brilliance. Meanwhile, on the small mountain peak, tranquility seems to have returned. Ouyang is lounging in a recliner, a book draped over his face as he slumbers peacefully. Bai Feiyu stands atop a large tree in the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed in meditation. Lung Qingsong continues to repair the roof with a cacophony of sounds. Hu Tutu meanders around the small mountain peak atop his paper crane. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, adorned with tattoos, delves into the forbidden areas of the Qingyun sect, engaging in daily combat, training with the spirit beasts that have awakened their intelligence. In the kitchen of the small mountain peak, Chun Changsheng, who had originally been stationed on Qingyun Peak, is now bustling amidst pots and pans. He would never be foolish enough to stand in front of others like a circus monkey. After placing a puppet in his stead, he returned to the small mountain peak. His current high profile is not in alignment with his desire for a low-key existence. As Chun Changsheng approached Ouyang with a plate of freshly prepared food, Ouyang lazily removed the book from his face and squinted at the sun, asking, "Third brother, what are your plans?" Chun Changsheng paused, perplexed, and inquired, "What do you mean? Senior brother? What plans could I possibly have?" Ouyang sat up, expressing his frustration. "Yesterday, the sect master came to see me and instructed me to take you to visualize the Qingyun secret treasure. Honestly, this is something only the sect master can view. Don't you understand the significance of being granted such an opportunity?" With a sigh, Chun Changsheng replied, "Senior brother, I have no interest in the position of sect master. You might as well tell him that I am willing to forfeit this opportunity. Do you think the Qingyun secret treasure is as common as cabbage? You can't just relinquish it at will." Ouyang rolled his eyes, speechless. As Ouyang's words faded, a resonant sound of a sword echoed from afar. Before the figure even arrived, a peculiar floral fragrance wafted through the air, heralding the arrival of Ling Feng, adorned in an opulent Taoist robe, who gracefully descended before Ouyang. At that moment, Ling Feng exuded none of his former understated demeanor. Instead, he radiated brilliance, his eyes sparkling with haughtiness. Adorned with a jade hairpin, flowing cloud boots, and a robe intricately embroidered with golden threads, he possessed an extraordinary presence. Notably, 2 faintly blush-tinted shadows adorned the corners of his eyes, lending him an alluring air. "Old Ling, it has been a few days since we last met, and you have undergone quite a transformation," Ouyang remarked, momentarily taken aback by the newcomer. "The Ling Feng of yore was always clad in simple robes, exuding elegance and warmth, whereas the current Ling Feng emanated a potent aura of aggression." Unconsciously, Ouyang accessed Ling Feng's attribute panel, astonished to find that it had also undergone a transformation. Name: Ling Feng, eldest disciple of the sect master, cultivation, 2nd stage of out-of-body realm root bone, 8 luck, 8 charm, 9 spiritual aptitude, 10-1 exclusive skill, mirror flower, water moon evaluation. The eldest disciple of the sect master has undergone a remarkable transformation following the loss of his junior brother. Although Ling Feng's root bone and luck remained unchanged, his charm had increased by a notch. More alarmingly, His original swordsmanship aptitude had transformed into spiritual aptitude, surpassing the threshold of 10. According to the system's evaluation, a spiritual aptitude exceeding 10 indicated that this individual was indeed a living embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Could it be that the loss of his beloved junior brother had granted Ling Feng such a boon? Were such attributes not the exclusive domain of protagonists in fantastical tales? Ouyang gazed at Ling Feng, incredulous that the once unremarkable individual had been elevated to the status of a child of the heavenly Tao due to this event. Was the title of child of the heavenly Tao so trivial in this world? Just a month prior, Ling Feng was merely at the third stage of the nascent soul realm, and now he had leaped to the out-of-body realm. Beyond the nascent soul stage, one was considered a great cultivator, sufficiently equipped to venture forth into the world. Even the elders of small sects typically reached this level, and establishing one's own sect was not out of reach. Could the death of a demonic junior brother truly yield such fortuitous opportunities? If that were the case, could Ouyang himself break through to the foundation establishment stage? In response to Ouyang's skeptical gaze, Ling Feng smiled nonchalantly and spoke. Recently, I have gained clarity on many matters. I have come here with a request. I hope you'll grant it, Ouyang Shixiao. Ouyang, unsure of Ling Feng's intentions, replied, Among brothers, there is no need for formalities. Speak freely, old Ling. If it is within my power, I shall comply. You know well that Ziyuan is of the demonic clan, and my third brother surely harbors deep-seated enmity towards that remnant of the demonic race. Ling Feng shook his head and said, A demonic infiltrator is no concern. If the Holy Sun wishes to eliminate him, so be it. I see nothing amiss. I have come to request the Holy Sun to take me with him to witness the Qingyun treasure, to desire to accompany the third brother in contemplating the Qingyun treasure. Moreover, Ling Feng spoke of Chun Chongqing's act of shooting Ziyuan as casually as if he were dispatching a mere dog, starkly contrasting with the previously sentimental Ling Feng. Ouyang sensed an unsettling strangeness emanating from Ling Feng before him. Could it be that the weight of his recent tribulations had driven the boy to the brink of madness? Old Ling, are you all right? Ouyang inquired cautiously. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng replied, Brother Ouyang, I merely wish to contemplate the Qingyun's sacred treasure. I have also sought the counsel of our master, for I have transcended to the out-of-body stage. According to the sect's regulations, it is indeed time for me to descend a mountain. Thus, I seek to attain some insights before my departure. That is not what I meant, Ouyang began, but then reconsidered. Very well, since you wish to envisage the Qingyun's sacred treasure, I assume you have prepared the requisite terms of exchange? Ling Feng nodded earnestly and declared, I assure you, brother, if this time the Holy Sun of Qingyun allows me to contemplate the sacred treasure, I shall pledge my unwavering loyalty to the position of sect leader, following the Holy Sun's lead. Chapter 52. The innate knower of the Qingyun sacred treasure was ultimately obtained by Chun Chongsheng, and Ouyang did not make the decision unilaterally. Instead, he called Chun Chongsheng forth. Chun Chongsheng held no objections. He regarded his tragic elder brother for his past life with profound respect. In the future, Ziyuan would personally slay the present Ling Feng. Yet Ziyuan had already met his demise, and in a sense, Chun Chongsheng had altered Ling Feng's fate. In his memories, Ling Feng had always been deeply loyal and honorable. Having killed his junior brother, Chun Chongsheng felt it was only right to make amends. Elder brother Ling Feng, let us visualize the Qingyun sacred treasure together. I have no objections. Chun Chongsheng stated earnestly. Ling Feng bowed his hands in salute to Chun Chongsheng, astonished. He indeed had some recollection of this unremarkable Chun Chongsheng from his past life. Though in that life, his aptitude had been inferior to Ling Feng's. How had he achieved such heights now? A twist of fate, perhaps? Together, Chun Chongsheng and Ling Feng ascended Qingyun Peak, where the sect leader awaited their arrival. This Ling Feng seems different. It gives me an unsettling feeling. Bai Feiyu remarked as he landed before Ouyang, furrowing his brow. Ouyang watched the two retreating figures and mused, people do change. Who can say for certain? Lung Qingsong paused in his task, looking toward Ouyang and inquired, Shall we kill him? Just fix your roof, will you? Ouyang rolled his eyes. The second brother was always inclined toward violence. He needed to temper his disposition. The overall ecology of the small peak remained quite tranquil. The addition of a son of the Qingyan sacred land was not as significant as the fuss over slaughtering a chicken in the kitchen. That night, as Ouyang prepared for slumber, his waist token suddenly illuminated. Glancing at it, he casually tossed the token outside, intending to sleep. To his surprise, the token blazed with fervor, akin to the vibrant lights of a nightclub. Is this madness? Why seek me out in the dead of night? Ouyang sat up irked. Despite his complaints, he donned his clothes and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he beheld the ethereal figure of Dong Zuzi standing in a courtyard, holding a whisk and smiling. "Old man, why are you awake at this hour? What do you want with me?" Ouyang queried, somewhat irritable. "Such splendid moonlight has inspired me. I came to invite my kin for a drink," Dong Zuzi replied, waving his whisk, conjuring a wooden table and 2 cushions before Ouyang. With a bemused expression, Ouyang observed as the old man settled onto one of the cushions. "Did you forget that your kin was just slain by my junior brother with a single sword stroke?" he remarked, alluding to Ziyuan's demise at the hands of Chen Chongsheng. Dong Zuzi cleared his throat and, sitting opposite Ouyang, spoke in a hushed tone. "Did you all realize that Ziyuan was of the demonic lineage?" Ouyang shook his head, saying, "No, only the third brother noticed. Perhaps he encountered something before ascending the mountain." Although he had discerned the truth through the system, Bai Feiyu, as an ancient sword immortal, had failed to perceive Ziyuan's origins, making it difficult for Ouyang to assert any insights. Dong Shuzi stroked his beard, lost in contemplation, before slowly articulating, "It is merely a demon, nothing of great significance. In my time, I have slain enough demons to construct city walls. The fact that Ling has finally transcended his obsession due to this incident is, surprisingly, a fortuitous turn of events." Speaking of Ling Feng's transformation, the old man felt an unexpected sense of solace, though he wondered if it was merely Ouyang's illusion. He seemed to harbor a deeper concern for Ling Feng. Ouyang hesitantly inquired, "Old man, could it be that this old Ling is your biological son?" Dong Shuzi coughed nervously, waving his hand, causing clouds to rise from the table and cushions before them. Upon witnessing Dong Shuzi's demeanor, Ouyang suddenly grasped a monumental revelation. Goodness, this old fellow is thousands of years old, while Ling Feng is only 25 or 6. It stands to reason that even if this old coot were a bit more debauched, he must have a beautiful lady in her 40s or 50s outside. "Young man, what is your opinion of your fellow disciples?" Dong Shuzi quickly interrupted Ouyang's increasingly prying gaze, forcibly steering the conversation. "My fellow disciples are truly exceptional, each a dragon among men, possessing the demeanor of a great emperor," Ouyang declared without hesitation. The systems panel had displayed the extraordinary prowess of these rebellious offspring, and Ouyang felt no sense of impropriety in his words. Dong Shuzi nodded in agreement, stating, "Though your words may seem rather brash, I cannot deny the truth therein. But why do you inquire about them?" Ouyang rolled his eyes, lazily pouring himself a cup of wine from the jug on the table, and asked, "What does it matter?" Dong Shuzi, unfazed, chuckled while pouring himself a cup as well, saying, "Would you like to hear my perspective?" Ouyang set down his cup, adopting a posture of attentive listening. After all, a cunning old fox who had lived for thousands of years possessed insights and abilities far beyond his own. Dong Shuzi traced a horizontal line on the table with his finger, gazing at Ouyang with a peculiar glimmer in his eyes. "That young lad that boy Chun, and even you three belong to the same category. Each of you is innately wise." A warning bell rang in Ouyang's mind, yet his expression remained composed as he queried, "Innately wise? What does that mean?" Dong Shuzi erupted in laughter, pointing at Ouyang and scolding, "What are you pretending for? A person accumulates knowledge and experience throughout their life. Every age brings its own understanding. How could you be cunning like an adult from such a young age? Innately wise. Indeed, as if you knew everything upon birth." Seeing Ouyang remain silent, Dong Shuzi continued, "I have discussed the Tao with Bai at such a tender age. The path of the sword has already proven insufficient for him, and Chun possesses an array of secret techniques from unknown origins. Thus, I can confidently assert that the three of you are indeed innately wise. Ouyang lowered his head, sipping his wine. Shall Bai, as the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal. And the third one, a reborn individual alongside himself, a transmigrator. Indeed, the three of us arrived in this world with memories intact, under the rigid conditions. The old man's assertions hold some truth. However, what is the old man's intention in suddenly bringing up these matters? Ouyang's thoughts stirred, and he suddenly recalled his younger brother, Lung Qingsong, as well as Hu Tu and the newly accepted Xiaofeng. He lifted his gaze towards Dong Shuzi. Dong Shuzi nodded and spoke. You, who are born with knowledge, have already understood the direction of your own paths. Yet, this very understanding may impede those who are still in search of their own paths. As your senior, I shall take responsibility for guiding them. Ouyang replied with a calm demeanor. Dong Shuzi shook his head and said, each individual possesses their own destiny and must tread their own path. There are matters you cannot assist them with. To them, the little mountain peak is too small, and the Qingyan sect is too limited. The vast world beyond is where they truly belong. Chapter 53. Celestial beings sever the moon and pluck the stars. Ouyang gazed at the elderly man before him, a flicker of discontent crossing his features. You've come to see me at such an hour. You can't possibly intend to poach my territory, can you? Hasn't the old Sin already been thrust into the role of the so-called saint by you? Dong Shuzi shook his head, responding, that is not the purpose of my visit. This matter has finally elucidated a long-standing question that has lingered in my heart. Ouyang gestured for Dong Shuzi to continue. The old man met Ouyang's gaze and said, in my youth, I do not exaggerate when I say I bested the so-called prodigies of that era. Yet, even then, I endured a calamity within the cultivation realm, where nearly all sects, save for the 9 holy lands, were obliterated and countless lives were lost tragically. Are you implying that our era is on the brink of another catastrophe? Ouyang recalled the words of the fox spirit and inquired of Dong Shuzi. Without answering, Dong Shuzi lifted his gaze toward the moon. As they ascended higher, they drew closer to its luminous presence. The vast moon radiated a soft, pale light, enveloping Dong Shuzi in its gentle glow. With his back to the moonlight, he appeared almost ethereal as he addressed Ouyang. That is your concern. I have grown old. What I can do now is to shield you from some impending tribulations, much like your esteemed ancestor once did. His voice was serene and gentle, yet bore the resolute strength of a lion protecting its cubs. Listening to your self-indulgent musings at this late hour is hardly preferable to returning home for a good night's sleep, Ouyang remarked, casting a sideways glance at Dong Shuzi, who seemed resigned to fate. Ha ha ha, as one ages, they tend to grow more sentimental, my boy. Time waits for no one. You must strategize early, Dong Shuzi replied, setting down his cup and pouring wine into a glass. The fragrant nectar cascaded down his beard, dampening his Taoist robe, as Dong Shuzi exuded a carefree demeanor, entirely devoid of the solemnity typically associated with the leader of the Holy Lands. With the assistance of the exquisite wine, Dong Shuzi recounted the battle between the righteous and demonic paths that transpired a millennium ago. Through his unembellished narrative, an epic celestial conflict unfurled before Ouyang's eyes. Countless beings wept, and the land was strewn with bones for miles. Great cultivators fell like rain, all for the sake of ensuring the survival of their sect's legacy amidst the chaos. Dong Shuzi's words were simple, yet they conveyed the enormity of that ancient war, stirring a tumultuous tide of emotions within Ouyang. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao, Dong Shuzi murmured, momentarily consumed by anger before swiftly finding tranquility once more. He turned to Ouyang, smiling. Do you not often say that my teachings lack substance? Today, I am here to impart a lesson unlike any other. As Ouyang beheld the multifaceted leader of Qingyan, it seemed as though the very fabric of the universe swirled within his gaze. Dong Shuzi shook his head, reciting, the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. And then, with renewed vigor, he turned his piercing eyes toward the moon and proclaimed, to hell with the Tao. With a voice as resonant as a great bell, shaking the heavens and the earth, Dong Shuzi raised the floating dust in his hand. In an instant, The dust became as straight as a long sword. With a light leap, he soared into the sky, fiercely waving the dust forward. Like an ink brush sweeping across a canvas, the sword energy ignited at the tip of the dust. The endless sword energy sliced through the firmament, illuminating a vast white line. This seemingly ordinary strike from the celestial master of Qingyun, deemed a paragon of versatility by the system, turned the cosmos upside down, as the rolling sword energy churned deep within the sky. The target of this formidable sword energy was the colossal moon before him. Above the small peak of Qingyun sect, a sword energy suddenly illuminated the sky from east to west, resembling a silver thread cutting towards the moon. Beneath this sword energy, the immense moon appeared to be divided into two halves. The grand round moon, in a fleeting moment, seemed to be cleaved into upper and lower halves. What extraordinary power was this? Yet, in the next instant, the moon returned to its normal state, as if nothing had transpired. However, just as it was divided, a wave of ethereal Tao rhythm surged forth from between the two halves. Something concealed by the heavens began to emerge. Under the vast sword energy, the Tao rhythm flowed, and the sword aura spread throughout the Qingyun sect. At this moment, all the sword cultivators of Qingyun sect felt a profound resonance, simultaneously looking up at the sky. It was as if the heavens had opened the gateway to the sword path, with countless insights raining down from above. The previously obscure sword techniques and methods suddenly became clear in their minds. The sword cultivators of Qingyun sect bowed toward the sky, acknowledging that someone was expounding their own path, using their being as a pen to articulate the essence of the sword way. Everyone seized the opportunity to engage in cultivation, for the speed of their practice this night would surpass their usual pace by several folds. For a sword cultivator, such an opportunity might not present itself even once in a lifetime. Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong simultaneously opened their eyes. Clad in white, Bai Feiyu ascended to a branch, standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the boundless, ethereal sword rhythms before him. Even as an ancient sword immortal, he could not help but marvel at the current state of sword cultivation, which had reached such heights, rivaling his former self. Moreover, to unveil the true essence of the sword path, hidden by the heavens, with one's own sword intent, were the cultivators of this era more fervent than the ancient immortals who revered the heavens? Dressed in black, Lung Qingsong stood with his sword in hand, observing the myriad sword rhythms above. Though he understood that he was but an ant compared to the vast sword intent before him, his eyes burned with a fierce battle spirit. One day, he too would achieve such heights. No, he would surpass them. Both of them bowed slightly toward the sky. This night, a great sword cultivator used their own being as a pen to connect with the celestial gateway of the sword path, imparting their wisdom. Even for them, honing their sword intent amidst such magnificent sword rhythms would yield immense benefits. Thus they felt compelled to pay their respects. Dong Shuzi, feeling a bit weary, leaped onto a mat, took a swig of wine, and raised his hand to point distantly at the sky, his finger directed toward a star that flickered mysteriously. The star descended from the heavens, landing in Dong Shuzi's palm. Dong Shuzi waved the star in his hand towards Ouyang, as if tossing a stone. Ouyang carefully caught the star, but before he could discern its true nature, it vanished from his grasp. Dong Shuzi, seemingly intoxicated, reclined upon the mat, murmuring incoherently in a dreamlike state. Ouyang, sitting upright with utmost decorum, bowed respectfully to Dong Shuzi. In this moment, Dong Shuzi was not the irritable old man he usually found bothersome. For this night, celestial beings descended, severing the moon and plucking stars. Chapter 54. The first snowfall that night passed like a dream. Upon returning to his room, Ouyang fell into a deep slumber, not awakening until the following morning. He was roused from his dreams by the exuberant shouts of Hututu. "It's snowing! It's snowing!" Hututu's joyful voice resonated throughout the courtyard. Draped in his robe, Ouyang stepped outside, greeted by a breathtaking vista of pure white. The heavy snowfall from the previous night had transformed the entire hillside, ushering in winter with a blanket of pristine snow, while the leaves on the branches remained a vivid green. Hututu, oblivious to the unusualness of snow in Qingqiu Mountain, had only encountered snow once before in his childhood, and that had been a mere drizzle mixed with rain. Now, witnessing such a grand snowfall for the first time, Hututu felt as though he had entered a dreamlike realm. Bundle up before you play, and don't lick the iron pole at the kitchen entrance, Ouyang called out to Hututu, who was frolicking with a Tibetan fox. As he turned to return to his room for an extra layer of clothing, he nearly collided with the sword-wielding Lung Qingsong. Lung Qingsong gazed at Ouyang with an expression devoid of his usual aloofness, his eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. Instantly recognizing the change, Ouyang smiled broadly and remarked, "Indeed, the first snow, a sign that the season has arrived." At Ouyang's words, Lung Qingsong's stunned expression softened, and a fleeting smile graced his face before he hastily retreated to his room, still clutching his sword. Did that boy actually smile? Ouyang questioned whether he had imagined it. He turned to call out for his younger brother to smile once more, only to have a wooden sword narrowly miss his nose, embedding itself in the doorway. "I didn't tea," Lung Qingsong retorted, leaving the room as if in flight. Ouyang touched his nose, heart racing. How audacious! Was this lad trying to silence him from merely witnessing a smile? It was just a fleeting moment. Yet, this time of year was indeed Lung Qingsong's most eagerly anticipated. For the first snowfall heralded their descent from the mountain back to the small town where they had once spent time together. This was an unspoken agreement between Ouyang and Lung Qingsong, as well as a promise made between Lung Qingsong and a certain girl. Missing his wife already? Always so stoic. Who would have thought he had a romantic side? Ouyang chuckled heartily as he returned to his room to gather his belongings. Suddenly, a wailing cry pierced the air. "Ah, woo-woo." Hututu's lament echoed in the courtyard. Upon stepping through the door, Ouyang dashed back outside, only to find Bai Feiyu and Xiao Feng circling around Hututu. The latter, teary-eyed, had his tongue stuck to the iron pole, unable to free himself, and could only whimper in pain, drooling as he cried. "Foolish child, I just warned you not to lick the pole. Why did you do it anyway?" Ouyang approached Hututu, irritation evident in his tone. "People, I just wanted to see why I couldn't lick it." Hututu sobbed, his tongue still painfully adhered. Xiao Feng observed Hututu, whose tongue was stuck to the iron pillar, and grew anxious. "Little junior sister, bear with it for a moment. I shall shatter this iron block with a single punch. Are you not concerned about crushing her tongue in the process? Allow me to take care of it." Bai Feiyu shot a glance at Xiao Feng, then drew her long sword, preparing to sever the problem swiftly. "Leave her tongue intact. Let me handle this." Ouyang approached, grasping the iron pillar. His internal energy stirred gently, causing the originally frigid pillar to gradually warm. In no time, Hututu's tongue was freed from its icy prison. With a pained expression, Hututu felt a tingling sensation in her mouth, while her senior brother's fingers waved in front of her head, reminiscent of a frog croaking by the pond. Speaking of frogs, it had been a while since she last savored the stir-fried frogs prepared by her third senior brother. Saliva involuntarily dripped from the corners of her mouth. Ouyang, noticing Hututu's vacant stare and drooling, realized that her thoughts had once again wandered to food. Slightly exasperated, he playfully tapped her backside twice. Neither too hard nor too soft. Hututu, unfazed, merely patted her rear and chuckled foolishly. Nearby, the fox spirit Ouyang observed this future potential heir of Qingqiu Mountain and sighed, contemplating the inevitable decline of their lineage. Just then, Lung Qingsong emerged from his room, having gathered his belongings. He turned to Ouyang and said, "Let us go." "Wait a moment. I need to tidy up first. This girl has been quite unruly." Ouyang shot Hututu a glare before retreating to his room to organize his things. "Brother, what are you all planning to do?" Hututu trailed after Ouyang like a shadow, watching him pack with a puzzled expression. "My second senior brother and I are heading down the mountain. Whenever it snows, we make such a journey," Ouyang replied while continuing to pack. "Can Tutu come along?" Hututu gazed at Ouyang with hopeful eyes. "No, the place we're going is too far. It's not suitable for you." Ouyang swiftly declined without a second thought. No, Tutu wants to go. Must go." Hututu began to throw a tantrum, rolling on the floor one moment and on the bed the next. Behave, Tutu. Your brother will return with delicious treats. Ouyang sighed, attempting to entice her. Upon hearing about food, Tutu instinctively wanted to agree, but then realized that if she accompanied her brother down the mountain, she would be the first to enjoy the delicacies. At the tender age of 5, she had already learned the value of a hearty meal. With a pitiful expression, she pleaded, "Brother, third senior brother hasn't returned yet. If you and second senior brother leave, it will just be me, by senior brother, and Xiao junior brother left on the mountain. Their cooking is terribly unpalatable. By the time you come back, I might starve." Ouyang rolled his eyes. After all, cultivators in the core formation stage had long since transcended the need for sustenance, and he could not fathom why she was so fixated on mealtimes. He remained resolute in his decision not to take Tutu along, as the destination was not one befitting a practitioner. Tutu, feeling stubborn, turned away in tears and ran out. When Ouyang emerged after tidying up his belongings, he beheld Tutu holding hands with Lung Qingsong, carrying her little bundle, and gazing at Ouyang with an air of triumph. "Oof," she exclaimed. Then, turning her face to nuzzle against Lung Qingsong's hand, she sweetly remarked, "Second senior brother is the best, unlike a certain senior brother." "Oof." Ouyang glanced at Lung Qingsong, whose expression bore a hint of awkwardness. Nevertheless, he nodded at Ouyang and said, "It's nothing. Let's go." Ouyang, observing his junior brother's confident demeanor, could only respond with a sigh. With a cheer, Tutu wriggled free from the grasp of her supportive second senior brother, leaping into Ouyang's embrace. With a beaming smile, she inquired, "Where are we going, senior brother?" Ouyang, gazing nostalgically into the distance, replied, "We are off to the mortal realm." Chapter 55. The mortal realm is not a pleasant place. The mortal realm? Tutu's eyes widened in astonishment, as if stars were twinkling within them. How vast this world is, where even the celestial beings soaring on their swords cannot fully fathom its entirety in a lifetime. Yet, within this expansive realm, the presence of humanity is ubiquitous. Billions of mortals inhabit every corner of this world, establishing one prosperous empire after another. These ordinary individuals, though their lives are fleeting compared to the cultivators, have created a civilization that far surpasses that of the practitioners. In this world, those capable of cultivation are exceedingly rare. The majority are ordinary people who never encounter a practitioner throughout their lives. The places where these countless ordinary individuals reside are referred to by the cultivators as the mortal realm. Tutu had only heard tales of the mortal realm from his grandfather. It is a place fraught with danger, yet irresistibly alluring, both for cultivators and for the demon race. The closer one ventures to the mortal realm, the sparser the essence of heaven and earth becomes, rendering cultivation increasingly arduous. Furthermore, practitioners approaching the mortal realm find their cultivation suppressed by the fortune of the human race, not to mention the myriad causes and effects that abound in the mortal realm. A careless entanglement with these can lead to stagnation in cultivation or, in severe cases, madness and demise. The bustling atmosphere of the mortal realm can easily corrupt the human heart. Ouyang, perched upon a paper crane, held Tutu close, while Lung Qingsong flew alongside them on his sword. The trio had exchanged their Taoist robes for attire befitting youthful chivalry. In the mortal realm, wearing Taoist robes is not to be taken lightly. Improper attire could invite unnecessary troubles. Thus, they transformed into wandering young heroes, setting forth into the mortal realm. Departing from the small peak, they journeyed eastward, leaving the territory of Qingyun sect behind. The destination that Ouyang and Lung Qingsong sought was far from Qingyun sect. Even with flying, it would take 7 or 8 days to reach, underscoring the distance to which Ouyang intended to travel. That place was where Ouyang had found himself after traversing dimensions, and it was also where he and Lung Qingsong had first crossed paths. The two had lived there for 2 years before being brought back to Qingyun sect by their master, Ouyang. They had agreed that every year, on the first snowfall, they would return to visit. In their youth, it was Ouyang who had brought them back, but it was only 2 years ago that they began to make the journey independently. It was a place brimming with memories, and Ouyang regarded it as his homeland in this world. He glanced at the cold-faced Lung Chingsong, aware that this was also the latter's hometown, where a certain young lady awaited him. A flicker of concern crossed Ouyang's brow. She was a rather decent girl. In their younger days, Ouyang had led Lung Chingsong in mischief around the town, while that girl often secretly delivered food to them. This stoic second brother of his, aside from his closeness to Ouyang, had a soft spot for that girl. Yet, she was merely an ordinary person, devoid of any cultivation abilities. The two of them had now become fundamentally different from mortals. In light of Lung Chingsong's endless years ahead, the fleeting lifespan of an ordinary person, barely a century, seemed lamentably brief. If my younger brother truly harbors deep feelings for that young lady, in the distant future, when she reaches the end of her days, I cannot ascertain whether he will endure such a loss. Brother? The voice of Lung Chingsong interrupted Ouyang's contemplation, his gaze fixed curiously upon him, perplexed by Ouyang's intense stare. Ouyang smiled faintly at Lung Chingsong and inquired, "Have you considered what you might say upon meeting Su En-er?" Lung Chingsong paused momentarily, his demeanor noticeably more awkward than usual. He scratched his head and tentatively replied, "Hello? What a ridiculous greeting. Have you become foolish from your sword training?" Ouyang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Xunia, the young lady in question, was 3 years older than Ouyang and 5 years older than Lung Chingsong. By now, she was already a 20-year-old maiden of marriageable age. One wonders if she would wait for my younger brother. Ouyang's impression of Su En-er was not particularly favorable. The first time he beheld her scrutinizing gaze, he sensed her mind was rife with schemes. The three of them soared through the clouds, eventually descending into a forest to rest, their playful water games gradually leading them closer to what they referred to as home. As they approached, they beheld more and more human settlements, cities and villages established by the human race, until they reached the boundary of the mortal realm. Ouyang felt no discomfort, yet both Hu Tutu and Lung Chingsong were acutely aware of an unsettling sensation. The further they ventured, the more restless their inner energies became, even involuntarily leaking outward, while Ouyang's once tranquil heart began to waver. "Master brother, Tutu feels a bit unwell. The mortal realm is hardly amusing." Hu Tutu turned to Ouyang, pouting. Ouyang grasped Hu Tutu's small hand, channeling his energy to help calm her turbulent essence. The mortal realm is not a desirable place. It serves as a crucible for cultivators to temper their hearts amidst the mundane world. The closer one draws to the great cities of humanity, the more one's cultivation is suppressed. My humble master once remarked that where humans gather, their fortune resides, protecting ordinary mortals who cannot cultivate. Thus, for cultivators and demon practitioners, the mortal realm is hardly a suitable abode, and even malevolent forces generally avoid dwelling among humans unless absolutely necessary. Perhaps due to Ouyang's relatively low cultivation level, he remained unaware of the supposed suppression. Among ordinary humans, those in the chi refinement stage are already at the pinnacle. This stage, known as the innate phase, sees martial artists and cultivators striving their entire lives to reach the 9th level of chi refinement. Though Ouyang ranked at the bottom of his sect, within the realm of ordinary humans, he would be regarded as a formidable figure. The trio's pace gradually slowed. Lung Chingsong found his internal energy insufficient for sword flight, as his golden core stage energy was suppressed to that of the foundation building stage. Although Hu Tutu employed a magical artifact, the paper crane, she still felt it inadequate. The quality of the natural energies here paled in comparison to that of Qingyun's sect. The amount of energy absorbed scarcely matched her consumption. As the two began to struggle, Ouyang beckoned them to a deserted area. The trio landed beside an official road, where Ouyang produced a recording stone, turning around to survey their surroundings. He remarked, "If we follow this road, we shall reach Maple Leaf City in a couple of days on foot. Brother, what if we walk during the day and fly at night?" Lung Chingsong inquired, somewhat reluctantly. The prospect of 2 more days felt excessively slow to him. Ouyang shook his head and replied, "Try to gauge how long it takes you to restore your true essence." Taking a seated position, Lung Chingsong began to regulate his breath. Moments later, he opened his eyes, sighed, and remarked on the scantiness of the natural energy in this place. Thus, He resigned himself to Ouyang's plan. Consequently, along the official road appeared two young swordsmen clad in elegant attire, accompanied by an exceptionally adorable little girl. The three moved with a ghostly swiftness along the path. Chapter 56. In which direction lies the imperial city? Though the three companions relinquished their sword flight, they devised alternative means of traversing the terrain. The consumption of true essence during flight was significant. However, merely augmenting their steps required an inconsequential amount. Employing a technique akin to the lightness skills of the mortal realm, they leapt nimbly between the towering trees flanking the official road, covering impressive distances in mere moments. Ouyang, bearing Hutu on his back, observed that Lung Qingsong struggled somewhat with this method of travel. Accustomed to soaring through the skies, he found himself at a loss when forced to rely on his feet. Yet after a brief period of adjustment, he managed to follow closely behind Ouyang. As they progressed through the arboreal landscape, an abrupt cacophony of shouts and battle cries reached their ears. Ouyang furrowed his brow, reluctant to intervene in such affairs. As previously noted, it was unwise for cultivators to meddle in the affairs of mortals, as it bore no fruit for their spiritual growth. Before Ouyang could voice his reservations, however, Lung Qingsong had already dashed forth. Youthful and impetuous, he could not resist the call of injustice and drew his sword without a thought for the consequences. Before he could call out to Lung Qingsong, the latter had already leaped from the tree, sword in hand, plunging toward the fray below. Ouyang steadied Hutu and followed suit, alighting upon a branch and gazing down at the chaotic scene. The combatants had been embroiled in a fierce struggle for some time, with numerous bodies lying motionless on the ground. It was evident that one faction consisted of masked mountain bandits clad in coarse, homespun garments, while the other comprised a small contingent of guards, uniformly attired in training attire. Despite the guards' superior equipment and martial prowess, they were outnumbered, with only 20 or so individuals tasked with safeguarding several carts behind them. In contrast, the bandits, a disorganized throng wielding weapons ranging from rudimentary tools to farming implements, pressed forward in a tumultuous wave, their battle cries echoing through the air. The guards soon found themselves encircled, the tightening noose of the bandits leading to increasing casualties. As Lung Qingsong descended from the trees, the tide of battle began to shift. Although his cultivation was suppressed, his exceptional aptitude for the sword, rated at an impressive 11 points, rendered the disparity in cultivation levels irrelevant when it came to wielding a blade. A silver dragon danced through the ranks of bandits, leaving chaos in its wake. Before they could comprehend the threat, they fell to the ground, never to rise again. Each slain bandit bore a precise sword wound to the neck, a testament to Lung Qingsong's skill. A master of innate prowess. Stand clear. A voice bellowed from among the bandits. The rabble parted in disarray, revealing Lung Qingsong, his expression as cold as ice. Emerging from their ranks was a towering figure, a burly man wielding dual axes, who regarded Lung Qingsong with a sinister grin. You foolish brat, do you not know your own limitations as you seek to play the hero? He jeered. Before he could finish his taunt, the burly man collapsed, lifeless upon the ground, having underestimated the swiftness of Lung Qingsong's blade. He had scarcely registered his opponent's presence before meeting his end. Enough of your prattle, Lung Qingsong remarked, flicking his sword clean and eyeing the fallen giant with a furrowed brow. The death of their leader sent the bandits into disarray. The chief has been slain. What the hell? The chief is gone just like that? You lack martial virtue. As the leader had not yet finished speaking, an unexpected ambush ensued. Lung Qingsong surveyed the surroundings and spoke softly, "Leave or perish." The bandits exchanged glances, their eyes filled with trepidation at the sudden appearance of the youth. The leader's prowess was such that even the mightiest swordsman of Maple Leaf City would falter before him. It was incomprehensible how this young man had dispatched the leader without even a single exchange. The man had met his demise as swiftly as if he had been served a meal. Would they, the ragtag bandits, not be reduced to mere fodder? Faced with Lung Qingsong, the hundreds of bandits suddenly felt a weight upon their chests, as though standing before a vengeful specter. In an instant, they scattered in all directions, leaving only a field strewn with lifeless bodies. With a single sword, Lung Qingsong had repelled the multitude of bandits, and just as he intended to depart, the guards surrounding the carriage approached him. A cautious middle-aged man clad in armor stepped forward and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, young hero, for saving our lives. May I inquire your name? The Xie family shall surely reward you handsomely." Lung Qingsong merely glanced at the man and replied coolly, "Stand aside." His act of heroism was merely a fleeting impulse. The promised reward held no allure for him, as worldly matters bore no significance. The middle-aged man awkwardly lowered his hands and stepped aside, permitting Lung Qingsong to pass. As he prepared to leap into the trees, a youthful voice called out from behind him, "Is that you, little Cole brother?" Lung Qingsong halted and turned to see a young guard, sword in hand, gazing at him uncertainly. Upon recognizing him, the guard's face lit up with joy, and he rushed over, breathlessly exclaiming, "It truly is you, little cold brother. It's me, Wang Ming." As Lung Qingsong gazed at the exuberant boy, memories from his past flooded back, softening his expression. "Where is Boss Ouyang? Why have you returned alone?" Wang Ming inquired eagerly. Suddenly, a small branch struck him on the head, prompting him to look up in surprise. Ouyang, cradling a whimsical expression, grinned at Wang Ming. "Wang Xiaoming, it seems you've managed to fend for yourself after a year." The exuberant figure before him was indeed one of the youthful followers he had once gathered in Maple Leaf City. "Ouyang!" Wang Ming cried out in excitement, then burst into tears. Witnessing Wang Ming's heartfelt sobs, Ouyang's smile faded as he jumped down from the tree, his expression growing grave. "What has happened? Boss, why did you return so late?" Wang Ming knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, Ouyang finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He seized Wang Ming by the collar and lifted him up, his tone turning impatient. "Stop crying and tell me what transpired." With quivering breaths, Wang Ming managed to stammer. Everyone was captured by the officials, and only I managed to escape. Sister Xiener and the others have been taken to the Imperial City." A formidable sword intent suddenly surged from Lung Qingsong, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The guards, who had previously relaxed, instantly tensed and gripped their weapons anew, directing their gazes towards Lung Qingsong. The usually carefree Ouyang's countenance darkened, resembling the depths of a murky lake, as he glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and tilted his head, inquiring, "In which direction lies the Imperial City?" "Young sir, the matters regarding Maple Leaf City are not as you perceive." The middle-aged man hastily began to explain. Bang! The middle-aged man was violently propelled backward, colliding with a large tree and losing consciousness. Ouyang turned to the guards, who had once again tightened their grips on their weapons, and calmly stated, "Now, let someone else respond to my query." Chapter 57. Is our second child a prince? Ouyang, muttering about avoiding karma, did not anticipate that upon arriving in this world, he would become ensnared in it himself. However, while karma is not something to provoke, it is also not something to fear. At least for Ouyang, who had reached the 9th level of Qi training, there was nothing to fear. The notion that his ascension would be hindered? Absurd. It was utterly inconsequential. Standing there with a calm demeanor, Ouyang instilled a sense of tension in all the guards around him. They felt a pressure far greater than that posed by hundreds of bandits. It was as though the youth before them could effortlessly eliminate them with a mere gesture. As Ouyang took a step forward, the guards recoiled in fright, with some even struggling to maintain their grip on their weapons. Is it permissible for an immortal to come to the mortal realm and bully us common folk? A voice from the carriage inquired, belonging to an elderly man. An old man clad in a yellow-gray robe emerged, supported by a young man, his gaze sharp as it fell upon Ouyang. The old man had discerned Ouyang's status as a cultivator, yet he dared to stand there and speak boldly. Ouyang let out a cold chuckle and raised his hand, preparing to teach this audacious elder a lesson. However, Wang Ming hurriedly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the elder, saying, "Ouyang master, Lord Xie intend to assist us by going to the capital. I am Xie Chongyang, the lord of Maple Leaf City," the elder proclaimed, bowing slightly to Ouyang. The young man supporting the elder, dressed in scholar's attire, looked on with curiosity Having only ever heard tales of immortals from storytellers and books, naturally, he was intrigued. Ouyang refrained from introducing himself, instead focusing on the elder and speaking with an indifferent tone. The Lord of Maple Leaf City? What agreement did my master make with you? The elder sighed wearily and replied, the immortal promised prosperity and favorable weather from Maple Leaf City, and in exchange, our city guarantees their safety. Thus, the years of prosperity enjoyed by Maple Leaf City, do you believe it was solely due to your own virtue? Ouyang stepped forward, unleashing his imposing aura upon the elder. The already frail body of the elder trembled slightly under the overwhelming force of the celestial energy, nearly causing him to collapse. The young man beside the elder glared at Ouyang and declared, silence. Speak not of strange forces. A surge of pure, radiant energy swiftly formed a barrier between Ouyang and the elder, shielding the latter from the ferocious celestial energy. Ouyang glanced at the youth beside the elder, who appeared to be around 20 years of age, astonished that he possessed a righteous spirit that even some esteemed scholars lacked. Ouyang's system detected no attributes in the youth typical of mortals. Even if he had cultivated some righteousness, to a cultivator, he was merely an exceptional mortal, easily vanquished with a mere flick of the wrist. Ouyang patted the young man supporting him, steadying himself, and addressed Ouyang with a bow. This matter is a fault of Maple Leaf City. Hence the elder has resolved to seek an explanation from the emperor in the royal city. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Ouyang's demeanor softened slightly, and he furrowed his brow, asking, what exactly has transpired? Ouyang glanced at the cold Qing song beside Ouyang and raised his hand, gesturing towards the carriage, saying, there are matters that warrant a private discussion within the carriage. It seemed as though some profound secret was at play, prompting Ouyang to cast a sidelong glance at the cold Qing song. The latter, with his sword cradled in both hands, stood there, barely able to restrain his murderous intent, his entire being radiating a palpable sword energy yearning to break free. Ouyang patted cold Qing's song, signaling him to temper his agitation, then waved his hand towards a tree, prompting Hututu to leap down and hide behind Ouyang, cautiously peering out to observe the individuals before them. Are these the humans my grandfather spoke of? He pondered. They appeared so feeble, yet there was an aura emanating from them that he found profoundly irksome, particularly that young scholar clad in scholarly robes, whose presence exuded a disquieting energy. For demons, the unique, righteous spirit of humans naturally exerted a suppressive force. The group entered the carriage, and after a moment of hesitation, Ouyang turned to cold Qing song and bowed slightly, inquiring, might I ask the ages of you two immortals? Ouyang frowned, uncertain of the motives behind this elderly man's inquiries. Yet he replied, I am 17, and he is 15. I am 5. Ututu interjected, proudly extending a hand. Upon hearing Ouyang's response, Ouyang turned to cold Qing song and asked, might I inquire if you possess a piece of white semi-jade? Upon hearing this, cold Qing song momentarily froze, his expression darkening as he whispered, have they found their way to Maple Leaf City? Ouyang, upon receiving a seemingly evasive answer from cold Qing song, breathed a sigh of relief, and his gaze towards cold Qing song transformed into one of respect. Though he had been courteous in the presence of Ouyang, his demeanor now reflected a deeper reverence akin to that reserved for cold Qing song. Nodding slightly, he said, although you have been lost to Maple Leaf City since childhood, the Imperial City has never ceased its search for you. To seek me out? Is it to eradicate the roots? Cold Qing song scoffed. However, Ouyang produced a piece of white semi-jade, stating, my sovereign is advanced in years and, having no sons, wishes merely to meet you. Ha ha ha, no sons? How ironic that he never considered this when he took the lives of so many of his own. Cold Qing song erupted in laughter, then, with a stern countenance, rejected Ouyang's overture. Ouyang, standing nearby, was taken aback. He had believed that his younger brother, who had been lost in Maple Leaf City at the tender age of 3 and subsequently rescued by him, was merely an orphan like himself. Little did he know that his younger brother bore an impressive lineage, seemingly connected to royalty. Ouyang, regaining his composure, continued. In the spring of the 27th year of the Great Tang, The Prince of Su plotted a rebellion, involving tens of thousands. His lineage was entirely eradicated. In the 40th year of the Great Tang, my sovereign reopened the case, seeking to restore the Prince of Su's name, personally issuing a self-penal edict, thereby bringing justice to countless wronged souls. As Xie Zhongyang recounted these events word by word, Cold Qing Song's expression shifted from sorrow to a semblance of solace, before he, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "They're all gone. What significance does justice hold when they are no longer here?" Xie Zhongyang inclined his head slightly towards Lung Qing Song and said, "Your Majesty currently has no heirs, and the imperial lineage is left unguarded. Within the imperial city, sorcerers roam freely. In seeking the elixir of immortality, your Majesty has neglected state affairs, allowing treacherous ministers to hold sway, resulting in a pervasive atmosphere of corruption and decay." Lung Qing Song's eyes grew distant as he replied, "Has he summoned me solely in pursuit of immortality? Certainly not, Your Highness. You are the sole bloodline of our emperor. Should you return to the imperial capital, His Majesty would surely abandon his quest for eternal life, and the upheaval within the realm could be swiftly quelled," Xie Zhongyang asserted, his gaze fixed intently on Lung Qing Song. Lung Qing Song shook his head, responding, "I am no longer of this world. Worldly affairs hold no relevance for me. Furthermore, it was he who brought this upon himself with his rebellion." Xie Zhongyang's eyes sharpened as he urged, "Do the lives of countless common folk not hold greater significance than your Highness's path to immortality? You are the son of the Duke of Su, and indeed, the future Saint Emperor of our great Tang dynasty." Chapter 58. I want you to rebel. Inside the carriage, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Ouyang seemed to perceive for the first time that the boy, who had always trailed behind him since childhood, was, in fact, a prince of an entire nation, one who was the last remaining heir to the throne. If fate were to unfold as anticipated, once the current emperor drew his last breath, this younger sibling would become the legitimate successor to the throne. What need was there for the pursuit of immortality? Returning to claim the throne would surely be a delightful endeavor. However, the allure of the imperial seat paled considerably when juxtaposed with the quest for transcendence. Even as the most exalted sovereign of the realm, one's lifespan ultimately capped at a mere century, which fell short in comparison to the boundless freedom enjoyed by unrestrained cultivators. The young prince within the carriage appeared lost in thought, his mind clouded by the passage of time. He could barely recall the events from his past. When he was merely 3 years old, his parents' rebellion leading to their untimely demise, and his subsequent arrival in Maple Leaf City, where he encountered his elder brother. From a position of prominence to a life on the streets, had it not been for his brother's support in navigating the challenges of Maple Leaf City, he might have perished in the harsh winter of that year. Years slipped by, and now, unexpectedly, the very grandfather who had orchestrated his parents' deaths sought to share familial joy. Though the memories of his parents were shrouded in the cold walls of the palace and the impatience of their voices, they were, after all, his biological progenitors. Even someone as naive as Lung Qing Song could discern that the old coot in the imperial city certainly harbored ulterior motives. If he was willing to slay his own flesh and blood for the sake of securing the throne, how could he possibly desire to bequeath it to him at this juncture? Lung Qing Song glanced at the half-piece of white jade in Xie Zhongyang's hand and retrieved a similar half from his storage space, which he had carried since childhood. In a calm tone, he remarked, "This is the other half of the white jade. Take it to him and inform him that I am not yet prepared to claim his head. It would be prudent for him to meet his end before I do, lest I seek him out, and the punishment would be most severe." Ouyang then took the 2 pieces of white jade from Lung Qing Song and Xie Zhongyang, gently aligning them together, and they fused flawlessly, forming a valuable artifact. "Dear brother, when you say you are unprepared, do you wish to evade this matter?" Ouyang inquired, tossing the jade in his hand. Lung Qing Song turned to Ouyang and shook his head, replying, "Do you still recall what our master once said?" Ouyang reminisced about the time when Huyin took them both as disciples and addressed Lung Qing Song's question regarding whether one could slay another during the pursuit of immortality. Huyin, gazing into Lung Qing Song's cold eyes, sighed and responded, The mortal realm is hardly a favorable place for cultivators. The path of ascension advocates for non-action and detachment from causality. The higher one rises in status among mortals, the greater the entanglement with fate. Provoking such individuals can result in divine retribution for practitioners. Even those at the tribulation stage must tread carefully around them. Ouyang scoffed. That old man merely uses such words to intimidate you. Tell me, do you wish to be emperor? Lung Ching Song shook his head and replied, I hold no interest in that position whatsoever. My sole aspiration is to pursue my own path. The conversation took an unexpected turn as Ouyang glanced at Xie Chongyang and the young man seated beside him in the carriage, a sly smile gracing his lips. Old man, you seem to possess quite the demeanor. I have a lucrative proposition for you. I wonder if you might be inclined to accept? Xie Chongyang regarded Ouyang with a hint of wariness, recalling that this young man had stirred quite a commotion in Maple Leaf City at the tender age of 5. Ouyang had managed to rally a significant number of orphans in the city, commanding respect from those as young as 6 and as old as their teenage years. It was inconceivable for a mere child to achieve such influence, especially one who had since ascended to the realm of the immortals. In a low voice, Xie Chongyang responded, What commands does the immortal have? Please, do not hesitate to express them. Ouyang tossed a piece of white jade in his hand, casting a knowing glance at the young man beside Xie Chongyang. The emperor's role rotates. This year it falls to your family. I observe that your boy possesses an imperial aura. I wonder if you have any aspirations for him to ascend the throne? Silence. To consume the king's provisions is to uphold the king's affairs. How can my CF family of Maple Leaf City ever engage in such treasonous acts? The young man, kneeling nearby, rebuked sharply before Xie Chongyang could respond. Initially, he had believed that the scholarly demeanor of the literati would possess some merit. It appeared he was merely an arrogant scholar. Ouyang sighed, observing the youth. New knowledge. Be silent. Xie Chongyang turned his gaze to Ouyang, his eyes reflecting a peculiar expression. Casually glancing at Long Ching Song, he continued, If the immortal merely wishes to ascertain my CF family's loyalty, there is no need. For a century, my family has resided in Maple Leaf City, never meddling in political affairs. Ouyang stretched lazily and pointed to his second son. This young man is the last heir of the empire. He has no desire to inherit the throne. Should the old relics in the royal city happen to pass away, the nation would descend into greater turmoil. I wonder if, by then, your CF family would still be able to maintain its solitude? Your Highness, as a member of the royal bloodline, it is natural to bear the responsibilities that come with it. My CF family shall ensure your safety, Xie Chongyang proclaimed. With your ragtag group, do you truly believe you can guarantee our protection? Wing Xiaoming, Koming. Ouyang called out to the outside of the carriage. Wang Ming leaned into the carriage, smiling at Ouyang. Big brother Ouyang, did you call for me? Do you wish to become a great general? Ouyang inquired. Wang Ming scratched his head, replying, I have no particular desire, but if big brother Ouyang wants me to, then I shall. Ouyang burst into laughter and retrieved a common spirit gathering pill from his storage bag, addressing Wang Ming. Open your mouth. Obediently, Wang Ming complied, and the pill found its way into his mouth. Before he could voice any questions, Ouyang's voice rang out. Close your eyes and regulate your breath. Wang Ming immediately crossed his legs and began to cultivate according to his usual internal practices. Under the astonished gaze of Xie Chongyang, the previously unremarkable Wang Ming's aura began to deepen. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through to the realm of the innate Grandmaster. Ouyang produced a vial of elixirs, swirling it before Xie Chongyang as he spoke. This contains 100 pills, representing 100 of the innate grandmasters you so often speak of. With such a number, the CF family could ascend to become the most formidable clan in the Tang Kingdom. Wouldn't you agree? As Xie Chongyang gazed at the vial in Ouyang's hand, beads of perspiration began to trickle down his face. A single bottle of these elixirs was sufficient to grant the CF family an additional 100 innate grandmasters. Was this the power of the immortals? There were barely 100 innate grandmasters throughout the entire Tang Kingdom. To possess such formidable strength so effortlessly was astonishing. Xie Chongyang felt his mouth grow parched and, With a bitter tone, he inquired of Ouyang, "Might I ask what the immortal's intentions are?" Ouyang carelessly tossed the vial of elixirs to Xie Chongyang, as if discarding refuse, and replied, nonchalantly, with such martial prowess. "The once poetical Xie family now possesses the potential to seize the throne. I urge you to rebel. Is that not a fair proposition?" Chapter 59. Treacherous ministers and traitors inside the carriage. The atmosphere was so still that only the heavy breaths of Xie Chongyang could be heard. He gazed at the porcelain vial in his hand, trembling uncontrollably. While others remained oblivious to the vial's immense value, he understood its significance all too well. Possessing 100 innate grandmasters would bestow upon the Xie family the power to influence the very fabric of this nation. With such might, swaying imperial authority, or even usurping it would be a trivial endeavor. Xie Chongyang cast a complex glance towards Ouyang, fully aware that this was Ouyang's cunning scheme, preying upon the deep-seated greed within him. Yet could he truly refuse? For centuries, the Xie family had merely existed in the periphery of Maple Leaf City, unable to eradicate even the bandits lurking beyond its walls. Historically, the Xie family had prioritized scholarship over martial prowess. Although there had been aspirations to alter this tradition, the physical constitution of the Xie descendants was ill-suited for the practice of martial arts, leading them to consistently submit to the local lords. However, if they were to acquire these 100 innate grandmasters, would there be anything in the Tang Kingdom that the Xie family could not dare to touch? To rebel? Such an act would be a grievous crime, one that could lead to the annihilation of 9 clans, especially in the eyes of the one within the imperial city who regarded power as his second life. To accept or not to accept? The internal struggle raged within Xie Chongyang's mind. On one hand lay the greatest opportunity for his family's ascendance, while on the other loomed the heinous crime of rebellion. Gritting his teeth, he clutched the porcelain vial tightly and declared, "If the immortal speaks of rebellion before the throne, is this not a test of the Xie family's loyalty? Fear not, for the Xie family will always regard your highness as our guiding star." Ouyang shook his head, responding, "The power of mortals is but a trivial matter to us, akin to a mere chicken rib. The consequences of the mortal realm are not what we wish to entangle ourselves with, so you need not harbor doubts. I merely seek to utilize your hands to avenge my disciple." At that moment, a young man beside them whispered to Xie Chongyang, "Father, the sovereign and his ministers must unite to observe the imperial family." Upon hearing this, Ouyang was momentarily taken aback. Such words could only be uttered by a true rebel. What a twist! Just moments ago, this youth had adhered to the decorum of loyalty, and now he displayed a rebellious spirit. The righteousness he once exhibited seemed to be weeping in despair. Who would have thought that this peculiar transformation would come from the very youth Ouyang had deemed foolish for his studies? The young man then bowed respectfully to Ouyang, saying, "Since the immortal has bestowed upon my Xie family such an opportunity, if we were to decline, would we not incite the immortal's wrath?" His demeanor was warm and his logic irrefutable, yet it starkly contrasted with his earlier proclamations of loyalty. Unsure of how to address him, Ouyang expressed his curiosity. "What may I call you?" The youth respectfully replied, "I am Xie Xinji, the young lord of Maple Leaf City." "You splendid. With you in the Xie family, prosperity is inevitable." Ouyang stammered, struggling to find words of praise. Xie Xinji continued, "The immortal shares a past acquaintance with my wife, Xian'er, and with the former prince's disinterest in the throne as a testament. My Xie family merely rides the winds to success." Already invoking the past dynasty? How swiftly he embraced the role of a treacherous minister. "Wait, my wife, Xian'er?" Ouyang's lips curled into a grin as he glanced at the equally bewildered Lung Qingsong, sensing a glimmer of hope. "What is Xian'er to you?" Even the typically aloof Lung Qingsong could not refrain from inquiring. "This year, I have betrothed myself to Xian'er. We are already husband and wife." The young man spoke earnestly. "As celestial beings seek enlightenment, we mortals naturally cannot be informed. Please forgive us." Good grief, Ouyang thought, his heart sinking. His younger brother was destined to be the chosen one, and now, not only was their nation at risk of being usurped by this young man, but his first love was also in jeopardy. Was this young man trying to take advantage of his brother? Ouyang's eyes twitched as he looked at his bewildered sibling, covering his face in exasperation. Lung Qingsong slumped onto the carriage, frustration boiling within him, at a loss for words. Yet, Xie Zinzes, wearing a look of shrewd confidence, stood up and declared, "In Maple Leaf City, we are abundant in provisions but lacking in martial strength. With the addition of 108 grandmasters, we shall remedy our greatest shortcoming and unite the 21 cities of the Great Tang, marching straight towards the Imperial City." Damn it, this kid must have been plotting rebellion for quite some time. Cold Qingsong thought, realizing that the moment he had put forth a condition, this young man had already mapped out a path for insurrection. How had he cultivated such righteous energy? Unable to endure the incessant chatter, Lung Qingsong grasped his sword and leapt out of the carriage. Ouyang, holding the jade pendant, regarded the fervent Xie Zinzes and, after a moment's reflection, replied, "The rebellion is your affair. I have but one condition. Once you breach the Imperial City, I require that individual alive. Requests from celestial beings cannot be declined." Xie Zinzes bowed and responded. Ouyang gave a penetrating gaze to Xie Zinzes before cradling the now dozing Hutu and stepping out of the carriage. Sensing Lung Qingsong's position, Ouyang vanished from sight in a few leaps. "Zinzes, do you truly wish to rebel?" Xie Chongyang inquired cautiously, holding a white porcelain vial. "Father, when that emperor took Xian'er, I had already contemplated replacing him. Since both celestial beings share this intent, why should we not proceed?" Xie Zinzes replied, gazing calmly in the direction Ouyang had vanished. Xie Chongyang nodded gravely. "In that case, let us return to Maple Leaf City, gather the clan's young talents, and cultivate 108 grandmasters before plotting this endeavor." "I shall leave it to you, father," Xie Zinzes affirmed. In that moment, a hint of imperial aura began to envelop Xie Zinzes' righteous spirit. Ouyang arrived at a waterfall, holding Hutu, while Lung Qingsong stood resolutely before the towering cascade. With his sword intent surging, he raised his hand, and an invisible long sword cleaved through the waterfall. In an instant, hundreds of strikes were unleashed, shattering the cascade into fragments. The wild energy of true essence ravaged the waterfall, yet Lung Qingsong's expression remained inscrutable. Ouyang settled on a massive stone, sitting cross-legged with the slumbering Hutu in his arms, raising a hand to conjure a barrier of true essence to shield against the water. "Brother, are you using another's weapon to eliminate your enemies to avoid entanglement in karma?" Lung Qingsong queried, turning to Ouyang after venting his frustrations. Ouyang nodded and remarked, "When I last enlightened junior brother Shao about the dragon and phoenix, the power of heavenly punishment was rather feeble, which allowed for a loophole. Furthermore, the act of enlightening divine beasts is simply not permitted by the heavenly Tao, hence the punishment was merely a simple lightning strike. Should you become entangled in worldly karma, the kind of retribution that is invisible and intangible will inevitably befall you. Such unavoidable karmic retribution is best avoided altogether." Lung Qingsong sheathed his sword and, resting upon the massive rock, inquired, "What then shall I do about the enmity towards my parents? Using another's strength to achieve my own ends would surely affect my resolve in the Tao, would it not?" Ouyang smiled and replied, "The emperor's karma is substantial. Yet if he ceases to be an emperor, what karma remains? When the CF family rebelled and usurped the throne, the former emperor was no longer an emperor, and thus his karma dissipated." At this moment, Lung Qingsong comprehended the intentions of his elder brother and nodded, stating, "What shall we do now?" Ouyang pointed towards the imperial city and said, "Your former beloved is still suffering. It is only right that we pay her a visit." Chapter 60. The soft jade red tint. The imperial city of Tanghua is a sprawling metropolis, bustling with millions of inhabitants, and stands as the most prosperous stronghold in this realm. Within the imperial city, there are 56 distinct wards, each separated by imposing walls, and the vibrancy of the city can only be fully appreciated in the two grand markets located to the east and west. In the eastern market, throngs of people bustle about, with vendors crafting sugar figurines, performing acrobatics, and selling trinkets, amidst a cacophony of calls and haggling. Naturally, the most exuberant among them is Hutu, a little girl who joyfully plunges into the crowd, reveling in the lively atmosphere she has never before experienced. This vast city is a sight unseen by Ouyang. At the tender age of 5 in Maple Leaf City, was too preoccupied with mere survival to appreciate the beauty of the world around him. Now, as he strolls leisurely through the streets, he feels an almost surreal sense of having traversed through time. "Brother, what is that?" Hutu inquires, one hand clutching a sugar figurine and the other an ice sugar hawthorn, perched on Ouyang's shoulder as she gazes curiously at a grain shop. "That is a grain shop," Ouyang replies with a glance. "And what do they do there?" "That is a restaurant, a place for dining." "And over there? What is that?" "That is a shop selling fabrics for clothing." "Oh, look over there. Those young ladies in beautiful dresses are waving at me." Hutu giggles, shaking her sugar figurine at the women posing on the second floor. Ouyang glances up at the sign that reads E-Home Courtyard and awkwardly responds, "That is not a place for children." "Why not? I want to wear pretty clothes too," Hutu says, her eyes glistening with envy as she gazes at the scantily clad women. "Those are places for wayward girls, and such a charming girl like you must not venture there." Ouyang admonishes sincerely. Turning his gaze toward the brothel, he can't help but feel a sense of regret for not having explored such establishments since his arrival in this world. "Brother, there are cultivators." Cold Ching, standing beside him, suddenly announces. "Cultivators?" Ouyang raises an eyebrow, scanning the surroundings. Yet, he perceives nothing, for as a mere chi refinement practitioner, he lacks the ability to sense the powers of cultivators. It is indeed unfortunate. Despite his lackluster talent, he can only wield the most rudimentary elemental techniques, while his younger brother, gifted as he is, dismisses anything outside the sword path. Thus, although they have arrived in the imperial city, they remain oblivious to the whereabouts of Xian, who was brought here by the old emperor. If only the third brother or Xiaobai were here, things would surely be much simpler. Those two possess a wide array of skills. Ouyang surveys his surroundings, finding no immediate threats, and then turns to Cold Ching, asking, "Are they powerful?" "Very powerful," Cold Ching replies earnestly. Anyone deemed very powerful by Cold Ching must be at least a transcendent practitioner, well above the foundational levels. In such an imperial city, it is indeed surprising to find such a profound cultivator. Could it be that he is a practitioner who has grown enamored with the mundane world, losing his aspirations for asceticism? As Ouyang pondered this thought, a red ribbon suddenly fluttered into his view. He reached out to catch it, and a familiar fragrance enveloped him. This scent, goodness, it is Sister Xiaoya. Ouyang was taken aback, turning to glance at Lung Qingsong with a complex expression. Could it be that his younger brother is so unfortunate? Just then a clear, melodious voice echoed in his mind. "What are you doing? Bring little Song along." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Ouyang turned back around to face the E-Home building, awkwardly addressing Lung Qingsong. "Brother, have you ever visited a brothel?" Lung Qingsong shook his head, perplexed by Ouyang's reference, especially as his heart was burdened by the recent marriage of Xian Yuan. At that moment, the lively little girl, Hututu, exclaimed excitedly, "I've never been to a brothel either. I want to go." Her innocent voice drew the attention of those around them, who began to cast curious glances at the sight of two young men and a 5-year-old girl openly discussing such matters. Their gazes turned somewhat lewd as they wondered which young master was so shameless. Ouyang, with a determined demeanor, led Hututu and Lung Qingsong towards the E-Home building. Upon entering, a wave of exotic fragrances greeted them, and the lavish red decor transformed the place into a realm of indulgence. Dozens of elegantly dressed young women were striking alluring poses before the trio. This spectacle caused Lung Qingsong, who had been naive about matters between men and women, to blush profusely, stammering as he asked Ouyang, "Brother, what are we doing here?" "A familiar face awaits, and I assure you it will be a delightful surprise." Ouyang cautioned him carefully. What kind of acquaintance could possibly be in such a place? Could it be a friend of their master? Lung Qingsong, glancing around at the overwhelming sights, felt his youthful innocence shaken by the indecorous scenes before him. Surely, only their master would frequent such establishments. If there were any elders, they must be old friends of their teacher. As the trio entered, They attracted many curious stares. After all, it was uncommon for two young men to accompany a child in such an establishment. A matron clad in a crimson satin dress approached with a swaying gait, delicately clutching her handkerchief as she regarded Ouyang, inquiring, "Are you an acquaintance of Miss Xiaoya?" Lung Qingsong's eyes widened in shock, urgently urging Ouyang, "We should leave." Just as he attempted to escape, the air around them thickened, and everything in the building slowed to a halt, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Ouyang could even see the droplet of saliva suspended midair from the matron's mouth. What does little Song wish to do outside? A sultry voice floated down from above. Usually indifferent, Lung Qingsong felt his grip on his sword tremble slightly, his body rigid as he bowed toward the woman above, saying, "Greetings, sister." At the staircases landing on the second floor stood a young girl in a striking red dress, holding a round fan that partially obscured her face, her fox-like eyes brimming with captivating charm beneath a light layer of makeup. Her figure was voluptuous, swaying gracefully, akin to a perfectly ripened peach. Yet, when Ouyang and Lung Qingsong beheld the breathtaking beauty before them, they recoiled as if confronted by a specter. Ouyang discreetly stepped back, while Lung Qingsong began to tremble uncontrollably. What was the matter? Had their long separation rendered them estranged? A melancholic whisper floated through the air, scratching at the heartstrings, evoking a sense of pity within. Lung Qingsong, feeling bewildered, gazed at the woman across from him and stammered, "How have you been, senior sister?" "Huh." The woman let out a light laugh, gently waving her round fan, causing a flurry of red silk to envelop Ouyang and Lung Qingsong. As the crimson fabric swirled around them, a delicate hand rested lightly upon Lung Qingsong's neck, and she spoke softly, "Have you forgotten? I bathed with little Song before. Now that you see me, you wish to flee? Do you aspire to be a heartless man like Master Huyin?" Chapter 61. The white moonlight and the red freckle of my second brother as the fragrant breeze swept through. Lung Qingsong's hand trembled, nearly causing the treasured sword in his grasp to tumble to the ground. Unfazed by the world, Lung Qingsong hastily clutched Ouyang's sleeve, a glimmer of desperation flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, Ouyang jerked his sleeve, securing the bewildered Hututu in his embrace, and rolled out of the Yihong building. May the second brother take care. In the depths of Lung Qingsong's despairing gaze, Ouyang fled in a panic, cradling his head. With a stutter, Lung Qingsong uttered, "A snake. A snake demon. What? Do you wish for my assistance in your cultivation?" A pair of pale, lotus-like arms encircled Lung Qingsong's neck. As the woman whispered sweetly in his ear, "I." Lung Qingsong felt his breath quickening, as his senior sister exuded an alluring charm, as if she were about to devour him at any moment. Within him, the golden elixir surged with vibrant energy, the overwhelming essence mingling with his sword intent. Yearning to resist, while the sword in his hand instinctively flickered with a gleam of its own. "Oh, you've grown and learned to wield a sword, have you? I wonder which sword you intend to use to poke at your senior sister?" The woman teased, her jade hand resting upon the hilt of the sword. In an instant, the once resonant blade seemed to wither, succumbing to her gentle caress as if it had completed its task. Who could withstand such a presence? Lung Qingsong fell drained, collapsing into the softness of the woman's embrace, gradually closing his eyes. The red drapery swirled anew, enveloping the two and soaring to the second floor, where moments later, the once serene Yihong building erupted once more with lively chatter, as if nothing had transpired. Lung Qingsong was gently placed upon the bed, while the woman tenderly caressed his stern visage, her eyes glimmering with infatuation. "Stop staring. If you have the ability, truly devour him." Ouyang's voice chimed in from the side. The woman turned to Ouyang, observing him with interest as he peeled an orange for Hututu. "Why were you so afraid of me just now?" While continuing his task, Ouyang replied, "Didn't the master instruct you to choose one of us as your furnace for cultivation? You didn't choose me. So why should I ruin my little brother's good fortune?" Seated upon the bed, the woman regarded Ouyang with playful mockery. "What if I were to use both of you?" Ouyang's hand trembled, his gaze fixed earnestly on the beguiling woman lying on the bed. "I have a rather strong disposition. I would only use the above, which wouldn't aid your cultivation in any way. Lecher. The woman, suddenly struck by a thought, spat in retort. You just accused me of being a lecher, yet you behaved so provocatively. Ouyang countered. Even lechers would revere you as their ancestral master. The senior brother is for Hututu. Hututu interjected, gazing intently at the orange in Ouyang's hand, his tone resolute despite his unwavering focus. The woman turned her attention to Hututu, a hint of surprise crossing her features. Is that a naturally gifted spiritual fox? With Huyin Shu having found a master and Lung Qingsong his own, had Ouyang managed to capture a little spiritual fox? Was this a case of plucking the wool from the demon clan? The woman regarded Ouyang with a complex expression, remarking, Do the three of you possess some peculiar quirks? Ouyang cleared his throat and, with a serious expression, said, Chong Xiaoya, I warn you, both my master and my second brother were coerced. In Ouyang's eyes, the attributes of the woman before him were clear. Name, Chong Xiaoya, young body of the devouring python. Cultivation level, 6 stage of integration bone quality, 8 charm, 10 luck, 6 devouring talent, 10 unique skill, devour valuation. Beware of the serpent demon seeking your assistance in cultivation. This alluring woman before him was not human, but a serpent demon. Ouyang and Lung Qingsong referred to her as senior sister because one of his master's romantic confidants was the master of this serpent demon. His master truly resembled a reincarnation of Su Xian, and astonishingly, he was also a snake catcher. Before Ouyang and his second brother entered the sect, their master took them on a journey, the first stop being a visit to a snake den. Initially, Ouyang thought his master was some form of malevolent cultivator, only to be met with his master's righteous declaration of coming to subdue demons. The following day, when his master emerged from the den, supported by Chong Xiaoya, Ouyang understood the formidable power of the serpent demon within. Chong Xiaoya, exuding an air of triumph, spoke to the two. Your master wagered with my master yesterday, offering one of you as my husband. Such a fortunate circumstance? Upon gazing at the voluptuous Chong Xiaoya, the youthful Ouyang immediately declared he would fulfill the duties of a senior brother. Reclaiming the glory of the snake-catching master was our noble obligation. When inquiring about her age, Ouyang learned that Chong Xiaoya was already 2,000 years old, causing his earlier bravado to wither away. A serpent demon of 2 millennia. How formidable must her temper be? Would it not be effortless for her to drain him dry? Ouyang pushed Lung Qingsong forward, reasoning that a mere 2,000-year-old serpent demon posed no real threat to his second brother, a being from another dimension. However, after Lung Qingsong was dragged into the snake den, he emerged later that night with red-rimmed eyes, a sight that shocked Ouyang, who feared the worst for the 3-year-old. Before Ouyang could voice his concerns, Chong Xiaoya emerged with the freshly changed clothes of Lung Qingsong, proclaiming with satisfaction, I've checked, and indeed, Master Huyin did not deceive me. He is a fine cauldron. Ouyang, observing the tearful Lung Qingsong, softly inquired how she had conducted her examination. We simply took a bath together. What could a 3-year-old possibly do? Chong Xiaoya rolled her eyes and replied, Just a bath? Ouyang glanced at Lung Qingsong, who appeared thoroughly bullied, losing any desire to spectate. Henceforth, whenever Lung Qingsong faced Chong Xiaoya, he resembled a mouse before a cat. Chong Xiaoya, leveraging her formidable cultivation, delighted in teasing the two brothers daily, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. As his thoughts returned to the present, Ouyang turned to Chong Xiaoya and asked, What brings you to the mortal realm? Senior sister? Chong Xiaoya looked at Ouyang with curiosity and retorted, Didn't your master mention it? Ouyang, somewhat exasperated, inquired further, What did that lecherous old man say? Master Huyin stated that you too must sever your ties with the mortal realm, and I was sent to assist in overseeing you, Chong Xiaoya replied. Sever ties with the mortal realm? Yet again, the notion of cause and effect. What significance does that old fellow hold? Ouyang pondered over his disrespectful master. Reflecting on Chong Xiaoya's earlier remarks, he suddenly felt that this outing seemed to bear significant implications for both himself and his second brother. In an instant, Ouyang realized the entire scheme had been orchestrated by his rather cunning master. He lifted his gaze, regarding Chang Xiaoya with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, and said, "Sister, there is something I'm uncertain whether I should utter or refrain from speaking." Observing Ouyang's mischievous grin, Chang Xiaoya's heart filled with caution as she inquired, "What is it that you wish to convey?" Even with her 2 millennia of experience, Chang Xiaoya could not afford to underestimate Ouyang, for she was unaware of when she might unwittingly fall into his trap. "Sister, do you know why we have returned to the imperial city?" Ouyang cleared his throat and posed the question. Chang Xiaoya shook her head, having merely been entrusted by Ouyang without understanding the purpose of her visit. Ouyang gestured towards a figure lying on the bed, the pale Qing Song, and chuckled. "My second brother's beloved has been captured. We have come specifically to rescue her." Chapter 62. A Person in the Mountains. Just beginning to cultivate immortality upon hearing the name of his master from Chang Xiaoya, Ouyang had already surmised the intentions of his venerable mentor. This matter was undoubtedly orchestrated by his master, aimed at enabling both himself and Lung Qingsong to sever the ties of mundane causality. As cultivators transcend the 3 realms and exist beyond the 5 elements, the most dreaded fear is the contamination of their pure Tao heart by worldly entanglements. Thus, his master employed this method to assist the 2 in breaking free from the bonds of the mundane world. After all, both Ouyang and Lung Qingsong originated from the mortal realm, and it was essential for them to depart from it as well. The severance of causality should be executed by their own hands to stabilize their Tao heart. However, when did his master begin to scheme this plan? Perhaps it was when his second disciple made a pact with their master regarding the return of the first snow to the mortal realm, followed by the self-sacrifice in the serpent's den to secure a red birthmark for his second disciple. Although his master possessed an eccentric disposition, he was meticulous in his undertakings. Recalling the attributes panel he had seen upon first meeting his master, Ouyang felt assured that his mentor had his own justifications. Having pieced together all the crucial elements, Ouyang gazed at his second disciple, who was peacefully slumbering on the bed. Indeed, his second disciple was a child of destiny. Yet this very status rendered him exceptionally stubborn. After all, geniuses seldom admit their errors. They tend to become ensnared in their own obstinacy, expending all their energy until they transform from prodigies into mediocrities, from the astonishing to the inconspicuous. A genius who fails to mature is forever unworthy of attention. For in this world, who does not bear the mantle of genius? Connecting the inexplicable thoughts of his master, Ouyang suddenly comprehended what he ought to do. Wasn't he his master's nocturnal endeavor to vanquish demons simply to facilitate the emergence of a red birthmark for his second disciple? It perfectly aligned with the white moonlight in his second disciple's mundane existence. What he needed to do was to stoke the flames, ensuring that the serpent demon before him became thoroughly entwined with his junior brother. Upon hearing Ouyang mention the white moonlight of his second disciple, Chang Xiaoya, who had been sitting gracefully at the head of the bed, suddenly emanated a chilling aura. A vaguely ethereal giant python coiled ominously behind her, its blood-red eyes captivating all who dared to gaze. White moonlight. I am most curious to see what kind of breathtaking beauty could inspire such longing in my husband that he would traverse thousands of miles to rescue her. While Chang Xia spoke with curiosity, the icy undertone in her voice caused Hututu, who was munching on an orange nearby, to shiver involuntarily. "Smack, smack, senior brother. Why do I feel so cold?" Hututu inquired, his mouth full of orange as he turned to Ouyang. "Cold. Perhaps this city is about to cool down," Ouyang remarked, glancing at the nearly torn skirt of Chang Xiaoya with amusement and affectionately ruffling Hututu's fluffy head. "Where is she?" Chang Xiaoya asked. Ouyang shrugged and replied, "Neither Qingsong nor I possess the art of divination. That is why we came to the market to gather information." "Did Master Ouyang, a master of divination, not teach you the art of divination and hexagram interpretation?" "That is indeed his signature skill," exclaimed Chang Xiaoya in astonishment. "What are you so surprised about? I am merely a worthless cultivator at the 9th level of Qi training, struggling to comprehend even the 5 elements escape technique." Although Ouyang wished to express such sentiments, he refrained, recognizing the formidable nature of the serpent demon before him, especially with a master behind her, and instead forced a sheepish smile. Chang Xiaoye retrieved 3 copper coins from her bosom. These diminutive coins glimmered with a golden hue as she covered them with her palm and gently tossed them skyward while muttering incantations. The coins whirled rapidly in the air, suspended and radiating a golden light. From the head of Lung Qingsong, she plucked a single hair, lightly rubbing it between her fingers until it ignited in flames. The fire danced between her fingers as she directed the flickering flames toward the copper coins, causing them to cease their rotation and settle upon the hem of her skirt. The Imperial Palace? Chang Xiaoye gazed at the coins with a hint of perplexity. Having been in the royal city for 2 months, she was well acquainted with its significance. Upon hearing her murmur the words Imperial Palace, Ouyang realized that the old emperor had indeed placed Xianyuan and the others within its confines. "You are aware of this place?" Chang Xiaoye inquired, looking at Ouyang, who wore an expression of understanding. "I do not know for certain, but it seems plausible, considering it was once the residence of your husband," Ouyang replied with a nod. Chang Xiaoye, upon hearing this, turned to glance at the still sleeping Lung Qingsong on the bed, astonished to discover that her husband was, in fact, a prince. However, did he truly believe she would be unable to find him amidst the mundane facade of the royal residence? Her expression shifted as she rose and made her way outside. "Hey, that's my second brother's first love. You cannot seriously intend to eliminate your rival, can you? She is merely immortal," Ouyang called out to Chang Xiaoye, who was heading for the door. "What? Do you wish to shield your junior apprentice?" Chang Xiaoye retorted coldly. Ouyang, with his hands cradling his head in a languid manner, replied, "The reason a first love is cherished is that memories continually embellish it to perfection. If the first love were to perish, the emotional impact would escalate from 30% to a staggering 200%. The death of a first love is the most devastating of all." Chang Xiaoye halted in her tracks and turned to Ouyang. "I cannot shake the feeling that I have fallen into a trap set by Master Huyan. Although I am uncertain of the nature of this trap, it seems you are aware." Ouyang straightened, fixing his gaze upon the serpent demon. "This cannot be termed a trap. Surely you can fathom the heart of my junior apprentice? My master and I have been laboring to unite you two for a harmonious union over the years. What do you wish me to do?" Chang Xiaoye scrutinized Ouyang for a moment before speaking. "I mentioned earlier that the allure of a first love stems from the continuous embellishment of memories. If there were a discrepancy between the first love and those memories, would not the first love cease to exist?" Ouyang grinned, his smile laden with meaning. "Are you suggesting that I find a dozen strong men too?" Chang Xiaoye gestured with a slicing motion, causing Ouyang to shake his head in alarm. A demon is still a demon. The methods remain as straightforward as ever. Ouyang waved his hand, signaling Chang Xiaoye to lean in closer and whispered, "She is your senior brother's cherished one, while you are his infatuation. If you were to embody both roles, wouldn't your senior brother be entirely under your control? Ha! Isn't this the very scene of chaos involving my second brother?" Chang Xiaoye narrowed her eyes, urging Ouyang to continue. Ouyang laid bare his entire plan, observing the eager Chang Xiaoye as she exited. He then turned his gaze toward his younger brother sprawled on the bed. Was the old man implying that one should sever worldly ties with a partner? Reflecting on his father's words, Ouyang recalled a saying, "To be an immortal, one must cultivate amidst the mountains." Chapter 63. The cross-dressing master is my junior disciple in the present imperial capital. Practitioners of the way are as numerous as the stars in the sky. The emperor has recently developed a fondness for the pursuit of immortality and transcending the mundane, neglecting matters of state for a considerable time. Although the nation operates without significant disruption, the subtle influence of his preoccupation with the Tao has left the populace with a sense of discontent regarding the numerous privileges granted to Taoists and monks. Ouyang, lacking any skill in the art of divination, stood atop the city gate and gazed down upon the city, feeling an illusion of decline, as if the sun were setting upon this once thriving metropolis. Ethereal melodies intertwined with fragrant mists enveloped the city, transforming it into a realm reminiscent of devoted followers of the Tao and Buddha. Mortal beings are unable to cultivate, And even the revered emperor is not exempt from this limitation, as the essence of the heavens and earth here has been dulled by the mundane smoke of human life. Chang Xiaoya had also revealed to Ouyang that, despite being a formidable cultivator in the integration stage, her abilities were stifled to a meager foundational level amidst the millions inhabiting the city. It is thus evident that, for practitioners, the mortal realm is hardly a desirable place, and many cultivators tend to avoid such locales altogether. Ouyang turned his gaze towards the most majestic palace in the heart of the imperial city, the residence of the old emperor, which also marked the destination for the heart-searching arrangement his master had set for his second disciple. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. This phrase, often uttered by Dong Shuzi, suddenly echoed in Ouyang's mind. These ancient beings, having existed for millennia, can unknowingly lay intricate plans that unfold over decades. Truly a formidable feat. With a sigh, Ouyang retrieved the tome titled Fundamentals of the Five Elements Escape Technique, meticulously searching through its pages. He chanted the contents in his mind several times, but upon closing the book, he realized he had forgotten much and needed to revisit it. While his memory remained relatively fresh, Ouyang tucked the book into his robe and muttered, "Heaven, what boundless grant me power!" Ultimately, Ouyang abandoned the incantation, retaining only the flow of true energy within him. With a sudden shout and a clap of his hands, his inner energy surged forth. The once starry night sky gradually succumbed to ominous clouds, and heavy snowflakes began to fall like feathers. Within mere minutes, the entire imperial city was blanketed in a thick layer of snow. Amidst the swirling snow, Ouyang directed his gaze towards the Eastern market, where a spectacle was unfolding. Despite the customary curfew, the Eastern market of the imperial capital had come alive. A grand flower boat made its entrance upon streets, vibrant blooms adorning it as if freshly plucked, even in the depths of winter. The flower boat was alive with the songs of warblers and the graceful dances of countless maidens clad in silks and satins, their movements a captivating sight that ignited the passions of onlookers. Atop this boat, amidst a throng of beautiful women, sat a lady veiled in silk, adorned in a gown of pure white, exuding an aura of tranquility and innocence with her unadorned eyes that sparkled with clarity. She was like a single lotus blooming amidst a sea of crimson flowers, radiating an ethereal purity that evoked a sense of sanctity. The snowflakes, as light as goose feathers, seemed reluctant to settle upon her, swirling gracefully around her form. She resembled a fairy. Only a celestial being could possess such ethereal beauty. When all beheld the figure of the maiden in white, they were rendered speechless, only to erupt into rapturous applause soon after. The flower boat glided slowly through the streets, occasionally casting out sunflower seeds and peanuts, each toss igniting a frenzy among the crowd. It seemed that seizing the tossed treats would allow one to feel the lingering warmth of the delicate hand that had once held them on the flower boat. "I must keep this sunflower seed. Do not snatch it. Don't take it from my mouth. I will pay handsomely for sunflower seeds and peanuts, 1 coin for each." Amidst the chaos beneath the flower boat, the maiden in white remained serene, her eyes reflecting a pure innocence, embodying a tranquil existence. Xiaosong, when we arrive at the palace gates, restrain your murderous aura. To act recklessly among mortals is akin to severing your own path as a cultivator, remarked Chang Xiaoya, seated beside her in resplendent red attire. The maiden in white was none other than the cross-dressing Lung Qingsong, adorned in a flowing white gown, seated at the heart of the flower boat, utterly immobilized. The golden elixir within her was sealed by Chang Xiaoya in her dantian, rendering her powerless. With a furrowed brow, Lung Qingsong managed to utter, "What exactly do you intend to do, Demonis?" "What do I wish to do? Let us not forget that we are, after all, betrothed. I am merely curious to see what the audacious harlot who dares to disturb my man looks like." Chang Xiaoya replied, her voice laced with indignation. "She's already married." Lung Qingsong's tone bore a hint of bitterness. At his tender age, he remained blissfully unaware of the true meaning of affection. This vague fondness had yet to be shattered, so upon hearing of her marriage, he felt nothing more than a twinge of sorrow. Chang Xiaoya, observing the faint melancholy in Lung Qingsong's demeanor, felt an intense irritation. Was it truly so difficult to contend with the pale moonlight? Why the expression of a heart wounded by love? Just as she was about to unleash her frustration, she suddenly recalled Ouyang's words, a girl under 20. Leveraging the so-called connections of a celestial being can effortlessly befriend the city lord and capture the attention of a young lord. What do you think she relies upon? Merely a sophisticated green tea. The old emperor had not sought out Lung Qingsong for over a decade. Yet this year, he had found her and summoned all the orphans acquainted with her in Maple Leaf City. Who could believe there were no traitors among them? And who might that traitor be? Apart from Ouyang, who reigned as the king of children in Maple Leaf City. This group of orphans had always looked to Xian'er for guidance. Perhaps this entire scenario was merely a trap set by a mortal. Upon hearing Chang Xiaoya deduce that Xian'er and her companions were within the palace, Ouyang had already confirmed that Xian'er must have entered into some form of agreement with the old emperor. Standing atop the city wall, Ouyang gazed at the distant flower boat, a smirk of scorn playing upon his lips. How remarkable that a mortal seeking to ascend the ranks had orchestrated such a scheme, or perhaps she aspired to rise even higher. Ouyang recalled the first time he encountered Xian'er. Her discerning eyes, which held a valuable scrutiny, were skillfully concealed. Yet, as a time traveler, Ouyang, despite his cunning nature, appeared somewhat clumsy in the eyes of adults. Elder brother, why do you smile so coldly? Hututu shrank his small head, perplexed by why his elder brother was standing on the city wall in the snow at such a late hour. Suddenly intrigued, Ouyang inquired, Tutu, what do you think of the human world? It's bustling and interesting, but I don't like it here. We can't ride paper cranes, and the air is foul. Hututu wrinkled his nose as he spoke. Ouyang picked up Hututu and gently brushed the snow off the little fellow, murmuring, is the air foul? Not all. What stinks is the human heart. Chapter 64. Within the forbidden palace, the flower boat stirred a great commotion as it departed from the East Market. A throng of onlookers surged forth, captivated by the ethereal beauty of this vessel, trailing in its wake. Soon, the presence of the street patrols, clad in armor, emerged, parting the crowded masses to maintain order. They had received orders not to impede the passage of this flower boat, rumored to be a tribute to His Majesty the Emperor. The news spread like wildfire throughout the imperial city, and all were aware that the grandest brothel, Yihong Building, had crafted a magnificent flower boat to present to the reigning sovereign. Within the depths of the palace, the sound of coughs echoed in the grand hall, where the palace eunuchs knelt, trembling in fear, anxious about the health of the esteemed figure reclining upon the dais. Beside the couch, a young girl clad in a delicate shade of green gazed anxiously at the person lying upon it, her concern palpable. The girl possessed a pleasing appearance, marked by an innocent purity, her fair visage etched with worry. Cough, cough, a flower boat. Can such a thing bestow upon me eternal life? How absurd. The elderly man, adorned in a five-clawed golden dragon robe, propped himself up with a cough, glancing at the girl with a faint smile. His aged face, speckled with age spots, resembled a withering candle. His breath labored, yet his brow bore a striking resemblance to that of a proud pine, exuding the formidable authority of an emperor. Seeing the elder struggle to rise, the girl hurried to assist him. He grasped her hand, a glimmer of yearning in his eyes, and remarked, such a youthful body is truly a treasure. If I could possess such vitality, the Tang dynasty would flourish under my reign, an empire everlasting. Your Majesty, may you be granted longevity, and surely you will witness the eternal prosperity of the Tang. She gently consoled, patting his back. Longevity? Huh, how could one possibly live for 1,000 years? Only by finding an immortal and beseeching them for the supreme method may one catch a glimpse of true immortality. The elder sighed, his words laden with longing. Suddenly recalling something, he seized the girl's hand, his voice urgent. Will that ungrateful child indeed come? It has been a month. Why is there still no word? His grip was strong, causing the girl to furrow her brow in discomfort. Yet she persevered through the pain, replying, Your Majesty, I have told you, every year during the first snowfall, Qingsong will seek us out. It has always been this way. This year, the snow is merely tardy. You better not deceive me, or you and those orphans shall face dire consequences. The elder released her hand, then, as if struck by a tender thought, his gaze softened. Shinner, should I attain the elixir of life and the secret to rejuvenation, together we shall forge an everlasting empire for the Tang. He promised gently, his eyes locked onto hers with fervent conviction. Shinner wishes only for the health of your majesty. That alone suffices for her. She dares not aspire for more. The girl lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, speaking in a whisper. The elderly man felt a profound sense of comfort. Yet as he gazed upon the maiden with her flowing dark tresses, a poignant sense of melancholia washed over him, reminiscent of a hero past his prime. I was born before you, he mused, and now I'm old while you bloom. If only he could reclaim his youth. He would undoubtedly cherish the enchanting figure before him. Though the maiden's beauty could not be deemed extraordinary, she evoked within him an illusion of renewed romance. How absurd it was, at his advanced age, to still entertain such whimsical notions of love. Each time this illusion surged within him, the stark reality of his twilight years brought him the most profound heartache. His expression contorted with a grimace. He must uncover the secrets of eternal life. Surely, there exists a means for him to live forever. For the sake of the throne, he had slain his own son, dispatched his dutiful queen, and extinguished countless lives, leaving him ultimately a solitary figure. He could not resign himself to a lonely demise. With the arrival of Shinner, he had once again felt the warmth of home, and he was determined to seize this opportunity. If only his rebellious offspring, destined for immortality, could return, even in the absence of any elixir of life. He would find a way to endure. He only needed his return. A fit of coughing erupted, and a peculiar flush appeared on the old man's face, as if exhausted. He reclined once more upon the couch. Shinner gently laid him down, tucking him in before quietly retreating. As she closed the palace doors, her previously anxious countenance turned to a pallid hue. Suppressing the urge to retch, she hastily exited the palace. The aura of age that enveloped the old man made her stomach churn. She had endured his frail hand grasping hers without pulling away. For what reason? Perhaps it was the myriad legends she had heard about him in Maple Leaf City that instilled in her a sense of admiration. Or perhaps it was the awe of one who wielded dominion over the lives of millions. She was but an ordinary orphan in Maple Leaf City, devoid of support or connections, relying solely on the ethereal backing of two immortals to ascend to her current position. Each year, the immortals would gather with her. Yet what if there came a day when they no longer did? She could not bear the thought of losing everything she had gained. She would not allow such a fate to transpire. She was determined to rise to the highest echelons of this nation, looking down upon those once indifferent to her existence. Suppressing her nausea, Shinner suddenly felt a chill at the tip of her nose. Snow began to fall. Does this mean Ouyang and the others are arriving? A wave of relief washed over her as she gazed from the palace steps into the distance, where a magnificent flower boat floated, an exquisite sight to behold. The grand vessel was adorned with lovely maidens, and had fortune not favored her, she might have stood among them. Yet now, she would occupy the seat of honor, quietly observing as those beautiful women employed every means to captivate her, having already poisoned all of her companions. She found herself in a royal city where no one knew her true identity. Now, she awaited the arrival of Ouyang and his companion, after which she would ascend to a position of unparalleled power. Shinner clutched the handkerchief tightly, suddenly feeling a firm embrace envelop her. The wind is strong here. You mustn't catch a chill. Upon hearing the voice of the newcomer, her previous tension dissipated, and leaning against the broad shoulders, she whispered, "General, do you not fear that by holding me, the current imperial concubine, the emperor might discover your actions and take your life? I am a commander of the Imperial Guard. All the troops within the royal city fall under my command. How could the emperor possibly know that I am holding the esteemed concubine?" replied the armored general. "Kodlink Suan Gently. General, please do not betray me," Shinner implored in a voice as soft as that of a timid creature. The intensity of her words sent a rush of warmth to the general's forehead, tightening his embrace around her as he softly stated, "If you do not betray me, how could I ever betray you?" Chapter 65. Absurdity as the flower boat approached the gates of the imperial palace. The guard stationed there had never before encountered such a magnificent vessel. It was truly grand, and the young ladies aboard were undeniably enchanting. However, without a decree from the emperor, they dared not permit the flower boat to enter the palace. For who could predict whether it concealed a battalion of assassins ready to storm the palace? Let the flower boat enter. A sharp command echoed from the depths of the palace, sparking gasps of astonishment from the assembled crowd. To their amazement, His Majesty had indeed granted permission for the flower boat to proceed into the palace. This was a tremendous honor, and it seemed that the reputation of the Ouyang courtyard would only grow more illustrious. Who would not wish to share the same establishment as the emperor? The grand gates of the palace slowly swung open, allowing the flower boat to glide effortlessly within. At the moment the boat crossed the threshold, 2 lanterns flickered to life within the previously darkened palace, illuminating the path deeper into its heart. As the flower boat traversed the imperial pathway, Lung Qingsong, seated at the helm, gazed upon the familiar yet foreign surroundings. The harrowing memories of his past had long been buried deep within his mind. At that tender age, he had not grasped the gravity of the events that unfolded. Yet, faced with the sights that were both familiar and strange, a flicker of sorrow and rage flashed in his eyes. His own parents had perished within this palace, their blood still staining the bluestone beneath. The sword intent within Lung Qingsong seemed to sense its master's fury, awakening from its confinement within his meridians, threatening to break free from its restraints. Beside him, Chang Xiaoya was taken aback. The seal she had placed, fortified by her own cultivation at the fusion stage, was nearly shattered by the force of Lung Qingsong's burgeoning power at the core formation stage. Her little husband was indeed remarkable. The more unruly the young stallion, the greater the thrill of taming it. Chang Xiaoya licked her lips, her gaze filled with possessiveness as she regarded the white-clad figure of Lung Qingsong. She casually pressed a hand upon his shoulder, reinforcing the seal. What had once been a body capable of movement was now rendered immobile, save for his eyes. Filled with indignation, Lung Qingsong shot a furious glare at Chang Xiaoya. The disparity in their realms was insurmountable, even if he could challenge those of a higher cultivation. Chang Xiaoya had already attained the pinnacle of the fusion stage. No matter how adept he was at overcoming challenges, he was still pinned in place by her overwhelming prowess. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I might just devour you. Chang Xiaoya leaned down, whispering seductively in his ear. Frustrated, Lung Qingsong turned his gaze toward the palace hall. He merely wished to discern what schemes Chang Xiaoya was concocting, and he wondered where his brother had vanished to. It was unsettling that he had yet to make an appearance. Perhaps it was for the best, given his current attire. He dreaded the thought of being ridiculed should his brother see him now. In this moment, Lung Qingsong was attempting to console himself, while Ouyang, hidden in a corner, had already set up several recording stones within the palace, capturing every detail of his little brother's day as a cross-dresser without missing a single angle. TSK. Such a rare opportunity, in addition to his brother's dark history. How could he possibly let this pass? Ouyang gazed with satisfaction at the recording stones in his hand, a sinister thought crossing his mind. As the flower boat approached the grand hall, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Numerous imperial guards concealed themselves in the shadows, bows drawn tight, their arrows poised to strike at the slightest movement from the flower boat. The moment any disturbance occurred, a flurry of arrows would rain down in the next heartbeat. Suddenly, the darkened hall lit up as countless palace maids and eunuchs emerged from either side, illuminating the entrance with their lanterns. The grand doors creaked open, revealing a dozen burly men who emerged, carrying a massive couch from within the hall. The old emperor reclined upon the couch, squinting at the flower boat before him. Indeed, it was a splendid work of art. Yet to his dismay, he could not discern the figures aboard. At the instant the old emperor appeared, Lung Qingsong's eyes reddened instantly. This was his grandfather, the very enemy who had slain his parents, whose memories were but a blur. No need to be anxious. He will not live much longer. I can sense the flicker of life within him, ready to extinguish at any moment. Chang Xiaoya, keenly aware of Lung Qingsong's distress, immediately moved closer to offer comfort. It's all right. Lung Qingsong's calm demeanor seemed oddly unsettling to Chang Xiaoya. She glanced at the old emperor. Despite his advanced age and the imminent fading of his life force, still exuded a powerful aura of human fortune. As a demon cultivator in the fusion stage, she was reluctant to provoke such a figure, despite the ease with which she could extinguish his life. The karmic repercussions could be perilous, even leading to her own demise. Just as Lung Qingsong contemplated how to enact revenge upon his foe, a striking flash of green caught his eye. That familiar silhouette, one he saw every year during the first snowfall, could not be mistaken. Yet, the exquisitely adorned face was so foreign to him now. Bedecked with lavish gold and silver jewelry, and the costly green gown transformed her into a figure of opulence. Had a year wrought such a dramatic change? Lung Qingsong found himself momentarily unable to recognize the girl before him, whom he often reminisced about, Xian'er. Xian'er approached the old emperor's couch, effortlessly resting before him. Her smile radiant as she engaged in light-hearted banter, occasionally revealing her youthful innocence. To Lung Qingsong, this scene was painfully jarring. The image of the girl from his memories began to merge with the figure before him, inducing a wave of nausea. "What is wrong? That is your beloved," Chang Xiaoya remarked curiously, casting a glance at the figure, comparing herself to her at once. In terms of stature and beauty, she felt she far surpassed this mundane girl. Initially expecting an enchanting beauty, Chang Xiaoya soon felt reassured. It was nothing extraordinary after all. Silence. Cold Qingsong bit his lip until blood oozed, casting a frigid gaze towards Xian'er and the old emperor, seemingly wishing to etch this moment deeply into his memory. Xian'er seemed to sense the piercing intensity of Cold Qingsong's stare. Her displeasure flickered momentarily. Indeed, this flower boat was exquisite, and the women aboard were undeniably more alluring than herself. Yet, such superficiality was merely a means of self-indulgence, and to feel discomfort from it was intolerable. "Then it shall be destroyed." Xian'er whispered a few words before the old emperor, who furrowed his brow as he regarded the flower boat, and quietly commanded, "Bring forth the flames. Let this vessel be incinerated." Originally bound by 2 layers of seals placed by Chang Xiaoyu, Cold Qingsong, amidst her astonished gaze, gradually rose to his feet, his expression icy as he directed his words towards the main hall. Ridiculous. Chapter 66. The old emperor's counterattack just as Chang Xiaoya intended to stop the rising Lung Qingsong. She realized that such a forceful breach of her seal would inevitably destroy the body of the foundational stage cultivator. As he stood, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Lung Qingsong, an unparalleled sword intent soaring from him. The seal that Chang Xiaoya had meticulously crafted was instantly shattered by this indomitable sword intent, causing her to suffer a backlash that left her throat tasting coppery, blood droplets staining her resplendent red gown. Chang Xiaoya gazed in horror at Lung Qingsong, who now appeared to her as an embodiment of a sword, a celestial blade capable of rending the heavens asunder. The immense pressure instilled a pang of trepidation in Chang Xiaoya, a cultivator of the merging stage. How could such a formidable sword power emanate from a mere foundational stage cultivator? Staring at Lung Qingsong, she found herself momentarily frozen in disbelief. Around him, Lung Qingsong radiated a murderous sword intent that surged forth like a tidal wave, scattering the surrounding bluestone slabs. The once snow-laden skies were swept clear by this sword intent, while countless imperial guards, palace maids, and eunuchs in the great hall succumbed to unconsciousness under the weight of this pressure. Yet, the old emperor was shielded by a faint golden aura, a protective dragon of fortune that withstood this magnificent sword might. A piercing sword light ascended towards the heavens, dispersing the snow and illuminating the entire imperial city. The long swords within the city resonated in unison, as if eagerly anticipating an imminent event. Lung Qingsong felt every bone in his body resonating, his eardrums assaulted by a cacophony of explosive sounds, the world before him blurring into a sharp beam of sword light. Suddenly, a heartbeat reverberated within him, jolting Lung Qingsong to awareness. It was his own heartbeat. Yet in the next instant he realized that this rhythm was also the heartbeat of the sword within his heart. His pursuit had been to become one with the sword. He was the sword, and the sword was he. His heart was transforming into a blade. In that moment, Lung Qingsong felt as if he had become the sharpest sword in existence, capable of severing all, even time itself. The sky unleashed torrents of mysterious yellow energy, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, as the boundless sword intent emanating from him seemed to be suppressed by the will of heaven. Such a powerful sword should not exist in this world. The heavens disallowed it. However, unwilling to relinquish this threshold, Lung Qingsong felt as though he stood within a realm forged of radiant gold. Countless truths of the heavenly way passed before him, each representing the pinnacle of the Tao. Yet, he paid them no heed, fixating solely on a colossal closed door. Lung Qingsong sensed that something behind that door was calling to him, but its size rendered him insignificantly small in its presence. Slowly, he raised his hand, grasping the endless golden light surrounding him. With a resolute voice, he uttered a command, as if he were a celestial being, gazing calmly at the immense door before him, and gently swung the sword formed from the infinite golden light. The supreme sword's might collided against the grand gate, causing the colossal doors to resonate with a haunting hum. In the next moment, the entire entrance was cleaved into two by Lung Qingsong's blade. Amidst the myriad of fragments, his gaze remained solely fixated on the path that belonged to him alone. The countless essences of the universe were entirely absorbed by Lung Qingsong, as he stood enraptured in an enigmatic realm. Arcane energies billowed around him, with innumerable runes flowing through his form. Comprehension of the Tao, this pinnacle of enlightenment, a state that practitioners yearn for throughout their lives, where one can perceive the essence of the Tao, was unexpectedly encountered by the nascent soul practitioner, Lung Qingsong. Yet, unbeknownst to all, strands of fortune belonging to the Tang Kingdom were being severed from him. The fates intertwined with Lung Qingsong were being cut asunder by his own hand. The gathered onlookers, mere mortals, could only witness the white-clad woman who had been seated atop the flower boat slowly rise, only to stand still thereafter, as countless stone slabs shot forth in all directions. The aged emperor, reclining upon his bed, felt an inexplicable familiarity with the figure in white, a warmth stemming from a bloodline connection, bringing a sense of comfort to the long-isolated ruler. Beside him, Shinner trembled in fear at the sight of the familiar silhouette, her mind racing with frantic thoughts. Why? Why now? It has only just begun to snow. Why have they arrived already? He had seen everything. The very visage of her nestled against the emperor was witnessed by Lung Qingsong, now ascended to immortality. Shinner's expression twisted into a grimace, her previously dignified demeanor shattered, as her thoughts spiraled chaotically, desperately seeking a strategy. Meanwhile, Chang Xiaoye, aware of Lung Qingsong's current state, clutched her chest, stifling the backlash, and positioned herself before him, ready to shield him. The attainment of Tao was an event of monumental significance for any practitioner, a rarity to encounter even once in a lifetime. For the sake of his cultivation, Chang Xiaoye would not allow Lung Qingsong to be disturbed at this critical juncture. Shinner had succumbed to utter madness. She envisioned herself being cast back to her original form for deceiving the immortal, returning to a life of turmoil and uncertainty. No, I refuse to live that life again, even if it costs me my life. Gritting her teeth, Shinner turned to the emperor and shouted, "Your Majesty, quickly kill them. They are assassins." The emperor regarded the seemingly deranged maiden before him with a calm demeanor, as if the true essence of Shinner was now unveiled, revealing that the illusion of familial affection had been but a facade crafted by this woman. Indeed, the base-hearted will eventually reveal their true nature. The emperor's tranquil words momentarily stunned Shinner. Then, in a frenzy, she drew a dagger from her bosom and lunged into the emperor's embrace. No one can force me back to that existence, not even the emperor. Shinner plunged the dagger into the emperor's chest, yet he remained unfazed, his expression still tranquil. With a touch of pity, the emperor grasped the maiden's shin and softly uttered, "Do you truly believe I would be so easily persuaded? I believe only in your youthful form." In an instant, Shinner stood frozen, her internal organs suddenly racked with excruciating pain. She gazed in horror at the old emperor, whose expression was as still as stagnant water, and anxiously sought to distance herself from him, only to be seized by his grasp. I have grown too old. I had intended to inhabit the body of my grandson, a celestial being, but time has run out. Thus, I shall claim your body. The old emperor whispered softly into Xin'er's ear. A tremor coursed through her as she opened her mouth to protest. Yet the emperor placed her hand upon the dagger, a mocking smile gracing his features as he spoke intermittently. This palace is under my command. Nothing escapes my scrutiny. Do you truly believe I cannot see your clandestine affairs? Although the woman before him possessed a profound cunning, in the eyes of the decades-old emperor, she appeared overly naive. His patience had been born not out of affection, but rather a desire for the celestial being that lurked behind her. Xin'er wished to defend herself, but her mind grew heavier with each passing moment. Reluctantly, she turned her head toward the direction of Lung Qingsong, parting her lips to speak, only to have the emperor stifle her voice with his last vestiges of strength. The young girl closed her eyes, yet in the next moment, they flew open once more, the sharpness within them emanating an extraordinary ferocity, as an aura of sovereign authority radiated from her being. Chapter 67. Transformation. As Xin'er reopened her eyes, the sharpness of a sovereign and an undercurrent of regal authority radiated from her gaze, indicating that the owner of this body had undergone a profound transformation. Gazing upon her youthful form, Xin'er burst into laughter, reveling in the realization that she had indeed returned to life, with decades ahead to squander. Yet, it was a pity that she had not acquired the body of an immortal. Within Xin'er's being, the old emperor had successfully usurped her essence. While the original soul of Xin'er had long been consumed, the old emperor, while assimilating the memories left by this body, reveled in the boundless vitality that coursed through her youthful frame. Concepts of family and love, in the face of time, were mere illusions. Only those on the brink of death understood that survival eclipsed all else. As long as he drew breath, infinite possibilities awaited him. He cast a reluctant glance at Lung Qingsong, for in his grand design, he had aspired to seize the body of an immortal. How dare that wretched servant lay hands upon him? Once the old emperor had absorbed all the memories, his expression shifted, reverting to that of a sorrowful maiden, gazing pitifully at Lung Qingsong who stood in the arena. That was the descendant he had once wished to eliminate with his own hands. Even now, the old emperor felt no remorse for his actions. Having been entrenched in the imperial lineage, he had long been accustomed to the brutalities of kin turning against one another. Familial bonds crumbled under the weight of power. The old emperor's eyes fixed on Lung Qingsong, a glimmer of hope flickering within them. Eternal life would allow him to grasp power indefinitely. If only this rebellious child, transformed into an immortal, could bequeath him unparalleled techniques. He could embark upon the path of cultivation, achieving immortality, thereby becoming the everlasting sovereign of this empire. What are you staring at? A sudden voice interrupted the old emperor's thoughts. He turned sharply to find Ouyang, clad in a blue robe, standing beside him with hands tucked into his sleeves. His expression serene. Who are you? Ouyang. The old emperor rifled through Xin'er's memories and, upon recognition, a look of delight spread across her youthful visage as she lunged toward Ouyang. Ouyang, however, did not spare her a glance. With one hand, he grasped the girl's wrist, lifting her effortlessly as if she were a mere rabbit. Gazing into her pitiful eyes, he felt a wave of distaste. Despite her appearance as a 20-year-old maiden, the soul within was that of a decrepit old man. Unbeknownst to the old emperor, Ouyang had been observing all her actions from the shadows. Adopting the role of the pitiful girl, she implored, Ouyang immortal, you've hurt me? Her tone was reminiscent of a wronged maiden. Ouyang, with a smirk that danced on the edge of mockery, replied, hurt you? Shall I fetch a dozen burly men to toss you about like a sack of rice? The old emperor was momentarily taken aback. In her memories, Ouyang had always treated this body with kindness. Why then did he suddenly speak so coarsely? Was it due to this foolish woman's seduction that had provoked the immortal's ire? Immortal, it was his majesty the emperor who compelled me. As a frail woman, what could I possibly do? The old emperor's expression turned desolate, resembling an innocent white lotus unable to control her own fate. Ouyang gently extended a hand to caress the cheek of the girl before him, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "Are you performing some kind of act? You old scoundrel." Everything that had transpired was witnessed by Ouyang, who had been hiding in the bottom of the flower boat, munching on seeds. The riveting drama unfolding was thoroughly enjoyable for him. As the captivating scenes played out, Ouyang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Yet the old emperor's method of possession left him feeling a sense of unease. Why was Ouyang able to perceive the old emperor's act of seizing control? It was because a previously absent attribute panel suddenly appeared on Xian'er. Name? Xian'er, dual spirits. Bone structure. 0 luck. 0 charm. 0 talent. 0 exclusive skills. 0 evaluation. No comments. On reflection, why did his system seem to be deteriorating? Yet, how could an ordinary mortal achieve possession and rebirth? There must be some practitioner-esque technique behind this. Thus, Ouyang manifested before the old emperor, eager to uncover the identity of the individual behind him. The girl's astonished expression lingered on her face as she stammered. "What does the immortal mean?" Ouyang patted her cheek, expressing a hint of regret as he said, "I mean, who exactly is aiding you in this possession? You old scoundrel. I do not comprehend your meaning." The old emperor was struck with terror, realizing that Ouyang had unveiled his identity. Ouyang threw the girl onto the couch, and in the old emperor's horrified gaze, drew his sword, calmly stating, "Do you know how to write the word death? Would you like to learn? I will inscribe it upon your face. I am the emperor of the Great Tang. Do you dare to kill me? Are you not afraid of heavenly retribution?" The old emperor, seeing Ouyang brandishing his sword, abandoned all pretense and shouted in defiance, "Oh, so that spirit truly is you? I merely wish to enhance your appearance. I never said I would kill you," Ouyang replied, tilting his head and smirking. Upon hearing Ouyang's mocking tone, the old emperor instantly realized he had been deceived and hastily declared, "I can appoint you as the national master of the Great Tang. We could even share this empire." Observing the old emperor begging like a dog, Ouyang remained perplexed, questioning how they believed that worldly possessions could sway a practitioner. Ouyang raised his hand, driving his sword beside the old emperor's ear, the blade embedding itself into the wooden armrest of the couch, its quivering reflection revealing the old emperor's pale visage. Ouyang felt a strange familiarity regarding the identity of the practitioner behind the old emperor, yet he couldn't pinpoint who it was. The fact that this individual had remained elusive thus far indicated an extraordinary level of caution. As long as they chose not to reveal themselves, they would remain hidden. Turning to glance at Lung Qingsong, who stood in meditation, Ouyang's expression shifted to one of confusion, sensing something was amiss. Finally, Lung Qingsong opened his eyes, the profound truths of the universe swirling within them, the mysterious essence entirely absorbed into his being. Internally, his golden elixir spun wildly, reaching an unprecedented velocity, beginning to show signs of rupture. With a gentle lift of his hand, the clouds above parted as if swept by a sword's edge, instantly vanishing without a trace. A colossal, ethereal long sword gradually materialized, accompanied by an abundance of enigmatic yellow aura. Uncontrollably, Lung Qingsong ascended towards the heavens. Amidst the vast expanse, the immense, intangible long sword descended gracefully behind him, transforming into a streak of light that surged into his being. In an instant, the golden core within Lung Qingsong shattered, and a diminutive figure, merely an inch tall, emerged from the remnants. It was the transformation into a nascent soul. Lung Qingsong was on the verge of transcending to the nascent soul stage. The form of the nascent soul mirrored that of Lung Qingsong, and the streak of light morphed into a small sword, resting in the hands of the nascent soul. As the small sword fully took shape, Lung Qingsong gazed upon it for an extended period. Its appearance bore striking resemblance to the wooden sword gifted to him by Xian'an during his childhood. "Do you enjoy practicing swordsmanship? Then this is for you," the girl had said, extending the wooden sword to his envious self. "I shall become the best in the world." Young Lung Qingsong had replied earnestly as he accepted the sword. In the next moment, Lung Qingsong's expression sharpened. The sword in the hands of his nascent soul suddenly fractured, A crisp sound of metal breaking echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Chaos erupted within Lung Qingsong's Dantian, and the newly formed nascent soul began to turn translucent. In the realm of sword cultivators, breaking one's own life-bound flying sword was tantamount to self-destruction, a path that could easily lead one to madness. Lung Qingsong's aura became unstable, and as he opened his eyes, a frenzied, killing intent flickered within them. However, when his gaze fell upon Chang Xiaoye, who bravely stood before him, his eyes regained clarity. Within his Dantian, the nascent soul stabilized, and the dissipating aura of the broken sword ceased. With its eyes gently closed, the nascent soul sat cross-legged within Lung Qingsong's Dantian, absorbing the myriad energies of the heavens and earth. The transparent, broken sword steadied itself. Though the life-bound sword was severed, it had not been lost. As the nascent soul leapt from the golden core, the heavens responded. The ominous clouds, previously dispersed by the sword light, began to coalesce anew. Amidst the flashes of lightning and rolling thunder, an immensely terrifying tribulation was brewing. When a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, they must face a trial from the heavens. Surmounting this tribulation elevates one to a great nascent soul cultivator. Failing to do so results in death and the obliteration of their path. This marks the first assessment by the heavens for practitioners, known as the 3-3 Thunder Tribulation. Each year, countless golden core cultivators perish within this formidable trial. As Lung Qingsong's aura gradually stabilized, he opened his eyes slightly, casting an unsatisfied glance at the impending thunder tribulation in the sky, and slowly uttered a single word: "Begone." Chapter 68. The emergence of the immortal's secret realm. The impending thunder tribulation in the sky momentarily faltered, as if caught in a glitch, and then vanished as swiftly as a tempest sweeping away the remnants of clouds. The once mighty thunder tribulation dissipated into nothingness after Lung Qingsong uttered a single dismissive word. This was the formidable 3 Thunder Tribulation, a source of despair for countless core formation cultivators. How could such celestial power simply retreat before Lung Qingsong? The very individual responsible for this phenomenon, Lung Qingsong, descended from the sky. His presence, already imbued with a sharp sword intent, now radiated an even more pronounced aura of swordsmanship with each subtle movement. This was a manifestation of his mastery over the sword path. Once his cultivation stabilized, he felt confident enough to effortlessly cleave through even those at the out-of-body stage. Yet, alas, his innate sword had yet to take form, compelling him to seek a new heart sword. Upon landing on the flower boat, he caught sight of Chang Xia, whose lips bore traces of blood. A flicker of regret crossed his eyes, but Chang Xia merely smiled at him, unperturbed. Taking a deep breath, Lung Qingsong turned his gaze toward the soft couch, where a visage from his memories appeared. She was markedly more beautiful than before, yet she seemed strikingly unfamiliar. Were it not for the undeniable proof before him, he would scarcely believe that this regal young lady was Xian Yuan. What were his intentions? The old emperor, observing Lung Qingsong in his white gown across the flower boat, quickly realized that this elegantly clad youth was none other than his own grandson. It was nothing of great consequence. Perhaps he merely sought to temper his Tao heart upon your life. Ouyang replied nonchalantly. "Brother, could you please step aside?" Lung Qingsong asked softly, casting a glance at Ouyang. Ouyang nodded, understanding that Lung Qingsong's affairs were his own to resolve. Lung Qingsong then focused on the young lady, and with his Yuaniing cultivation, he instantly discerned that her body had undergone a soul transformation. At this juncture, he had just begun to grasp the threshold of the divine soul, making him particularly sensitive to the discrepancies in the young lady. "Unfilial son, do you intend to kill me? I'm your own grandfather." The old emperor glared furiously at Lung Qingsong, feeling for the first time the terror of being but an insect. He was the emperor, sovereign over tens of thousands, commanding an army of 100,000, presiding over the lives and deaths of millions. Why then did he feel so insignificant before these immortals? "When you murder my parents, did you ever consider that they were your own flesh and blood?" Lung Qingsong asked, his expression devoid of emotion. The old emperor was momentarily at a loss for words. his face alternating between hues of blue and red, before he resignedly replied, "To the victor belong the spoils. Since you possess the ability to arrive here, then go ahead and act." Lung Qingsong turned to Ouyang and inquired, "Is there any issue if I were to kill him now?" Ouyang rolled his eyes. "If you choose to kill him, then so be it. What could possibly be the issue? Just a moment ago, you made the Thunder Tribulation retreat. But I do not wish to take his life. My parents indeed rebelled, just as he stated, victors and vanquished. As for the favor of the sword, I shall return it through Xianyuan this time." Lung Qingsong pondered for a moment before pointing his finger, transforming it into a sword that aimed directly at the old emperor. A ray of golden light struck the old emperor, who felt as though his body was being torn apart in excruciating agony, akin to someone mercilessly pulling his form apart like strands of squid. Yet, the torment was interrupted midway, as Lung Qingsong ceased his actions. Enduring the intense pain, the old emperor managed to address Lung Qingsong, inquiring, "What have you done to me?" To his astonishment, as he spoke, he realized that his voice had transformed into a dissonant blend of male and female tones, one his own, and the other belonging to this body's original essence. The amalgamation of voices was profoundly jarring. The old emperor even sensed that the wretched maid was vying for control over his body. Upon hearing the emperor's voice, Ouyang was taken aback, quickly grasping Lung Qingsong's intentions. Lung Qingsong had once again separated the souls of the old emperor and Xian'er, albeit not completely, allowing that scheming woman to regain her vitality. Within Xian'er's body now resided two consciousnesses. It remained uncertain whether you, in your female form, could still retain your position on the throne. And let us not forget, this green tea has an old paramour who might assist her in reclaiming the throne. Alas! Although this may appear somewhat coercive to the old emperor, sacrificing a portion of one's body for the sake of the throne should pose no issue, would it? In due time, this green tea's fiancé would arrive with his army to rescue her, only to find his betrothed transformed into an empress, sharing her body with an elderly man. A tale of 3 men and 1 woman unfolds. How intriguing! Ouyang mused that merely concocting this narrative in his mind was enough to challenge one's worldview. He glanced at his second son, surprised to discover that the taciturn youth harbored such a cunning disposition. With an expression of calmness, Lung Qingsong gazed at the full moon in the sky. Having completed his task, he felt a sudden heaviness in the atmosphere, as if the heavens had drawn closer. The nascent soul within him sensed its master's thoughts, furrowing its brow, and lifted the broken sword in its grasp. Lung Qingsong transformed into a radiant beam of sword light, soaring into the sky, which appeared to tear open as a massive fissure emerged. It was as though the heavens had been pierced, releasing boundless energies from the scar left in the sky. "I am the sword is I," echoed Lung Qingsong's voice throughout the cosmos. The heavens responded, resonating with 3 ancient chimes. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A majestic palace revealed itself in the heavens, resembling a long sword, as if a sharp blade were sheathed within the sky, jutting upwards at an angle. Countless cultivators in the realm felt the emergence of this palace simultaneously, their gazes lifting towards the celestial structure. Concealed in the sky, the palace was enveloped in an endless sword intent, instilling a profound sense of dread in those who beheld it. The Immortal's secret realm. Those cultivators who had lived long enough and witnessed enough comprehended, at the very first glance, the true nature of the palace before them. In ancient times, great sages possessed the extraordinary ability to create their own realms. With unparalleled cultivation, they forged personal sanctuaries that, upon their demise, became concealed by the celestial order. These hidden realms would only re-emerge before the world when a suitable successor appeared. Such sanctuaries are known as the secret realms of immortals. Within these mystical domains lie not only the rare treasures of ancient times, but also the legacies and artifacts of the great sages. Securing even a single item from these realms could benefit an ordinary cultivator for a lifetime. The cultivation world stirred with excitement. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the sudden emergence of this celestial secret realm, its appearance signified opportunity. Even the 9 sacred lands could not afford to overlook such a sanctuary. Yet, the question lingered. Which ancient immortal had left behind this hidden domain? Far away on a small peak, Bai Feiyu let out a tremendous sneeze, nearly losing his balance from the tree. Rubbing his nose, he pondered the inexplicable twitching of his right eyelid. Chapter 69. Huyin Cold Qingsong spared the life of the old emperor, yet only deepened his suffering. As Cold Qingsong returned to the flower boat and cast a glance back at the seemingly frenzied figure, his face betrayed no emotion. The flower boat, halting before the grand hall, gradually ascended, carrying Ouyang and his companions into the sky. Second brother, what manner of creature did this sword cleave? Ouyang lay on the deck of the flower boat, gazing at a corner of the majestic palace above, while Hututu, beside him, had already drifted into a slumber. Smacking his lips, Ouyang found it quite novel. He had never witnessed a palace manifesting suddenly in the sky before, even though it was right before his eyes. No matter how high they flew, the corner of the palace remained tantalizingly out of reach. Truly wondrous. This is the immortal's secret realm. Only when the realm opens does its entirety reveal itself. Such a secret realm, even your Qingyan sect would not overlook, Chang Xiaoye remarked, casting a glance at the secret realm before her. Why are you looking for me instead of tending to your little husband? Ouyang inquired, not turning his head as he continued to observe the immortal's secret realm above. Cold Qingsong was still in his chamber, stabilizing his cultivation after his recent breakthrough. Meanwhile, Chang Xiaoye sat on the deck, gazing dreamily towards the direction of the secret realm. In my youth, I greatly admired Master Huyin. For every word he spoke eventually came to fruition. Thus, I believed he could do no wrong. Yet this time, it feels as though both Cold Qingsong and I are merely pawns in his game, and that sensation leaves me quite uneasy. Ouyang turned to regard Chang Xiaoye, who was usually bold and unrestrained. Now she sat quietly, hugging her knees and staring into the sky, as if she had undergone a transformation. If it troubles you, then inquire, Ouyang stated nonchalantly. Such a great practitioner as Master Huyin surely has his profound reasons for his actions. Though I feel uncomfortable, I shall not question him. I trust him, Chang Xiaoye replied softly. The broad-shouldered middle-aged man had, in her youth, shielded her and her master like a father, and in Chang Xiaoye's heart, she had long regarded Huyin as a paternal figure. Thus, even though she felt manipulated by Huyin, she accepted it as her due. Ouyang rolled his eyes, gently lifting Hututu and placing him in Chang Xiaoye's embrace before retrieving a communication stone, infusing it with a strand of true energy. Hello, who is this? A deep, gravelly voice emerged from the stone. It's me. The matter in Tang country has concluded, Ouyang replied into the stone. Oh, it's Ouyang. I thought it was someone else. Come, let the music play on, let the dance continue. The deep voice instantly transformed, becoming lively, accompanied by the sounds of various instruments and the laughter of several women. Ouyang, feeling exasperated, spoke into the communication stone. Old man, you'll eventually perish in the embrace of a woman. Shut up, fledgling, you old lecher. Oh, getting anxious are we? Do you really want to ignite the harem? Ouyang glanced at the slumbering Hutu nestled in Chang Xiaoye's embrace and lowered his voice to threaten. I apologize, I was mistaken. What brings you to seek me? My dear disciple, Huyin, seated across from him, replied with a somewhat obsequious tone, his voice immediately dropping in pitch. Why resort to such methods? Ouyang inquired. Huyin, appearing nonchalant, responded, otherwise, when would we wait? Would it be prudent to allow that foolish lad to transcend the tribulation, solidifying his resolve, only for him to witness the scene you just orchestrated? Can you fathom the consequences? The image of the furious Lung Qingsong, sword drawn and bloodshed imminent, flashed through Ouyang's mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yet, he retorted, did you transform that green tea girl into this? How can you tarnish someone's purity out of thin air? I merely gifted that girl a jade pendant. Beyond that, I did nothing. The choices she made thereafter were entirely her own, and it has nothing to do with me. Huyin replied impatiently. Huyin clarified that his sole contribution was the jade pendant, which had inadvertently opened the floodgates of desire within Xian'er's heart. He wielded not only great influence, but also the innate desires of mortals. a truly formidable skill possessed by his master. Must practitioners sever their ties with the mundane? Ouyang pondered aloud. Ouyang sighed deeply. What do you believe would be the outcome of a romance between a mortal and a practitioner? Compared to practitioners, the lifespan of mortals is but a fleeting moment. When a mortal reaches a century, how many reckless acts would a practitioner commit to reclaim their beloved? Can you guarantee the outcome? There exists a way of life for mortals and another for practitioners. The affection a practitioner holds for a mortal is akin to marrying an inflatable girlfriend, absurd in the eyes of those who cultivate. Once a practitioner attains a certain level of mastery, they're capable of countless deeds. The transformation into a malevolent being occurs far too frequently. Ouyang continued with a languorous tone. If your younger brother aspires to become the lord of 10,000 swords, how does that differ from being an emperor among mortals? The karmic entanglement of the mundane world would surely cloud his sword heart. When his sword heart remains untainted, he will naturally discern his path. Consider the wife I found for him. She possesses everything one could desire, far superior to the flawed fruits of the mortal realm. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Chang Xiao blushed and indignantly exclaimed, "You old rogue, has the secret realm emerged?" Ouyang's voice resonated once more. Ouyang gazed towards the palace in the heavens and nodded. I have also deduced that once Qing Song achieves an untainted sword heart, he will unlock this secret realm, which is said to hold great opportunities. Do not forget to pursue it. Ouyang remarked. How astute of you to scheme even for the secret realm. Ouyang thought. Ouyang's efforts to facilitate Lung Qingsong's attainment of an untainted sword heart were all meticulously laid out for the benefit of his own disciple. In a moment of confusion, Ouyang posed one final question. If that is the case, then why assist the Dog Emperor in seizing control? Isn't that akin to pulling down one's trousers to pass gas? I shall reiterate, I merely bestowed upon that girl a jade pendant. Beyond that, I am entirely uninformed. You cannot truly believe I possess omniscience, can you? Hey dear, do not remove my trousers. Ouyang reiterated emphatically, seemingly attempting to placate someone unknown. Not you? Ouyang furrowed his brow, and the communication stone in his hand was abruptly disconnected by Ouyang. If not his master, then who could it be? Within a cavern, a middle-aged gentleman exuding an air of melancholy embraced a captivating woman, whispering sweet nothings. The woman rested her head on the man's shoulder, exhaling softly. Can that lad genuinely assist Xiaoya in overcoming her great peril? The middle-aged man pondered momentarily before shaking his head. The secrets of heaven are not to be revealed. The divination was derived from years of my calculations, yet Ouyang just mentioned possession. I suspect unforeseen variables have emerged. Am I to believe I have sacrificed a disciple in vain? The woman exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. We both understand that Xiaoya's fate was sealed. The emergence of a variable is already a marked improvement, the man hastily reassured her. You are all appearance and no substance. The woman retorted with disdain. All appearance and no substance? The middle-aged man felt provoked, and with a swift gesture, extinguished the light, eager to redeem himself. The old emperor lay upon the ground like a decrepit dog, his eyes bloodshot and breathing heavily. This humiliation was one he had never experienced as a sovereign. Kulme, protect the emperor, he bellowed, the mixed voices of men and women ringing harshly in the empty hall. The grand chamber echoed with silence, devoid of any presence. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your rebirth. A shadowy figure emerged from the corner, addressing the old emperor with feigned indifference. National Master, save me. Upon seeing the dark figure, the old emperor instinctively reached out, as if grasping a lifeline. Has Your Majesty not reached your desired goal? Although the celestial body eludes you, this youthful form is commendable as well. The shadow revealed itself to be Lin Feng, the son of the demon clan, risen from the grave. Lin Feng surveyed the androgynous old emperor before him with dissatisfaction. In his plans, this emperor was meant to inhabit the body of Lung Qingsong. What a useless being! Lin Feng furrowed his brow, flicking his fingers to drop a pill into the emperor's mouth. Your Majesty must now stabilize your throne within 7 days. Then initiate the blood sacrifice ascension technique. Lin Feng spoke with disdainful persuasion. Will the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands truly grant me immortality? The old emperor gazed at Lin Feng with hopeful anticipation. Lin Feng chuckled softly, the demonic markings on his face becoming more pronounced as he gazed enticingly at the old emperor. Indeed, you shall attain immortality, and perhaps even ascend to divinity. Chapter 70. I am seeking a method of death. Lin Feng enticed the aged emperor before him, all the while harboring a mocking disdain within. A mere mortal dares to aspire for immortality? Had it not been for the auspicious golden dragon shielding this old emperor, Lin Feng would have long since transformed him into mere fertilizer. It was a pity that his grand scheme of a million-person blood sacrifice was set in motion with the hope that the old emperor could effectively pacify Ouyang and Lung Qingson, only to find that the emperor proved utterly ineffectual. All the lives he had taken over these days were for naught, worthless. Before us stands Lin Feng, the former esteemed disciple of the Qingyun sect, who has now seamlessly adapted to the body of the demon prince, Zhu Yuan. He reveled in the surging power coursing through him. In just a few short weeks, he had ascended from the third to the sixth stage of the nascent soul. There were no barriers to his cultivation, and he felt himself growing stronger with each passing moment. This sensation consumed Lin Feng, for compared to his own body, the potential of his esteemed junior's physique was truly that of a celestial prodigy. Alas, the pace of his ascent was still too sluggish. Even though he could sense his power increasing daily, Lin Feng's insatiable thirst for strength led him to dissatisfaction. The act of killing was the path to enhancing his cultivation. Yet the process of slaying one by one was exasperatingly slow. Within his mind resided various arcane demon techniques documented during Zhu Yuan's time as a prince of the demon clan. The blood sacrifice technique. The more beings sacrificed, the greater the enhancement for the demon cultivator. Thus, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the distant Tang kingdom. This realm was but a humble domain for mortals, with millions of commoners crammed into its minuscule towns. Upon his initial arrival, Lin Feng deemed this place to be the perfect venue for his inaugural blood sacrifice. Although his cultivation was suppressed, with a few clever tricks, he easily garnered the old emperor's trust. To his astonishment, he discovered that this land was the ancestral home of Ouyang and Lung Qingson. The old emperor before him was none other than the grandfather of Lung Qingson, who had once single-handedly vanquished the entire Wenjian peak. With a heart now hardened and a demeanor transformed, Lin Feng resolved to torment this old emperor to his demise. Relishing the satisfaction of personal vengeance, he produced a yellow talisman, which ignited spontaneously without flame, and casually tossed it upon the old emperor's original form, igniting a fervent blaze akin to oil catching fire. The old emperor gazed, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, as he watched his body gradually reduce to ashes. This sensation was peculiar, akin to witnessing his own demise firsthand. Your Majesty must have left contingencies. The throne should be seamlessly passed on, yes? Lin Feng inquired indifferently. Rest assured, I have made all necessary arrangements, the old emperor hastily replied. Lin Feng nodded, stating, in 7 days, I shall activate the formation, and that shall be the day of your ascension to immortality. A glimmer of joy crossed the old emperor's face as he clasped his hands in reverence toward Lin Feng, proclaiming, once accomplished, I am willing to share the Tang kingdom with you, master. At that moment, the old emperor's voice transformed back into that of a woman, for the pill Lin Feng had flicked forth bore the power to stabilize the soul. The hour grows late, your majesty. It is time for you to retire. Lin Feng spoke without reservation, issuing an unceremonious dismissal. The old emperor bowed, yet a flicker of fierce determination gleamed in his eyes. Never before had he been treated with such blatant disrespect. When the time of his ascendance arrives, he would rally the entire imperial guard, regardless of the cost in lives, to exact vengeance upon the audacious Lin Feng. Once the old emperor vanished from sight, Lin Feng lowered his gaze to the increasingly radiant magical patterns adorning his hands, murmuring softly, Ouyang, oh Ouyang, await the day when I reclaim what is rightfully mine. There is no need to wait. I despise being indebted to others. Let's settle this now. Just as Lin Feng was making his quiet vow, Ouyang's voice drifted down from the heavens. Bathed in moonlight, Ouyang, clad in a flowing azure robe, perched upon a colossal paper crane, resting his chin on his hand, wearing an enigmatic smile as he gazed down at Lin Feng, though confusion churned within him. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's attribute panel had already materialized before his eyes. Name: Lin Feng, Demon Clan Saint. Cultivation: 6th level of Ouyang, suppressed, root bone, 10-1 charisma, 8 luck, 7 swordsmanship aptitude, 10 exclusive skills, ever-changing magical figure, soul transformation evaluation. Do not inquire. I possess no insights for evaluation. Ouyang's interest was piqued by Lin Feng, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Ziyuan, with identical attributes of root bone, charisma, and luck. Yet, the cryptic symbols following his name and the vague evaluation left Ouyang perplexed. Who exactly was this Lin Feng, that even the system could not provide a comprehensive assessment? It was known that even reincarnated beings and transcendent sword immortals were easily discernible by the system. Yet here stood Lin Feng, a figure that had caused the system to falter for the first time. This cast a shadow on the credibility of Ouyang's system. Throughout his journey, Ouyang had placed unwavering faith in the system's judgments, but now, encountering a character that induced a glitch, his curiosity about Lin Feng intensified. After learning that his master had not arranged for the old emperor to usurp a body, Ouyang promptly accessed the recording stone concealed within the palace, coincidentally witnessing the exchange between Lin Feng and the old emperor. His recording stone, crafted by a junior from the Mixed Studies Peak, could not capture sound, nor could he view another's attribute panel merely by observing the recording. Thus, Ouyang resolved to utilize the paper crane's vantage to discern the true nature of this enigmatic figure. To his surprise, he arrived just in time to hear Lin Feng making bold proclamations. With wide eyes, Ouyang inquired, "Who are you really? Why do you resemble Ziyuan so closely?" Lin Feng's mind raced, a torrent of thoughts colliding within him. He had never anticipated that Ouyang would return so unexpectedly. Gazing at Ouyang on the paper crane, Lin Feng's thoughts whirled rapidly before he declared, "I am Zuming, the great prince of the Demon Clan. You of the Qingyun sect have slain my royal brother. I shall exact retribution for this grievance." Ouyang, seeing Lin Feng attempt to mask his identity, gracefully leaped down from the paper crane. With a surge of vital energy, Ouyang struck the ground, creating a crater as he extricated his leg from the earth. Gazing at Lin Feng, who stood opposite him, startled and on guard, Ouyang retrieved the tome titled Fundamentals of the Five Elements Techniques from his bosom, perusing its pages while casting a sly smile at Lin Feng. "I do not believe you, Lin Feng. Your name has been directly flagged by the system. Are you trying to play the fool with me?" A chill coursed through Lin Feng's body. The knowledge of his name was privy only to himself and Lin Feng of the Qingyun sect. How could Ouyang possibly be aware of it? Lin Feng's mind raced with frantic strategies, yet his cultivation was suppressed to the qi refinement stage, leaving him at a loss for how to confront Ouyang. "What are you looking at?" Lin Feng asked, swallowing hard, his voice dry as he observed Ouyang flipping through the book. Ouyang glanced up at Lin Feng before returning to his search, casually responding, "I am selecting a method of demise that I find particularly appealing for you." Chapter 71. A completely overwhelming battle. The rustling of turning pages filled the air, enveloping Lin Feng in an immense pressure. Ouyang stood there, casually flipping through a book, yet he emanated an aura that made Lin Feng feel as though he were awaiting the verdict of death. Unable to win, he must escape. He must flee. Lin Feng fervently shouted within his mind, yet his feet felt as though they had taken root, rendering him utterly immobile. This body was a hard-earned possession, and relinquishing it so easily was an unbearable thought. Given sufficient time, he was confident he could ascend to the supreme realm. But why? Why was he not afforded that time? Just 7 days would suffice for him to reach the out-of-body stage of cultivation. Lin Feng's eyes burned crimson as he gazed at Ouyang, his expression imbued with venomous resentment and hatred that seemed to pierce through the air like tangible arrows. Ouyang, sensing Lin Feng's intense stare, lifted his head and issued a derisive laugh. "What is this? Do you intend to bite me?" Like a wraith, Lin Feng lunged towards Ouyang, summoning 3 violet needles into his grasp and casting them at Ouyang with fervor. Ouyang merely tilted his head, evading the 3 silver needles with ease. Too slow. Although he was merely at the chi refining stage, Lin Feng was similarly constrained to that realm. Ouyang, having stagnated in his cultivation for years, believed he could take on 10 opponents of the same level. The 3 enchanted needles were merely a diversion. As Ouyang sidestepped them, Lin Feng surged forward his right hand, adorned with dark demonic patterns, transforming into a claw aimed at Ouyang's neck. Bang! Lin Feng, in the midst of his fierce assault, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as the scenery around him rapidly retreated. He was sent flying. He crashed violently against the steps of the palace. The stone slabs, cracking under the impact, collapsed upon the ground. He nearly lost consciousness. Ouyang, retracting his foot, did not even bother to turn the page of his book. He glanced at Lin Feng, who had collided with the palace steps, and curiously asked, "Is this all?" He had anticipated that Lin Feng, capable of causing system disruptions, would possess considerable prowess. Instead, a mere kick had almost concluded the battle. This was exceedingly weak. The system couldn't even provide an evaluation. Such a display made his system seem rather foolish. Ouyang cast a discontented glance at Lin Feng. Originally, he merely wished to gauge Lin Feng's capabilities, but he found him disappointingly frail. As Ouyang continued to flip through his book, he approached Lin Feng. The techniques contained within the comprehensive compendium of 5 elemental arts were so formidable that he feared he might inadvertently reduce Lin Feng to ashes. Upon seeing the name Lin Feng, Ouyang was reminded of the recently transformed Lin Feng. The discomfort he felt when witnessing the old emperor usurp Xianyuan echoed here. The same unsettling sensation arose within him upon encountering the old Ling. It was as if the latter had been possessed, utterly transformed. Now, standing before him was an individual strikingly similar to Zhu Yuan, bearing a name closely resembling that of the old Ling. Ouyang now harbors doubts about whether Lin Feng, who accompanied Chen Changsheng to seek the Qingyun's secret treasure, is indeed the real Lin Feng. If this were true, his third brother would be in grave peril. Concern for Chen Changsheng, far away at the Qingyun sect, surged within Ouyang, though he soon felt a measure of reassurance. After all, while his third brother may lack various skills, when it comes to self-preservation, no one in the entire Qingyun sect could rival him. Yet, should the old Ling encounter any misfortune, he would certainly need to remain vigilant. Therefore, he must ascertain the true nature of this individual named Lin Feng. As Lin Feng collided with the bluestone steps, he sensed Ouyang approaching with deliberate intent. No longer inclined to conceal his true self, Lin Feng resolved to unleash his power. In this realm of mortals, his cultivation had been suppressed to the chi refinement stage, and he surmised that Ouyang, too, would be similarly constrained. Even the most extraordinary genius could not hope to transcend to the out-of-body stage at the tender age of 17 or 18. Any practitioner below the out-of-body level would find their cultivation in such a mundane environment limited to the foundation establishment stage. Thus, as both were at the chi refinement stage, Lin Feng questioned why he should feel inferior. Now was the time to fight with all his might, for failure to do so might cost him his very life. With a fierce shout, Lin Feng summoned forth the dark demonic patterns that enveloped his form, and the strength that had been restrained within him surged uncontrollably. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, yet Lin Feng paid it no heed, his focus solely on Ouyang. Chi refinement 6th layer, 7th layer, 9th layer, and then the pinnacle of the 9th layer, forcing his cultivation to ascend. Lin Feng felt the tumultuous energy within him and gazed at Ouyang with a cruel glint in his eyes. At this peak of the 9th layer, he could unleash the strength of a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. The thought of vanquishing Ouyang, a mere chi refinement practitioner, seemed utterly effortless. Amidst the surging demonic energy, Lin Feng raised his hands, forming a virtual grip before him, as a blood-red, demonic blade materialized in his grasp. The moment the crimson blade appeared, anguished souls could be heard howling from its surface, seemingly enduring unspeakable torment. All of Lin Feng's power converged upon this blade, and with a single strike, even a practitioner of a higher realm would meet their demise. This was a secret technique of the demonic lineage, a manifestation born from the profound understanding of the blade's essence. Just as a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit, Lin Feng understood he must deliver a fatal blow against Ouyang. With his entire being radiating power, Lin Feng resembled a protagonist facing a formidable boss, his expression resolute and ready to unleash a desperate strike. Ouyang halted, observing the explosive energy emanating from Lin Feng. He gently closed his book and stated calmly, "I have perused the options. Water burial, wind burial, and thunder burial pale in comparison to earth burial." Huh! Lin Feng paid no heed to Ouyang's words, exerting all his strength as he swung the demonic blade toward him. The blade, which had initially measured half a meter, instantly expanded into a colossal shadow. Soaring to several dozen feet, the massive blade shadow, entwined with the howling souls, hurtled toward Ouyang. Ouyang regarded the impending, unstoppable blade shadow and clapped his hands together, calmly proclaiming Earth Wall Technique. In an instant, two formidable earth walls rose on either side of Lin Feng, towering dozens of meters high, crashing violently towards him in the center. The once unstoppable shadow of the blade was abruptly ensnared between the two earthen barriers, as if swatted away like a fly. A swift annihilation. The combat was on an entirely different plane. The immense earth walls stood before the grand hall like towering tombstones, silently imposing. One must eradicate the roots when cutting grass. Ouyang slightly twisted his clasped hands, resting them before his chest. The tombstone-like earth walls entwined tightly, resembling twisted strands of dough. Within the confines of the earth walls, Lin Feng's presence had vanished entirely. Chapter 72. These chosen ones are like indestructible cockroaches. Ouyang, having completed his display of bravado, suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no, I used too much force. Is he dead?" In his eagerness to show off, he had clearly struck too hard. With his earth wall technique, he could easily reduce even a core formation cultivator to mere pulp. Surely, Lin Feng, whose cultivation was suppressed to the qi refinement stage, could not have withstood such an assault. Ouyang's hand struck the twisted earth wall, which crumbled into large clods, revealing Lin Feng's body, which had already been reduced to a mushy mass. Ouyang was perpetually unable to control his strength. Who knew why the techniques of the qi refinement stage transformed so dramatically in his hands? He had even tried to hold back. Yet Lin Feng proved to be surprisingly fragile. Gazing at the unsightly mess, Ouyang felt a surge of frustration. Before he could inquire further, he watched as something suddenly shot out from the remains of Lin Feng's body, vanishing in the blink of an eye. What on earth was that? It disappeared in an instant. Was it his soul? A wave of discomfort washed over Ouyang as he realized that Lin Feng had not perished at all. However, as a mere ninth-layer qi refinement practitioner, he had no comprehension of what a soul truly entailed. Only an infant soul cultivator could begin to grasp the mysteries of the soul. And the hallmark of the out-of-body stage was the ability to separate the soul from the body. How could a nascent soul cultivator perform feats that were typically reserved for out-of-body practitioners? Were these chosen ones so utterly unreasonable? How were ordinary individuals like himself supposed to contend with them? Frustrated, Ouyang cursed vehemently. If it weren't for his limited understanding of the soul's nature, he would never have allowed Lin Feng to escape. Despite possessing an astonishing amount of vital energy, Ouyang relied solely on his raw power, learning spells on the fly. Anything slightly more advanced was utterly beyond his comprehension, which resulted in him lacking any means to obstruct Lin Feng's fleeing soul. If he did not eliminate the root of the problem, it would surely return with the spring breeze. Lin Feng would undoubtedly make a comeback. These chosen ones were like indomitable cockroaches. No matter how hard he tried to eliminate them, they simply would not die. While the diligent villains were easily dispatched with a mere touch, it seemed utterly unjust. Why were the formidable antagonists in novels so cautious, laboriously cultivating to great heights and scheming for power, only to have their intelligence diminish when faced with these chosen ones, resulting in their untimely demise? Now Ouyang felt as though he were standing in the villain's shoes, unable to vanquish a chosen one like Lin Feng. Would he simply have to wait for someone else to grow powerful enough to sever his head and kick it like a ball? Ling Feng, if you have any more issues, I shall have Lao San turn you into a puppet. I may not understand what a soul is, but my Lao San is a master of soul manipulation. Ouyang recalled Ling Feng from the Qingyun sect. Their names were so similar. And this Lin Feng bore an uncanny resemblance to Ling Feng's deceased demonic disciple, Zhu Yuan. To assert that there was no connection between them was something he could never accept, even under duress. Filled with impotent rage, Ouyang cast a cold smile towards the distant palace, having sensed that someone within was observing all that transpired here. A mesmerizing potion, once intended for him by Su Ling, appeared in Ouyang's hand, and with a flick of his finger, he sent it into the mouth of an unconscious general. Enjoy the show? I shall ensure you witness it thoroughly. The aged emperor, transformed into a formidable figure, witnessed the unfolding scene in its entirety. When the emperor's fiancée personally stripped away the auspicious golden dragon symbolizing the emperor's fortune, it marked the moment of the old emperor's demise. How much chaos could a mere old dog of the mundane world stir? Relish this, you ancient fool. Ouyang activated the communication stone, summoning a paper crane remotely controlled by Hu Tutu. Being merely at the Qi refinement stage, he could not wield the artifact himself. Thus he had to call upon Hu Tutu to have the crane carry him back. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall, the old emperor crouched at the door, watching the celestial battle unfold before him, a wave of despair washing over him. Could he truly find a way to attain immortality amidst these celestial beings? He sank to the ground, devoid of hope, his eyes lacking luster. With the death of a national master, the blood sacrifice ritual lost its orchestrator, severing his path to eternal life. All that remained was this youthful body, with nothing else to show for it. Yet he now had time anew. The old emperor rose once more, gazing at his delicate hands, a fierce resolve igniting within him. He was no longer an elderly man on the brink of death, but a vibrant young woman of 20, endowed with ample time to rediscover the secrets of longevity. Before that, he must reclaim the throne and become the empress of this empire. The old emperor looked upon the plaque in the Grand Hall, behind which he had left a blank succession decree, a contingency plan for himself. Time passed, and the hall doors swung open, revealing a general clad in armor who beheld his beloved seated upon the dragon throne, holding a scroll. Xuan'e? The general inquired softly of the emperor seated on the throne. The old emperor abruptly lifted his head, meeting the gaze of his most trusted royal guard, who looked upon him with eyes brimming with affection. This stirred a wave of revulsion within the old emperor, who held the title of the supreme ruler. Yet, in order to stabilize the court, he swallowed his disgust, forcing a charming smile upon his face as he addressed the foolish one across from him. I have succeeded, General. Seeing the radiant smile of his beloved, the general's anxious heart finally eased, and he hurried to the throne, embracing the old emperor tightly, murmuring, "From this moment on, we shall never part." The old emperor, taken aback by the embrace, soon regained a sweet smile, while internally he screamed, "When I reclaim control of the court, you will be the first fool I eliminate." To the old emperor's astonishment, the general, cradling him, seemed to exhibit an unusual demeanor. The emperor's face instantly flushed crimson, as if he might shatter his back molars from clenching them so tightly. Meanwhile, the general, noticing the rosy hue on his beloved's cheeks, mistakenly assumed that Xian'er was merely shy. He glanced around, realizing they were in the grand hall where the emperor addressed his ministers. Engaging in such antics here would be exceedingly provocative. With an expression of despair, the old emperor beheld the broad-shouldered general, whose eyes were filled with a ravenous desire directed at him. Swallowing hard, he inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do? Let me show you," the general exclaimed, lunging toward the emperor. "Stop! Yi." The old emperor cried out in panic, uttering the general's name. Indulging in this sort of play? Let me witness it." Accompanied by the general's heavy breaths and the sound of fabric tearing, the scene unfolded. Chapter 73. Chun Changsheng. Resolute from afar beyond the imperial city, Hundreds were hastening towards it, led by the anxious young lord of Maple Leaf City, Xie Xinji. With 100 newly ascended innate grandmasters following him, and having consumed a potion to attain the same level, he felt sufficiently equipped to rescue his fiancée Yi from within the imperial city. Having assured himself of the potion's efficacy, Xie Xinji disregarded the warnings of Xie Chongyang and pressed onward with his newfound companions, driven solely by the desire to save his beloved. "Shinner, wait for me." His heart raced with urgency, each passing minute amplifying his fiancée Yi's suffering, leaving him tormented by the thought of the inhumane trial she endured. As he trudged along, a fleeting, imperceptible light surged into Xie Xinji's mind. He felt a sudden heaviness in his head, accompanied by disorientation, and then darkness enveloped him. Observing the change, his subordinates quickly caught him as he slumped. When Xie Xinji regained his senses, he halted, raising his hand to signal his followers to stop. "Young master, what is the matter?" one of his confounded subordinates inquired. "Return to Maple Leaf City." Xie Xinji's tone took on an unusual gravity as he issued an unexpected command. "But, young master, we are almost at the imperial city," protested the subordinate, bewildered. Xie Xinji shook his head, exhaling deeply. "I have come to a realization. I cannot risk your lives for my own selfish desires. We shall return to Maple Leaf City and gather our forces." Upon hearing Xie Xinji's words, his subordinates recognized his clarity in distinguishing right from wrong. How fortunate was the Xie family to have such a wise leader. Their prospect for success appeared bright. As the group turned back, Xie Xinji cast a fierce glance towards the imperial city, his expression hardening. "Ouyang, wait for it. One day, I shall personally sever your head." In that fleeting moment, when Ouyang had reduced him to mere pulp, his spirit had escaped, thankfully eluding any targeting of his soul. Otherwise, he would have perished there. It was a pity to lose the hard-won physical form he had acquired, the body of a demon prince. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng felt a pang of regret as he assessed his current form, merely at the first level of qi cultivation. Though Zuin's body possessed a method for soul possession, it only allowed him to occupy the bodies of the deceased or those yet to establish a foundation. Compared to the arduous path he had traversed to reach the nascent soul stage, he felt as though he had to start anew. All of this was the doing of Ouyang. Was it wrong for him to desire strength? Why was he being targeted so ruthlessly? A flicker of resentment crossed Xie Xinji's eyes as he turned to follow his companions, his mind sifting through the memories of this body. Fortunately, it belonged to an ordinary person, one who had practiced qi but had yet to cultivate the Tao. Otherwise, his spirit would not have so easily claimed this form. He needed to reassess everything and, this time, ensure he would not err again. Lin Feng recalled how Ouyang effortlessly called out his name, instantly realizing that Ouyang must possess the gift of foresight. Truly, a disciple of the renowned diviner Huyun, it seemed that he must exercise extreme caution this time. His previous incarnation had not been in vain. At the very least, he had garnered numerous advantages. As Lin Feng journeyed onward, he contemplated his next move. Xie Xinji's visage morphed into that of Zhu Yuan, then shifted to Ling Feng, before finally settling back into Xie Xinji's countenance. Meanwhile, far within the confines of the Qingyun sect's forbidden grounds, in a vast underground palace, Chun Chang Sheng and Ling Feng sat suspended in midair. Before them loomed a colossal pale blue orb of light, swirling with countless threads of essence that were firmly imprisoned within. This orb was the sect's treasured artifact, a sight that countless cultivators would never behold in their lifetimes, a legendary Tao treasure. As Ling Feng sat in meditation, he suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing within. He coldly scoffed to himself, what a waste. Such a fine physical form, truly a pity. Ling Feng, residing in the Qingyun sect's forbidden grounds, had sensed that his soul had once again fled this lifetime, meaning Lin Feng's body had been destroyed. How foolish could he be? In just a few days, his hard-won physical form was obliterated, were it not for the fact that Lin Feng was his incarnation in this life. Ling Feng would have been tempted to confront him directly and end the life of his own pathetic self, Ling Feng then closed his eyes once more, redirecting his focus to the Tao treasure. Compared to the destruction of his physical form, the pressing concern was to perceive his own Tao through the Qingyun secret treasure. The reason this artifact was deemed a Tao treasure was that it could autonomously evolve its threads of Tao, allowing cultivators to connect with the profound truths of the universe and visualize their own paths. This realization was paramount for any cultivator's future endeavors. Beside him, Chun Changsheng, who was also suspended in contemplation, keenly sensed the flicker of murderous intent emanating from Ling Feng. Meanwhile, within a secluded chamber inside a small mountain, Chun Changsheng, adorned in a purple Tao robe, slowly opened his eyes, puzzled by the sudden display of hostility from his senior brother Ling. Should he resort to self-detonation of his doppelganger? However, given that Ling Feng was already an advanced cultivator at the out-of-body stage, merely exploding his doppelganger would not harm his soul. Furrowing his brow, Chun Changsheng pondered this dilemma. Though uncertain as to why Ling Feng, who had been focused on the Tao treasure, exhibited such a trace of killing intent, Chun Changsheng remained determined to maintain his connection. He gently closed his eyes again, re-establishing the link to his doppelganger, still engaged in visualizing the Tao treasure. As he continued his meditation, Chun Changsheng slightly opened his eyes, and from his sleeve, two paper figures stealthily emerged. Transforming into two wisps of gentle wind, they darted towards Ling Feng, deftly snipping a strand of hair from his locks. The two breezes enveloped the acquired hair and soared beyond the confines of the forbidden ground. Oblivious to Chun Changsheng's actions, Ling Feng remained absorbed in his contemplation of the Tao treasure. Upon the hair's arrival within the secluded chamber of the small mountain, Chun Changsheng extended his hand to catch the strand from Ling Feng. In an instant, the two ethereal breezes transformed back into two paper figures. Chun Changsheng recited an incantation while deftly sweeping his hair across the two paper effigies. A golden light danced briefly upon the figures before dissipating into nothingness. Subtly, the features of Ling Feng began to emerge upon the faces of the paper figures. There was an unusual presence of hostility emanating from their hands. Chun Changsheng tapped the paper figures, causing them to rise and swiftly glide towards a nearby cabinet, which was densely packed with countless paper figures. Within lay the effigies crafted from the hair of numerous disciples of the Qingyun sect, and as Chun Changsheng gazed upon the multitude of paper figures, a flicker of vigilance crossed his eyes. Each member of the Qingyun sect had fashioned their own external paper figure, including Chun Changsheng himself. This was one of Chun Changsheng's trump cards, the puppet possession technique. It enabled him to manipulate the actions of others through paper figures imbued with their hair. For those of lesser cultivation, Chun Changsheng could even compel the paper figures to take their own lives. Should he so desire, he could discreetly eliminate all disciples below the out-of-body stage within the Qingyun sect without anyone being the wiser. Moreover, he could weaken those formidable cultivators above the out-of-body stage before a confrontation even began. Even his fellow disciples atop the small peak were not exempt from his precautions. Yet, notably absent was the paper figure of Ouyang. Chapter 74 Farewell. Upon returning to the flower boat atop the paper crane, Ouyang discovered Lung Qingsong standing on the deck, lost in thought as he gazed at the palace appearing in the sky. Regrettably, Lung Qingsong had changed out of his ethereal white dress. Had he not, he would have resembled a serene figure from a bygone era, gazing at the moon. Ouyang felt a twinge of disappointment. His younger brother's scandalous reputation had been quite profitable at Qingyun sect. As he leaped down from the paper crane, Lung Qingsong turned to Ouyang and softly inquired, "Brother, may I strike our master? Indeed, when he returns, I will help you with the sack, and you can take your shot." Ouyang replied with a nod. That old rascal had silently concocted a scheme that had spanned over a decade for their benefit, though it was well-intentioned towards Lung Qingsong. A sound thrashing would not be unwarranted for daring to manipulate them. Gazing at a corner of the heavenly palace, Lung Qingsong murmured, "It feels as though something within that palace is calling to me." Ouyang squinted at the majestic palace above. Despite only a glimpse of one corner, he could still sense its grandeur and solemnity. However, with its towering circular dome, It bore an uncanny resemblance to a burial mound. Could it be that his younger brother had inadvertently summoned the tomb of some ancient celestial being? Turning to Lung Qingsong, Ouyang remarked, "This is a gift from the old man. Whatever lies within will undoubtedly aid your path. Once we return to the sect, we shall see what the master has to say." Regarding Ling Feng, Ouyang chose to remain silent, for it was merely conjecture on his part. He could not ascertain the true nature of old Ling. If he were to hastily divulge his suspicions to his younger brother, Ouyang could easily predict that upon returning to the sect, Lung Qingsong would charge at Ling Feng with his sword. An out-of-body cultivator was hardly a concern. At worst, he could destroy his physical form and have the third brother obliterate his soul, ensuring not a trace remained. What Ouyang truly feared was what else might be lurking behind Ling Feng. One son of the demon clan was peculiar enough. Why was there an existence that even the system could not classify? Such occurrences had never transpired since his arrival in this world. This was the first instance of a system error. Until he could unravel this enigma, Ouyang had no intention of alarming any serpents in the grass. Moreover, upon returning to the sect, he would need to diligently study the knowledge of souls. Otherwise, when confronting cultivators of the out-of-body stage and above, he would find himself with no recourse but to flail helplessly. "Brother, what are you contemplating?" Lung Qingsong asked. Snapped back to reality, Ouyang smiled and replied, "I'm pondering how your grandfather is faring. Truly, is it wise to spare his life?" Their journey to the mortal realm was intended to sever the earthly ties of his second brother. Would allowing the old emperor to live affect Lung Qingsong's state of mind? Shaking his head, Lung Qingsong declared, "I have cultivated a pure heart. The affairs of the mortal realm bear no significance to me." Upon returning to the small peak, "I wish to enter seclusion for a few days to solidify my realm." Ouyang scratched his face. It seemed his younger brother was becoming increasingly loquacious. Had he finally overcome the shadows of social anxiety? Ouyang curiously opened the attribute panel of his second brother. Name, Lung Qingsong, child of the dimension, cultivation level, first stage of Yuanying root bone, 10-1 luck, 10 charisma, 10 swordsmanship talent, 10-1 exclusive skill. I am the sword. Evaluation, a slightly socially anxious child of the dimension, destined to be the protagonist. All attributes remained unchanged. Yet the evaluation shifted from a hint of social anxiety to merely a touch. Was this an increase or decrease? Ouyang gazed at the nearly unchanged attribute panel of Lung Qingsong, shaking his head. He had lost complete faith in the attributes conjured by his system. More often, he utilized this panel to understand specific circumstances. After all, if even garbled text could be produced, it seemed that even the system could not fathom this world. Ouyang and Lung Qingsong returned to their respective rooms, tossing the origami crane onto the deck, awaiting Hututu to retrieve it once she woke up tomorrow. The flower boat soared towards Qingyun's sect, racing swiftly. As Ouyang lay in bed, he was roused by the boisterous laughter and shouts of Hututu. Rubbing his eyes, he was still trying to comprehend the situation when Lung Qingsong pushed open the door and said, "Senior brother, Xiaoya is leaving." "Oh, Xiaoya's called out, huh? You aren't planning to sneak through her window at midnight, are you?" Ouyang grinned mischievously at Lung Qingsong upon hearing his words. Lung Qingsong's face flushed red as he stammered, "I didn't see. Then it must be she who climbed through your window," Ouyang declared confidently, observing Lung Qingsong's expression. "Brother, you." Lung Qingsong halted, silently reaching for the hilt of his sword. In terms of banter, he realized he could never outmatch Ouyang, even if 100 of him were joined forces. "I was just joking," Ouyang quickly reassured him, recognizing that his junior brother was not one to take such jests lightly. Lung Qingsong shot Ouyang a glare before turning to leave the room. Ouyang donned his clothes and stepped outside, where he could faintly see the Qingyun peak of the Qingyun sect in the distance. Home at last, Ouyang sighed. It had only been a few days, yet it felt as though he had been away for an eternity. Meanwhile, Hututu rode the origami crane, circling the flower boat, her laughter echoing around it. Having had her cultivation suppressed for days, the child was bursting with energy. Dressed in a flowing red gown, Chang Xiaoya approached with purposeful strides, casting a lingering glance at Lung Qingsong. He, as if jolted, awkwardly scratched his head. "Chang Xiaoya, silently scolded him for being foolish, giving him a flirtatious glance before turning to Ouyang. Junior brother, from here onward is the territory of Qingyun's sect. My presence here is quite inconvenient, so I shall escort you this far. Ouyang nodded, and then, recalling something, retrieved 2 white porcelain bottles from a storage pouch and handed them to Chang Xiaoye. This is my latest concoction of 100-flower essence, one for you and one for master. Chang Xiaoye took the white porcelain bottle once more, casting a glance at the dazed Lung Qingsong standing nearby. With a sigh, she smiled at Ouyang and remarked, Ouyang, my junior brother, master was indeed correct. You resemble Uncle Huyun the most. That old fellow pales in comparison to me. Ouyang disdainfully retorted, those rustic flirtations were merely borrowed from my repertoire. How could that aged man ever compare to me? Chang Xiaoye nodded in agreement, asserting, this is precisely why master advised against my choosing you. Like Uncle Huyun, you are gentle and considerate, making one feel cared for in every way, yet in truth, you are the most indifferent of souls. How can the mistress say such things about me? It's slander. I don't even have a girlfriend. Ouyang exclaimed, his indignation palpable. It was as if he were portrayed as a cad, while in reality, he was still a virgin. Chang Xiaoye cast a profound glance at Lung Qingsong, for she had staked her life on him. With a light laugh, she said, thus, I trust Master's judgment. It is wiser to choose a husband who is more straightforward and sincere. Chapter 75. Return to the sect at last. The moment has arrived. Everything has returned. Ouyang gazed towards the direction of Qingyun's sect, feeling a subtle stir in his heart after a few days away from the sect. As he drew closer, the essence of heaven and earth grew increasingly rich. Taking a deep breath, his countenance relaxed, and he remarked with satisfaction, indeed, it feels like home. Beside him, Lung Qingsong, who was also soaring through the air on his sword, wore a smile. Having lived in Qingyun's sect for over a decade, he had long since come to regard this place as home. Meanwhile, Hu Tutu, who was directing the flight of a paper crane, could only think of returning to the small peak to savor the chicken prepared by his third senior brother. Although the world was bustling, he found little joy in it. As the trio approached the boundary of the sect, 2 figures, also riding swords, intercepted them. One of the youths, cupping his hands in greeting, addressed Ouyang and his companions. This is the territory of Qingyun's sect. May I inquire about your business? Are you Ouyang? Ouyang looked over and realized that the gatekeeper was none other than Ma Xingye, who had assisted him during the outer sect competition. What a small world it is. Ma Xingye had finally struggled his way into the inner sect and now found himself honored with the responsibility of guarding the gates of Qingyun's sect. As the saying goes, after 10 years of hard study, one day can secure a stable position. Indeed, he had made significant progress, cutting down 30 years of effort. Although Ma Xingye's methods were a bit unscrupulous, Ouyang chose not to dwell on it, presenting his token for Ma Xingye to see. Ma Xingye raised his hand and bowed respectfully, saying, "Brother, please." His courteous bow was impeccable, exuding a welcoming demeanor that clearly indicated he had undergone professional training for such duties. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ouyang and his companions flew directly into the territory of Qingyun's sect. As Ma Xingye watched their retreating figures, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. After all the effort he had expended to enter the inner sect, everything was vastly different from what he had envisioned. Once the center of attention in the outer sect, he had anticipated that upon reaching the inner sect, he would swiftly rise to prominence, wielding his exceptional talent and formidable skills. Yet, Ma Xingye discovered that he had become just another face in the crowd. Though the inner sect boasted abundant resources, alleviating his concerns over cultivation materials, the brothers here surpassed him in talent and learned techniques more swiftly. The once lauded genius of the outer sect had now become an ordinary passerby within the inner sect. Every time he received letters from home, Ma Xingye would extol the virtues of Qingyun's sect, bringing comfort to his parents, yet only he knew of the discontent that lay beneath. The pressure was overwhelming, with an abundance of exceptional individuals. Though the atmosphere seemed calm, with laughter shared among acquaintances, beneath it all, competition ran deep. Upon entering the inner sect, the outer sect steward had specifically advised him to avoid conflict with Ouyang and to be courteous when they met. He had heard that Xiao Feng had also been admitted to the inner sect, residing on the same peak as Ouyang's lineage. Yet, he wondered if Xiao Feng, like him, felt an intense sense of oppression, especially since he was the one who had been defeated by Xiao Feng. Regarding Xiao Feng's prowess, although Ma Xingye referred to him as a defeated foe, he could not help but harbor a genuine admiration in his heart. As he gazed at Ouyang, who had now become a mere speck in the distance, he sighed softly. Though the Qingyun sect is grand, its dominion is not easily attained. Domak Xingyi, Ouyang and his companions were but a fleeting interlude. It was only when the small peak materialized before them that the trio of Ouyang erupted in laughter simultaneously. Hututu, unable to contain his excitement, called out loudly to the small peak, "Hey, Tutu is back! Tutu is back! I'm back!" The echoes of Hututu's voice reverberated throughout the small peak, yet when his voice faded into silence, no one emerged to welcome them. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Hututu turned to Ouyang and inquired, "Senior brother, why is no one here to greet us?" Ouyang, too, found it peculiar. Logically, there should have been old 3, Xiao Bai, and junior brother Xiao awaiting their return, yet not a soul appeared to honor his status as the senior brother. How could it be that he, as the senior brother, was left without recognition? Upon their arrival at the courtyard atop the small peak, Ouyang's gaze was immediately drawn to Xiao Bai. Unlike his usual vigilant self perched upon the tree, lay languidly on a recliner, staring vacantly at the sky. Despite their arrival, Xiao Bai remained oblivious to their presence. This was indeed strange. The once astute Bai Feiyu, always brimming with confidence, had never exhibited such a disheveled demeanor before. Ouyang followed Xiao Bai's line of sight and discovered that he was fixated on the celestial palace with its circular dome above. Could it be that this palace held a significant connection to Xiao Bai? Ouyang approached and waved his fingers before Bai Feiyu's eyes, only to find him unresponsive. Grasping Bai Feiyu's shoulders, he shook him vigorously, exclaiming, "Xiao Bai, wake up! It's time for a break." Awakened by Ouyang's fervent shaking, Bai Feiyu turned his vacant gaze toward Ouyang and murmured, "What did you all do while you were down the mountain?" "That palace in the sky. Surely you didn't conjure it?" Ouyang, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Of course. Do you not realize who your senior brother is? Such a grand commotion could only have been orchestrated by us. Isn't it impressive?" Suddenly, Bai Feiyu's expression contorted into a fierce snarl, entirely devoid of his usual calm composure, as he lunged at the bewildered Ouyang like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. The abruptness of Bai Feiyu's attack startled Hututu, who could hardly comprehend how the dashing, gentle senior brother had transformed so drastically. Wow, wow, wow. The handsome brother has changed. Hututu cried out, clutching the curious Zhonghu, who had rushed over to witness the commotion, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, believing that his departure had caused the upheaval in Bai Feiyu's mood. Meanwhile, Lung Qingsong, seemingly accustomed to the playful antics between Bai Feiyu and Ouyang, focused on solidifying his own cultivation after recently achieving a breakthrough. Thus, he retreated to his chamber to stabilize his newfound powers. In an instant, the small peak returned to its usual chaotic splendor. Bai Feiyu grasped Ouyang's neck tightly, shaking him vigorously. "How long have you been down the mountain? Why have you disturbed someone's ancestral grave? Are you lacking in common sense?" Ouyang, caught off guard by Bai Feiyu's fierce grip, suddenly recalled that Bai Feiyu's concealed identity was that of an ancient sword immortal. According to his elderly mentor, this secret realm of immortals was particularly suited to the sword path of Lung Qingsong. Gazing at the seemingly frenzied Bai Feiyu, a nascent thought flickered in Ouyang's mind. Could it be that the palace in the heavens is actually where the second brother has unearthed Xiao Bai's previous life's grave? Chapter 76. Who can refuse to be called handsome? As he gazed at Bai Feiyu, whose eyes were ablaze with anger, Ouyang contemplated shifting the blame onto Erge. But Erge had retreated to his room to stabilize his cultivation. What to do? Their second brother had unwittingly disturbed the grave of their fourth brother from past life. Ouyang felt an overwhelming sense of dread, swallowing hard as he awkwardly chuckled. "Xiao Bai, why are you so agitated? Could it be that the celestial palace belongs to your ancestor?" Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Bai Feiyu, who had been furious for days, was momentarily taken aback. The fact that he had reincarnated was his greatest secret. There was no way he would ever divulge it. Bai Feiyu loosened his grip around Ouyang's neck, clearing his throat and feigning righteous indignation as he proclaimed, "It is evident that the Celestial Palace is the resting place of a great sword cultivator from ancient times, disturbing the slumber of our ancestors. How could I, as a sword cultivator, remain indifferent?" Observing Bai Feiyu's brazen bravado, Ouyang rolled his eyes internally, fully aware of Bai Feiyu's true nature. When had Bai Feiyu ever been one to meddle in others' affairs? Even if the Qingyun sect were to face an invasion at dawn, this rascal would undoubtedly be perched high in a tree, merely watching the commotion. Righteous indignation? Was it not because his own grave was at risk of being unearthed? In a state of urgency? Ouyang thought to himself. Yet he spoke earnestly. The treasures left by our predecessors are meant for those fated to inherit them. If Erge can unearth this grave, it signifies that the ancestor has recognized him. Ouyang's words were quite reasonable, portraying Erge as the heir of that great sword cultivator. Bai Feiyu, listening intently, felt the veins on his forehead throb, his mind raging. When had I ever acknowledged that stubborn ox? I certainly was not aware of it. Suddenly, Bai Feiyu froze, recalling that Lung Qingsong's chosen path in swordsmanship seemed to be paralleling the path of his past life. In his previous incarnation, he had indeed walked the path of the sword, slashing through all things. Yet that path was a dead end. Otherwise, he would not have met his demise in that life. Bai Feiyu's expression darkened instantly. The road Lung Qingsong had chosen was one he had already traversed. He could not stand idly by and watch Lung Qingsong repeat his tragic fate. Having spent nearly a decade together, Bai Feiyu had come to feel a familial bond with these companions, unlike the solitary existence he had endured in his past life. He could not bear to witness Lung Qingsong's self-destruction. With this thought in mind, Bai Feiyu turned towards Lung Qingsong's room. However, after taking 2 steps, he hesitated and returned to face Ouyang, his expression grave as he stated, "This immortal secret realm must not be entered by Erge." Ouyang stared at Bai Feiyu, whose face was serious and resolute, momentarily bewildered by his meaning. Yet, seeing the unwavering determination etched on Bai Feiyu's countenance, Ouyang found himself at a loss. He spoke softly. "It was the old man who arranged this. Our descent from the mountain was also orchestrated by him." "Master?" Bai Feiyu's expression shifted between uncertainty and contemplation upon hearing Ouyang mention their master, Ouyang. Doubts began to cloud his mind. Upon hearing Ouyang mention Ouyang, Bai Feiyu envisioned a pair of eyes that seemed capable of perceiving all truths. When these eyes turned toward him, it felt as though every secret he harbored was laid bare before them. In his reincarnation, Bai Feiyu cared little for joining any sect. Armed with the wisdom of his past life and countless ancient tomes, he lacked no method of cultivation. Yet, under the gaze of those penetrating eyes, he found himself inexplicably nodding in agreement. If this was his master's intent, Bai Feiyu fell into a contemplative trance. Noticing Bai Feiyu's hesitation, Ouyang realized that, among their group, the one who held the deepest respect for his elder was indeed the young Bai. It was astonishing to witness the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal so obedient to his master, a fact Ouyang had not anticipated. Was it perhaps due to the system's evaluation of his master? The first time Ouyang encountered his master's appraisal, he could not suppress a laugh. In the realm of cultivation, it was 50-50, even a dog could manage the same odds. Were it not for the title of junior disciple of the Qingyun sect, Ouyang would have suspected his master of being a charlatan. With a casual demeanor, Ouyang playfully teased Hu Tutu before inquiring, "Why haven't I seen the 3rd and 6th brothers?" Bai Feiyu, pulled from his reverie, replied, "Senior brother Chun went to Qingyun Peak's forbidden area to contemplate the Qingyun treasure, while junior brother Xiao has entered the forbidden zone to temper his physical body." Hu Tutu, having just ceased his sobbing, pouted and lamented, "If 3rd brother isn't here, then who will make me delicious chicken?" Ouyang scoffed lightly, saying, "3rd brother is contemplating treasures? Really? I don't believe it." He then called out loudly, "3rd brother, I'm hungry. Come out and cook." No sooner had Ouyang's voice faded than wisps of smoke began to rise from the otherwise empty kitchen. Chun Chongsheng, clad in an apron, peered out from the kitchen. grinning amiably at Ouyang. Senior brother, you're back. Just a moment, I've just put the chicken on to stew. Bai Fei Yu, taken aback, asked Qin Changsheng. Aren't you supposed to be contemplating the Qinyan treasure? How had he failed to notice that Qin Changsheng was still on the small peak? As the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal, was he truly lagging so far behind? It seemed imperative to hasten his cultivation, to reach the realm of the soul, lest he continue to appear so dull on the small peak. For the first time, Bai Fei Yu felt the weight of pressure. With his complete memories from his previous life, how could his current cultivation render him the weakest among the inhabitants of the small peak? This reality instilled a sense of urgency and even anxiety within him. With this thought, Bai Fei Yu snorted softly and retreated to his chamber. Competing? In his past life as a sword immortal, he had outshone the entire cultivation world. Meanwhile, Ouyang and Hu Tutu made their way into the kitchen. Upon seeing the stewing chicken, Hu Tutu's eyes brightened. Although the mortal realm offered a plethora of foods, none compared to the exquisite taste nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth. Could earthly ingredients ever rival the delectable flavor of spirit beasts and spiritual herbs? Hu Tutu inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrant aroma wafting from the iron pot, as drool dripped unceremoniously from the corner of his mouth, dampening the fur atop the head of the nestled in his arms. The Foxian had merely wished to catch a glimpse of his kin's progress upon returning from the human realm. However, from the very first glance at Hu Tutu, right until the moment the fur on his head was soaked with drool, Fox Yin realized that his relative had made no discernible advancement whatsoever. It seemed that without his presence, this girl would be fortunate to ascend to even a five-tailed status, let alone a nine-tailed celestial fox. Such outstanding potential squandered. Though Fox Fong's expression remained inscrutable, inwardly, he began to devise a plan. While he harbored no genuine interest in revitalizing Qingxiu Mountain, he held a sincere fondness for this relative of his. After all, who could resist a fox that incessantly calls one handsome? Or perhaps, it was a matter of repaying a debt. Chapter 78. A conversation between brothers. Ouyang gazed at Hu Tutu, who was squatting by the hearth, and took a seat beside him, poking the firewood. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned to the grinning Qin Changsheng, inquiring, "Third brother, is it true that one can only master the soul when one reaches the out-of-body stage?" Qin Changsheng's smile faltered, revealing an air of awkwardness as he replied, "What prompted you to ask that, senior brother?" Ouyang casually responded, "I am merely curious. As you know, my cultivation is rather low. I struggle to grasp the 5 elements escape technique, let alone something as advanced as the soul." Qin Changsheng pondered for a moment before articulating, logically speaking, during the qi refining stage, one condenses true qi in the dantian. In the foundation establishment stage, one transforms true qi into true essence. In the core formation stage, true essence is solidified into a golden core. And in the nascent soul stage, the core shatters into an infant. The hallmark of the out-of-body stage is the soul's departure. This is a consensus within the cultivation community. Ouyang nodded, encouraging Qin Changsheng to continue. With careful consideration, Qin Changsheng elaborated, "However, there are exceptionally gifted individuals who can perceive the existence of the soul even at lower realms. For instance, you?" Ouyang, intrigued, probed further. Upon hearing the question, Qin Changsheng, if not for the fact that this body was a puppet, would have been drenched in sweat. He forced a chuckle and said, "I am indeed somewhat special. I can barely sense the existence of the soul, which allows me to understand some rudimentary applications of it." Listening to his humble self-deprecation, Ouyang smirked. With a wave of his hand, he summoned hundreds of puppet minions. Is this merely a basic understanding? Yet, Ouyang refrained from exposing Qin Changsheng's identity as a reincarnator, and instead asked, "Does that mean a cultivator who can project their soul can freely occupy another's body?" The gravity of Ouyang's question darkened Qin Changsheng's expression. He looked at Ouyang seriously and asked, "Brother, have you encountered a cultivator capable of possession?" Ouyang nodded and replied, "During my recent ascent, I met a cultivator who could possess others, even assisting them in doing so." Suddenly, Qin Changsheng seated in the concealed chamber within the mountain, opened his eyes wide, his aura sharp with murderous intent. He gradually closed his eyes again, reconnecting his consciousness to the puppet beside Ouyang. Maintaining his composure, he asked, "Where is that person now?" "They're dead, or rather, their physical body is deceased. However, when I examined them, I sensed something escaping from their body. I suspect they did not truly die. Their soul has fled," Ouyang remarked while tending to the firewood. "Where did you kill them?" Chen Changsheng inquired, urgency lacing his tone. Ouyang halted his movements, turning to Chen Changsheng, and said, "What? Do you wish to massacre that place?" At a loss for words, Chen Changsheng looked at Ouyang and, in a softer tone, clarified, "No, I merely wish to take precautions." Ouyang regarded Chen Changsheng, knowing well that this third brother of his was a reincarnator, fully aware of the events yet to unfold. Upon witnessing the son of a demonic clan, Chen Changsheng abruptly altered his usual demeanor, attempting to slay Zhu Yuan without hesitation. Had it not been for my intervention, it is likely that Zhu Yuan would have met his demise on the spot. Perhaps in the future, this demonic progeny will commit grievous acts that even Chen Changsheng deems necessitate his swift removal. Yet, I restrained Chen not out of mere whim, but because whatever transgressions Zhu Yuan may perpetrate have yet to come to pass. That which has not occurred does not exist. It is true that Zhu Yuan is the scion of the demonic clan, yet aside from my own system that grants me foresight, only the reincarnated Chen Changsheng is aware of this. Even the Ancient Sword Immortal and the sect leader Dong Shuzi remain oblivious. To slay him and then brazenly declare him a demon's offspring? Moreover, he merely came to deliver a message, coercing him into pledging an oath to the heavens? On what grounds? Are oaths to the heavens so trivial as to be cast aside? Cultivators regard such oaths with utmost seriousness. Compelling others to swear is sufficient cause for an entire mountain peak to be expelled. The very notion of fratricide is inscribed in our sect's laws. The unwarranted slaying of a fellow disciple is an unforgivable offense in any sect. Chen Changsheng, myself, and the entirety of our mountain peak would face execution at the hands of the Qingyun sect, while I possess considerable strength, even capable of overpowering Dong Shuzi during the tribulation phase in terms of techniques. The Qingyun sect encompasses hundreds of affiliated sects, along with the venerable elders concealed within the forbidden grounds. Despite the prowess of our mountain peak, none have yet transcended to the out-of-body stage. I may be strong, but what are the others? Even if I were to escape with all my junior brothers, will we permit our mountain peak to become the pariah of the cultivation world due to a single son of the demonic clan? Certainly, Zhu Yuan might reveal his demonic identity before I have the chance to eliminate him. But what if he does not? Should he expose himself during the sect competition and subsequently fall to Chen Changsheng's blade? That would be the most favorable outcome I can envision. Even if Zhu Yuan remains undiscovered and inadvertently slays a fellow disciple during the contest, the worst that would occur is that Chen Changsheng might retreat into seclusion for a century. To risk the entirety of our mountain peak over an event that is yet to transpire is something I, as the elder brother, cannot allow Chen Changsheng to pursue. This is the duty of an elder brother. What troubles me further is Chen Changsheng's apparent fixation on the events of his past life, which has fostered an excessively cautious disposition. This could prove detrimental to him, potentially manifesting as a heart demon. Ouyang's gaze remained fixed on Chen Changsheng, hidden within the secluded chamber, seemed to sense as though Ouyang could peer directly into his soul through the puppet. Do you remember what our master once said? Minor trends may be altered, yet the grand currents cannot be changed. To alter them invites calamity. Ouyang spoke deliberately, his words resonating with gravitas as he regarded Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng lowered his head, absorbing the admonitions of his senior brother. Although this lifetime's senior brother lacked the extraordinary talents of his past incarnation, the pressure he exerted upon Chen was even more formidable. Yet, Chen Changsheng, with a hint of defiance, retorted, "But what if we could eliminate future threats in advance?" Ouyang recalled the demon named Lin Feng, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his ancestor, Zhu Yuan. Tilting his head, he regarded Chen Changsheng with a knowing expression and said, How can you be certain that such preemptive measures would not lead to worse outcomes? Qin Changsheng fell into contemplative silence, then raised his gaze to Ouyang and declared, "Then let us strive for continual improvement until all threats are eradicated." Ouyang sighed. True geniuses are often obstinate. If the perspectives could be easily altered, they would hardly be considered geniuses. Such matters can only reach resolution when they come to their own realizations, without experiencing the harshness of failure. They are unlikely to recognize their errors. This, too, reflects a steadfast commitment to their own principles. Ouyang stood up and tapped the lid of the iron pot, announcing, "The chicken is ready. Let us dine." Chapter 79. The entrance of Xiao Feng accompanied by background music. Qin Changsheng absorbed the lessons imparted by Ouyang. Yet his heart remained defiant. "As long as I prepare meticulously, I could even slay immortals before your eyes. The fate of the world cannot be altered. It merely lacks the necessary thoroughness." Having experienced the cataclysm of a past life, Qin Changsheng understood all too well the magnitude of bloodshed and chaos that would ensue if the future remained unaltered. The trajectory of fate cannot be changed. My return is precisely to see if it can be altered. If not, what significance does my rebirth hold? Is it merely to witness the tragic scenes of my former life replaying before my eyes? Within the secluded mountain peak, Qin Changsheng's true form gradually opened his eyes, his gaze resolute and unyielding. Amid the raucous cheers of Hututu, Ouyang entered the courtyard, carrying a chicken. Hututu wiped away his drool, savoring the chicken prepared by the third senior brother, its flavor as delectable as he remembered. The strikingly handsome third senior brother is truly wonderful. What malice could a child possess? He simply yearns for chicken. Ouyang glanced at the sun, now nearing dusk, and curiously inquired, "Is Xiao Shidi not returning?" Qin Changsheng shook his head and replied, "Given the position of the sun, he should be on his way." Xiao Shidi follows the path of physical cultivation, requiring substantial sustenance. He always returns just in time for meals. No sooner had Qin Changsheng finished speaking than a rousing melody erupted, accompanied by the sounds of dragons and phoenixes. Bare-chested, Xiao Feng sprinted up the mountain peak, his left foot crossing over his right. Ouyang's eyelid twitched. Could it be that Xiao Feng is making his entrance with a speaker in tow? With a spirited shout, Xiao Feng leapt into the courtyard, his bronze skin and streamlined muscles gleaming under the setting sun. Gulps! Hututu, clutching a chicken leg, stared blankly at Xiao Feng, swallowing hard. "Grandfather, I am quite happy here in the Qingyan sect. I shan't return to Qingxiu Mountain." Hututu silently contemplated. Upon landing in the courtyard, Xiao Feng beheld Ouyang and Hututu seated there, a smile immediately gracing his face. He casually switched off the resonating music from the record stone at his waist and bowed respectfully to Ouyang, saying, "Master brother, junior sister, you have returned. Has second senior brother come back as well?" Ouyang regarded the exuberant Xiao Feng, particularly noting the still visible dragon and phoenix phantoms, and nodded. "Xiao Shidi has been quite diligent these days." Xiao Feng grinned at Ouyang, replying, "It's all thanks to senior brother by S. excellent teachings, and Qin Shixiang's assistance with training tools, not to mention the spiritual beasts in the forbidden area that have been immensely helpful." During Ouyang's absence, Xiao Feng had sought guidance from Bai Feiyu on the ancient methods of physical cultivation, mastering the usage of the tattoos adorning his body. Qin Changsheng had even tailored a yellow talisman inscribed with a weight-bearing formation specifically for Xiao Feng. Moreover, he had engaged in sparring with formidable spiritual beasts within the forbidden area. This not only honed his physical body, but also refined his close combat skills. The only drawback was that now, he needed to venture deep into the forbidden area to locate a single spiritual beast, and it grew increasingly difficult with each passing day. Ouyang nodded, observing Xiao Feng effortlessly retract the ethereal forms of the dragon and the phoenix behind him, a clear indication that Xiao Feng's recent cultivation had not waned. He turned to Qin Changsheng and inquired, "Third brother, at the current pace of Xiao Shidi's training, when will the remaining divine beasts achieve enlightenment?" Qin Changsheng pondered for a moment before responding, "Once Xiao Shidi fully integrates the power of the dragon and phoenix into his own bloodline, he can independently awaken the tattoos behind him using his bloodline. This will create a more harmonious connection with the divine beasts. Is it possible without my true qi? Ouyang asked curiously. Chen Changsheng shook his head with a smile, saying, the 5 divine beasts share a common lineage. When my senior brother awakened the dragon and phoenix for Xiao Shidi, all 5 divine beasts were activated. It now depends on when Xiao Shidi can trigger them. Isn't playing music a bit ostentatious? Ouyang awkwardly pointed to the recording stone at Xiao Feng's waist. Chen Changsheng clarified. The tattoos on Xiao Shidi's back require a medium for stimulation. The melody not only summons the divine beast behind him, but also serves to inspire him in battle. Xiao Feng chimed in. Chen Shixiang is correct. Every time I play music, I indeed feel my strength becoming more adept. Ouyang envisioned the scenes of Xiao Feng in battle. Before confronting an adversary, he would first activate the sound system, compelling his foes to feel both embarrassed and constrained as they fell to Xiao Feng's prowess amidst his unique soundtrack. Is this the future combat style of the human emperor? How delightful! Is the entire human race collectively indulging in idleness? Ouyang chuckled lightly and remarked, very well, keep up the good work. Xiao Feng responded earnestly, rest assured, Shixiangs, I will not disappoint your earnest intentions. Hu Tutu waved his hand and added, don't forget about me, don't forget about me. Go for it, Xiao Shidi. Xiao Feng glanced at Hu Tutu, a soft warmth flickering in his eyes as he nodded gravely. Of course, there's also Junior Sister. After their meal, everyone returned to their respective chambers. Just as Ouyang was about to retire for the night, he heard a knock at his door, and Hu Yin swaggered in without hesitation. Hey, don't you even knock before entering? Ouyang expressed his discontent. Hu Yin shot a sideways glance at Ouyang and retorted, have you ever seen a pet knock before entering? With a face devoid of expression, Hu Yin plopped onto Ouyang's desk and produced a piece of paper from his pocket, stating, get these herbs for me. Hu Tutu needs to ascend to the legendary 9-tailed celestial fox, and a solid foundation is essential. Ouyang took the paper and glanced over it. The herbs listed were exceedingly rare and in substantial quantities. Frowning, he asked, is that really necessary? The demon race requires more resources for cultivation than the human race. Thus, they are stronger at the same level. You didn't know that? Hu Yan's face was filled with derision. Ouyang shook his head, replying, is that so? I hadn't noticed. In a moment of speechlessness, the fox spirit found herself at a loss. Among the demon cultivators and human practitioners of the same level, a single demon cultivator could easily overpower 2 human counterparts. Yet, on this small peak, it seemed that each individual could effortlessly crush all their equal opponents. In fact, it appeared that challenging someone of a higher level was regarded as a disgraceful act. I had finally mustered the determination to assist that young girl in her cultivation. Yet you seem indifferent, the fox spirit exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. Oh, has she become quite proud? Ouyang remarked, shaking the list in his hand. There's nothing to worry about. Coincidentally, I need to visit Qinyun Peak tomorrow, and will also retrieve these items from the medicinal fields of Dan Peak. Of course, Ouyang's borrowing never involved promissory notes, for they were all friends, and asking for a loan might tarnish their camaraderie. Chapter 80. Chen Changsheng's Night Raid in the Dead of Night. Chen Changsheng quietly approached the door of Hu Tutu's room. His expression bore signs of internal conflict. He was preoccupied with the words spoken by Ouyang that day, particularly concerning the mysterious cultivator capable of seizing souls and even assisting others in doing so. In the recesses of his memory, only the ancient demon monarch, Zhu Yuan, possessed such capabilities. Chen believed he had fulfilled his celestial oath, convinced that he had completely eradicated Zhu Yuan. Yet, why was it that his senior brother encountered a soul-seizing cultivator upon descending the mountain? The act of soul-seizing was beyond even those formidable cultivators in the tribulation stage. Once the physical body was destroyed, leaving only the soul, only those at the integration stage or above could choose to transcend their mortal forms. However, they could not perform soul-seizing. After his rebirth, Chen was astonished to discover that he had returned to life with the soul of his previous self in the tribulation stage. And it seemed his rebirth had caused a mutation in his soul. His soul could infinitely split and grow, although his soul possessed the potential for limitless expansion. It was confined to the creation of puppets. Even he could not achieve the act of soul-seizing. Given that his soul's strength was already at the pinnacle of existence and capable of endless regeneration, it was evident how daunting the task of seizing a soul truly was. He had only witnessed such an act from the demon monarch, Zhu Yuan. Suddenly, Chen recalled Ouyang's words. The grand trend cannot be altered, but the minor trends can. Had his premature execution of Zhu Yuan indeed been a grave error? He had relied on his identity as a reborn individual, preparing thoroughly for the momentous events that might unfold. But if this life diverged entirely from his past, did his advantage of rebirth still hold? Chen found himself engulfed in confusion, yet in the next moment, his gaze solidified with resolve. Even if his memories of the future turned out to be futile, he would eliminate all dangers in their infancy, surely altering the course of the future. He was willing to pay any price. Without further hesitation, Chen gently pushed open the door to Hu Tutu's room. Hu Tutu, already lying in bed and counting sheep, sat up in alarm at the sound of the door, only to find his third senior brother smiling at him. Third brother? What brings you here at such a late hour? Hu Tutu yawned sleepily, addressing Chen Changsheng. With a smile, Chen produced a candy figure from his robe, waving it before Hu Tutu's eyes. Tutu has just returned, and your brother came to see you. Would you like a candy figure? Hu Tutu's eyes fixated on the candy, his gaze following its movements. Instantly, he sprang from the bed and lunged towards Chen, beaming as he exclaimed, "Third brother is the best. I like you the most." As he handed the candy figure to the eager Hu Tutu, Chen gently patted his head and inquired softly, "Tutu, you've been away for several days. I missed you dearly. What have you been up to with senior brother during this time? Can you share it with me?" Today, the eldest senior brother certainly would not disclose to himself where he encountered the one who had undergone soul possession and rebirth. The second senior brother, Lung Qingsong, was once again in seclusion. If he were to inquire of Lung Qingsong, being the foremost subordinate of the eldest senior brother, he would undoubtedly first report back to him, not only failing to extract any useful information, but also risking a reprimand in the process. Therefore, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze toward Hu Tutu, who had accompanied the two senior brothers. Hu Tutu, chewing on a candied figurine, tilted her head thoughtfully and said, "Tutu went to the mortal realm with the eldest and the second senior brothers. We indulged in an abundance of food and witnessed numerous events. Brother, the mortal realm is delightful, yet Tutu does not fancy it. It smells rather unpleasant. Did Tutu encounter anyone?" Chen Changsheng gently prompted. Hu Tutu pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Oh yes, indeed. I met many people, all rather stinky, except for one fragrant sister. Brother, let me tell you, that beautiful sister is actually the second senior brother's wife." Observing the gossip-laden expression on Hu Tutu's cherubic face, Chen Changsheng sighed, yet nodded in agreement. "Did you encounter any unfortunate events?" Hu Tutu tilted her head again, shook it, and replied, "No, we did not face any misfortunes. With the formidable eldest and second senior brothers by my side, what could possibly go wrong?" In her mind, the most powerful eldest brother and the second most powerful second brother rendered them impervious to adversity. As Chen Changsheng gazed at the earnest Hu Tutu before him, he realized that mere questioning would likely yield no further insights. With only one last resort remaining, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, but was swiftly replaced by a blend of regret and resolve. Extending his hand toward Hu Tutu's head, who was still engrossed in the candied figurine, he unleashed a peculiar light from his eyes. Suddenly, Hu Tutu, who had been struggling with her treat, felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over her. Brother, Tutu feels so sleepy all of a sudden," she said, one hand clutching the candy and the other rubbing her eyes as she addressed Chen Changsheng. "Is that so? If Tutu is tired, then it is best to rest," Chen Changsheng murmured, gently embracing Hu Tutu, his voice deep with an unusual allure. The candied figurine slipped from Hu Tutu's grasp, and with a tilt of her head, she fell into a deep slumber. Chen Changsheng's sense of regret intensified as he silently uttered an apology within, summoning his spiritual power to employ a divine technique. intending to extract information regarding the soul-possessing cultivator from Hu-Tutu's memories. The moment the spiritual fluctuations emanated from Chun Changsheng, an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to a roaring tsunami filled the room. Startled, he shielded Hu-Tutu behind him, and with a flourish of his sleeve, a stack of yellow talismans appeared in his hand. Release her. A colossal fox apparition bared its teeth at Chun Changsheng, its surging demonic energy sending him hurtling backward. Who are you, elder? Chun Changsheng questioned, cradling Hu-Tutu as he deftly hurled several yellow talismans to establish a barrier before him. Yet within mere seconds, they were effortlessly shredded to pieces by the overwhelming force of the demonic energy. At least a demon cultivator at the integration stage. How could it have evaded the intricate formations I meticulously set around the small peak and intrude upon my domain? Chun Changsheng felt a surge of alarm. Just as he intended to raise his sleeve and unveil his trump card, a massive fox paw pressed against his neck, and a square-shaped fox visage materialized before him. Its beady eyes fixed upon Chun Changsheng as it spoke slowly. You dare to employ the divine soul technique on her? Are you not aware of the potential harm it could inflict upon her soul? Chun Changsheng recognized the fox before him. It was none other than his junior sister's pet. Affectionately named Handsome, this fox often basked in the sun or sneaked into his kitchen to pilfer food. Yet he had never imagined it was a formidable demon cultivator exceeding the integration stage. With great difficulty, Chun Changsheng managed to utter, "Pray tell, who are you? Why would you willingly masquerade as a pet and infiltrate my small peak?" The fox, known as Ouyang, gazed steadily at Chun Changsheng and replied, "I am Ouyang, the eight-tailed spirit fox. I have been entrusted by your elder brother to guard Hu-Tutu." Chapter 81. A resounding slap. Are you the protector of the junior sister? Chun Changsheng inquired with great difficulty. Each talented member of a family is typically accompanied by a highly capable protector. Upon first encountering Hu-Tutu, he intuitively sensed that she would one day ascend to become the empress of the demon clan. To his surprise, such a future empress would also have a guardian by her side. Was it not true that the Fox clan had nearly faced extinction before her eyes? Fox Yin gazed at Chun Changsheng with disdain. Among the peaks, he held a particular aversion for this young man. Although his roasted chicken was delectable, there was an unsettling shrewdness about him that contrasted sharply with the clarity of heart exhibited by others on the mountain. I demand to know why you employed the soul technique on her. Fox Yan's voice was cold and menacing as he interrogated Chun Changsheng. Hu-Tutu was also a member of the esteemed Fox clan from Qingqiu, possessing the rare bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox, a talent unseen for millennia. Despite their brief acquaintance, having left Qingqiu Mountain in a fit of anger, he could not bear to witness a genius from his clan being harmed. Moreover, he had intended to impart all his knowledge to Hu-Tutu. In his heart, she was akin to his own kin. The overwhelming pressure of a crossing tribulation expert and the surging demonic energy made it difficult for Chun Changsheng to breathe, clearly reflecting Fox Yan's fury. He even contemplated striking Chun Changsheng down, thinking that he could simply take Hu-Tutu and leave the Qingyan sect. In a world as vast as this, where could a crossing tribulation expert not go? Although Chun Changsheng, in the core formation stage, had the confidence to defeat those in the nascent soul or even the out-of-body stage, he found himself utterly powerless against such a formidable adversary at the pinnacle of cultivation. Under Fox Yan's oppressive aura and demonic force, Chun Changsheng was compelled to lower his head and confess, "I meant no harm to the junior sister. I merely sought to obtain some information from her." "Then why not just ask her directly?" Fox Yan retorted sharply. "It appears that the junior sister does not possess any recollection of what I wish to learn, which is why I resorted to the soul technique to probe her memories." Chun Changsheng admitted, a hint of guilt lacing his words. "Are you willing to harm your own companion for this knowledge?" Fox Yan's voice was frigid. Upon hearing Fox Yan's inquiry, Chun Changsheng felt a deep sense of shame and quietly lowered his head in tacit acknowledgement. "Get out. I will demand an explanation from Ouyang. If I cannot remain in the Qingyan sect, I shall take Hu-Tutu and leave." With a flick of his hand, Fox Yan unceremoniously cast Chun Changsheng out the door, which promptly slammed shut behind him. Sitting on the ground outside, Chun Changsheng gazed up at the vast expanse of stars, momentarily lost in thought. Foxian's questions had struck a painful chord within him. To alter the course of fate by any means necessary, even at the expense of one's own companions? Had he truly stooped to inflicting harm upon those he deemed worthy of protection? He stared at his hands, filled with inner turmoil. Yet, the imminent threat loomed before him. Should he confide in his senior brother about his rebirth from the future? A sudden thought flickered through Chun Chongqing's mind, stirring him momentarily, yet he quickly shook his head. He sensed that revealing his identity as a reborn individual would lead to significant troubles. What should he do? Grasping his head, he found himself engulfed in the greatest confusion since his rebirth. The winter chill gradually settled upon him, dampening his clothes with frost. It was not until dawn broke that he stood up, disheartened, and made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Today, Ouyang unexpectedly rose early. Yawning as he exited his room, Qin Changsheng was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ouyang awake at such an hour, instinctively avoiding his gaze. He emerged from the kitchen, placing the dishes on the stone table in the courtyard, and softly greeted Ouyang. "Good morning, senior brother." "Good morning, little three." "Oh, we're having buns today," Ouyang replied, taking a seat and savoring a bun with gusto. Observing Ouyang relish his meal, Qin Changsheng hesitated, words caught in his throat, ultimately swallowing them down. Once Ouyang finished a bun and wiped his mouth, contentedly letting out a burp, he beckoned Qin Changsheng over. "Little three, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you." With head bowed, Qin Changsheng approached Ouyang, like a child awaiting reprimand. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed as it landed on Qin Changsheng's face. Though the force was not great, the sound was remarkably crisp. Ouyang retracted his hand, gazing at the steaming bun before him, and spoke in a calm tone. "Do you know why I struck you?" With respectful submission, Qin Changsheng replied softly, "I do." "Did you not heed a single word I said yesterday?" Ouyang's voice grew ever calmer, causing Qin Changsheng's heart to race. In a flurry, he confessed, "Senior brother, I was wrong. I should not have." Abruptly, Qin Changsheng felt a chill at his neck as Ouyang gripped it, pulling him closer. Gazing into Qin Changsheng's tear-filled eyes, Ouyang stated calmly, "No matter the circumstances, harming fellow disciples is simply wrong. I understand, but..." Qin Changsheng's voice trembled, filled with a sense of injustice, as if no one could comprehend his plight. He had pondered throughout the night, unable to grasp what he ought to do. Witnessing Qin Changsheng, usually poised and astute, appearing as a startled fawn for the first time before him, Ouyang suddenly chuckled. "I believe in you, Changsheng. Although I do not know the burdens you carry, I still trust you. However, that does not justify your actions against your fellow disciples. Do you understand? Once a person forsakes their principles, they risk becoming a monster." Upon hearing Ouyang's words and gazing at his close visage, Qin Changsheng felt as if he had caught a glimpse of the future. With his back turned and wounds adorning his body, Ouyang, while wielding his sword to shield him from all perils, still managed to smile and say, "Changsheng, I believe in you. After all, you're my junior brother." At that moment, Qin Changsheng's heart, laden with grievances, erupted, and with a pang in his eyes, he hastily covered them with his sleeve. "Go and apologize to Tutu, and prepare a gift of apology," Ouyang softly instructed Qin Changsheng. He responded with a hasty acknowledgement and turned away, striving to keep the tears at bay. Just as he was about to depart, Ouyang's voice resonated from behind him. "Third brother, I am your elder brother. Do not bear everything alone. Even if the sky were to fall, remember that you have me, your elder brother, standing at the forefront." Upon hearing these words, Qin Changsheng, with his back to Ouyang, could no longer contain his tears and let them cascade down his face. He choked out a heavy and turned towards the kitchen. In that moment, it felt as though Qin Changsheng had shed an immense burden, and his steps became noticeably lighter. Chapter 82. The changeable Ouyang sighed as he observed Qin Changsheng entering the kitchen, stretching lazily. He was determined not to be late for the lecture today. After all, when had he last arrived tardily? 7 years ago, or was it 8? He pondered the last time he attended a lecture and found himself momentarily at a loss. "Old 3, I want to be returning for lunch. I'm off to the lecture," he called out as he made his way to the door. Clatter. Upon hearing Ouyang's intention, Qin Changsheng nearly dropped the plate he was holding, his eyes wide in disbelief. Could it be that his senior brother was truly going to a lecture? If memory served him right, it had been 9 years, 2 months, and 13 days since the last time. Was something significant about to unfold within the sect? Chen Changsheng's expression turned serious as he reached the door. With a touch of apprehension, he retrieved a paper figure from his sleeve, gently blowing upon it, causing it to transform into a wisp of wind that floated out of the kitchen. Crash! The formidable cold Ching Song shattered the rooftop, clutching his sword. His face etched with concern as he gazed in the direction Ouyang had departed. Was there something unspeakable troubling his brother during this venture into the mortal realm? Bai Feiyu pushed open his room door, casting a contemplative glance at the heavens, where his own grave lay, a hint of gravity gracing his features. The three of them understood Ouyang's character all too well. The notion of him attending a lecture was preposterous. He was undoubtedly off to play the hero without informing them. Xiao Feng, peeking cautiously into the courtyard, was bewildered by the tense demeanor of his 3 senior brothers. Moments ago, the eldest had slapped the third brother, and it was evident that Bai and Cole were also eavesdropping. For how else could they have known of the eldest brother's intention to attend a lecture? Why did they appear so alarmed by the mere mention of a lecture? Their expressions suggested that Ouyang was preparing to vanquish demons rather than simply listen to teachings. Bai Feiyu exchanged knowing glances with cold Ching Song, and they nodded in silent agreement, both poised to take flight on their swords. Yet Chen Changsheng spoke up resolutely. Second brother, fourth junior, let's go together. Our senior brother surely wishes to keep matters from us. I will conceal our presence with a technique. Wait, senior brother, I want to go too, Xiao Feng declared, throwing open his door. Since arriving at the small peak, he had greatly benefited from the assistance of his senior brothers. Now, with the eldest brother in trouble, despite his limited strength, he felt compelled to lend his support. Once the junior sister awakens, you'll be responsible for keeping her steady. The 3 of us will attend. Chen Changsheng retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Xiao Feng. Turning away, his face involuntarily twitched, having just received a slap. He was certain these 3 had been lurking by the door, spying on him. How else could they have synchronized their emergence at this very moment? Chen Changsheng withdrew a yellow talisman from his sleeve, reciting an incantation as he raised it, flinging it forth. The talisman unfurled in the wind, its color gradually transforming to transparency. Transforming into a vast, invisible cloak, it enveloped the 3 individuals. In the instant the cloak settled upon them, their presence vanished before Xiao Feng. Subsequently, their figures gradually faded from his sight. Clenching his fists, Xiao Feng harbored a silent resentment towards his own inadequacy. Realizing he was of little assistance, it seemed he would have to dedicate himself to rigorous training within the Forbidden Grounds today. Simultaneously, the spirit beast that Xiao Feng had previously defeated sensed an ominous stirring, and chaos erupted around the periphery of the forbidden area. Under the blazing sun, flowers smiled at him, and the birds chirped merrily, questioning why he bore a nuclear bomb on his back. Ouyang hummed a nursery rhyme as he made his way towards Qingyan Peak. This journey to the mortal realm had profoundly illuminated his shortcomings. Against cultivators below the out-of-body stage, he could easily assert dominance. However, when it came to those above the out-of-body stage, capable of separating their souls, he realized that even if he shattered their corporeal forms, he remained powerless against their spirits. Initially, he intended to consult the third elder for advice, but before he could utter more than a few words, the third elder nearly acted inappropriately towards his junior sister. It seemed wiser to seek guidance from the venerable sect leader instead. After all, he was a master of numerous disciplines and would surely possess secret methods to vanquish the souls of out-of-body cultivators. Wu Tihi reaffirmed in the importance of learning. Ouyang brimmed with confidence, convinced he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the Qingyan sect. Perhaps, with fortune favoring him, he might even hope to establish a solid foundation. The prospect of a bright future filled him with excitement, prompting him to retrieve the tome titled Fundamentals of the 5 Elemental Arts from his robes. He sought out the wind control technique to enhance his speed. As Ouyang sprinted towards Qingyun Peak, the expressions of the trio trailing behind him grew increasingly serious. Their senior brother had resorted to employing techniques for his journey. Clearly, something of extreme urgency was afoot. What could be so pressing that he wished to keep them in the dark? Exchanging glances, the trio closely followed Ouyang. Ouyang recalled correctly. Today was indeed the day the sect leader, Dong Shuzi, would impart teachings. By the base of Qingyun Peak, the inner disciples had already gathered in anticipation. After confirming their passage through the imposing stone lions, they ascended the jade-white steps of the peak. Despite Ouyang hastening his pace with wind control, he arrived late, finding the stone lions already dozing atop their pedestals. As Ouyang approached the mountain gate, the stone lion on the right, noticeably larger than its counterpart, opened its eyes and declared, "The time for entry has elapsed. Those wishing to hear the teachings must wait until next time." Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed across the air, landing on the stone lion's face. It opened its bell-like eyes, intending to chastise the audacious intruder, only to discover Ouyang attempting to scale the railing of the mountain gate. In an instant, the lion leaped down, adjusting its size to befit the situation, placing itself beneath Ouyang's feet and ingratiatingly uttered, "Master, please ascend slowly. Watch your step." Ouyang, standing atop the stone lion, reprimanded the fool beneath him. "Hurry and take me to hear the teachings. If I'm late, I'll twist your head off. Did you not notice my arrival? Why do you not open the gate?" It seems that the stone creatures possess little intelligence. The stone lion swiftly carried Ouyang over the railing, glancing back at the other stone lion, which feigned closed eyes, unwilling to engage in conversation. A cold smirk crossed its mind. Does it not even show affection in the presence of its master? No wonder you are forever relegated to guarding the entrance. The stone lion, with Ouyang in tow, leaped directly to the summit of Qingyun Peak, followed closely by the three companions. Who dares to intrude upon the mountain gate? After Ouyang's figure vanished, the other stone lion exhaled deeply, sensing the three figures attempting to breach the gate under the concealment technique. As a spiritual entity born of stone, it was acutely aware of fluctuations in energy. With a disdainful laugh, the stone lion expanded in size, positioning itself in front of the trio. Cold Ching Song and his companions decided to abandon their pretense. Cold Ching Song charged ahead towards Qingyun Peak, with Bai Feiyu close behind, while Qin Changsheng slightly retreated to follow them. The stone lion, caught off guard, was met with the irritable trio, one of whom struck it across the face. "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" Recognizing the three who stood before it, the stone lion, having stood guard on the small peak for several months, could only emit a disgruntled sound after enduring 3 slaps, ultimately sulking atop the stone pillar in a state of grievance. Chapter 83. Is it enough to have ears to listen? Today marks the day when the esteemed master of Qingyun Peak delivers his profound teachings. On this day, all inner disciples below the nascent soul stage eagerly ascend the peak to partake in the enlightening discourse. The summit's expansive square is already adorned with countless tables, each occupied by a meditative practitioner. From foundation establishment to nascent soul, nearly 100 individuals are gathered, all awaiting the appearance of the esteemed figure seated upon the dais. The Master's teachings attract even the nascent soul disciples, for each visit offers them fresh insights, regardless of their advanced cultivation. In the eyes of ordinary folk, the Master, Dong Shuzi, possesses an unfathomable prowess, with an understanding of the Tao that is simply extraordinary, far beyond the reach of his less experienced disciples. To hear Dong Shuzi impart his wisdom is not merely an opportunity to attend a high-caliber lecture. It is a mark of honor. Dong Shuzi is not only the head of the Qingyun sect, but is also revered as the foremost figure in the current realm of cultivation. Rumors abound that he has even brushed against the threshold of immortality. Below the immortals, he is unrivaled. Above them, he is a formidable opponent. To attend the teachings of such a powerful cultivator is a source of immense pride for all inner disciples. To hear the Master's teachings is akin to receiving his true legacy. In essence, one might say, I am a disciple of the Master. Disciples flock to the teachings, to the extent that seats are a rarity on the square. As the sound of the bronze bell reverberates thrice, a gentle breeze sweeps across the square, and a figure gradually materializes upon the high platform. As this figure appears, the air is filled with the sounds of wind and thunder, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance and the faint echoes of celestial music. Exuding an aura of ethereal grace, clad in a dark Taoist robe with a wooden hairpin, he wields a whisk. With each gesture, the essence of the Tao flows effortlessly, and his true energy resonates, embodying the essence of a transcendent being. Dong Shuzi gracefully waves his whisk, activating the Grand Spirit Gathering Formation atop Qingyun Peak. Instantly, the summit is enveloped in a rich aura of celestial energy, coalescing into mist that envelopes the peak, invigorating all who breathe it in. All present rise to bow before Dong Shuzi, collectively exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Master." Dong Shuzi nods appreciatively, gazing at the inner disciples below, recognizing them as the future hopes of the Qingyun sect. With a calm voice, he declares, "Please take your seats. The discourse is about to commence." Though his voice is soft, it resonates clearly in the ears of all disciples. They bow once more and dutifully settle into their seats, eagerly attuning their ears to the Master's forthcoming teachings. As Dong Shuzi discreetly nods and takes his place upon the cushion, preparing to speak, a resounding roar suddenly pierces the silence. The young master has arrived. Everyone clear the way. The once tranquil square is abruptly disrupted by this proclamation, nearly causing Dong Shuzi to choke on his own words. With a clamor, all eyes turn towards the stairs, where a massive stone lion, originally stationed as a guardian, leaps forward, upon which rides a youth clad in green, his head adorned with unruly black hair. The stone lion casts a slightly dissatisfied glance at the empty-headed child of the cave, feeling somewhat guilty for its earlier loud bellow, yet quickly regained its arrogance upon recalling its master upon its back. To bring honor to its master in front of the sect leader was a testament to its unwavering loyalty. Surely, such a devoted pet would earn another infusion of true energy from its master. Victory was assured, compared to the sect leader's displeasure. Acquiring even a sliver of true energy from its master was of far greater significance. Was the sect leader of Qingyun sect truly formidable? I am merely a stone lion tasked with guarding the entrance. Why should I concern myself with such matters? The tail of the stone lion, perched upon the ground, wagged with increasing fervor as it eagerly awaited its master's praise. Ouyang, with a furrowed brow, surveyed the surroundings, receiving looks akin to those directed at a simpleton. Even Ouyang, with his thick skin, couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. What nonsense was this fool shouting? Such shameful lines. Did it wish to induce social death for himself? Ouyang leapt down from the stone lion's back, delivered a kick to the creature, and simultaneously channeled a stream of true energy into it. The stone lion, feeling the surge of primal energy within, joyfully began to roll about, eagerly fawning before Ouyang. "Roll away!" Ouyang scolded the stone lion with exasperation. The stone lion, undeterred, complied, thinking to itself that it would lick its master again upon the latter's return. Rising to its feet, the stone lion cast a regal glance at the inner disciples who had turned to observe, as if it had reverted to its former state as the majestic guardian beast at the mountain gate, before turning and bounding down the mountain. Ouyang scanned the square and noted, with surprise, how full it was, with no vacant seats to be found. Senior brother, over here." Suddenly, a group of muscular men on the eastern side of the square stood and waved enthusiastically at Ouyang. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as disciples of the Execution Peak. He was well acquainted with them. In the past, the leader of Execution Peak, Li Yi, would often drag him there under the pretense of discussing alchemical techniques, though it was merely a guise to extort a new manuscript by Chun Chongxing from him. Over time, he had grown familiar with these Execution Peak disciples, who were predominantly brawny men, exuding an aura of ferocity. Even clad in Taoist robes, their muscular frames stretched the fabric to the point of distortion. After all, Execution Peak governed the sect's laws. How could they maintain order among the arrogant geniuses within if they lacked strength? Among the entirety of Qingyun sect, aside from the boastful sword cultivators of the Questioning Sword Peak, the most formidable were undoubtedly the muscular brethren of Execution Peak. Ouyang approached swiftly, receiving warm greetings from the brawny group. Hey you, stand up and give your senior brother a seat. Senior brother, you look even more dashing after a few days. Senior brother, let us discuss sword techniques together tonight. Ouyang waved to those around him, effortlessly navigating amidst the muscular man, laughing and joking, even managing to elicit bashful expressions from several of the hulking figures. The disciples of Execution Peak were well aware of the close rapport between Ouyang and their master, having once almost drunkenly sworn brotherhood in a moment of revelry. The previously serene square, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard, suddenly erupted into a clamor akin to that of a bustling marketplace. On the high platform, Dong Shuzi coughed lightly and proclaimed silence. At his command, the disciples of Xingfeng promptly stowed away their excitement and settled obediently into their seats. Dong Shuzi gazed in astonishment at Ouyang, who was nestled among a group of burly men, his hands resting casually on the table behind him, his head tilted back in a pose of indifference as he regarded Dong Shuzi. Had it truly been nearly a decade since this lad last attended one of his teachings? Was the sun rising from the west today? What could have compelled him to listen to his discourse? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive at play. Dong Shuzi discreetly cast a glance at the celestial realm still hovering above, then cleared his throat and began, Today, we shall discuss the arts, the methods, the Tao, and the practitioners. This is the foundation of cultivation, the inception of Qi training. The resonance of his words echoed throughout the square. Leaning back against the table with his legs crossed, Ouyang regarded Dong Shuzi with a serious expression. Observing the rhythmic opening and closing of Dong Shuzi's mouth, he began to perceive him more and more as a fish stranded ashore, gasping for breath. The voice of Dong Shuzi flowed into Ouyang's left ear only to drift out of the right, akin to a lullaby gradually weighing down his eyelids. Just a moment ago, he had intended to resist. In the very next instant, Ouyang tilted his head back, mouth agape, and succumbed to slumber. Barely 10 utterances had escaped Dong Shuzi's lips before a resounding snore erupted from Ouyang. Chapter 84. Only through learning can one feel fulfilled. Gulyalu. Gulyalu. Ouyang, sleeping with his mouth agape, had gathered a pool of drool. The rhythmic sound of his snoring intertwined with the bubbling of saliva, creating a peculiar symphony. A disciple from Xingfeng, with trepidation, nudged Ouyang, yet he remained as unyielding as a log, utterly oblivious to the world. How blissfully he slept! Drool dripped from his mouth. The rumble of his snores grew louder, even eclipsing the voice of Dong Shuzi, who was imparting wisdom. An increasing number of onlookers turned their heads towards the slumbering Ouyang, incredulous that someone could sleep so soundly during such a significant lecture by the master. Which incompetent from this sect dares to disgrace himself in such a manner? The disciples who had joined within the last decade were indignant, irritated that Ouyang's slumber disrupted their concentration. Only those who had entered the sect a decade prior looked upon Ouyang's deep slumber as a nostalgic memory. Their gazes shifted from Ouyang to Dong Shuzi on the platform, seemingly anticipating something. The square divided into two factions, one glaring at Ouyang with resentment, while the other fixed their hopeful eyes on Master Dong Shuzi. The master, with a twitch of his brow and a furrowed expression, regarded the peacefully snoring Ouyang, perplexed. Had he not spoken 10 words? How could this rascal fall asleep so quickly? Dong Shuzi sensed the presence of a trio stealthily lurking outside the square, causing a wave of alarm to wash over him. Surely, these rascals were not here to create trouble for him today. No, he was the master. His authority could not be undermined by a few unruly youths. Dong Shuzi's expression turned grave, and his teachings grew increasingly profound. Yet the disciples who had been enraptured began to appear bewildered. Why did the master's teachings suddenly seem so incomprehensible? It was as if they had transitioned from learning phonetics in kindergarten to grappling with advanced calculus. The intertwining sounds of Dong Shuzi's teachings and Ouyang's snoring enveloped the bewildered disciples in the square. Gradually, Dong Shuzi felt his eyelids grow heavier, succumbing to an overwhelming drowsiness, his voice dwindling in volume. They have arrived. The senior disciples, who had joined a decade ago, eagerly produced their recording stones, filled with joy to capture this moment. Dong Zuzi's voice became increasingly ethereal, until finally he could no longer withstand the tide of sleep, his head drooping as he too succumbed to slumber, emitting gentle snores. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Huh, Gulyalu. Huh, Gulyalu. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Huh, Gulyalu. The alternating sounds of Dong Zuzi and Ouyang's snores resonated throughout the square. It has happened. Whenever this fellow arrives, the master inevitably falls asleep. Who would have thought that after a decade, one could witness this scene again? Nostalgia washed over the senior disciples, their eyes brimming with tears as they eagerly recorded this moment, rising to encircle Ouyang in jubilant celebration. This scene once caused a tremendous uproar, drawing countless onlookers who even momentarily believed that Ouyang was the nemesis of the sect leader. The nemesis of the sect leader. Majestic. Oh, oh. The elder brothers cheered for Ouyang, while the younger ones appeared utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Wasn't the sect leader delivering a lecture? What is happening now? Why is the sect leader asleep? What are the elder brothers celebrating? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The square was in disarray, resembling a bustling market, and the trio hiding beneath the steps fell into a profound silence. I believe the senior brother merely wished to attend the lecture and reminisce about his childhood. Chen Changsheng remarked dryly to Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong. Bai Feiyu covered his face, bearing an expression of defeat, utterly perplexed by his senior brother's peculiar behavior that led him to seek embarrassment today. Lung Qingsong fixated on the disciples of Xinfeng surrounding Ouyang, his expression icy, filled with confusion. Why were these Xinfeng disciples so intimately close to his brother? Even more so than he himself. It seemed a visit to Xinfeng was necessary to inquire about the sharpness of their swords. A glint of cold light flashed in Lung Qingsong's eyes as he silently marked those muscular fellows with a death sentence. Since Ouyang's presence here was merely for the purpose of listening to the teachings, the trio's reason for remaining diminished significantly. Just as Bai Feiyu prepared to leave, he abruptly halted, instinctively looking up towards the horizon. What is it, junior brother Bai? Chen Changxing inquired. Bai Feiyu gazed at the sky, shaking his head in confusion. Nothing. I just find it rather strange. Why did I sense the resonance of my former self's Tao rhythm approaching the direction of Qinyan sect? What could this mean? Bai Feiyu addressed Lung Qingsong and Chen Changsheng. I shall not return just yet. I will wait until the lecture concludes and then return with my brother. Lung Qingsong and Chen Changsheng exchanged glances, and Chen Changsheng said, In that case, I shall also wait a while. Lung Qingsong, holding his sword, remained silent but did not move from his spot. Meanwhile, atop the drum tower in the square of Qingyun Peak, a plump female cultivator suddenly appeared, surveying the chaotic scene before her. With a slight frown, she declared coldly, Silence. Her chilling voice reached the ears of all, causing the crowd to fall silent as if doused in cold water. The square became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, leaving only the snoring of Ouyang and Dong Shuzi. Zzz. Huh, gur. Huh, gur. The female cultivator, hearing the snoring, looked up and, upon seeing Ouyang, displayed a flicker of surprise, quickly followed by a frown directed at Dong Shuzi. The slumbering Dong Shuzi continued to snore deeply, prompting the female cultivator to channel her true essence and deliver a powerful punch against the great bell of the drum tower, resonating. Clang. The sound of the bell, accompanied by an invisible wave of true essence, reverberated across the square. Dong Shuzi suddenly awoke, lifting his head in a daze and murmuring, Huh, is there thunder? Below, Ouyang, who had been soundly asleep, abruptly sprang up, wiping drool from his lips, and gazed around in bewilderment at the crowd that had gathered, asking, Is class over? The female cultivator snorted softly and vanished in a thin air once more. Thus, the lecture concluded in this absurd manner, with Ouyang inevitably left behind by the grinning Dong Shuzi. Once all the disciples had departed, Dong Shuzi, his face flushed with anger, shouted at Ouyang, Don't go. Let's settle this one-on-one. Ouyang, observing Dong Shuzi's frenzied antics, nonchalantly dug at his ears, feeling invigorated after such a lengthy study session. Indeed, It is through learning that one finds true fulfillment. Chapter 85. The Ancient Sword Immortal by, as the trio prepared to return to their secluded mountain peak to attend to their own affairs. The voice of Dong Zuzi echoed in their ears. He remains, and so shall you. The three of them, Lung Qingsong, Chun Changsheng, and Bai Feiyu, paused momentarily, exchanging glances, and reluctantly made their way to stand before Ouyang. Ouyang, who had been nonchalantly watching Dong Zuzi spew forth his words, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the three wayward disciples. "When did you three arrive?" he inquired, just as Chun Changsheng was about to respond earnestly. Bai Feiyu interjected, "We have come to seek guidance from the esteemed master regarding our cultivation." "Really?" Ouyang regarded the three with skepticism. "You came to consult the old man about your cultivation?" Such words from these three wayward disciples? Chun Changsheng nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, senior brother. Recently, the three of us have felt our hearts waver in our pursuit of the Tao, and we specifically came to inquire of the master. Did we not, second senior brother?" Lung Qingsong, caught off guard by Chun Changsheng's deflection, nonetheless nodded in silence. Dong Zuzi, who had been vehemently addressing Ouyang, turned his gaze upon the three who approached with a semblance of sincerity, particularly focusing on Chun Changsheng. With a cold chuckle, he remarked, "Shouldn't the holy son of Qingyun's sacred ground be within the forbidden area, contemplating the Qingyun treasure?" Upon hearing Dong Zuzi's inquiry, Chun Changsheng promptly bowed and replied, "Respected master, my true body is indeed within the forbidden area, contemplating the treasure. What has come today is merely a corporeal manifestation." Dong Zuzi raised an eyebrow, observing the flowing energies within Chun Changsheng's body, the vitality unmistakably real. Yet, the Chun Changsheng in the forbidden area appeared identical. Whom did this lad learn his puppet arts from? To deceive so convincingly is quite the feat. Clearing his throat, Dong Zuzi declared with gravity, "Follow me to the main hall." He then turned and strode toward the grand hall of Qingyun Peak. Ouyang was the first to follow Dong Zuzi, and after a moment of silent communication, the remaining three trailed behind. Upon entering the hall, their eyes fell upon the altar dedicated to the heavenly wooden tablet. Dong Zuzi, holding 3 incense sticks, placed them in the incense burner before settling on the cushion before the altar, gesturing for the 4 to pay their respects. Ouyang led the trio in offering incense, and as they departed, he casually snatched a sacrificial fruit from the altar and began to eat. The 4 seated themselves opposite Dong Zuzi, gazing at him in anticipation, uncertain of what he intended to reveal. Dong Zuzi, observing the 4 before him, could not help but acknowledge that, even at his own age, he was still merely leading his peers in foraging for birds' nests. Yet, these 4 were already beginning to shine brightly. Comparing oneself to others can indeed be disheartening. Dong Zuzi sighed, addressing the 4 young men. "A few days ago, your master transmitted a message over a great distance, instructing me to convey certain matters to you." "Master?" The 4 looked up in unison at the mention of Ouyang. Their master rarely returned throughout the year. Why had he suddenly tasked the sect leader with conveying something to them? Chun Changsheng appeared perplexed, while Bai Feiyu contemplated deeply. Ouyang and Lung Qingsong exchanged knowing glances. "It is likely that my elder is concerned about the celestial secret realm." Dong Shuzi then spoke. "The secret realm that appeared a few days ago is still suspended in the sky. You must be aware of this matter, correct?" Before they could respond, Dong Shuzi continued, "Your master has instructed me to share some ancient secrets regarding the secret realm left by the immortal. This realm is a legacy of an ancient sword immortal and holds immense benefits for you. After all, it is the fruit of your master's arduous planning. Do not let his efforts go to waste." Ouyang and Chun Changsheng appeared indifferent, as they do not practice the sword path and had little interest in the treasures of the immortal's realm. However, Lung Qingsong listened intently, for his elder had plotted for a long time for this secret realm, and he was curious about what he might gain from it. Bai Feiyu felt a slight twitch of his facial muscles, taken aback to discover that the grave from his past life was indeed orchestrated by his own master. When the secret realm emerged, Bai Feiyu sensed its presence and felt a deep familiarity with it. This realm was none other than the small world he had personally opened in his previous life. How could Bai Feiyu not be familiar with it? After his demise, someone had erected a grave for him in that small world, leading to his current predicament of being exploited by Ouyang. After all, Bai Feiyu, having fallen and then reincarnated, perceived the transition between his demise and rebirth as merely a fleeting moment. Dong Shuzi organized his thoughts and spoke again. This secret realm of the immortal is a relic of the ancient sword immortal, Li Tai-bai. Li Tai-bai was the only sword immortal of the ancient era and was the formidable force that brought an end to the ancient celestial realm. As soon as Dong Shuzi's words fell, the expressions of the four individuals present transformed dramatically. Ouyang's mind raced with countless thoughts. While others may not know Bai Feiyu's true essence, he was fully aware. Although Bai Feiyu's attribute panel had changed, his title clearly read Reincarnation of the Ancient Sword Immortal. Could it be that this grave truly belonged to Bai Feiyu in his previous life? Had his master truly unearthed Bai Feiyu's grave to allow his second disciple to revel upon it? Meanwhile, Lung Qingsong gazed upon the ancient sword immortal who had ended the celestial realm with admiration, convinced that he too could achieve such greatness. As Dong Shuzi spoke, Bai Feiyu's eyes brimmed with nostalgia. Turning his gaze toward Ouyang's figure in the front row, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. Chun Changsheng maintained his indifferent demeanor, perceiving the matter as primarily concerning his second senior brother and fourth junior disciple, with little relevance to himself. Dong Shuzi's countenance grew serious as he solemnly stated, regarding the events of the ancient era, the entire cultivation realm has kept silent, with no written records whatsoever. Only scattered legends. Do you know why? The four shook their heads, acknowledging their awareness of the existence of an ancient era, but having seen no records pertaining to it. Bai Feiyu too was curious about when exactly the era in which he resided began to be referred to as the ancient times. Gazed at the four eager faces before him, feeling an unexpected surge of satisfaction. In these four unruly disciples, he had never experienced the profound joy of being a teacher. His junior brother was indeed correct. These four were the type who would not relent until they witnessed tangible results. Clearing his throat to build suspense, he flicked his whisk and said, with a hint of reverie, in ancient times, there were indeed immortals. They sat high above, observing the grand trends of the world. However, with the sword immortal Li Tai-bai's slaying of the immortals, they descended to the mortal realm like raindrops, and thereafter, the presence of immortals ceased to exist in this world. Finally, it was time for Xiao Bai to take the stage. Please stay tuned for what is to come. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 86. Ancient Secrets. Alas, after this individual, there were no more immortals? Could it be that this Li Tai-bai vanquished all the celestial beings? How terrifying. Chun Changsheng inhaled sharply. During the cataclysm of his previous life, he had witnessed the fearsome might of those who ascended to immortality. Even in his former existence, having reached the tribulation stage, he felt like an insignificant insect in comparison. He never imagined that in ancient times such a formidable being existed, one who could annihilate all immortals. Cold Qingsong's blood surged with excitement, envisioning a lone figure wielding a sword high in the heavens, where every stroke of the blade led to the downfall of celestial beings. This was the ultimate aspiration of every sword cultivator. Even Cold Qingsong could not suppress his fervor. How intriguing, how fascinating. Little Bai truly is remarkable. Initially, he thought of him as merely an ordinary ancient sword immortal, but it turned out he was a colossal figure in his past life. Bai Feiyu, however, cast his gaze downward, exhibiting an air of indifference, even adorned with a hint of scorn. Immortals? Do those beings even deserve the title? How laughable indeed. The voice of Dong Shuzi echoed throughout the grand hall, recounting the ancient secrets he knew. In ancient times, when the gates of the immortal sects were not sealed, those above the tribulation stage were considered true immortals. During that era, immortals ruled the world. Every significant event of the ancient times bore the shadow of these celestial beings, until a sword immortal wielding a celestial sword emerged. Sword immortal Li Tai-bai, who ascended the immortal gates thrice yet chose not to enter, standing outside the immortal gates, slaying immortals and destroying the sects. transforming the existence of immortals into mere legend. Thus, the age of ancient immortals came to a close, ushering in the current era. What do you think of Sword Immortal Tai? Dong Zuzi's ethereal voice interrupted the youths who were lost in their reveries of an unparalleled Sword Immortal. Chen Changsheng, in a daze, remarked, "The title of Sword Immortal is truly deserved. Such is the essence of a Sword Immortal." Even Cold Ching Song, usually haughty, offered high praise. "Incredible," Ouyang exclaimed, struggling to articulate his thoughts with limited vocabulary. Only Bai Feiyu remained silent, his eyes betraying a struggle within. Indeed, the prowess to slay an immortal with a single strike is awe-inspiring. We can only bow in admiration. However, do you comprehend consequences? Dong Zuzi inquired. Upon hearing Dong Zuzi's words, the three shook their heads in confusion, while the turmoil in Bai Feiyu's eyes grew more pronounced. Dong Zuzi spoke deliberately, without the constraints of immortals. The conflict of the demonic path has spread since the end of the ancient immortal era, continuing to this day. With the lofty immortals fallen, the two factions of the demonic path, once at odds, engaged in a bloody war that lasted for thousands of years. Countless prodigies perished untimely, numerous sects were obliterated, and their legacies severed. Moreover, countless souls became nothing more than a mere phrase in history. Countless bones. So, I ask you, is this Sword Immortal truly an immortal, or a sword demon? Dong Zuzi paused, letting the weight of his question sink in, prompting Ouyang and the others to ponder, while Bai Feiyu's body trembled slightly. His eyes firmly shut. Ouyang turned to Chen Changsheng, feeling utterly incapable of addressing such a discussion topic. Chen Changsheng, understanding the unspoken sentiment, organized his thoughts and articulated, "I believe this individual must be a Sword Immortal. The path of the sword should be relentless, with a heart that comprehends the essence of the sword. In this earthly realm, even in times of peace, beings exist like mere livestock, oblivious to the true nature of life. It would be far better for all to partake in the affairs of the world." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Bai Feiyu suddenly opened his eyes wide and gazed at him, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. A Sword Immortal is indeed a Sword Immortal. One trusts solely in the sword they wield. What need is there for a sword demon? Cold Ching Song concurred. Ouyang discreetly cast a glance at Bai Feiyu and addressed Dong Zuzi, saying, "I share the same sentiment." Bai Feiyu observed the trio's silhouettes, momentarily at a loss for words. In his past life, he had stood in opposition to all beings, severing their beliefs with his sword, ultimately becoming a figure of hatred akin to a demon. Now, however, his three senior brothers had united in thought alongside him. In his previous existence, he had but one dear friend who had perished because of him. Yet now, he found himself surrounded by three brothers who shared his ideals. Had he simply been born too early? Otherwise, he would not have traversed such a solitary path, leading to his eventual downfall. Opposite them, Dong Zuzi watched the four rebellious disciples with exasperation, having earnestly attempted to impart wisdom about the calamities that followed defying the heavens. Instead, these four seemed emboldened. Dong Zuzi waved his hand, stating, "If you believe Li Tai Bai was in the right, then venture into that secret realm and discern for yourselves what is true and what is false, based on your own hearts." Ouyang replied nonchalantly, "I will not go. I wouldn't comprehend it anyway. Let them handle it. Master, I do not cultivate the sword path, so I shall not go either," Chen Changsheng said, shaking his head, burdened with numerous matters since yesterday, when he had been pinned against the wall by Ouyang. Chen Changsheng felt a lack of security within the Qingyan sect. He resolved to place curses on everything capable of breathing beyond the sect, down to the flowers and grass. A seemingly ordinary fox might very well be a powerful being in the tribulation stage. Who knew if a celestial stone monkey might emerge from the stones at the mountain's entrance? Everything must be cursed. Bai Feiyu likewise expressed, "This secret realm contradicts my sword path. I shall not go." The three of them unanimously declared their refusal to attend, aiming to avoid disturbing Cold Ching Song's pursuit of sword enlightenment. Cold Ching Song understood the intentions of his three brothers, but chose not to voice any objections. Among his brothers, he would not be polite. Dong Zuzi scoffed, You wish to go, or not go at your whim. Such Na'vi aspirations. The secret realm hangs above in the heavens. Though mortals cannot see it, any cultivator with sight would undoubtedly perceive it. One of the 9 sacred places the Sword Sect conveyed a message yesterday, expressing their desire to visit the Qingyun sect for a discussion. Not to mention the countless scattered cultivators and sects who wouldn't yearn for the treasures hidden within the Immortal's secret realm. Dong Shuzi remarked. Bai Feiyu appeared utterly bewildered. Although that realm was his own little world in a past life, he was unaware of who had ever marked his grave. Treasures? What kind of treasures could a mere shadow of himself possess in his previous existence? Upon hearing Dong Shuzi's words, Ouyang, with a carefree demeanor, rose to his feet. Dusting off non-existent dirt from his attire, nonchalantly declared, "Oh, is that so? Then let them come." Chapter 87. The arrival of the Sword Sect. The Elder had meticulously orchestrated plan for the second son for an extended period, all to draw forth the grave of the little white from a previous life, so that the second son could extract something of value from it. Should any blind fools dare to leap about in front of him, he would not hesitate to scatter their ashes. This time, he would certainly bring along the third son. After scattering the ashes, he would ensure the soul was also annulled. Dong Shuzi observed Ouyang, who wore an indifferent expression, clearly aware of the rebellious thoughts swirling in the young man's mind. With a sigh, he spoke. This time, the immortal secret realm will not only attract countless sects, but also numerous wandering cultivators. Individual prowess can only shine momentarily. Moreover, the secret realm is governed by chance, which has little to do with the strength of one's abilities. No matter how powerful you are, can you surpass an immortal? Even the mightiest immortal ultimately meets death. Does he not? Truly a loquacious old man. Ouyang silently retorted, yet he remained vigilant. Dong Shuzi's words held merit. The little white had indeed been known to slay immortals in a previous life, and one could only wonder what treasures were hidden at his grave. Hence, he resolved to bring the little white along. The second son led the charge, with himself in the middle, the third son to the left, and the little white to the right. It seemed that this time, all members of the small mountain peak would be mobilized. Dong Shuzi cast a glance at the 4 young men, aware that any one of them, if unleashed, could stir a tempest in the realm of cultivation. Yet, their current strengths remained inadequate. The most formidable among them was merely at the nascent soul stage. With the secret realm opening imminent, it was utterly impossible to elevate their realms within such a short time frame. Cultivating immortality is inherently a slow endeavor. Even the most prodigious talents cannot leap several levels at once. Chun Changsheng and Bai Feiyu were both at the core formation stage, with Bai Feiyu having recently entered this realm. Even though both were born with extraordinary insights, their capabilities seemed insufficient within the secret realm. The immortal secret realm had garnered the attention of the entire world. Countless powerful cultivators were fixated on it. Those reclusive elders and prestigious sects all yearned to partake in the bounties of the immortal secret realm. No matter how gifted one may be, they pale in comparison to absolute power. It is unfortunate that the pivotal point of this immortal secret realm's opening hinged upon the disciple of his own junior apprentice. That rascal Ouyang had not only failed to assist with sect matters, but had also caused trouble from afar, making the Qingyun sect the center of attention in the cultivation world once again. Dong Shuzi sighed deeply, wrapping his head in frustration. Ouyang, too, lowered his head in contemplation. The burdens on Dong Shuzi's mind resonated with him. After all, it was the immortal secret realm, and the entire cultivation world was watching. If several tribulation stage cultivators were to arrive, he would find himself unable to withstand it. Although the second son was the initiator of the secret realm, and the third son possessed countless hidden cards, they were all still too young. Thus, their only hope lay with the little white. After all, it was his grave. Surely, the little white would be quite familiar with it. Elder, this time the 4 of us shall go. Rest assured, I will take good care of them, Ouyang stated earnestly. I shall not go. The voice of Bai Feiyu suddenly echoed through the hall. The slap of reality arrived so swiftly that Ouyang could hardly react, gazing at Bai Feiyu with a hint of astonishment. Bai Feiyu, however, appeared resolute, looking directly at Ouyang and articulating each word. I do not wish to go. Not in the slightest. The atmosphere within the grand hall grew tense, as both Lung Qingsong and Chen Changsheng turned their curious gazes towards Bai Feiyu. Despite their fourth junior brother's consistent disdain for the eldest brother, he had never before openly defied Ouyang's directives. This was the first instance of Bai Feiyu voicing his dissent. Ouyang regarded Bai Feiyu, whose determination was evident, and suddenly broke into laughter, saying, "Very well, if you do not wish to go, then you shall not. Little Bai will stay behind this time. I, along with the second and third brothers, shall proceed." Lung Qingsong and Chen Changsheng bore no grievances towards Bai Feiyu. They were all brothers, and it was only natural for them to express their thoughts candidly, without reservation. Lung Qingsong, in particular, preferred not to involve others in his own affairs, considering it a nuisance to trouble them. Chen Changsheng, on the other hand, was indifferent, understanding that they would not be traveling in their true forms, and could simply prepare additional contingencies. As Bai Feiyu observed the smiling Ouyang, a figure suddenly materialized in his mind, a person clad in a green robe, untamed and full of mirth, standing beside him and saying, "If little Bai wishes to go, then let's go together." The face was not Ouyang's, yet the Ouyang before him bore a striking resemblance. Bai Feiyu's lips quivered as he bitterly confessed, "Senior brother, I have my own difficulties." Ouyang patted Bai Feiyu's shoulder and reassured him, "We are brothers. There is no need for such formalities." Bai Feiyu lowered his head, fully aware that his presence would serve little purpose and might even complicate matters further. After his own downfall, he could recall nothing of the events that transpired thereafter. Who could possibly know who had erected his gravestone? Now, he had completely forsaken the path of his past life, traversing a route that was entirely divergent. Bai Feiyu was reluctant to stir emotions tied to memories, and even more so to rekindle any connection with his former self. Dong Shuzi observed the four below with a hint of exasperation. The secret realm had yet to commence, yet this unruly group was already in disarray. "Ouyang, you rascal, always proclaiming yourself to be a flipping bookman. Be cautious, for an ill-flipped page may ignite peril." Just as Dong Shuzi pondered his predicament, a boisterous laughter echoed from afar. "Huh, where's that old scoundrel Dong Shuzi? Come forth and meet your demise." Dong Shuzi jolted in surprise, quickly recognizing the voice's owner. With a defeated expression, he rose and addressed the four. "I have an old friend visiting. You may take your leave." No sooner had Dong Shuzi uttered these words than the grand hall's doors were violently thrust open by an overwhelming sword intent, shattering the massive red cedar doors into splinters. Ouyang and the others turned to see a middle-aged man, clad in a white sword practice outfit, leaning against the doorframe, looking at Dong Shuzi with a broad smile and exclaiming, "Huh, so there you are, you old rascal. Old swordman, do you not know how to knock? Every time they come, they insist on smashing the doors of my grand hall. Do these sword cultivators have a screw loose? Can't they simply walk through the door?" Dong Shuzi scolded the middle-aged man. Beside him, Lung Qingsong shuddered, feeling a sense of offense. The middle-aged man, however, remained unfazed, taking a hearty swig from the gourd at his waist, his gaze unexpectedly intrigued by the four individuals in the hall, particularly brightening upon seeing Lung Qingsong. With enthusiasm, he raised the gourd towards the four and inquired, "Would you three young gentlemen care to join me at the sword sect? I would gladly take you as my direct disciples. As for my monthly manuscript, it has been completed and scheduled for release. Take your time to enjoy it. I am now preparing to retreat and write the next month's manuscript. ISNT it comforting to have an author like me. Thank you once again for your support. I cherish you all." Chapter 88. The Sword Sect Master, Tai, Three Young Gentlemen. Longsheng is now the holy son of the Qingyun sacred land. So we must be referring to the three of us. This old fellow has quite the discerning eye, having recognized my unparalleled talent at first glance. Ouyang's admiration for the middle-aged man before him soared. However, constrained by the presence of his still-living elder, he could only clasp his fists and regretfully respond, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your kind consideration, but we currently have no intention of changing sex." The middle-aged man glanced at Ouyang in surprise, bewildered, and replied, "I did not inquire about your intentions. Why do you feel the need to respond?" Surely you possess some awareness of your own capabilities? Uft. Dong Shuzi could not contain his laughter, quickly restoring his expression to one of composure. Ouyang shot a dark look at the middle-aged man, thinking, is this old man blind? How could he overlook such an extraordinary talent as myself? If it weren't for the impressive attributes displayed on his profile, I would have unleashed a flurry of strikes upon him. Name, Tai A, Master of the Sword Sect. Cultivation level, 9 Stage of Tribulation Transcendence Root Bone. 10 Charm. 9 Luck. 9 Swordsmanship Talent. 10 Exclusive Skill. 1 Sword Ascending to Immortality Evaluation. With my sword, I can slay immortals. These ancient figures, who hold the position of sect masters among the 9 sacred lands, are all exceedingly formidable. The middle-aged man continued to gaze enthusiastically at Lung Qing Song by Fei Yu and Shun Changsheng, stating, my sword sect is the preeminent authority among sword cultivators in this era. Each year, over 1 million aspire to join us, yet only one is selected. However, should the 3 young friends wish, I would gladly accept you as my personal disciples. The expression on Dong Shuzi's face was priceless. This shameless old man was brazenly attempting to poach disciples from the Qingyan sect right before his eyes. Nonetheless, hearing the old man insult Ouyang brought him great amusement, as he regarded the unfolding drama with delight. In Dong Shuzi's eyes, the sword sect master bore a marked sign of danger. Shun Changsheng's gaze flickered as he regarded the sword sect master. In his previous life, his second senior brother had been an extraordinary genius of the sword sect, having acquired an immortal legacy within the secret realm and ultimately ascending to become the first immortal in existence during the apocalypse. For reasons unknown, this life had transformed him into his senior brother, and Qin Changsheng felt a twinge of jealousy at the thought. In his past life, he and his senior brother had been the closest of siblings, yet in this life, it was Lung Qing Song who first encountered his senior brother. If a second senior brother were to follow the sword sect master, would that mean he would become the second senior brother of the small mountain peak? This thought flitted through Chun Changsheng's mind, only to be quickly dismissed. He cherished his current small mountain peak immensely, filled with the cool yet warm-hearted Lung Qing Song, the mature and steady Bai Fei Yu, the whimsical little junior sister, and the tenacious Xiao Shidi. Compared to the solitude of his past life, where only he and his senior brother occupied the small mountain peak, the present atmosphere was vibrantly alive. The more he experienced the endless despair of the apocalypse, the more he treasured such beauty. Master, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. Please continue your conversation. Farewell. Ouyang, amidst the disappointed gaze of Dong Shuzi, prepared to lead his 3 rebellious offspring back to the small peak. Casually glancing at Tai A, his mind was already concocting a plan to strike this old fool. However, Tai A, the sect leader of the sword sect, obstructed Ouyang's path and sincerely addressed the 3 individuals behind him. Truly, I am indeed the leader of the sword sect. Trust me, I can help you realize your full potential. Dong Shuzi scoffed, retorting, is there anything the sword sect can achieve that our Qingyan sect cannot? Tai A cast a sidelong glance at Dong Shuzi and replied earnestly, you may be formidable, old man, but when it comes to the sword path, if my sword sect claims second place, would your Qingyan sect dare to claim it first? Dong Shuzi was left speechless by Tai A's words. Although he felt a 60% certainty of defeating the old scoundrel before him, he had to concede that, in the realm of swordsmanship, the sword sect undeniably held the title of the world's foremost. The strength of the sword sect did not rely on any single swordsman, but rather on the countless great swordsmen who had emerged from the sect over the years, each leaving behind a legacy of unparalleled tales before returning to the sword sect. The sword pool, a forbidden ground within the sect, harbored the sword intent and profound rhythms of numerous great swordsmen embedded in each flying sword. Noticing Dong Shuzi's silence, Tai triumphantly turned to Ouyang's for companions and proclaimed, as you have witnessed in this celestial secret realm, do you not know? This secret realm houses my ancestral spirit. At the back, Bai Fei Yu's ears perked up in astonishment as he looked up at the sword sect leader. When did he become the ancestor of a sword sect? Although he had been a sword immortal in his past life, he had always been solitary until his demise. He had left no bloodline behind. Do you not believe me? Behold this. Tai, having invested considerable effort, produced a piece of paper from his bosom and waved it before everyone. The paper caught the attention of all in the grand hall, even drawing the gaze of Dong Shuzi. With a sense of pride, Tai brandished the paper, declaring, "This is the record of an immortal, the diary of the Ancient Sword Immortal Li Tai Bai." Upon hearing Tai's declaration, Bai Feiyu, standing at the back, felt his face flush crimson, quickly followed by an overwhelming sense of shame and anger. As he watched Tai gloat over the paper, it was the first time since his reincarnation that he wished to eliminate someone. "I am the immortal, and the immortal is me. I am the supreme immortal of this world, the strongest of all," Tai chanted, shaking the paper in his hand. Listening to Tai recite the contents of the paper, Bai Feiyu felt as though he might shatter his own teeth in frustration. How could it be that he had perished so many years ago, only to be dragged out for public ridicule? The normally composed Bai Feiyu was instantly thrown off balance. Ouyang wore an expression of amusement, internally amused, realizing that the seemingly earnest and steady Bai Feiyu had, in his previous life, not only been somewhat delusional, but had also enjoyed writing diaries. How delightful! Truly, he was worthy of being my ancestral spirit. Tai, with great fervor, completed his reading, not forgetting to express his admiration. The treatise penned by the venerable ancestor is, in his view, imbued with profound significance. However, aside from Tai, all the individuals present in the grand hall bore peculiar expressions, caught between the desire to laugh and the reluctance to mock the ancestor in his presence. Theo, raising the paper in his hand, provocatively addressed Dong Shuzi. "This celestial secret realm, though summoned by your Qingyun sect, cannot be accessed without the relics of the immortals. Thus, the advantage lies with our sword sect." Ouyang regarded Tai, who held the paper aloft, as if it were an invaluable treasure. The onlookers in the hall also turned their gaze towards the paper in Tai's grasp, for even Dong Shuzi was encountering the celestial notes for the first time. Who wouldn't be curious to behold the script of an immortal? As all eyes fell upon that piece of paper, a unanimous thought arose in their minds. The handwriting of this sword immortal is truly abominable. Chapter 89. The open subversion by the sword sect's master the characters. Written in a crooked manner, resembles